Chapter 1. Living Under Another's Roof. The sound of rushing water echoed within the confines of the cramped bathroom, where Luo Hua, a towering figure over 6 feet tall, crouched as he scrubbed at a piece of clothing. Outside the door, an impatient female voice pierced the air. Luo Hua, let me remind you that this garment is quite expensive. It must be washed by hand in lukewarm water. You clumsy oaf, you'd better be careful, or I swear, you'll owe me more than you can repay. Luo Hua's hands hesitated momentarily, and with a resigned sigh, he pressed his lips together and replied, I understand. Humph. His compliant demeanor only fueled the scorn from the woman outside, who continued her tirade. I can't fathom why Dad would take in such a useless wretch. It's merely a remnant of past connections that he even allowed you to stay here. After all the kindness shown, it's disgraceful that you're still here, living off us. Are you even listening? Why so silent? You're utterly worthless. I can't stand people like you. Any man of dignity would have found such verbal abuse intolerable, yet Luo Hua appeared oblivious to the onslaught. He carried on with his task, accustomed to this treatment after a decade of living under the roof of the Yi family. Over the years, his feelings had transitioned from indignation to acceptance, and now he was thoroughly familiar with the disdain the Yi family held for him. The concept of human warmth had been ingrained in him since the day calamity struck his own family. The Luo family had once been on par with the Yi family, both esteemed households, one in medicine and the other in commerce, with generations of amicable relations. Although the bonds had frayed since the passing of Luo Hua's grandfather, the two families remained intertwined through years of mutual benefit. Frequent visits were the norm, and among the Yi family were 2 daughters of Luo Hua's generation, eldest sister, Yi Minggran, and her younger sister, Yi Mingnan. One was gentle, the other spirited, each possessed unique charms. They had shared a childhood bond with Luo Hua, their relationship flourishing in harmony. It seemed a promising future lay ahead. However, fate had other plans. The Luo family fell into disarray when Luo Hua's father made a disastrous decision that plunged their company into turmoil, culminating in the tragic news of both his parents. Suicide due to overwhelming despair. At the time, Luo Hua was on Longshan Mountain training with his master, and upon receiving the news, he rushed down the mountain. Before his departure, his master, Hunyuan Daoist, had imparted a critical warning. He was forbidden from using his skills in public for 10 years, otherwise, it would result in severe repercussions. Luo Hua had still been a mere adolescent when he descended from the mountain. Alas, by the time he returned, the once mighty Luo family had crumbled. With nowhere to turn and bound by the restrictions of his training, Luo Hua could not employ his skills for sustenance, leaving him in a precarious situation. In desperation, he sought refuge with the Yi family. Naturally, they were less than welcoming, given the Luo family's downfall. Yet, Yi Guangjing, his uncle, was concerned about maintaining his reputation and feared the backlash of being perceived as cold-hearted towards his nephew. Despite his reluctance, he begrudgingly took Luo Hua in, and thus began a decade of living with the Yi family. Over the years, their attitude towards him only soured further, transforming him from a distant relative to a mere housekeeper. Only Yi Minggran continued to treat him with kindness, offering warmth to his withered soul. Hey, sister, sister. Yi Mingnan's urgent voice replaced the earlier ridicule. A slender figure swayed as she pushed open the bathroom door, clutching the sink, and began to retch. Then, as she swayed dangerously, Luo Hua swiftly moved to catch her. Yi Minggran's cheeks were flushed, her eyes half closed from intoxication, her chest rising and falling with each breath. It took her a moment to register Luo Hua's presence, dazedly clutching his waist. Luo Hua, however, was too consumed with concern to appreciate the rare beauty before him. Minggran, how could you drink so much? He exclaimed, worry etched across his face. Upon hearing his voice, Yi Minggran slightly regained her composure, shaking her head vigorously as she pushed Luo Hua away, leaning heavily against the wall. With a forced smile, she replied, I'm fine. I just had a bit too much to drink. I didn't know what else to do. If Dad hadn't gotten into trouble, I could have lived in my ivory tower without this self-degradation. But now, with Dad's situation so dire, what choice do I have? I must shoulder this responsibility. I must. Yi Minggran's father, Yi Guangjing, was the director of Yi Hospital and also served as the family doctor for Yang Chonglian. Recently, while treating Mrs. Yang, an incident occurred that led to Yi Guangzheng's arrest. In the days that followed, Yi Minggran tirelessly sought to extricate her father from custody. As Luo Hua watched Yi Minggran drift into slumber while speaking, a sharp pain pierced his heart, and the suppressed feelings he held for her erupted forth. Indeed, he had fallen for this girl who brought warmth into his life, a radiant sun amidst his darkness. He could no longer bear to see her struggle so. Fortunately, the decade-long term of his restrictions was nearing its end. Mingran, just wait a little longer. I will once again become the person you can rely upon, and then I can stand proudly by your side, Luo Hua silently vowed. He gently lifted the slumbering Yi Mingran and, under the watchful gaze of Yi Mingnan, carried her to her bedroom. Afterward, he returned to his small compartment at the stairwell, seated himself in a meditative posture, and began to practice the Hunyuan art. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, Luo Hua finally concluded his practice. He rose and descended the stairs, preparing a warm cup of honey water for Yi Mingran. At that moment, she stirred awake, frowning as she rubbed her temples. Is it a headache? Luo Hua asked, concern etched on his brow as he approached her, offering the honey water with a worried gaze. Take it easy, don't push yourself too hard. You'll wear yourself out like this, he gently admonished. Watching her sip the honey water, she gazed at Luo Hua's tender countenance. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over her. With her father's troubles weighing heavily upon her, the burden felt insurmountable. Her sister and mother believed in her ability to find a solution, yet only Luo Hua still regarded her as that young girl, caring for her well-being. In that moment, Yi Mingran longed to throw herself into Luo Hua's arms and weep, to express her frustrations and fears, yet she could not. Chapter 2. Lu Wanrong, Luo Hua, and Yi Mingran have endured considerable hardship over the years, descending from privileged beginnings to their current circumstances. Luo Hua must be deeply distressed by the demeaning treatment he receives from his family. Therefore, Yi Mingran had long ago vowed to protect Luo Hua as he once protected her. With a sweet smile, Yi Mingran responded to Luo Hua, Brother Luo Hua, you underestimate me. This is a minor matter. I am truly worried about my father. He is elderly, and I don't know what conditions he is enduring in the detention center. I must rescue him as soon as possible. I heard that Lu Wanrong will attend the dinner party today, and he can speak to the provincial committee. I need to sound him out and see what the situation is. Lu Wanrong? Luo Hua paused, exclaiming in surprise, that fellow has a terrible reputation. He's a lecherous fiend. He is not a good choice and is unlikely to help sincerely. Seeking him out is like throwing yourself to the wolves. It's not that exaggerated. Yi Mingran waved her hand dismissively, feigning ease. Brother Luo Hua, you must trust me. I am quite capable of protecting myself. The dinner party isn't just with Lu Wanrong. He wouldn't dare do anything to me. Luo Hua felt a surge of anxiety. Only one day remained. After 10 o'clock tonight, his constraints would be lifted. Regardless of the situation with that esteemed lady, Luo Hua was confident he could cure her, resolving Yi Guangxing's troubles. Mingran, trust me, I have a way to save uncle. You don't need to implore Lu Wanrong, Luo Hua said earnestly. Of course, I trust Brother Luo Hua, but can Brother Luo Hua trust Mingran this once? Let Mingran handle father's matter first. If I fail, then Brother Luo Hua can step in, okay? Yi Mingran smiled sweetly, speaking gently to Luo Hua. Though Yi Mingran's words were light, the guardedness hidden in her eyes did not escape Luo Hua's notice. Luo Hua felt a pang and quickly added, can we wait until 10 o'clock tonight? After 10, Uncle's problem can definitely be resolved. Brother Luo Hua, I really want to see if I can succeed on my own. Just wait for me to return. I'm going now. Yi Mingran bit her lip, offering a playful smile before hurrying out the door, afraid of being stopped by Luo Hua. That evening, Yi Mingran arrived at the Imperial View Hotel as planned, where Lu Wanrong was waiting specifically for her. Lu Wanrong was essentially a useless second-generation scion, but he had a powerful older brother who held a leadership position in the province. This had fostered Lu Wanrong's extravagant and lecherous nature. He would always inquire about the local beauties upon arriving in a new place. Yi Mingran happened to be one of the most renowned beauties in the city, recognized within their circles. However, Yi Mingran was too virtuous, and Lu Wanrong had long coveted her but never found an opportunity to possess her. With the Yi family's recent troubles, Lu Wanrong immediately grasped the situation, even more clearly than the Yi family themselves, waiting for Yi Mingran to seek his help. As Yi Mingran entered the hotel suite, Lu Wanrong's viscous gaze latched onto her, his burning stare seeming to strip her bare. Yi Mingran was disgusted, her steps faltering. All the mental preparation she had done along the way crumbled. She knew Lu Wanrong's depraved character. If not for desperation, Yi Mingran would never have sought him out. She had inquired about the attendees of the dinner party and was relieved to find that there would be many people. However, the banquet was a trap set for her alone. Besides her and Lu Wanrong, there was no one else. Miss Yi, I am finally fortunate enough to meet you. Come, sit down. Lu Wanrong, feigning ignorance, stood up with a grin, preparing to pull Yi Mingran over. Yi Mingran frowned, subtly avoiding Lu Wanrong's groping hand, and sat down across from him. Suppressing her disgust, she forced a polite smile and said, "Mr. Liu, you are too kind. I came today to ask for your help." Seeing Yu Minggren obediently sit down, Lu Wanrong's smile widened. He stroked his shiny forehead and said, "Easy. Beauties have privileges. Not just one thing. But 100 things are minor problems for me. Then, about my father's matter, I believe you have heard of it? Do you think you could?" Yu Minggren asked tentatively. "It's about mishandling the esteemed lady's health, right?" "Yang Chonglian, I can certainly speak on it, but this matter isn't easy to resolve." Lu Wanrong stared at Yu Minggren lecherously, clicking his tongue. "How so? What makes it difficult?" Yu Minggren asked anxiously. Seeing Yu Minggren's eagerness, Lu Wanrong revealed a smug smile. He then composed himself, feigning difficulty, and said, "The esteemed lady's condition is quite serious. She originally had a poor appetite, but your father's treatment has led to her vomiting everything she eats and being unable to eat or drink for 3 days. She is currently sustained by glucose. And even getting up is difficult. What do you say to that?" Hearing that the situation was so dire, Yu Minggren's face turned pale. The esteemed lady's noble status meant that even a minor ailment could cause significant trouble for the Yi family. Now, with the situation so critical, her father's prospects were grim. Despite her father's repeated assurances that his treatment was sound, the esteemed lady's condition remained unchanged. Yu Minggren panicked and pleaded with Lu Wanrong, "Mr. Lu, you must help us. My father is old and cannot withstand such a blow. The Yi family will be deeply grateful." "Oh," Lu Wanrong grinned, his leg gently brushing against Yu Minggren's ankle under the table. He said casually, "I wonder how the Yi family will show their gratitude?" Yu Minggren felt a chill and recoiled her leg slightly, forcing herself to say, "Mr. Lu, I have a small company that is quite valuable. I am willing to give it entirely to you." TSK. Lu Wanrong shook his head, saying to Yu Minggren, "I have plenty of money. That doesn't move me at all. What I want is you." Yu Minggren's face stiffened at Lu Wanrong's undisguised words. She stood up with a cold expression and said, "Mr. Lu, since you find it difficult, I won't bother you any longer. Enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave." "Hey, wait." Seeing Yu Minggren's haste, Lu Wanrong quickly stood up and changed his tone. "Miss Yi, why are you so impatient? I was just joking. You took it seriously. This matter isn't small. Shouldn't we sit down and discuss it properly?" Remembering her father's suffering in the detention center, Yu Minggren bit her lip, steeled her resolve, and turned back to sit down. Chapter 3. The Interception. "Ah, that's more like it," Lu Wanrong exclaimed, clapping his hands as he witnessed Yu Minggren's acquiescence. He promptly summoned a waiter and turned to Yu Minggren with a smile. "Come now, our beautiful lady, feel free to order whatever catches your eye. Let's dine and discuss." Yu Minggren reluctantly complied with Lu Wanrong's antics. Without pretense, Lu Wanrong ordered wine and cheerfully promised Yu Minggren, "As long as we relish this meal and drinks. Your father's matter is in my hands. Absolutely no problem." Despite her nagging doubts, Yu Minggren forced a smile and raised her glass to Lu Wanrong. "Mr. Lu, I propose a toast to you. I'm counting on you for my father's situation." Of course. A toast from a beauty. How could I refuse?" Lu Wanrong watched with concealed delight as Yu Minggren downed her drink in one go. "Success. This wine is no ordinary concoction. After tonight, the fair you will be mine." Lu Wanrong was a seasoned player in such affairs. A mere dash of soporific in the wine, and even the most spirited woman would be at his mercy. Yu Minggren sought his help, didn't she? A mutually beneficial exchange. She would provide what was necessary to save her father, a win-win situation. With a sly grin, Lu Wanrong watched Yu Minggren innocently propose toasts, anticipating the drug's effects. Meanwhile, after Yu Minggren's hasty departure, Luo Hua steadied himself and resumed his meditative practice, awaiting the dissolution of the restraint. As the clock struck 10, Luo Hua emerged from his meditative state, his eyes gleaming with renewed vigor. He rose gracefully and strode out of the room. Yu Minggren had not yet returned. Yu Mingnan, sleepless, anxiously waited on the sofa near the entrance. "Mingnan, where's your sister? Hasn't she returned yet?" Luo Hua inquired with concern. "No. Asking, always asking. Besides verbal inquiries, what use are you? My father has supported you all these years. Yet when trouble arises, you're utterly helpless. The entire Yi family relies on my sister, and who knows what might happen to her." Yu Mingnan glared at Luo Hua with undisguised disdain. Luo Hua's expression hardened as he recalled Yu Minggren's mention of Lu Wanrong. He promptly asked in a deep voice, "Where did your sister attend this dinner? Why should I tell you?" Yu Mingnan retorted, glaring at Luo Hua with irritation. "Tell me, which dinner did your sister go to?" Luo Hua's face darkened as he repeated the question, his gaze fixed on Yu Mingnan. Yu Mingnan, unaccustomed to such intensity from Luo Hua, was momentarily stunned. she instinctively replied. At the Imperial Scenery Hotel. Having obtained the information, Luo Hua left without another word, quickly exiting the house and hailing a taxi to the Imperial Scenery Hotel. Left alone, Yi Mingnan rubbed her cheeks in confusion, muttering to herself, "What's gotten into me? How could I be intimidated by that good-for-nothing? Yet, this eerie sensation feels strangely familiar, as if I've regressed to my childhood when Luo Hua seemed exceptionally capable." She chuckled at her own thoughts. Heavens, I must be losing my mind, hallucinating. Luo Hua is a waste. How could he ever stand tall again? Never mind. This is too bizarre. Meanwhile, Luo Hua arrived just in time, spotting Lu Wanrong half embracing Yu Mingran as they entered a car. A surge of anger coursed through Luo Hua as he strode purposefully toward them, his face grim. Yu Mingran, still somewhat conscious, struggled to break free from Lu Wanrong's grasp. "Mr. Lu, please let me go. I want to go home." "Haha, fair Lady Yi, now that you've boarded my ship, there's no turning back. Just stay put. Rest assured, I'm not the type to exploit and abandon. Your father's situation will be resolved, absolutely no problem," Lu Wanrong said with a leering grin. The bodyguards and driver in the car, accustomed to such scenes, exchanged knowing glances and started the car, ready to depart. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as if something had heavily impacted the car, startling Lu Wanrong, who was groping Yi Mingran. "What's going on? Do you want to lose your jobs? Can't even drive properly." Lu Wanrong looked up and berated the driver, his face flushed with anger. "It's not my fault, boss. Someone is blocking the way. Do you take me for a fool? It's obvious you hit something hard. If it were a person, several wouldn't be enough." Lu Wanrong grumbled, impatiently looking up. "Oh, it's actually a person. Isn't that the adopted Luo from the Yi family? Why is this waste here? Get him out of the way, no matter how. Every moment of pleasure is precious, understand? If you delay my enjoyment, you're all fired." Hearing this, the bodyguards perked up and quickly exited the car, surrounding Luo Hua and shouting, "Kid, get lost. Don't you dare block this car. Release Yi Mingran, and I'll leave immediately," Luo Hua said through gritted teeth, staring intently at Lu Wanrong in the car. "You're asking for a beating. If you don't move, don't blame us for getting serious." The bodyguard glanced back at his boss's livid face and sternly warned, "Release Yi Mingran." Luo Hua remained unmoved, repeating his demand, his voice measured. "You little punk." The bodyguards exchanged glances and simultaneously threw punches at Luo Hua. Expecting Luo Hua to be feeble, they assumed he wouldn't withstand a single blow. However, to their surprise, their punches missed entirely. As the bodyguards looked around in confusion, Luo Hua's voice echoed from behind, carrying an eerie tone. "Are you looking for me?" Instantly, the bodyguards broke out in a cold sweat, their hairs standing on end. Yet, Lu Wanrong, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, only saw the bodyguard's incompetence. He rolled down the car window and yelled, "What are you doing? Taking so long to deal with a waste? Do you really want to lose your jobs?" Spurred by the threat of unemployment, the bodyguards, as if injected with adrenaline, disregarded Luo Hua's strangeness. They roared and charged forward, fist raised. However, to Luo Hua, their punches seemed like slow-motion replays, posing no threat. Casually grabbing one of the fists, he kicked out, sending the man flying with a scream, sliding across the ground for several meters before stopping. The remaining bodyguards were terrified by Luo Hua's move, momentarily frozen. Luo Hua seized the opportunity, rushing forward, landing a punch to the left and an elbow to the right, swiftly incapacitating the towering bodyguards. Lu Wanrong's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment as he frantically rolled up the car window, fearing Luo Hua's fist might come into intimate contact with him next. Chapter 4. Rescuing Yi Mingran. Luo Hua was far swifter. His hands clamped onto the car window like iron vices, rendering it immobile. Cold sweat cascaded down Lu Wanrong's face, which was flushed crimson as he frantically pressed the button. He feebly attempted to intimidate Luo Hua, exclaiming, Don't come any closer. Do you even know who I am? You'll regret crossing me. Get out of my way, or you'll face the consequences." Luo Hua's countenance remained devoid of emotion, his eyes displaying a profound somberness. In a chilling tone, he questioned Lu Wanrong, "Are you going to crawl out yourself, or shall I drag you out?" Lu Wanrong, startled by Luo Hua's menacing gaze, cautiously assessed Luo Hua before altering his tone. I was wrong. Please don't hit me. I'll get out. Just let go, all right?" Luo Hua leisurely retreated a step, arms crossed, observing Lu Wanrong with a detached air. However, Lu Wanrong harbored ulterior motives. Noticing Luo Hua's withdrawal, he swiftly rolled up the car window and frantically retrieved his phone to summon assistance. Observing Lu Wanrong's actions, Luo Hua's expression darkened. channeling his energy into a single punch. He shattered the car window into fragments. Luo Hua reached inside amidst Lu Wanrong's horrified gaze, effortlessly opening the car door. Subsequently, he seized Lu Wanrong by the collar and forcefully extracted him from the vehicle. Some individuals truly tempt fate, daring to provoke anyone, let alone someone Luo Hua cherishes. Under Luo Hua's vehement reprimands, Lu Wanrong resembled a duck with its neck constricted, able only to emit futile gasps. Luo Hua displayed no empathy, hoisting Lu Wanrong with one hand while delivering a series of resounding slaps with the other. By the time Luo Hua had vented his anger and discarded Lu Wanrong onto the ground, he was a pitiable sight. His face was swollen grotesquely, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, intermingled with several teeth. This is merely a minor reprimand. Should you contemplate any more nefarious schemes, you won't get off so lightly. Luo Hua declared coldly to Lu Wanrong before softening his expression and gently lifting Yi Mingran into his arms. Yi Mingran's slumber was fitful, and she awoke abruptly as the drug's effects waned. She cautiously opened her eyes, scrutinizing her surroundings. Recognizing her familiar bedroom, she breathed a sigh of relief. Rubbing her throbbing temples, Yi Mingran attempted to recall the events of the previous night. She had sought Lu Wanrong's assistance and consumed several glasses of wine, which had induced a dizzying stupor. Then, Lu Wanrong, the lecherous old man, had seemingly intended to take her somewhere. The thought caused Yi Mingran's face to pale. What happened next? It seemed Luo Hua had appeared, assaulting Lu Wanrong and rescuing her. However, the moment the image of Luo Hua's domineering and formidable presence surfaced in her mind, Yi Mingran swiftly dismissed it. Impossible. The current Luo Hua. But how had she returned home? Shaking her still hazy head, Yi Mingran left her bedroom. She encountered Luo Hua, who was carrying breakfast and wearing a gentle smile, causing her to falter once more. How could such a gentle Luo Hua possibly defeat those burly bodyguards? Those images must be figments of her imagination, nothing more. How did you rest? Are you feeling unwell? Luo Hua inquired solicitously. I'm fine, but how did I get home? I have no recollection. Yi Mingran couldn't resist asking Luo Hua for confirmation. I specifically hired some security guards to retrieve you. Perhaps it was because I had a large group of people, so it went smoothly. I didn't intentionally inquire about your whereabouts. It's just that you hadn't returned late, and I was concerned. Luo Hua spoke hesitantly, unsure of how much Yi Mingran remembered. Is that so? I'm grateful, Luo Hua. Yi Mingran responded, suppressing her doubts and offering Luo Hua a gentle smile. What's for breakfast today? May I begin? Of course, please eat. It's all your favorites, Luo Hua replied with a radiant smile. As they conversed, Ye's mother, Li Hua, shuffled over in her slippers, her brow furrowing at Luo Hua's smile. She then launched into a vitriolic tirade, smiling. All you do is smile. It's not your own father suffering in detention, is it? After raising you for so many years, even a dog would wag its tail in gratitude. Look at how you behave. Our Yi family is truly cursed. After berating Luo Hua, Li Hua's expression shifted, and she turned to Yi Mingran with a sorrowful countenance. Mingran, what do you think is happening to your father? Is he going hungry, sleeping well, or being mistreated? I'm worried sick about your father. I can't sleep at night, Mingran. You must save your father. Yi Mingran's expression turned grave, and she said with resignation, I've pleaded with everyone I could, and I've pulled every string possible. But there's still no progress with Dad. It seems we'll have to pursue legal action and hope the court can deliver a just verdict. Don't dwell on it too much. Your uncle has a benevolent destiny and will be fine. He should be back by tomorrow at the latest. Luo Hua reassured Yi Mingran with a nod. Don't try to comfort me, Luo Hua. No matter how much I apologize or plead, they won't budge. There's no way he'll be back so easily, Yi Mingran said wearily, hanging her head. You misunderstand, Luo Hua said earnestly to Yi Mingran. I'm not just offering empty comfort. Believe me, your uncle will be back by tomorrow at the latest. Don't humor me, Luo Hua. Dad's situation is no minor matter, and the Yi family's reputation can't protect him. Yi Mingran forced a dry smile as she spoke to Luo Hua. I'm serious, Mingran. He'll be fine, I promise, Luo Hua said, staring intently at Yi Mingran. Yi Mingran paused, her heart wavering slightly as she looked at Luo Hua's earnest eyes. Should she trust Luo Hua? He seemed so confident. However, Li Hua couldn't contain herself any longer and burst into tears. This is a catastrophe. How could our Yi family have taken in such an ungrateful wretch? At a time like this, all you do is boast and ignore the Yi family's plight. Old Yi, are you watching? What am I supposed to do? Yi Mingran's mind was in turmoil as Li Hua's outburst shattered any remaining faith she had in Luo Hua. She hastily comforted Li Hua. Mom, don't worry. I'll find a solution. I'll hire the most professional legal team. I'll do whatever it takes to get Dad out. Chapter 5. Wang the healer Yuming ran, her appetite vanished. Ascended the stairs, changed her attire, and hastily departed. Luo Hua, observing her retreating figure, his gaze intensified, followed suit. Left alone, Ye's mother, Li Hua, erupted in fury. Tears streaming down her face, lamenting, what is this? Incapable of assisting, now even guarding the house is beyond them. Abandoning me in my distress, they flee. My benevolent husband, witness the actions of your so-called nephew. Luo Hua, upon exiting, did not pursue Yiming Gran. Instead, he hailed a taxi, heading directly to the hospital where Madame Su was confined. Following a deterioration in her condition, Madame Su Jie had been urgently transferred to Shanghai's premier medical institution. The first hospital boasted unparalleled facilities, particularly its gastroenterology department, renowned throughout China, even housing internationally acclaimed experts. Today, the first hospital was abuzz. Its medical staff assembled at the entrance, anticipating the arrival of a distinguished individual. At precisely 8 in the morning, a discreet recreational vehicle smoothly halted before the hospital's entrance. The astute hospital president, Ji Xingrong, hastened forward, bowing respectfully as he opened the vehicle's door, ushering out a vigorous elder. The elder, with a subtle nod to the president, remarked, such pomp is unnecessary, a waste of resources. Not at all, not in the slightest. Ji Xingrong, his posture even more deferential, responded, Wang the healer. Your modesty is excessive. You are a luminary in medicine, an exemplar for us all. I fear even this modest welcome may be inadequate. A cunning fellow, well-versed in etiquette. I shall not impose further. Let us proceed to examine the patient. The elder chuckled. We are indebted to Wang the healer. Ji Xingrong beamed, eagerly leading the way. This elder, Wang Shi, was a figure of considerable eminence. From a young age, he had immersed himself in traditional Chinese medicine, becoming an accomplished physician by the age of 30. Yet, he did not stagnate, embracing the study of Western medicine. Today, he could be described as having seamlessly integrated Eastern and Western medical practices, successfully treating numerous intractable ailments, earning him the revered title of Wang the healer within the medical community. President Ji Xingrong held Wang Shui in the highest esteem, ceaselessly providing a comprehensive overview of Su Jie's condition. Su Jie's ailment was peculiar. Since that fateful day, she had been unable to retain any food. The first hospital's gastroenterology experts had convened countless consultations, yet, despite extensive medical history and examinations, they could discern no underlying cause. Upon Wang Shi's entrance into the room, Su Jie, lying frail upon the hospital bed, brightened, feebly raising her hand, pleading, Wang the healer, I implore you to examine me thoroughly. I cannot endure this any longer. I fear I shall not survive. I am terrified. Yang Changlian, attending to Su Jie, swiftly rose, approaching Wang Shui, entreating, Wang the healer, we beseech you. We are at our wits' end. Pray, remain calm. I shall assess the situation first. Wang Shui gestured, silencing them, then moved forward to take Su Jie's pulse. The room fell silent, everyone holding their breath, lest they disturb Wang Shui. After a quarter of an hour, Wang Shui had examined both pulses. Wang the healer. Su Jie inquired cautiously, what ails me? It is that unscrupulous Yi Guanxing. His so-called integration of Eastern and Western medicine is mere charlatanry. Claiming that traditional Chinese medicine is gentler for regulating the spleen and stomach, he administered acupuncture, which has resulted in my current state. Acupuncture? Do you recall where the needles were inserted? Wang Shui frowned. Su Jie tremulously extended her hand, presenting it to Wang Shui. Wang the healer, they were inserted here. On my hand. I believed that acupuncture on my hand could not cause significant harm, which is why I consented. Who could have foreseen such dire consequences? Wang Shi carefully examined Su Jie's hand, noting, the foreseams point, indeed a point for regulating the spleen and stomach. It should not exacerbate the condition. How is it? Is it treatable? Yang Changlian interjected anxiously. Wang Shi, his expression grave, pondered for a moment. Initial examination reveals a slippery, substantial pulse, indicative of food stagnation, obstructed qi, and rebellious turbid qi. However, there is also an indication of unresolved liver qi. Now that you have identified the issue, please proceed with treatment. Yang Changlian urged. Wang Shui hesitated. The ailment appeared ordinary at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it was more complex. Spleen and stomach ailments were diverse, each requiring a unique approach. Some treatments necessitated augmentation, while others required reduction. Madame Su's pulse exhibited both, conflicting approaches, making medication challenging. Acupuncture posed a similar dilemma, as Su Jie's condition had worsened following the procedure, making further needle insertion risky. I require time to consider a treatment plan. Madam's condition is intricate, Wang Shi said, stroking his fingers. Of course. There is no rush, Yang Changlian replied quickly. Had Su Jie's condition been easily resolved, he would not have exerted such effort to enlist Wang Shi's aid. Identifying the issue was a promising start, and a treatment plan would eventually emerge. I can provide a treatment plan now. A clear voice echoed from behind the crowd. Who is it? Everyone turned in unison. What are you doing? How could such a large person enter unnoticed? Yang Changlian, frowning, reprimanded the bodyguards. The bodyguards, heads bowed, stood defensively before Luo Hua, glaring menacingly. I am here to treat Madam, Luo Hua, unfazed by the intimidating bodyguards, calmly stated. Treat? Who are you? Who sent you? Yang Changlian questioned, his expression hardening. My name is Luo Hua. No one sent me. I came of my own accord. I am Yi Guangjing's nephew, currently residing at the Yi residence, Luo Hua replied. The Yi family? One Yi Guangjing was not enough? Now another nephew appears? Yang Changlian's face contorted in anger, ordering, seize him and throw him out. Mr. Yang, trust me. If I dare to offer my services, I am confident in my ability to heal your wife. Luo Hua remained unmoved. An inexperienced youth dares to display his inadequacy before experts. With so many specialists hesitant to propose an immediate treatment plan, what makes you think you possess the ability? President Ji Shenrong sneered at Luo Hua. Luo Hua ignored Ji Shenrong, not even sparing him a glance. Instead, he addressed Wang Shi, who stood surrounded by attendants. Wang the healer, has your leg been causing you significant pain recently? Wang Shi's eyes lit up at the mention, his gaze fixed upon Luo Hua. The relentless travel of late had indeed aggravated his rheumatism. Chapter 6. Acupuncture. How could this young man discern my condition? I had meticulously administered acupuncture to myself before departing, confident that no ailment would betray my movements. Esteemed Master Wang, I implore you for a mere consultation. Luo Hua earnestly entreated Wang Shi. Indeed, a trial might prove enlightening. Wang Shi responded, turning to Yang Changlian with a measured tone. What? A collective gasp erupted from the onlookers, their astonishment palpable. Wang Shi, under the weight of their gazes, stroked his beard and calmly elucidated, Pray, do not be alarmed. The recent atmospheric vicissitudes have rekindled my chronic arthralgia. However, I preemptively underwent acupuncture, rendering any subtle indications imperceptible to the untrained eye. Yet, he was able to articulate my condition with precision. This suggests genuine aptitude. Hence, my inclination to grant him an opportunity. Should his claims prove mere bluster, we can readily expel him. Wang Shi's preeminence in the medical fraternity was beyond question. His pronouncements carried undeniable weight. Yang Lian promptly composed himself, nodding to the security personnel to permit Luo Hua's approach. With unflappable composure, Luo Hua advanced towards Su Jie, stating, I must first assess your condition. He then raised his hand, placing 3 fingers delicately upon Su Jie's wrist. After a minute or two, he remarked, Madam, have you recently sustained any impact to the epigastric region? Su Jie nodded, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, that is correct. But how could you possibly know? Some time ago, while retrieving an object, she had inadvertently struck her xiphoid process. The immediate effects were negligible, and the incident had subsequently faded from her memory until Luo Hua's mention rekindled it. The crux of the matter lies precisely there, Luo Hua declared with serene confidence. A modicum of acupuncture will restore you to complete health. Huh, young man, whom do you seek to deceive? Do you fancy yourself a deity? Acupuncture is not a feat accomplished through mere rhetoric. Should you inflict further detriment upon Madam's constitution, how many lives do you possess to atone for it? Dean Ji Shenrong interjected, his voice laced with derision. Wang Shi, equally intrigued, pricked up his ears, his attention riveted on Luo Hua. Despite his own considerable expertise in traditional medicine, he had failed to detect any indication of Su Jie's epigastric trauma. Luo Hua's revelation had piqued Wang Shi's interest considerably. Is that truly the case? Then what are you waiting for? Commence treatment immediately, Su Jie implored, disregarding the skepticism around her, her eagerness fueled by the prospect of a cure. Hold, Yang Changlian interjected, his brow furrowed. More acupuncture? What if the ailment persists or new complications arise? If I fail to effect a cure or introduce new maladies, I submit myself to your judgment, Luo Hua stated calmly. Yang Changlian's frown deepened. If my wife's health suffers any adverse effects, no mere judgment will suffice. Luo Hua remained unperturbed, crossing his arms and retorting coolly, not to boast. But Madame's condition is beyond the remedy of anyone but myself. Such arrogance! Ji Xingrong and the other attending physicians protested vociferously. Luo Hua ignored them, stating, Madame's pulse is far from reassuring. The stagnation of qi is pronounced. I venture to predict that within half a minute, her symptoms of diarrhea will manifest. You are welcome to await the outcome. Su Jie turned pale at this pronouncement and urged Luo Hua, enough. Begin treatment at once. What are you waiting for? Half a minute, you say? Then we shall wait and see, Yang Chonglian responded, soothingly patting Su Jie's hand. Meanwhile, Yi Minggran, after persistent inquiries, had located the most reputable law firm in the city and engaged their services. The assigned lawyer commenced investigations into Su Jie's situation without delay. Anxious and apprehensive, Yi Minggran awaited news. As soon as the lawyer concluded his initial inquiries, Yi Minggran eagerly inquired, How fares Madam? Is her condition grave? The lawyer glanced at Yi Minggran with a hint of resignation and replied, Su Jie's condition remains unchanged. However, someone is currently attending to her, claiming to be a nephew of Yi Guangjing. What? Yi Minggran exclaimed, abandoning all formalities and rushing out of the law firm. Brother Luo Hua, please, let nothing untoward befall you. Our family cannot withstand further adversity. Yi Minggran, overwhelmed by anxiety and trepidation, sped toward the hospital. As the allotted half-minute drew to a close, all eyes in the sick room converged on Su Jie. She tentatively touched her abdomen, detecting no immediate change. Ji Xingrong, unable to contain himself, scoffed at Luo Hua. Where are these symptoms of diarrhea you spoke of? I see nothing. As he spoke, Su Jie's countenance suddenly shifted, and she clutched her abdomen, whispering, I feel a sudden pain in my stomach. Madam, do not be alarmed. It is likely a mere psychosomatic effect. Relax, Ji Xingrong insisted, attempting to regain his composure. Su Jie inhaled deeply, but her brow remained furrowed, indicating that the pain persisted. Madam, compose yourself. Avoid excessive tension, the so-called experts chimed in. None willing to concede that Luo Hua's prediction had been accurate, unwilling to be outdone by a mere youth. Do you think I cannot distinguish between genuine and imagined pain? Su Jie retorted, her face contorted in discomfort. Silence. The lot of you are utterly useless, merely exacerbating matters. Your medical licenses should be revoked. Su Jie's outburst silenced the assembled experts, none daring to utter further remarks. Ahem. Su Jie said, moderating her tone. She addressed Luo Hua. What did you say your name was? Luo Hua. Yes, Luo Hua. Begin treatment at once. If I recover, your kinsman will undoubtedly be released immediately. I shall not be ungenerous. Luo Hua remained impassive, stating, I have no need for reward. I merely seek to exonerate my kinsman. Su Jie, taken aback by Luo Hua's response, privately berated his lack of worldly wisdom. However, mindful of her reliance on him for treatment, she refrained from further comment. Very well, madam. Let us commence acupuncture, Luo Hua declared, paying no heed to Su Jie's inner thoughts. He reached into his inner pocket, producing a nondescript cloth bundle and placing it on the table. The occupants of the room initially dismissed Luo Hua's actions, but as he fully unfurled the bundle, a collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. In the 7th chapter, Healing, a cloth-wrapped package revealed 36 slender gold needles, as fine as filaments of hair. A cursory glance revealed only variations in length, but closer inspection revealed that several were hollow. Such exquisitely crafted needles were not only rare in modern times, with the decline of traditional Chinese medicine, but were also considered top-tier in the past. Luo Hua raised a hand, picked up a gold needle, and located the precise acupoint before inserting it. Simultaneously, he recited, for the abdomen, seek the 3 mile, for the back, the zhongdu, for the head and neck, the like, for the face and mouth, the higu, for the heart and chest, the naguan, for the lower abdomen, the senyingio. These were not incantations from some arcane text, but merely fundamental acupuncture techniques, more than sufficient to treat Su Jie's ailment. While Luo Hua's technique lacked ostentation, it possessed a hidden profundity. Each needle he inserted was imbued with an internal, vital energy. Augmented by this energy, even the most unremarkable technique could yield extraordinary results. Luo Hua's final needle was precisely placed at the center of Su Jie's chest. As he channeled his vital energy into the needle's tip and twisted its end, the entire needle vanished into Su Jie's body, leaving only a small, frantically vibrating segment visible. Stop at once. Young man, do not act rashly, Ji Xingrong exclaimed. Unable to restrain himself, I implore extraneous personnel, maintain silence. Luo Hua rebuked in a frosty tone. Another expert in traditional Chinese medicine could not help but step forward, exclaiming, "Outrageous! This is utter recklessness. I have never witnessed such a perilous needling technique. This is not healing. It is endangering life. Stop him. He must not continue." Yang Changlian was also aghast, his face drained of color, unsure of what to do. Luo Hua, observing the chaotic reactions, scoffed and declared, "The culture of traditional Chinese medicine is profound and enduring, and the art of acupuncture is particularly vast. You understand nothing, yet you dare to interfere, displaying your ignorance for all to see. Insolent youth. We understand nothing? I have immersed myself in the study of traditional Chinese medicine for over half a century. What techniques have I not seen? Acupuncture is about precision, not reckless depth. The notion that deeper insertion yields greater efficacy defies the spirit of differential diagnosis and treatment. Blindly stabbing without regard for proper depth is a grave error, potentially lethal." The expert in traditional Chinese medicine trembled with indignation, his voice hoarse as he berated Luo Hua. The others in the room nodded in agreement. Indeed, the depth of needle insertion typically varied according to the specific condition. However, inserting nearly the entire length of the longest needle was unheard of, especially in the chest area. Was this not tantamount to murder? Moreover, Su Jie's condition appeared to be deteriorating. As Luo Hua inserted each needle, she gradually slipped into a state of unconsciousness, causing further apprehension. Esteemed Wang, what do you make of this? Yang Changlian, at a loss, turned to Wang Shui, as he was the foremost authority on traditional Chinese medicine present. However, Wang Shui was also in a state of unease, his heart pounding and his body drenched in perspiration. Luo Hua's technique was undeniably alarming, and he was uncertain whether it was curative or harmful. Esteemed Wang, please say something, Yang Changlian urged, his tone becoming increasingly impatient. Luo Hua, undeterred by their doubts, remained composed and calmly stated, "There is no need for speculation. The outcome will soon be evident." What outcome? I believe you are inviting legal trouble. The expert in traditional Chinese medicine retorted angrily. So you have already concluded that I will cause a fatality? Luo Hua responded with a derisive chuckle. Indeed, I will stake my reputation on it. If you can truly cure the illness today, I will swallow my pride, prostrate myself, and acknowledge you as my master. The expert in traditional Chinese medicine, his anger reaching a boiling point, declared with resounding conviction. Esteemed Wang, as you can see, the situation has escalated to this point. At least offer your opinion. Dean Ji Xingrong implored Wang Shui. Wang Shui was now in a predicament. Luo Hua's technique had not only startled the others, but had also unnerved him. However, recalling Luo Hua's accurate diagnosis of his leg ailment, he could not help but feel a degree of trust in the young man. With renewed resolve, Wang Shui clenched his fists and declared, "I believe we should wait and observe." Since he was able to discern Madame Su's condition so precisely through pulse diagnosis, he should not act recklessly. I am grateful for esteemed Wang's trust. Luo Hua nodded to Wang Shui in acknowledgement, then slowly began to remove the needles. As the gold needles were withdrawn, Su Jie stirred and exhaled a deep breath of pent-up energy. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Yang Changlian rushed to her side and inquired anxiously. Su Jie opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, her expression changed, and she turned her head to vomit a stream of dark blood, causing pandemonium in the room. Quick, resuscitate her. The attending physicians and specialists shouted in unison. Wang Shui's face also paled. It is over. Have I misjudged him? Guards, seize this charlatan. Summon the authorities immediately. I demand retribution. Yang Changlian roared, his temples throbbing with rage. I told you we should not have trusted this young man. How could someone so young surpass so many experienced specialists and directors? Indeed, he must be apprehended and severely punished. This is a deliberate act of homicide. The room was filled with indignation, with many clamoring for Luo Hua to be held accountable. Yang Changlian's eyes gleamed with malice as he plotted how to make Luo Hua suffer in prison. What is all this commotion? Su Jie suddenly exclaimed, her voice clear and strong. The crowd was taken aback, but Yang Changlian was the first to react, grasping Su Jie's hand and asking with concern, Madam, are you all right? Where do you feel discomfort? I am fine. I feel no discomfort, and the tightness in my chest and the urge to vomit have vanished. Su Jie replied, touching her chest and smiling. As if to reassure everyone, Su Jie threw back the covers and stepped out of bed, twirling gracefully before their eyes. Really, I feel no discomfort at all, and my body seems lighter. Su Jie exclaimed, reveling in the changes in her body. The assembled experts and directors were stunned. Had it truly worked? Could such a severe ailment be cured with just a few needles? Wang Shui, however, was too relieved to be astonished, silently exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there had been no complications. "Madam, are you certain you are all right?" Yang Changlian asked, still concerned. His brow furrowed as he sought confirmation from Su Jie. Su Jie obediently examined herself, her hand finally resting on her lower abdomen. "What is it? Does it still hurt?" Yang Changlian asked anxiously. "Did it cause any complications?" "Oh, what are you fretting about? I am simply hungry," Su Jie replied with an embarrassed smile. Since contracting the illness, Su Jie had vomited everything she ate, eventually becoming afraid to even think about food. Just the thought of it would make her nauseous. Her sudden desire to eat was an excellent sign. "Wonderful. Someone, prepare a meal for Madame at once," Yang Changlian exclaimed with delight, issuing a flurry of instructions. Chapter 8. Humiliation. "Mr. Luo, I am deeply grateful. My wife's recovery is all thanks to you." Yang Changlian, having given his instructions, turned to Luo Hua with a beaming countenance. Luo Hua, maintaining an impassive demeanor, simply stated, "I require no gratitude, only the release of my uncle." "Certainly. It shall be done," Yang Changlian promptly agreed, turning to bellow at his subordinates. "What are you waiting for? See to it immediately." Luo Hua, arms crossed, observed Yang Changlian resolving the matter before turning his gaze towards the most vociferous of the traditional medicine experts. In a measured tone, he remarked, yes. I recall certain individuals suggesting what would occur should I effect a cure." The expert in question, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth, wished for nothing more than to turn back time and slap his past self for speaking out of turn. Why had he felt the need to be a frontrunner? Now he found himself in an unenviable position. "What? Do you intend to renege on your word?" Luo Hua inquired, his tone even. "I imagine you are a person of some stature in the medical community. A temporary lapse is far more palatable than unrepentant obstinacy. Surely, you would not wish to squander the reputation you have painstakingly cultivated over the years?" I, the expert stammered, finally steeling himself. With a resounding thud, he prostrated himself on the ground. His forehead struck the floor with a decisive thwack as he declared, "Master, I beseech you to accept this disciple's obeisance." "Spare me," Luo Hua responded, stepping aside and icily declaring, "I have no desire to accept such a disciple. Your skills are woefully inadequate, and you possess a volatile temperament. You are entirely unfit to be my protege." "You are right. I am deeply sorry. My judgment was severely flawed," the expert admitted, lowering his gaze in shame. Luo Hua, finding the situation tedious, departed the ward without another word. Su Jie, lost in her joy, watched Luo Hua's retreating figure and suddenly snapped back to her senses, exclaiming, "Changlian, quickly, bring back the divine physician. If he is so miraculous, then Xiaojing's illness will surely be no challenge for him. He is the only one who can save her." Indeed, I was so elated that I lost my senses. Yang Changlian concurred, realizing his oversight. He hastily pursued Luo Hua, intercepting him as he was about to descend the stairs. "What is it now?" Luo Hua asked, his expression stern. Yang Changlian, his demeanor completely transformed, smiled ingratiatingly, and said, "Divine physician Luo, I have another request. My daughter is afflicted by some peculiar ailment, rendering her quite unstable. We have consulted doctors both domestically and internationally, but to no avail. I was hoping." Luo Hua, understanding Yang Changlian's intent, frowned and declined. "I regret to inform you that my assistance is governed by certain principles. I made an exception solely to aid my uncle. I am unable to assist with your daughter's predicament. I suggest you seek assistance elsewhere." With that, Luo Hua entered the elevator without pause, leaving Yang Changlian in an awkward predicament. At that moment, Yi Minggran arrived, flustered and perspiring, rushing directly to Su Jie's ward. She fervently prayed, "Please, let nothing have happened. If anything were to befall Luo Hua, this family would be irrevocably shattered." Yi Minggran, consumed by anxiety, collided with Luo Hua, who was emerging from the ward. Luo Hua instinctively steadied Yi Minggran, asking in surprise, "Minggran, what brings you to the hospital?" "Brother Luo Hua, I'm so glad you're all right," Yi Minggran exclaimed, relieved. "What is it? Are you so concerned about me?" Luo Hua asked with a smile. "Brother Luo Hua, this is no laughing matter. How is my mother? What happened? You didn't really treat her, did you? What if something were to happen to her?" Yi Minggran chided. "Minggran, don't frighten yourself. Your mother is fine," Luo Hua reassured her, patting her shoulder. "Brother Luo Hua, don't deceive me. I've heard about my mother's condition. It's dire. How could she suddenly be well? And my father?" Yi Minggran's anxiety intensified, her voice choked with emotion. "Why are you crying? Your mother is truly well, and your uncle should be fine as well." Please, do not worry. Luo Hua soothed, his heart aching at her distress. Brother Luo Hua, please, don't lie to me. My father, he really... Before Yi Mingran could finish, her phone rang. Hastily wiping away her tears, she answered, Hello, who is this? Dad, why are you calling? Are they mistreating you? Yi Mingran did not even consider the possibility of Yi Guangjing's release, and the call only heightened her anxiety. Haha, silly girl, I'm not being mistreated. I've been released. Yi Guangjing chuckled on the other end of the line. Really? That's wonderful. Yi Mingran exclaimed, stunned. After a moment, she exclaimed, They released you so easily? I was trying to figure out how to save you. Well, I was wondering about that myself. They seemed determined to pursue this relentlessly. Yi Guangjing added, Dad, it's wonderful that you're out, Yi Mingran said, her tears replaced by a smile, as she glanced at Luo Hua, a wave of emotion washing over her. Dad is fine. Brother Luo Hua was right. How much of this is due to Brother Luo Hua's efforts? Could it be that Brother Luo Hua really can heal people? And that he cured Mother's illness, allowing Dad to be released so easily? Yi Mingran's mind was in turmoil as she gazed at Luo Hua. Could it be that he's truly recovered? Dad, wait for me. I'm coming home, Yi Mingran said, pushing aside her thoughts. Brother Luo Hua, let's go home. Dad is out and should be home by now, Yi Mingran said, turning to Luo Hua. Filled with anticipation, they hurried home as quickly as possible. The atmosphere at the Yi residence was joyous. In addition to Yi Guangjing and Li Lihua, a young man was seated on the sofa, engaging in animated conversation. Luo Hua's expression darkened upon seeing him. His name was Zhu Weirong, a fervent admirer of Yi Mingran. Luo Hua found the young man utterly disagreeable. Old Yi, you're finally back. I didn't know what to do without you. Li Lihua exclaimed, relieved. Dad, I was so worried. How are you? Were you mistreated? Yi Mingran asked. Rushing to Yi Guangjing. Chapter 9. The banquet. Yi Guangjing gently patted Yi Mingran's hand and smiled. Dad is fine. Strangely enough, those individuals were not particularly kind to me at first. I suspect they were instructed to thoroughly reprimand me. Yet today, they suddenly transformed, releasing me and escorting me out with such cordiality. I still cannot fathom their true intentions. Old Yi, there's no need to ponder further. I know precisely how you were released. Li Lihua chuckled as she addressed Yi Guangjing. You should express your gratitude to young Zhu. If it weren't for him, you would undoubtedly still be suffering inside. You're too kind, Auntie. The affairs of Mingran's family are my own responsibilities. It is only natural, Zhu Weirong replied smoothly. What exactly is the situation here? Yi Guangjing asked, utterly perplexed. Oh dear, Old Yi, don't you understand? When you faced difficulties, the backbone of your family was lost. And as a woman, I was at a loss for what to do. Just as it happened, young Zhu came to see Mingran, and I casually mentioned your plight. Who would have thought the boy took it to heart and handled everything so efficiently? Li Lihua beamed at Zhu Weirong. Zhu Weirong was a college classmate of Yi Mingran, studying in the same department and hailing from a family in the medical field. Their acquaintance deepened as they discovered their families had connections, albeit unbeknownst to them. Zhu Weirong, unwilling to remain just friends, began to pursue Yi Mingran fervently, leading to a gradual cooling of their relationship, which could have been more intimate otherwise. Nevertheless, Zhu Weirong was undeterred, focused solely on winning Yi Mingran's affection, visiting frequently with gifts. When he learned of Yi Guangjing's troubles from Li Lihua, he had boasted, but later realized the matter was beyond his influence. Just then, Yi Guangjing returned home. Young Zhu, I truly appreciate your help, Yi Guangjing exclaimed, taking a deep breath and smiling at Zhu Weirong. I have always known you to be an exceptional young man, but alas, my daughter remains oblivious. Regardless, I hold high hopes for you. As he spoke, he noticed Luo Hua standing nearby, and his expression shifted to one of scorn. Look at young Zhu, an outsider who tirelessly advocated for me during my troubles, and then look at you, useless, unable to contribute anything. It seems I have wasted years raising you. Uncle, please do not praise me so excessively. Luo Hua certainly means well. His ability to manage household affairs and care for Auntie and Mingran is commendable, Zhu Weirong interjected, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Hua. Humph. Young Zhu, spare him your kind words. A waste is a waste. Old Yi, you should never have taken him in out of pity. It's better to have raised a dog than to have fed him for so many years. Li Lihua chimed in, ridiculing Luo Hua. Mom, how can you say that? Yi Mingran, feeling sympathy for the silent Luo Hua, complained to Li Lihua. For your sake, Weirong, I truly appreciate your help. How about I treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude? Yi Mingran turned to Zhu Weirong politely. Wonderful. Do you remember that sushi place we used to frequent during school? Let us go there. Zhu Weirong responded enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Luo Hua, observing Zhu Weirong's smug demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. Zhu Weirong, may I ask which connection you leveraged to secure Uncle's swift release? He asked, arching an eyebrow. Zhu Weirong hesitated, clearing his throat as he replied, I have acquaintances among the provincial leaders. It was merely a matter of a single word. Provincial leaders? Li Lihua exclaimed dramatically. Young Zhu, you are truly impressive to know such prominent figures. Indeed, quite extraordinary. Perhaps Uncle may find future opportunities to call upon your assistance. Yi Guangjing added with a beaming smile. Ah, it is indeed true that one man's fortune can overshadow another's, while some remain utterly inept, incapable of contributing anything other than consuming resources. Li Lihua seized the chance to further mock Luo Hua. Luo Hua, having endured repeated jabs, finally retorted, Aunt, your remarks are rather excessive. Oh, you, a mere dependent living off others, dare to challenge me? I believe this household can no longer accommodate you. Li Lihua snapped, her temper flaring. Mom, can you please refrain from saying more? Yi Minggran, feeling overwhelmed, rubbed her temples and raised her voice. The atmosphere became tense, charged with unspoken animosity, a stark contrast to the earlier lightheartedness. Noticing Yi Minggran's distress, Zhu Weirong quickly shifted the focus, smiling as he addressed Yi Guangjing. Uncle, I actually came for another reason. A renowned physician has arrived in our city, and my father has organized a welcome banquet. We would be honored if you and your family could attend. I would prefer to avoid such festivities for now. Having just emerged from the detention center, it would be better to cleanse myself at home before venturing out. Yi Guangjing replied awkwardly. Inwardly, he thought it unwise to attend, fearing ridicule, as Zhu Weirong's father was also the director of a hospital, and they were typically equals, though they maintained a competitive relationship. Given the recent turmoil, he dreaded the potential mockery awaiting him at the banquet. Uncle, if you knew who was attending, you would surely reconsider, Zhu Weirong teased with a smile. Oh, who was this esteemed physician? Yi Guangjing inquired, now intrigued. Wang Shui, the master of medicine. What? Yi Guangjing gasped, genuinely astonished. Wang Shui was a titan in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, revered as an idol among those studying the discipline. During his student days, Yi Guangjing had even traveled to attend one of Wang Shui's lectures. The prospect of Wang Shui's presence swayed him. If Master Wang is attending, I must go, Yi Guangjing declared eagerly. Fantastic. The banquet will be held at Baixing Garden tonight at 7, Zhu Weirong replied cheerfully. After exchanging a few more affectionate words with Yi Minggran, he reluctantly took his leave of the Yi household. Luo Hua, no longer wishing to endure the ridicule from Yi Guangjing and Li Lihua, engaged in a brief argument with Li Lihua before retreating to his room. Chapter 10. Predicament. While the rest of the family busied themselves with preparations for the evening's banquet, Yi Minggran sought out Luo Hua at his door. Luo Hua, the family is about to depart for a welcoming banquet at Baixing Garden. You should prepare yourself as well, she said softly. Luo Hua offered a wry smile. I doubt, Uncle, you would wish to bring me along. We were invited as a family, and you are family. Luo Hua. Now, hurry and make yourself presentable, Yi Minggran reassured him with a gentle smile. At precisely 7 in the evening, the Yi family, led by the patriarch Yi Guangjing, arrived at Baixing Garden. The banquet was indeed an extravagant affair, with the entire establishment reserved for the occasion and a grand private room set aside in the main hall. The arrangement of the room was such that the most esteemed guests were seated deepest within. Having spent a considerable amount of time in medical circles, Yi Guangjing immediately recognized several luminaries of the field. The seating arrangements were typically self-evident, dictated by one's status. However, on this occasion, every seat appeared to be occupied, as if the Yi family's presence had been deliberately overlooked. Zhu Weirong's father, Zhu Shilei, had orchestrated the banquet and personally extended the invitation to Yi Guangjing. Yi Guangjing found it difficult to believe that such an oversight could have occurred, implying a deliberate attempt to slight him. His countenance darkened, reflecting his displeasure. Old Yi, you're only just arriving? Look at this. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't anticipate that there would be no seats available. It's my oversight, my fault, Zhu Shilei said, approaching Yi Guangjing with a forced smile. Yi Guangjing's face flushed with anger. This suggests that I am not well suited to attend such gatherings. I shall take my leave. Come now. You've already arrived. You must at least pay your respects to the venerable Wang Xingshou before departing. Are you aware of the reason for Wang Xingshou's visit to the city? It is none other than to treat Madame's ailment. Your return is also owed to Wang Xingshou's benevolence. Are you not inclined to offer your gratitude to the esteemed elder? Zhu Shilei said, intercepting Yi Guangjing. The severity of Madame's illness had been widely publicized, with every prominent physician in the city, both Eastern and Western, summoned for consultation. All had been unsuccessful. Yet the public remained keenly interested in the outcome. When Yang Chonglian sought expertise elsewhere, even enlisting Wang Xingshou, news of these developments quickly spread. The prevailing belief was that Madame's recovery was solely attributable to Wang Xingshou's skill. Luo Hua cast a curious glance around the banquet hall. Noting the absence of the individuals who had been present in Su Jie's hospital room that day, presumably disheartened by his rebuke, Yi Guangjing found himself swayed by Zhu Shilei's words. Despite the man's devious nature, his points were valid. It would be improper to abruptly depart from a welcoming banquet honoring someone who had rendered such invaluable assistance. That's the spirit, Zhu Shilei said, pleased that Yi Guangjing had heeded his counsel. The seating issue is easily resolved. I shall arrange for an additional table. Yi Guangjing's expression softened. But Zhu Shilei's methods of humiliation were far from over. The additional table was not situated within the private room but stood alone in a corner of the main hall, resembling a reception desk. Zhu Shilei, what is the meaning of this? Yi Guangjing exclaimed, his anger erupting. Zhu Shilei remained unfazed by Yi Guangjing's outburst. Calm yourself, old Yi. This is the only table I can spare at the moment. Wang Xingshou is due to arrive shortly. Whether you choose to stay or leave is your decision. The Yi family's faces were contorted with displeasure. This was an unmistakable act of deliberate humiliation. However, mindful of Wang Shui's contribution to Yi Guangjing's recovery, they reluctantly took their seats. Luo Hua remained standing, his gaze fixed on Zhu Shilei's repugnant visage. Uncle Zhu, once I am seated, I shall not rise easily. I trust you will not regret your actions, and beseech me to enter later. Huh? Zhu Shilei regarded Luo Hua with feigned astonishment. Luo Hua, you must be mad. Even your parents, in their time, would not have dared to utter such presumptuous words. You, a penniless dependent, what right do you have to make such grandiose statements? To invite you inside? In your dreams. Luo Hua dismissed Zhu Shilei's words with indifference, his expression unwavering. Whether I am mad is not for you to judge. Remember your words. You will never invite me inside, is that correct? We shall see. Director Zhu, I apologize for the trouble. This boy is incorrigible and brings shame upon us. Please excuse his behavior, Li Lihua said, her voice dripping with insincerity. She still harbored hopes of a favorable union between the two families and could not afford to alienate Zhu Shilei. If he is unfit for polite society, do not parade him in public, Zhu Shilei retorted, his face flushed with anger. Yi Guangjing, witnessing Zhu Shilei's departure, could no longer suppress his rage. He slammed his hand on the table. What is the meaning of this? They are openly antagonizing me. Yi Guangjing's anger was genuine, yet he remained seated, eager to express his gratitude to Wang Shui. Li Lihua turned her attention to Luo Hua, her voice laced with venom. What madness has possessed you today? Are you trying to embarrass us? The most distinguished figures in the medical world are present. Do you imagine they will tolerate your insolence? To be personally invited inside. Take a good look at yourself. Luo Hua remained unperturbed by Li Lihua's reprimands, responding with equanimity. The truth will soon be revealed. No further explanation is necessary. At that moment, two more individuals approached the Yi family's table. Old Yi, I was beginning to think you wouldn't make it, the elder of the two said. Old Ding, Yi Guangjing said, forcing a smile as he rose to his feet. It's Wang Xingshou's welcoming banquet. How could I miss it? I'm glad you could come. Little Wei, come and greet your Uncle Yi. Ding Chang'an grinned, gesturing to the young man beside him. Hello, Uncle Yi, the young man said, offering a polite smile to Yi Guangjing. Ah, good. Yi Guangjing responded with a smile. You're a fine-looking young man. Who is this? My apprentice and adopted son, Wei Ailuan. He's currently the director of surgery at a hospital and shows great promise, Ding Chang'an said proudly. Indeed. Is that right? Unbelievable. Yi Guangjing was genuinely astonished, sincerely admiring that at such a tender age, one could already be a department director with a future undoubtedly bright. Oh, come now. Don't shower him with excessive praise. I fear young people can't handle it. A few compliments might just send him soaring to the heavens, Ding Chang'an said with feigned modesty, smiling. Then, turning to Luo Hua, he inquired, by the way, is this your Luo Hua? Yes, my nephew, residing in my home, Yi Guangjing replied, his smile fading slightly, appearing somewhat strained as he mentioned Luo Hua. Oh, after raising him for so many years, he's practically like a godson. I just wonder where the young man is employed? Ding Chang'an asked, looking at Luo Hua with a smile. In truth, Luo Hua's identity and his connection to the Yi family were widely known among those in the same social circles in Shanghai. Ding Chang'an's question was clearly intentional. Knowing that Luo Hua had been unemployed, deliberately bringing it up to discomfit Yi Guangjing. Well, he He's currently awaiting a suitable job opportunity, Yi Guangjing said, his face reddening, speaking in a low voice. Regardless, Luo Hua's presence in the Yi family, at least, represented the family's reputation, and he was indeed somewhat embarrassing. TSK. Young people these days. They're all so ambitious and unrealistic. It's not a good thing, Ding Chang'an remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. Wei Ailuan, of course, followed Ding Chang'an's lead, raising his eyebrows and mocking Luo Hua. Some people just have personal issues. If it were me, I'd be too ashamed to be so old. Still eating and living off my uncle, with no thought of repaying him. Luo Hua's expression darkened at this inexplicable mockery, and he said coldly, Dr. Wei, please mind your words and focus on your own affairs. Be careful not to have any problems at work. Are you threatening me? Wei Ailuan asked, his lips twisting into a sarcastic sneer. Sorry to disappoint you, but no matter what, I'll always be better than you. Your sour words won't change that. Heh, fortune changes. I advise you not to be too confident. Maybe what I say will come true. Is that so? Then I'll be waiting to see, Wei Ailuan said, glancing sideways at Luo Hua. After these two found a sense of presence, they left leisurely, leaving Yi Guangjing scowling at Luo Hua. A good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing. You're incorrigible. I must have been crazy to take in a wretch like you. What else can you do besides being like a nanny? You're just disgracing our Yi family. Yi Minggran, who was sitting nearby, couldn't bear it any longer. Seeing Luo Hua being mocked, she felt anger rising within her and said, Dad, Luo Huagij took great care of our family when you weren't around. He's not like what you said. Hearing Yi Minggran speak up for him, Luo Hua's mood improved a lot. Fortunately, he still had Minggran, someone who believed in him. Just watch. After tonight, the Yi family will be different, Luo Hua said, unusually speaking a bit more. However, none of the Yi family took Luo Hua's words to heart. At 7:30 in the evening, Wang Shui strode into the banquet hall, accompanied by a young lady with gentle eyes and graceful eyebrows, who affectionately supported Wang Shui. This girl had an extraordinary temperament, and she was the most outstanding in the entire banquet hall. As one might expect, Wang Shui was never short of admirers, and in the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by an impenetrable throng. It was precisely because of this that Wang Shui missed the opportunity to see Luo Hua. It seems I won't be able to approach Master Wang for a while, Yi Guangjing said, clicking his tongue with regret as he observed the situation. Wang Shui was ushered into the private room like a celestial body amidst adoring constellations, and everyone seated hastily rose to welcome him. Enthusiastic applause and heartfelt greetings rained down on Wang Shui like a torrent. After hearing enough applause, Wang Shui raised his hand and pressed down on the air, saying, Everyone is too kind. We are all colleagues in the medical field. Without distinction of high or low status, you don't need to go to such lengths. No. Master Wang, you are too modest. We are all from the heart. Yes, Master Wang, we would really be uneasy if we didn't do this. Yes, Master Wang. Please don't say that again. The people present were even more excited than Wang Shui, and they quickly waved their hands to explain to Wang Shui. There were also several veteran-level figures in the field of traditional Chinese medicine sitting inside, including the presidents of the 4 major traditional Chinese medicine hospitals in the East, West, North, and South, all of whom were quite old. Lei Shiya, the president of Dongtai Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, was the first to say to Wang Shui, Master Wang, we haven't seen each other for a while. Welcome. I am really happy that you can come to Shanghai. Old Lei, you are flattering me. In terms of qualifications, we can be regarded as equals. Wang Shui laughed and waved his hand. How dare I? I am only a prominent figure in this small place of Shanghai. But you are the top master of traditional Chinese medicine in the entire China, Lei Shiya said with a smile. Then, while speaking, he led Wang Shui to the main seat. The main seat was a bit different from the other seats, that is. On the table directly in front of the main seat, there was a jet-black jade gourd ornament, on which several large characters were carved with superb craftsmanship. Hua Tuo Reborn. I can't bear this title, Wang Shui said modestly upon seeing this. Lei Shiya waved his hand vigorously upon hearing this, and said to Wang Shui with a flattering smile, Master Wang, you can't be modest anymore. This title of Hua Tuo Reborn, in today's medical field, I can't think of a second person who can bear it except you. This ornament is also a little bit of our heart, and I hope you don't dislike it. Wang Shui came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine, although he now seems to have nothing but a false name, without any real power. But he also has several good sons, all of whom are bigwigs in medical organizations. How could Lei Shiya, the president of a hospital, not rush to curry favor with him? Zhu Shilei was naturally unwilling to be outdone in this kind of occasion. and followed up with flattery. Master Wang, please don't decline. When I first entered this industry, I was reading your books and watching your lecture videos step by step to get started. It can be said that you are the guiding light on my road to learning medicine. Listening to these people's unreserved flattery, Wang Shui suddenly felt a little tired. When it comes to the four words Hua Tuo reborn, the figure of Luo Hua emerged in Wang Shui's mind. Luo Hua's extremely simple, yet extremely complex magical acupuncture left Wang Shui with an unforgettable impression. If there is a Hua Tuo reborn, then that is it. Thinking of this, Wang Shui subconsciously scanned the faces of those present, and then he was a little disappointed. Yes. How could a divine doctor of Luo Hua's level condescend to come to such a small banquet? Chapter 12. Compliments. He had intended to attend the consultation discreetly, yet the esteemed figures of the Shanghai medical community orchestrated such a grand spectacle. All eyes were fixed on Wang Shui, awaiting his acknowledgement. His granddaughter, Wang Qianming, ever forthright, inquired, "Grandfather, what occupies your thoughts? Why do you remain standing?" "I am contemplating a person even more deserving of the title Hua Tuo reborn," Wang Shui replied with a gentle smile to Wang Qianming, having been roused from his reverie. "Grandfather, you jest. I have never encountered anyone more accomplished than you." Wang Qianming responded with a radiant smile. Wang Shui, filled with affection, simply smiled in response, offering no further argument, and gracefully took his seat at the head of the table. While he held someone else in higher regard for the title, he refrained from causing an awkward atmosphere due to the absence of that individual. With Wang Shui finally seated, the ambience became more convivial, and the gathering commenced with a chorus of compliments. Ding Chang'an, sensing the opportune moment, rose with his wine glass and addressed Wang Shui. "Esteemed Wang, your medical prowess is nothing short of miraculous. Any young person who could glean even a modicum of your wisdom would be eternally fortunate." A subtle exchange of glances revealed the underlying intentions of those present. Lei Shiya, the ambitious director of Dantai Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, harbored considerable aspirations. Despite his hospital's prominence in Shanghai, he yearned to expand his influence. By cultivating a relationship with Wang Shui and leaving a favorable impression, a mere mention from the esteemed physician could elevate his standing within medical organizations, ensuring widespread recognition. The directors of the other hospitals shared similar aspirations, hoping to catch Wang Shui's discerning eye, which would be an extraordinary boon. Zhu Shilei, too, harbored his own ambitions. With limited prospects for his hospital, he set his sights on a position within the health bureau. Securing Wang Shui's endorsement would virtually guarantee his success. Aware of Ding Chang'an's primary objective, to promote his adopted son, Wei Ailuan, as a disciple of Wang Shui, Zhu Shilei willingly offered his support, seeing no conflict of interest. He rose and cheerfully added, "Esteemed Wang, this is Ding Chang'an, the director of Hengda Hospital, and the bright young man is his adopted son, Wei Ailuan. Despite his youth, he has already distinguished himself as the head of surgery. He has long admired traditional Chinese medicine. Would you consider bestowing upon him some guidance?" Wang Shui understood the underlying motive, to acquire the veneer of being his disciple to enhance one's prestige. Wei Ailuan, recognizing the significance of the opportunity, promptly stood and bowed to Wang Shui, saying, "Esteemed Wang, I have long admired you. I have meticulously studied every case you have handled. Regarding Madam's recent ailment, our team of doctors, both traditional and Western, were unable to identify the root cause. Yet, with your intervention, she was immediately cured. I hold you in the highest esteem." The chief professor of the first hospital, utterly defeated by Luo Hua's decisive actions, lacked the courage to divulge the specific details of Su Jie's treatment. Consequently, those unaware of the truth naturally attributed the success to Wang Shui. After all, with Wang Shui's involvement, who else could have been responsible for the cure? Wang Shui, taken aback, coughed awkwardly and stated with sincerity, "You are mistaken. Madam's illness was not cured by me. Esteemed Wang, please do not deny it. Who else possesses such miraculous medical skills?" Wei Ailuan said obsequiously. Wei Ailuan's flattery made Wang Shui increasingly uncomfortable. He hastily waved his hand and said, "It was not me. It was a young man named Luo Hua who cured her." Upon hearing the name, several attendees exchanged glances, recognizing it as the name of the young man taken in by the Yi Guangjing family. However, no one believed that this Luo Hua was the same Luo Hua mentioned by Wang Shui, and they suppressed their doubts. Zhu Weirong, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Esteemed Wang, are you referring to Luo Hua?" "Indeed. Do you know him?" Wang Shui asked with excitement. Wang Shui was thrilled at the prospect of obtaining information about Luo Hua. Luo Hua's remarkable acupuncture skills had left a lasting impression on him. He had hoped for an in-depth exchange with Luo Hua, but Luo Hua's fleeting visit had prevented him from seizing the opportunity. Now, with a chance to fulfill his wish, Wang Shuyi was visibly excited. I am unsure if he is the same divine physician to whom you refer, but there is indeed a person named Luo Hua attending the banquet today, Zhu Weirong said with a malicious smile. He had long held a grudge against Luo Hua, resenting the fact that a penniless dependent could garner such attention from Yi Mingran. Zhu Weirong found it unbearable. Weirong, do not be absurd. Could that Luo Hua be the divine physician mentioned by esteemed Wang? Zhu Shirlei said dismissively. Indeed. A good-for-nothing who relies on his father's connections and freeloads off others could not possibly be a divine physician, Ding Chang'an chimed in. One can never be certain. Perhaps he is unassuming. Why not invite him in to meet esteemed Wang? Even if he is not the one. It would still be a stroke of good fortune for him, Zhu Weirong insisted. Zhu Weirong, more than anyone, doubted that this Luo Hua was the same divine physician mentioned by Wang Shuyi. Yet, he persisted in his suggestion, eager to humiliate Luo Hua. Very well. Please invite him in, Wang Shuyi said eagerly, hoping to take his chances. Certainly, I will fetch him immediately, Zhu Weirong said with a sly grin. The Yi family had been enduring the banquet with unease, feeling self-conscious due to their unusual seating arrangement and the curious glances directed their way. Had they not been seeking an opportunity to express their gratitude to Wang Shuyi in person, they would have left long ago. At that moment, Zhu Weirong approached their table and arrogantly called out, Luo Hua, come with me. The Yi family was puzzled. Why single out Luo Hua? Yi Guangjing was present, and it seemed disrespectful to bypass him and summon Luo Hua. Seeing Luo Hua remain seated, Zhu Weirong impatiently repeated, Luo Hua, are you listening to me? Come with me at once. No, Luo Hua replied tersely. Do you realize whom you are refusing? It is esteemed Wang Shuyi who wishes to see you. A figure whom even Uncle Yi struggles to meet. Yet, you dare to dawdle here? Zhu Weirong said with a frown and a smug expression. At this juncture, he possessed absolute confidence, assuming that merely mentioning the name Luo Hua would send him scurrying in. Luo Hua, however, remained composed, seated upright without so much as a glance. He nonchalantly addressed Zhu Weirong, who stood with arms crossed. Oh, Wang Shuyi wishes to see me? Then he should come out to meet me. It is not my place to enter, for he does not command such deference. Zhu Weirong was amused by this remark, perceiving it as Luo Hua courting his own demise. His expression shifted, and he exclaimed shrilly, who dares to be so insolent as to disregard the esteemed Wang? Do you not realize that with a mere utterance, Wang can obliterate the Yi family's hospital from the medical landscape of Shanghai? Upon hearing this, Yi Guangjing panicked. He slammed the table and roared at Luo Hua. Luo Hua, have you lost your senses? Wang is a titan in the medical field, revered by countless leaders who eagerly seek his healing touch. What makes you think you can speak so presumptuously? That is of no concern to me, Luo Hua responded with indifference. Luo Hua, are you trying to defy the heavens? Obey me this instant and go inside. Li Lihua chimed in, unable to contain herself. This was Wang Shuyi, after all. Offending him would spell the end for their hospital. Yi Guangjing, panting heavily, declared, Luo Hua, have we been too lenient with you these past years? Are you seeking to rebel? Get inside immediately. Do you hear me? Li Lihua shrieked. There's no need to rush. Wang Shuyi will emerge to meet me, Luo Hua stated calmly. Bah, you think too highly of yourself. Yi Guangjing, trembling with rage, rose to his feet to drag Luo Hua. Get up this instant and go inside. Luo Hua remained steadfast, unmoved. He remarked serenely, Uncle Yi, Wang Shuyi will come out to meet me. What is the cause for your agitation? You, madman. I believe you intend to ruin the Yi family. Yi Guangjing berated Luo Hua. TSK, Uncle Yi, since Luo Hua is so resolute, I shall not insist. However, I will convey his every word to Wang Shuyi, Zhu Weirong said with a cold sneer, having had his fill of the spectacle. Hearing this, Yi Guangjing grew anxious. He forced a smile and inquired, would it suffice if I went in his stead? Impossible. Wang Shuyi specifically requested Luo Hua. Zhu Weirong replied, shaking his head. Zhu, be candid with me. Why is Wang Shuyi so insistent on seeing this boy? Yi Guangjing asked, wringing his hands with trepidation. That is beyond my knowledge. Since Luo Hua is unwilling to enter, I shall return and report the truth, Zhu Weirong stated coldly, turning to leave. Yi Guangjing watched Zhu Weirong's departing figure, his legs weakening as he slumped back into his seat, his eyes fixed in a vacant stare. It's over, all over. We've brought disaster upon ourselves. Li Lihua glanced at Yi Guangjing before slamming the table and shrieking, Luo Hua, why haven't you gone inside? There's no need for further persuasion. Wang Shuyi will undoubtedly come out to meet me. You may await and see, Luo Hua reiterated. Madman, do you truly believe yourself to be someone of importance? Why would he come out to meet you? Li Liu exclaimed, her words jumbled in her agitation. Believe it or not, as you wish, Luo Hua replied, casting a brief, compassionate glance at Yi Mingran, who appeared anxious and troubled. Inside the private room, Zhu Shilei regarded the returning Zhu Weirong with astonishment. What happened? Have the Yi family departed? No, they remain. It's that Luo Hua, the boy is too arrogant. He dared to make outrageous remarks, claiming that if Wang Shiyi wished to see him, he should come out personally, and that Wang Shiyi was not worthy of his presence. What? He actually said that? Has the boy lost his mind? Is Yi Guangjing not intervening? It seems his hospital is doomed. Zhu Shilei exclaimed, his words laced with righteous indignation, while inwardly he rejoiced. If this incident were to lead to the closure of Yi Guangjing's hospital, it would be a stroke of immense good fortune. He could relish an extra bowl of rice. Yi Guangjing's hospital and Zhu Shilei's hospital were evenly matched in terms of strength and catered to a largely identical patient base. Over the years, they had engaged in numerous covert and overt rivalries. The recent incident involving Yi Guangjing's mishandling of the treatment of the governor's wife had severely tarnished the reputation of Ye's hospital. Correspondingly, Zhu Shilei's hospital had naturally benefited. Now, witnessing the potential for Ye's family to suffer further misfortune, Zhu Shilei, having tasted the fruits of their misfortune, could not contain his excitement. Since Zhu Shilei had spoken on behalf of Ding Chang'an earlier, Ding Chang'an would naturally not stand idly by. He rose to his feet and declared, Wang, this boy is excessively presumptuous. He is challenging your authority. Whatever course of action you deem appropriate, we all stand in support and will ensure that his hospital does not fare well. Wang Qianming, her delicate face flushed with anger, added resentfully, Grandfather, this boy is outrageous. I shall call my father immediately and have his dilapidated hospital shut down. Wang Shiyi remained silent, his hand gripped tightly on the table. Zhu Shilei and the others exchanged excited glances. Observe, Wang is so enraged that he has clenched his fist. The Yi family's hospital is certainly doomed. Wang Shiyi was not as they perceived him. Far from being angered, he was delighted. He was about to meet the individual who possessed such extraordinary medical skills. How could he not be thrilled? How could he not be excited? Wang Shiyi abruptly rose to his feet, striding towards the private room's exit amidst the varied gazes of those present. Wang, there is no need for you to personally chastise him. Zhu Shilei began, chuckling inwardly. Is Luo Hua outside? Wang Shiyi inquired, his voice tinged with urgency, disregarding Zhu Shilei's words. Yes, he is. The others responded in unison. Following Wang Shiyi out of the private room, Yi Guangjing and Li Lihua were still berating Luo Hua, their expressions contorted in anger. Upon noticing the throng of influential figures emerging from the private room, they were utterly stunned. Wang Yu, Yi Guangjing stammered, rising to his feet, his words faltering. He was consumed by terror, envisioning the imminent closure of his hospital. Li Lihua, equally terrified, resembled a chicken with its neck wrung, unable to utter a single word. It was Wang Shiyi's successful treatment of the governor's wife that had secured Yi Guangjing's release. Now, having offended Wang Shiyi, the Yi family could expect nothing but dire consequences. The Yi family stood there in hushed anticipation, awaiting their final judgment, while Luo Hua remained seated calmly, eating and drinking as if nothing were amiss. Li Lihua, driven to the brink of madness by Luo Hua's nonchalance, tugged at him incessantly, whispering urgently, Are you seeking death? Rise to your feet this instant. Luo Hua remained unmoved. Wang Shiyi, upon exiting the private room, anxiously scanned the surroundings. Upon spotting Luo Hua, his eyes lit up, and he hastened towards the Yi family's table. Yi Guangjing, forcing a strained smile, stammered, Wang, my nephew has always been this way. He may be mentally deficient. Please be magnanimous and forgive us this once. Chapter 14. Venting anger, Zhu Shilei hastily approached Wang Shiyi and added fuel to the fire, exclaiming, Master Wang, it is he, this worthless fool, who has offended you. Silence. Wang Shiyi turned and bellowed. The atmosphere in the hall became tense as everyone exchanged bewildered glances, too stunned to utter a word. Wang Shiyi stood before Luo Hua, slightly agitated as he adjusted his collar, and said, Teacher Luo, I was ignorant to have invited you to meet me. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive my folly. The jaws of the crowd dropped in astonishment. This Luo Hua was actually being addressed as teacher by the esteemed Wang Shiyi, a man they perceived as a mere dependent, lacking ambition and merit. Had the sun risen from the west, or were they merely hallucinating? Not to mention Yi Guangjing, Yi Mingran, and Li Lihua. who were rendered speechless by the shock. Even Zhu Shilei and Zhu Weirong, who had anticipated the downfall of the Yi family, found it almost intolerable. Was the world going mad? This was the unspoken sentiment of everyone present. "Grandfather, what are you doing?" Wang Qinming exclaimed, stamping her foot in mild reproach. "What ability does this fellow possess that warrants you calling him teacher? It diminishes your stature." Growing up, Wang Qinming had always regarded her grandfather as the most formidable person, and she simply could not accept that such a powerful figure would refer to a younger man as teacher. "Qinming." Wang Shuyi rarely adopted a stern demeanor with his cherished granddaughter, but now he admonished her coldly. "In the company of three, one must have a teacher. Teacher Luo's medical expertise is indeed beyond my reach, and it is only natural for me to address him as such. One can only progress through humility. Your error is egregious. Apologize to Teacher Luo at once." "Yes, I am sorry, Teacher Luo," Wang Qinming stammered, startled by her grandfather's sudden seriousness, quickly complying. "That is sufficient," Luo Hua replied with a dismissive nod. Seeing Luo Hua's demeanor, Wang Shuyi's respect deepened, and he cordially inquired, "Teacher Luo, I have numerous academic questions I wish to discuss with you. Might you accompany me to the private room?" Luo Hua leisurely tapped his fingers on the table and responded, "Not just yet. I still have an issue to address. Do you notice anything peculiar about our table?" Initially taken aback by Luo Hua's question, Wang Shuyi surveyed the hall's arrangement and soon grasped the underlying insult. The solitary table placed in a corner was clearly intended to humiliate. Who arranged the seating? Can someone explain this to me? How dare you exert such authority before Teacher Luo? Zhu Shilei, now flustered, stammered, I made an oversight in the guest count, which caused inconvenience to the Yi family." "Huh, this appears deliberate," Wang Shuyi chastised, glaring. "You, the host of this banquet, have shown gross negligence toward Teacher Luo. Apologize to him at once and invite them inside. My sincerest apologies, truly. Old Yi, please, come in." Zhu Shilei wiped the sweat from his brow. Yi Guangjing, Li Lihua, and Yi Mingran were left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events, instinctively preparing to follow into the private room. However, Luo Hua remained seated, showing no intention of rising. Zhu Shilei's expression darkened. He forced a strained smile and said, "Luo Hua, please join us in the private room." "I fail to sense your sincerity in your apology," Luo Hua remarked, casually digging in his ear. Zhu Shilei was nearly seething, yet he gritted his teeth and bowed again. "Teacher Luo, I am truly sorry. Please, come in." Observing Zhu Shilei's subservient posture, Yi Guangjing felt as if he had just enjoyed an ice treat in the sweltering heat. Exhilarated, yet puzzled about Luo Hua's true abilities that warranted such treatment from Wang Shuyi. "Your apology lacks depth. I still feel no sincerity," Luo Hua remarked nonchalantly. At this point, it was clear to everyone that Luo Hua was deliberately asserting his superiority over Zhu Shilei. Feeling a surge of indignation, Zhu Shilei glanced at Wang Shuyi, only to find him smiling serenely, seemingly unconcerned. Frustrated, Zhu Shilei could only swallow his pride and mutter, "Teacher Luo, all my faults are my own. I failed to recognize your greatness. I apologize. Please come in. I have grown up with the support of the Yi family. Your recent attitude toward them has deeply saddened me," Luo Hua replied with a mild smile. Zhu Shilei had been at odds with Yi Guangjing and was unwilling to humble himself, his face flushing with embarrassment. Zhu Weirong could no longer contain himself and shouted at Luo Hua, "Luo Hua, you are pushing your luck. You still act so high and mighty when invited." Luo Hua cast a cold glance at Zhu Weirong and replied sternly, "Zhu Weirong, how bold of you. Is it not you who shamelessly claimed that I saved your connections? Clearly, I was the one who cured Su Jie, and Yang Chonglian chose not to pursue the matter with the Yi family." "Indeed, that is the case," Wang Shuyi concurred. The Yi family was left bewildered, realizing the truth for the first time. Yi Mingran, filled with disappointment, turned to Zhu Weirong and said, "Zhu Weirong, how could you tell such lies? Do you find it amusing to see our family express gratitude toward you?" Zhu Weirong's bravado dissipated in an instant, leaving him without the courage to retort. "Old Yi, I was in the wrong. I apologize. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me this time?" Zhu Shilei finally lowered his head to Yi Guangjing. Yi Guangjing, feeling elated, responded with a smile, "Very well, I am not one to hold grudges. Let us consider this matter resolved. Luo Hua, let us proceed to join Master Wang." "Understood, uncle," Luo Hua replied amiably. "Teacher Luo, please." Wang Shuyi respectfully stepped aside. Luo Hua rose calmly and proceeded to the private room, followed by the rest. Upon entering, Wang Shuyi immediately offered the seat of honor to Luo Hua, who accepted it without hesitation. Once seated, Wang Shuyi beamed with excitement, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not be deceived by Teacher Luo's youth. His grasp of traditional Chinese medicine surpasses that of anyone present, especially his acupuncture techniques. They are truly extraordinary. Many of us found ourselves at a loss with Madam's condition. Yet with Teacher Luo's intervention, her ailment was swiftly resolved. Today, having Teacher Luo here is our fortune. Let us seize this opportunity to learn from him." While Wang Shuyi spoke with fervor, the others in the private room merely exchanged awkward smiles, clearly skeptical of his claims. In the realm of Western medicine, a prodigious doctor might not be surprising, yet in traditional Chinese medicine, success relies on years of experience. What merit could Luo Hua possibly possess to stand apart from the seasoned practitioners? Chapter 15. The unexpected turn of events. What's wrong? Do you all not believe? Wang Shuyi remarked, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. Among the skeptics, Zhu Shilei exhibited the most doubt. Often, one's fiercest adversary knows them best. Zhu was acutely aware of the Yi family's circumstances, while Luo Hua had never shown any indication of possessing medical knowledge. Zhu pondered whether perhaps the lady had already begun to heal, and by sheer chance, Luo Hua had stumbled upon her situation. As this thought crossed his mind, he exchanged a knowing glance with Vice President Lu Mei, who was equally astute. Receiving the signal, she gracefully stood up and cheerfully suggested, "Master Wang, it's not that we do not believe. It's simply that Teacher Luo is rather young. How about this? Allow me to serve as a demonstration, so that everyone may witness Teacher Luo's capabilities." Wang Shuyi refrained from making a direct decision on behalf of Luo Hua, instead casting a polite glance in his direction. Luo Hua calmly nodded and replied, "Certainly. Then, Teacher Luo, I would appreciate your assistance. I fell gravely ill 5 years ago," Lu Mei said, smiling softly as she approached him. Her complexion was rosy, and her breath steady. The seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners present exchanged furtive glances, their amusement barely concealed. This ailment, which had supposedly been resolved 5 years prior, could hardly be discerned through mere pulse diagnosis. "Teacher Luo, even if they do not trust you, I do," Wang Shuyi said, his brow furrowed in displeasure at the skepticism. "It matters not. If they wish to test my abilities, I shall not be satisfied with treating trivial ailments," Luo Hua replied, arching an eyebrow nonchalantly. With that, he leisurely extended his hand to Lu Mei's wrist, pausing momentarily before commencing his diagnosis. "Madam, your affliction 5 years ago was not merely an illness. You experienced a miscarriage, did you not? I observe from your pulse that since that incident, you have not menstruated, let alone conceived." "You," Lu Mei gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment, and her voice trembled with excitement as tears welled up. "Teacher Luo, if you can discern the cause, does that mean you can treat it? Please, I implore you. I have sought both Eastern and Western medicine over the years, believing I had lost all hope. Fear not. Since I have identified your condition, I shall see it through to the end," Luo Hua assured her with a nod of sincerity. Luo Hua then retrieved a needle pouch from his robes, unfurling it onto the table with a swift motion. He deftly grasped the golden needles and swiftly inserted them into several of Lu Mei's acupoints. With each needle he inserted, Lu Mei felt a warmth rising from her head, and soon her cheeks flushed with heat. As Luo Hua withdrew the needles, Lu Mei sensed a newfound lightness in her body. Before she could utter a word, her expression shifted, and she shyly said, "Excuse me, everyone, I need to use the restroom." Upon her return, her face radiated joy as she exclaimed, "Teacher Luo, you are incredible! I have started my period again. Does this mean I have a chance to conceive?" "Indeed. Prepare yourself well," Luo Hua replied coolly. Thank you. "Teacher Luo, you are my savior," Lu Mei exclaimed, her words tumbling over one another in her excitement. The onlookers, except for Wang Shuyi, were utterly astonished. Such a severe condition had seemingly been resolved in an instant. They had all assisted Lu Mei in her plight, and if a solution had existed, it would have been discovered long ago. It appeared that Luo Hua was indeed a hidden gem. Meanwhile, Yi Guangjing and Li Lihua were overwhelmed with mixed emotions, unable to comprehend the transformation of their once downtrodden acquaintance. "Teacher Luo, you truly create wonders. You are remarkable. I must raise a toast to you." Wang Shuyi beamed with satisfaction, lifting his glass toward Luo Hua. The others quickly caught on, realizing the necessity of establishing a good rapport with such an extraordinary individual, and promptly raised their glasses in a toast to Luo Hua. At that moment, the door to the private room burst open with a loud bang, as a visibly distressed individual rushed in, exclaiming, "Director Lei is in trouble." Seeing his hospital staff in such disarray, Lei Shi's expression soured, and he admonished. What is the meaning of this commotion? What calamity could warrant such a disruption of this important gathering? Is the sky falling? Yes, it's the young master. He is in grave danger. The newcomer replied, panting heavily, his face contorted in despair. Crash. The wine glass in Lei Shi's hand slipped and shattered on the floor as he anxiously demanded, What happened to Iwei? Speak clearly. Today, 3 individuals from the western regions came to challenge us, intending to tarnish our hospital's reputation. The young master, unable to contain his ire, accepted their medical contest. And as a result, he has been poisoned. Poisoned? What do you mean? How could a friendly competition escalate to this? Lei Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Director Lei. There is no time for explanations. The young master is on the brink of death, and all the hospital's experts have gathered, yet we have no solution. The distressed messenger cried, nearly in tears. My son, Lei Shi wailed, stumbling out of the room in haste, leaving the remaining guests in stunned silence. It must be those individuals. It has to be. Wang Shi muttered anxiously, stroking his beard. Are the Western quack doctors making a return? Zhu Shilei's expression darkened as he voiced his concern. He could no longer afford to dwell on petty grievances, as a graver issue loomed before him. The term Western quack doctors refers to those practitioners outside the traditional Chinese medical community who, despite their impressive skills, often resort to dubious methods. Their unconventional techniques yield remarkable results for various ailments, but they also pose significant challenges for the traditional practitioners of Chinese medicine. This is a serious matter. We must investigate. Wang Shi declared after a moment of contemplation, his resolve firm. Amidst the rising tension, Luo Hua appeared remarkably composed. He stifled a yawn and rose, addressing those around him. Uncle, Aunt, Mingran, since the banquet has concluded, shall we take our leave? Teacher Luo, I beseech you to assist us. Wang Shi urgently interjected. Stepping in front of Luo Hua with a pleading expression. I have no desire to wade into this murky water, Luo Hua replied coolly. Teacher, I implore you. Please lend us your aid. Wang Shi continued, his face drawn with worry. Luo Hua was not swayed by such appeals, but just as he was about to decline again, Yi Guangjing chimed in, Luo Hua, this is a significant matter for the traditional Chinese medicine community. You must go. Brother Luo, lives are at stake. Please help us. Yi Mingran urged, her face etched with concern. Seeing their desperation, Luo Hua relented, nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall make an exception and assist. Upon hearing this, Wang Shui's face brightened with joy, and he promptly led the way as they made their way to Lei Shi's Donghai Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. At that moment, Donghai Hospital was in utter chaos, with esteemed traditional practitioners crowding the lobby. Chapter 16. 6 million as the crowd arrived at the door. They heard Lei Shi's anguished cry from within. Iwei, Iwei, you must hold on. Father will find a way, I will find a way. Luo Hua raised his eyebrows upon hearing the voice and pushed through the throng to enter, with Wang Shui and others hastily following behind. Inside, they beheld a swollen figure on the hospital bed, so distorted that his features were nearly unrecognizable. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one would assume he was lifeless. Lei Shi knelt beside the bed, calling out while trembling as he administered acupuncture, targeting detoxification points. An elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner stood nearby, pouring detoxifying herbal concoctions into his mouth. Yet, despite their efforts, Lei Yiwei's condition showed no signs of improvement. His body swelled as if it might burst at any moment. What kind of poison is this? How could it be so strange? One of the onlookers who had come with Wang Shui exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. No one answered him. The situation was beyond explanation. How about a medicinal bath? Perhaps it will provide some relief? Someone tentatively suggested. But what herbs should we use for the bath? Given Lei Yiwei's condition, he cannot be moved. Another countered with a furrowed brow. Perhaps we should transfer him to another hospital. Let the Western doctors take a look. Their instruments might uncover something, Zhu Shilei cautiously proposed. How absurd. I have dedicated my life to the study of medicine and achieved some success, yet now I can only watch helplessly as my son suffers. I am useless. Lei Shi lamented, tears streaming down his face, panic etched across his features. Director Lei, there is no time for hesitation. The young master's pulse is weakening. The traditional Chinese medicine practitioner monitoring Lei Yiwei's vital signs exclaimed. Hurry, prepare the vehicle. We must transfer him. Lei Shi urged, wiping his face in desperation. If you wish to save him, do not move him. Luo Hua interjected coldly from the side. Having observed the situation earlier, Luo Hua had already deduced the nature of Lei Yiwei's affliction. The swelling was a result of a toxin specifically targeting the blood vessels. Once the poison entered the bloodstream, it would inevitably flow through the vessels. This toxin, in essence, was a form of medicine, merely an exaggerated dosage of a vasodilator. Consequently, Lei Yiwei's blood vessels had expanded several times over, causing an overwhelming influx of blood, rendering his vessel walls perilously fragile. A careless move could lead to a catastrophic rupture. Luo Hua's earlier display of skill had left no room for doubt regarding his abilities. When he asserted that moving the patient could result in death, the assembled crowd dared not intervene, standing by in bewilderment. How can Luo Hua know what poison Lei Yiwei has taken without even taking his pulse? One might wonder. This knowledge stemmed from his study of the chaotic divine needle. This technique was intrinsically linked to the golden needles he possessed. Only those recognized by this system could unlock their true potential. The master had informed him that their sect had not taught this technique for over a century. Initially skeptical, Luo Hua soon discovered that chaotic divine needle was far more than a mere acupuncture manual. After practicing it, he began to sense a unique energy within the universe, which he could absorb into his body and then channel into his dantian. This energy triggered profound changes within him, allowing him to perceive his surroundings with heightened sensitivity, making it effortless to discern Lei Yiwei's condition. If we do not move my son, how can we stabilize his pulse? What if something happens to him? How will I live with that? Lei Shiye cried, pounding his thigh in despair. Since teacher Luo can articulate this, it implies he must have a method to save him. Wang Shuyi prompted, noticing Lei Shiye's stunned silence. Yes, teacher Luo. Lei Shiye's murky eyes brightened as he hurriedly dropped to his knees before Luo Hua, pleading, Teacher Luo, please intervene. I will spare no expense to save my son's life. Indeed, this is a matter of life and death. Wang Shuyi echoed, joining the plea. Luo Hua surveyed the hospital's scale and decor, formulating a plan in his mind. I will assist, but it will cost 6 million, he stated nonchalantly. That is no issue. Saving a life is paramount. Lei Shiye replied without hesitation, nodding vigorously. With this agreement, Luo Hua nodded lightly, retrieving his acupuncture kit from his pocket and approaching the bedside. Seeing this, Lei Shiye instinctively stepped aside. Luo Hua extracted a golden needle, a glint of determination in his eyes, and deftly inserted it into the crown of Lei Yiwei's head, leaving only the tip visible. The onlookers were taken aback, but Luo Hua paid them no mind, swiftly inserting several more needles into crucial acupuncture points on Lei Yiwei's body. You're killing him. Luo Hua, you're endangering my son's life. Lei Shiye finally regained his voice, crying out as he lunged toward Luo Hua. Calm down, old Lei. Teacher Luo has his reasons for this approach. Wang Shuyi swiftly intervened, blocking Lei Shiye. How can you expect me to remain calm? Those are lethal points. Will he survive this? Lei Shiye shouted in desperation, his forehead creased with tension. Silence. If you continue to disrupt me, you might as well prepare for your son's funeral. Luo Hua shot a cold glance at Lei Shiye. No. My son must not die. I will remain silent. Teacher Luo, please continue with the treatment. Lei Shiye stammered, fear evident in his voice, nodding vigorously. Luo Hua snorted softly, unwilling to waste time on Lei Shiye's panicking. He was at a critical juncture in his treatment, quickly rotating the needles at the acupuncture points. In an instant, several streams of blood erupted from the needle's tip, thin but forceful, quickly saturating the bed beneath them. Miraculously, Lei Yiwei's swollen body began to deflate, returning to its normal state. It was then that Wang Shuyi and the others realized the needles Luo Hua had used were hollow, as the excess blood drained from Lei Yiwei's veins. Luo Hua deftly adjusted the needle's position, causing the blood to cease its flow. All done, Luo Hua announced with a slight smile, then briskly withdrew the golden needle from Lei Yiwei's acupuncture points. The entire process had taken mere minutes, yet the extraordinary technique was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Lei Shiye stumbled to the bedside, inhaling deeply as he checked Lei Yiwei's pulse. The robust rhythm assured him that his son was safe, and relief washed over him. My son is fine, Lei Shiye exclaimed joyfully. Now that the treatment is complete, shall we discuss the fee? Luo Hua inquired with a casual flick of his fingers. Of course, I will pay immediately. Lei Shiye beamed, hurriedly pulling out a checkbook and promptly signing 6 million, reverently handing it to Luo Hua. Chapter 17. Poison. The crowd's hearts were racing with excitement, teetering on the edge of exhilaration. Is this the power of a divine physician? Millions exchanged in mere moments, leaving these ordinary folk gasping for breath. The directors of several traditional Chinese medicine hospitals pondered more deeply. The dynamics of this magical city were surely about to shift. Li Lihua was so astonished her jaw nearly hit the ground. 6 million. Not $6, but 6 million earned in just a few minutes by Luo Hua? Yi Guangjing's thoughts were far more profound than Li Li was. He did not fixate on the 6 million. Instead, he recognized Luo Hua's burgeoning value. After this spectacle, Luo Hua was likely to emerge as the leader of the traditional Chinese medicine community in this city. Would the past grievances from the Yi family incite resentment in him? What would they do then? Yi Minggran was overjoyed, gazing intently at Luo Hua, her eyes gradually moistening. This was her brother Luo Hua. The prodigious, seemingly omnipotent brother of her childhood had returned. Brother Luo Hua, Yi Minggran murmured, wiping her nose. Minggran, I just made a small profit. Is there any gift you desire? I shall buy it for you shortly, Luo Hua said, turning to her with a grin. At that moment, a weak voice emerged from the hospital bed, capturing everyone's attention. Under the collective gaze, Lei Yiwei's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Yiwei, you finally awakened. How do you feel? Lei Shiye asked anxiously. Supporting his son's shoulder with care, Yiwei licked his parched lips and, in a hoarse voice, asked, Dad, have I arrived in heaven? Why are you here too? I must be an unfilial son. Foolish boy, what heaven? You're still alive. Lei Shiye sighed in relief, a mix of laughter and tears in his voice. Strangely enough, Dad, it seems that they came for me, but ended up harming you instead. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't be able to go on. Lei Shiye looked at his son's pale, weak face, his eyes reddening as he spoke softly. Lei Shiye was known for his fearless nature, openly expressing disdain for the rogue physicians from the western regions. He had publicly criticized them numerous times, exuding an air of superiority as a legitimate practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Now, facing the repercussions of their actions that had harmed his son, he realized he had become a target. Dad, this has nothing to do with you. It's my lack of skill. Look, you've just healed me. Haven't you? Yiwei quickly reassured Lei Shiye. Yiwei, your poison was beyond my capabilities. It was this teacher Luo who saved you. Lei Shiye gestured toward Luo Hua. Yiwei turned to Luo Hua and was taken aback by his youth. Such remarkable medical skills possessed by one so young? Grateful as he was, Yiwei wasted no time in expressing his thanks. However, Luo Hua, seeing his weakened state, raised his hand to stop him from getting up. Teacher Luo, your life-saving grace shall not be forgotten. Should you ever need anything from me, please do not hesitate to ask, Yiwei said earnestly, bowing slightly from his bed. Yiwei, tell us how it happened, Lei Shiye pressed, still concerned about the methods of the rogue physicians. Yiwei took a moment to gather himself and began recounting the events. It was a particularly busy day at the hospital when 3 individuals, seemingly not from the local area and speaking with thick accents, arrived. They criticized the attending doctors and issued a challenge to the hospital director, Lei Shiye. Upon learning that Lei Shiye was not present, they taunted him, suggesting he was afraid to face them. Yiwei could not stand such blatant disrespect towards his father and stepped up to accept their challenge. The intruder proposed a contest of detoxification skills, invoking the age-old wisdom that every herb has both poisonous and antidotal properties. Understanding the nature of each herb through detoxification is essential for every practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. The competition consisted of 2 parts, creating a poison and then detoxifying it. The challenger would ingest the poison concocted by the opponent, and the one who could neutralize it within a set time would be declared the winner. Yiwei created a lethal toxin, but the challenger effortlessly neutralized it. Conversely, the poison concocted by the challenger was beyond Yiwei's capabilities, leaving him helpless as the symptoms of poisoning rapidly set in. The crowd fell silent, sensing that the situation was dire. Ashamed, Yiwei lowered his head, saying, Dad, it's my lack of skill that has brought shame upon our ancestors. I have let our lineage down. Upon hearing this, Lei Shiye's expression changed in alarm. The esteemed position of Dantai Hospital was built on generations of accumulated legacy. Their family had once produced imperial physicians, and the treasured inscription they possessed had been penned by the emperor himself. Lei Shiye's heart ached, feeling as though he had betrayed their ancestral heritage. What sort of poison was wielded by these rogue physicians to be so potent? Others were equally curious and could not refrain from voicing their inquiries. We have preserved the remnants of the poison, an elderly physician from Dantai Hospital promptly announced, presenting a container of the remnants. This individual had taken precautions, sealing the container in a vacuum bag. I must see what kind of herbs could produce such a terrifying toxin, Zhu Shilei remarked, rolling up his sleeves and stepping closer. Others joined him, eager for a closer look. Zhu Shilei, seeing their curiosity, opened the vacuum bag and examined the remnants closely. From a distance, Luo Hua caught a whiff of the potent medicinal aroma and furrowed his brow, urgently shouting, Quickly seal the container. Do not touch or inhale it. Seeing the crowd pause in confusion, he continued, those who have not approached, step back. Create distance between yourselves and them. Zhu Shilei, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, stood there, holding the container in a daze. Finally, Wang Shuyi voiced the collective concern. Teacher Luo, is something amiss? We merely wish to understand what herbs the rogue physicians used to create this poison. Chapter 18. Apologies and regrets. Luo Hua coldly gazed at the medicinal bowl and remarked, the poison within still lingers. How could that be? Based on the toxicity observed, the poison was ingested orally. We are merely examining the residue. There should be no issues. Right? Wang Shuyi could not restrain his skepticism. Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, responding, the truth will soon be revealed. Zhu Shilei has already succumbed to the poison. I am acutely aware of my own body. I feel perfectly well. Your claims of poisoning are utterly absurd. Zhu Shilei retorted vehemently. However, before Zhu could fully express himself, his expression shifted dramatically. His body stiffened, and with a sudden thud, he collapsed onto the floor, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. The onlookers were horrified, their eyes wide with shock. Teacher Luo, please help me. Zhu Shilei cried out in terror from the ground, his speech slurred, likely due to the toxin's effect on his tongue. My heavens, what kind of poison is this? It is so formidable. Indeed, I was just about to examine it myself. Thankfully, I hesitated. This is terrifying. What sort of poison could this be? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, each person equally perplexed by the situation. Teacher Luo, please enlighten us. How can the same poison produce two distinct symptoms? Moreover, Zhu Shilei did not even ingest any. Wang Shuyi implored, his urgency palpable. Wang Shuyi was genuinely astonished. His years of medical experience had not prepared him for the events of recent days, and his curiosity was fully piqued. This situation is quite simple, and I shall elucidate it for you. Luo Hua replied nonchalantly. Please, Teacher Luo, share your insights. Wang Shuyi respectfully bowed, his demeanor serious. Let me provide an example. As someone who frequently works with herbs, you must be familiar with spices, correct? Luo Hua inquired. I know a bit. Wang Shuyi nodded. Excellent. Spices possess top notes, middle notes, and base notes, each layer distinct. The same applies to medicine. Initially, this poison was a slow-acting oral toxin, causing the blood vessels to gradually expand, leading to swelling. However, after some time, it has now progressed to a gaseous, lethal form. Thus, Zhu Shilei's close proximity to the residue has resulted in his current condition. Luo Hua explained with calm assurance. Upon hearing Luo Hua's explanation, Wang Shuyi felt as though a veil had been lifted from his eyes. Yet he was also struck by a chill. The malevolence of this Western physician was truly remarkable. Had Luo Hua not been present, they would have naively examined the residue, potentially causing devastating consequences for the esteemed Chinese medical community. This incident elevated Wang Shuyi's respect for Luo Hua. He epitomized what it meant to be at the forefront of knowledge. While the others remained bewildered, Luo Hua, who had not even touched the residue, accurately discerned the nature of the poison purely through his sense of smell. How foolish he felt, having once prided himself on his learning, now standing before Luo Hua like an unworldly child. After explaining, Luo Hua made no move to intervene, merely standing there with crossed arms and an indifferent demeanor. Zhu Shilei and Yi Guangjing had been rivals for quite some time, with Zhu often using Luo Hua as a point of ridicule against Yi. He had spared no effort in belittling Luo Hua, treating his dignity with contempt. Now, witnessing Zhu's plight, Luo Hua regarded it as poetic justice. Let him suffer. Zhu Shilei, feeling the very essence of life slipping away, desperately crawled towards Luo Hua, pleading, Teacher Luo, please save me. I beg you. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, uncertain if the poison could be transmitted through contact. Perhaps we should take him to a Western hospital, someone suggested in hushed tones. It is too late for that. Wang Shuyi replied sternly, shaking his head. We must rely on Teacher Luo. Otherwise, he has no chance of survival. Uncle, do you think I should intervene? Luo Hua turned to Yi Guangjing for his opinion. Compassion is the heart of a healer. We cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering of a patient. Yes. Save him. Yi Guangjing responded without hesitation. Despite their familial ties, they had not reached the point of mortal enmity, and you understood this well. Luo Hua nodded in agreement and addressed Zhu Shilei. Do you comprehend? It is my uncle who has urged me to save you. However, I have 3 conditions. First, you must avoid my family in the future. I do not wish to see your face. Second, I believe your medical skills are lacking and your integrity questionable. You are unworthy of being the head of the department. Please voluntarily relinquish your position to someone more capable. Third, considering the past grievances. You must kneel and sincerely apologize to my uncle. Hearing Luo Hua's demands, Zhu Shilei was both stunned and furious, nearly choking on his indignation, but fear prevailed. Reluctantly, he bowed his head in submission. Fine. I agree. Just save me. Very well. Do not forget your promise. Luo Hua replied with a subtle smile, beginning to channel his energy as he administered acupuncture. After several needles were inserted, dark blood expelled from the punctures, neutralizing the poison within Zhu Shilei. Zhu Shilei, having narrowly escaped death, lay on the ground, gasping for breath as if he had just emerged from water. Luo Hua calmly wiped the gold needles and said, Zhu Shilei, it is time to kneel and apologize. With clenched teeth, Zhu Shilei slowly rose to his knees, struggling to articulate. Old Yi, I admit my pettiness. For years I have quibbled over trivial matters. Please forgive me. Yi Guangjing felt a profound sense of relief upon hearing Zhu Shilei's apology. Zhu was notoriously cunning, and Yi had suffered countless grievances at his hands over the years. To witness Zhu kneeling in submission was a source of immense satisfaction for him. Your apology is sincere enough. Let bygones be bygones. You may rise, Yi Guangjing replied, feigning nonchalance. Before Zhu Shilei could stand, Ding Chang'an and Wei Ailuan hastily approached, kneeling before Yi Guangjing and Luo Hua. Old Yi, Teacher Luo, I often speak without thinking, harboring no ill intentions. I apologize and hope you can forgive my foolishness. Ding Chang'an expressed with palpable emotion. Chapter 19. The outcry. Ding Chang'an was genuinely frightened. Luo Hua now seemed to possess extraordinary abilities, yet just moments ago, he had foolishly mocked them. Had Luo Hua harbored even the slightest desire for revenge, what fate would await him? Wei Ailuan was equally alarmed, mechanically following Ding Chang'an in his apologies, fervently hoping that Luo Hua would show mercy and not hold their transgressions against them. Observing the two men, frantic like ants on a hot pan, desperately attempting to appease him, Luo Hua waved his hand with a hint of impatience and said, Enough, you may rise. I have no need to hold a grudge against you. Teacher Luo, your magnanimity is truly commendable. Thank you, Teacher Luo, they exclaimed, overjoyed as they stood up. Once Luo Hua sensed that the matter was drawing to a close, he adjusted his collar and spoke in a calm tone. I see no further issues at hand. Let us all return to our respective homes. However, Lei Shiyu, unable to contain his anxiety, stepped forward and called out, Teacher Luo, please wait. What is it? Is there something unresolved? Luo Hua inquired, his gaze cool and dispassionate. With a profound bow, Lei Shiyu implored, I beseech you, save the traditional Chinese medicine community. The malevolent physicians from the western regions are advancing relentlessly. We fear we may not withstand them. We ask for your assistance. Huh, absurd. Luo Hua scoffed. There must be a reason for this predicament. Had you not been so arrogant and publicly disparaged those individuals, would they have come seeking trouble? Now that you are frightened, where was your foresight before? I have no time to wade through your murky waters. You must fend for yourselves. Teacher Luo, this is not merely a matter for Lei Shiyu alone. It concerns the very survival of the entire traditional Chinese medicine community. We are all relying on you. Wang Shui interjected, his voice rising in desperation. I do not belong to the traditional Chinese medicine community. Or do I have a penchant for playing the hero? Seek another. Luo Hua firmly declined. Wang Shui, seasoned and astute, quickly discerned the relationship between Luo Hua and the Yi family. He knew that among them, only Yi Minggran held any significant sway in Luo Hua's heart. Realizing his pleas had fallen on deaf ears, he redirected his efforts towards Yi Minggran, beseeching her, Miss Yi, please persuade Teacher Luo. This matter is of great consequence. I implore you to consider it carefully. As he spoke, Wang Shui's gaze fixed upon Yi Minggran. Aware of her renowned compassion and her importance in Luo Hua's estimation, he believed that her words would sway him. Yet, unbeknownst to Wang, while Yi Minggran was indeed kind-hearted, her love for Luo Hua transcended all else. Biting her lip, she averted her gaze from Wang Shui and said, I'm sorry, I respect Brother Luo's choice, and I cannot urge him to wade into this murky business. The harrowing images of Lei Yiwei and Zhu Shilei's poisoning lingered vividly in her mind, instilling in her a profound understanding of the malevolence of the Western physicians. Despite Luo Hua's incredible talents, he was still human. What if he were to encounter peril? She would not dare to advocate for him in such a situation. Yi Guangjing, too, recognized Luo Hua's worth and was unwilling to let him take such risks. With a forced smile, he addressed Wang Shui, Master Wang, the gravity of this situation is too severe. I cannot allow Luo Hua to take that chance. I would not know how to explain it to his parents if anything were to happen. After stating this, Yi Guangjing hastened to leave Defied Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital with his family, fearing further entreaties from Wang Shuyi. This left Lei Shiyu, pale and anxious, and Wang Shuyi, who was disheartened, behind. Lei Shiyu was terrified. He feared that the Western physicians would return with a vengeance, while Wang Shuyi worried about the future of traditional Chinese medicine in the magical city. Upon returning home, Luo Hua was met with unprecedented enthusiasm. As they crossed the threshold, Yi Guangjing seized Luo Hua's hand, insisting on sharing a drink with him. In his eyes, the previous disdain had vanished, replaced by an eager smile. His wife, Li Hua, also transformed from her customary disdain, surrounding Luo Hua with warmth and curiosity, eager to uncover the origins of his remarkable medical expertise. Li Hua began to envision the potential prosperity that would follow Luo Hua's rise to prominence, imagining a future where wealth would flow abundantly and life would be truly fulfilling. Yi Guangjing, elated, alternated between boasting that he had always known Luo Hua would achieve greatness and reminiscing about the satisfaction of witnessing Zhu Shilei kneel in apology. Luo Hua observed their fervent displays of affection in silence, inwardly sighing, if only, during these past 10 years, you had believed in me half as much as Mingran does. Perhaps I would have been able to forgive you by now. His unvoiced lament went unnoticed amidst the Yi family's revelry. Beside him, Yi Mingran beamed with warmth, her adoration for Luo Hua apparent. Brother Luo, you are incredible. I always knew you were just as formidable as ever. Nothing seems to challenge you. Thank you for believing in me all along, Luo Hua replied earnestly, uncertain of when Mengnan would return from her holiday. She mused that the surprise awaiting her would be astonishing. At that moment, she was likely still preoccupied with concerns over her ladyship's matters. Just then, the door was flung open with a loud bang. Zhu Weirong, accompanied by a band of men in black, stormed in. His restraint at Defied Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital had been due to his father's life being in Luo Hua's hands. Should Luo Hua choose not to treat him, he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. Now that the dust had settled, Zhu Weirong was eager to settle the score. Luo Hua, your arrogance will lead to retribution. Today is your unfortunate day. What use is your meager medical skill? In this era, money reigns supreme, he shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Hua. Turning to Yi Guangjing and Li Hua, he boasted, Aunt Li, Uncle Yi, I have always held you in high regard. However, today, Luo Hua has gone too far, and I must deal with him without regard for our past relations. Come, enlighten them about the current situation. After his grandstanding, Zhu Weirong stepped back to allow a more polished figure to take center stage. This individual, far more composed than Zhu, addressed the Yi family directly. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Li. Greetings. I am Lu Yu, the manager of Guamao Securities. Due to improper handling of the financing operations by Mrs. Li, your current debt, including principal and interest, amounts to 40 million yuan. I kindly request immediate repayment. Otherwise, I will be compelled to resort to legal measures to recover the funds. Chapter 20. Securing a loan from the bank, 400 million. Yi Guangjing exclaimed, instantly sobering up. He turned to his wife, bewildered. What on earth is happening? Li Hua's demeanor shifted the moment Lu Yu introduced himself as an employee of Guamao Securities. Upon realizing that they were indeed here to collect a debt, her mind felt as if it were about to explode. For heaven's sake, say something, Yi Mingran urged her anxiously. Under the weight of their gazes, Li Hua's composure crumbled, and she burst into tears, stammering through the events that led to this predicament. It turned out that she had recently befriended a wealthy socialite, who flaunted her luxurious lifestyle with sports cars and limited edition handbags, igniting a fierce envy within Li Hua. Desperate to learn her secrets to wealth, she was drawn into a scheme involving leveraged trading. Initially, she tasted success, but as her confidence grew, so did her reckless spending. Ultimately, she suffered catastrophic losses, accumulating over 400 million in debt. Yi Guangjing was nearly beside himself with rage. If it weren't for Yi Mingran restraining him, he might have struck out in anger. Yi Mingran felt a wave of despair wash over her. This was 400 million, not merely 4,000. Even if they liquidated all the family's assets, it wouldn't cover half of that amount. Were they doomed to wait for a court ruling, only to find themselves homeless? Zhu Weirong, reveling in the chaos, clapped and laughed heartily. Luo Hua, if you dare embarrass my father and me, I will ensure your downfall. Just wait until you're begging under the overpass. Will you still be so arrogant then? Manager Lu, what are you waiting for? Have your men start moving things. The court's ruling is a foregone conclusion. Let us prevent them from hiding their assets. Wait, Luo Hua interjected, stepping forward. I will repay the money. but could you grant me a 2-day extension? You will repay? Zhu Weirong scoffed, laughing uproariously. Do you really think you're in a position to negotiate? An extra 2 days. Are you planning to rob a bank? Have you even seen what 400 million looks like? Luo Hua grimaced in disgust, but before he could respond, a stern male voice rang out. I will handle this. I will provide the funds. Everyone turned to see a larger entourage approaching, led by none other than Yang Changlian. The sight left Zhu Weirong in shock. Standing before Luo Hua, Yang Changlian spoke calmly. What? You didn't expect to see me? Of course not. Manager Lu quickly interjected, eager to ingratiate himself. Are you here too? Yang Changlian commanded respect, akin to a local emperor. Even the most esteemed individuals would bow to him, let alone a mere manager like Lu Yu. I overheard your little discussion, Yang Changlian said, his voice heavy with authority. You, a mere manager, have quite the audacity. You threaten to move items without so much as a thought. That's quite bold. Lu Yu, stunned into silence, could only steal glances at Zhu Weirong, who, under the circumstances, appeared even more intimidated than he did. Enough of this nonsense. Yang Changlian reprimanded, his tone sharp. The Yi family is my esteemed guest. How dare you storm into their home and create such a ruckus? Clearly, I have been too lenient in my oversight of your company. It seems a thorough investigation is warranted. The implicit threat in Yang Changlian's words was unmistakable. Lu Yu felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. I sincerely apologize for my lack of awareness regarding the Yi family's significance. I was utterly mistaken. Please, have mercy and forgive my indiscretion. Forgiveness is not for you to request. It depends on my brother's sentiments, Yang Changlian replied nonchalantly. Lu Yu paused, redirecting his gaze to the Yi family, realizing that the one he needed to appease was undoubtedly their patriarch. Bowing deeply, he addressed Yi Guangjing. Dr. Yi, I acted imprudently. I sincerely apologize. I beg for your understanding. Yi Guangjing found himself awkwardly taken aback by Lu Yu's sudden display of respect. Clearly, the one who stirred the pot was Luo Hua, not himself. I am referring to my brother Luo. Yang Changlian snapped impatiently. Oh, Lu Yu exclaimed, taken aback by Luo Hua's age. He lowered his head and continued. It was my fault for mishandling the situation. I apologize for any distress caused. As for the financial matters, we can discuss repayment at your convenience. Yang Changlian was not satisfied with this response. What do you mean by repayment? Did you not hear me? I said I would cover the 400 million. Yes. It appears my memory has failed me, and I didn't retain every word you said, Lu Yu said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he continued to apologize. At this, Yang Changlian finally softened his demeanor and ordered his assistant, Yu, take him to the bank for the funds immediately. Yes, sir. The secretary replied respectfully. Seeing the situation unfold, Luo Hua understood the implications. Yang Changlian clearly had intentions for his assistants. Despite his reluctance to owe a favor, Luo Hua felt undaunted. After all, for him, 400 million was not an insurmountable challenge. Thank you, Yang. You are my savior. Rest assured, I will begin arranging the funds immediately. Li Liu exclaimed, her spirits soaring from the depths of despair to the heights of relief. Such trivial matters do not warrant such excessive gratitude, Yang Changlian said. Halting Li Lihua's incessant bowing. Chapter 21. The deceiver. At this moment, Yi Guangjing wore a serious expression as he excitedly addressed Yang Changlian. Yang, the kindness you have shown to our family is indelibly etched in my heart. From now on, should you require anything, I would not hesitate to plunge into any danger for you, regardless of the monetary matter which may take some time. Upon hearing this, Yang Changlian waved his hand dismissively, saying, the previous incident was my fault, and it caused you some distress. This time, consider this money as a means to ease your worries. You need not dwell on it any longer. It is settled. Such a large sum is too much. I feel undeserving. Yi Guangjing exclaimed, his face reddening as he hurriedly declined. Oh, among family, there is no need for such formality, Yang Changlian replied cheerfully. His words left Yi Guangjing and Li Lihua both astonished and elated. Establishing a connection with such a prominent figure was a tremendous honor. It signaled an ascent to prosperity. In stark contrast to the joyous atmosphere here, Zhu Weirong and Lu Yu were rendered pale by the unexpected turn of events. They thought of escaping quietly, fearing trouble might find them. However, Luo Hua was not one to let them slip away so easily. With a cold glance, he remarked, Gentlemen, is there a particular urgency that necessitates such haste? Lu Yu stiffly turned around, wearing an ingratiating smile. I just remembered that there are numerous documents awaiting my review at the company. I wouldn't want to intrude any longer. Oh, since you have pressing matters, I mustn't keep you. However, Zhu Weirong, you cannot leave. Luo Hua said with an enigmatic smile. Zhu Weirong felt a chill run down his spine. What was happening? How could Yang be at Ye's house, seemingly providing support? What was he to do now? Zhu Weirong, you are the epitome of ingratitude. I overlooked the grievances with your father, and yet you come to seek trouble with us? Luo Hua questioned coldly. Zhu Weirong, determined, retorted, you may have saved my father, but I cannot forget how you humiliated him. Luo Hua found Zhu Weirong's audacity laughable, scoffing. What an absurd claim. I do not provoke unless provoked. Had your family not taken pleasure in humiliating us first, I would have no reason to trouble your father. I must make it clear. You have thoroughly exhausted my patience, and I am no longer inclined to tolerate your antics, Luo Hua said, his gaze icy. And what if you have lost patience? I refuse to believe you can do anything to me. Zhu Weirong defiantly shouted. Luo Hua chuckled coldly. How naive. He then turned directly to Yang Chonglian, asking, Yang, your visit must not be merely out of goodwill to assist us, correct? Indeed, Luo Hua, I have come with a request, Yang Chonglian replied amicably. Seeing Yang Chonglian's straightforwardness, Luo Hua wasted no time. He pointed at Zhu Weirong and stated, whatever assistance you require from me. I have but one condition. You must thoroughly crush his family into the ground. If you can accomplish that, I shall gladly assist you. Zhu Weirong was taken aback by Luo Hua's proposal, panic washing over him. He quickly turned to Yang Chonglian, pleading, Yang, our family holds you in the highest regard. You must not agree to his demands. Yang Chonglian ignored Zhu Weirong entirely and simply turned to issue instructions to his associates. Seeing this, Zhu Weirong's eyes widened in desperation as he pleaded, Yang, it was my fault. I admit my mistakes. Please show mercy. Zhu Weirong's desperation was palpable as he begged for an eternity, yet Yang Chonglian remained unyielding. With no other options, he turned to Li Lihua for help. Aunt Li, please, help me. Given how often I have visited, can you say a word on my behalf? Li Lihua looked at Zhu Weirong with disdain, scolding, how shameless. Where has your bravado gone? Now you seek my intercession? Dream on. With no success there, Zhu Weirong set his sights on Yi Minggran, pleading, Minggran, please say something. We've been schoolmates for years, and I have pursued you for so long. Surely you cannot bear to see me suffer. Yi Minggran's expression hardened as she stepped back from Zhu Weirong, coldly stating, when you were flaunting your power, did you ever think of our friendship? Zhu Weirong, everything happening today is of your own making. Yi Guangjing remarked dismissively before Zhu Weirong could utter another word. Zhu Weirong felt as if the ground had vanished beneath him. He had intended to ensure the Yi family could never rise again, yet it was he who faced ruin. Meanwhile, Yang Chonglian's subordinates operated with relentless efficiency, leaving Zhu Weirong in a state of shock as his phone rang incessantly. Hello, Mr. Zhu. Due to a detected decline in your creditworthiness, your loan is set to expire tomorrow. Please make arrangements for repayment immediately. Mr. Zhu, your company's products have been accused of plagiarism and are now subject to legal proceedings. You must comply with the investigation. Hello, there are issues detected with your company's financial tax records, and your assets have been frozen. Please cooperate with the relevant authorities. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Weirong's last shred of hope dissipated entirely. It was over. The company he had built was in ruins. Luo Hua observed Zhu Weirong's downfall with a cold smile, stating, Zhu Weirong, you delight in targeting others and revel in their misfortunes. Now you shall experience that same bitterness firsthand. I refrained from engaging with you previously, but now, I am weary of your antics. It is high time for you to be utterly incapacitated. Zhu Weirong's eyes brimmed with tears as regret overwhelmed him, enveloping him in despair. There was no turning back. His years of hard work were crumbling into nothingness. Luo Hua was pleased with Yang Chonglian's actions and followed him to his residence. Yang Chonglian resided in an affluent neighborhood, where only a handful of opulent villas stood, each a testament to wealth and exclusivity. The villas were a blend of entertainment, leisure, and aesthetic appeal, reserved for the elite. Yang Chonglian respectfully led Luo Hua into his home and inquired of the housekeeper, where has madam gone? Chapter 22. Money is no object. Madam visited the young lady again. And Mr. Lu was present as well. The servant respectfully reported. Yang Chonglian furrowed his brow upon hearing this and inquired, Lu Wanrong? What brings him here? Were it not for the fact that Lu Wanrong was a relative of Su Jie's family, Yang Chonglian would never have allowed such a debauchee into his home. This time, Mr. Lu had brought a renowned physician for the young lady, claiming that this time, she would surely be cured. The servant replied with utmost formality. Oh, and where did you find this charlatan? Yang Chonglian sighed, saying, I see, you may go about your duties now. Yang Changlian and Su Jia had but one daughter, named Yang Jingjing. She had always been well-behaved, excelling in every aspect, a source of immense pride for her parents. However, 5 years ago, Yang Jingjing suddenly lost her mind. And despite the couple's efforts to consult numerous esteemed doctors, the cause of her affliction remained elusive. 5 years had passed, and they could hardly recall the poised and graceful daughter they once had. Now, when Yang Jingjing succumbed to her madness, she could not be restrained, only inflicting harm upon herself. Yang Changlian bore witness to this pain with a heavy heart, wishing he could bear her suffering himself. After learning of Luo Hua's exceptional medical skills, hope rekindled within him. No matter what, he was determined to invite Luo Hua to examine her. Even though he had been rebuffed at the hospital, Yang Changlian was prepared to persist with Luo Hua. At this critical juncture, encountering Zhu Weirong, who sought trouble with the Yi family, provided Yang Changlian the opportunity to invite Luo Hua. Brother Luo, my daughter, she may appear somewhat frightening. This strange illness has transformed her into this state. Once, Jingjing was the epitome of grace. Yang Changlian's voice was laden with despair. Fear not. I shall do my utmost to treat her, Luo Hua remarked, touched by Yang Changlian's paternal concern. Thank you, Brother Luo. Yang Changlian expressed his gratitude earnestly. As they conversed, Luo Hua followed Yang Changlian to the threshold of Yang Jingjing's room. With utmost caution, Yang Changlian pushed the door open, and a piercing, primal scream erupted from within. There lay a woman bound to the bed, thrashing wildly, baring her teeth and attempting to lunge forward. Her hair was disheveled, her clothing askew, and her face smeared with an unknown dirt as she strained against her restraints, seemingly impervious to pain. Luo Hua's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. This was no mere madness. It was evident that she was afflicted by witchcraft. The lore spoke of a dark sorcery renowned in the Miao region of southwest China, where those adept in such arts were often women. The method involved placing various insects in a vessel to let them consume one another, with the strongest survivor becoming the curse. Legends suggested that the curse could be introduced into food, causing harm that might not manifest until months or even years later. With societal progress, the art of gu had waned, and those knowledgeable in such practices had nearly vanished. However, within the chaotic divine needle that Luo Hua studied, there existed a chapter dedicated to extraordinary methods of healing. Upon first seeing Yang Jingjing, Luo Hua discerned that her condition was not a typical mental disorder, but rather the result of witchcraft. Though her current symptoms were only mental instability, in time, the cursed insects within her would break free, marking the end of her life. Great Master, you must perform your rituals diligently and cure our Jingjing, exclaimed Lu Wanrong anxiously from within the room. This so-called Great Master, clad in a long robe exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, held a feather duster and appeared as a figure from a different realm, leaving Su Jia and Lu Wanrong momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Yang Changlian shouted, his face a mask of displeasure. Startled, the two turned around, and Lu Wanrong was the first to notice Luo Hua at Yang Changlian's side. How did this scoundrel get here? Lu Wanrong bellowed in fury. His body trembled with rage, especially seeing Luo Hua's nonchalant demeanor, which sent a jolt of pain through his jaw, recalling the severe beating he had received from Luo Hua. Silence! Who allowed you to speak to my esteemed guest in such a manner? Yang Changlian interjected angrily, furrowing his brows. What nonsense have you brought here? Changlian, we are family. I would not harm Jingjing. I specifically sought out this great master for her. With his intervention, she will surely recover. Lu Wanrong grinned, his face slick with insincerity. In the end, it was still Yang Changlian's domain, and if Lu Wanrong wished to continue his arrogance, he would need to curry favor with him. Where did you find this person? Yang Changlian retorted coldly. Changlian, please remain calm and listen to me. This great master is no ordinary individual. He was sent to the Three Pure Ones temple at a young age and has mastered profound spells. He will undoubtedly heal Jingjing. Lu Wanrong hurriedly produced a newspaper from his breast pocket, presenting it to Yang Changlian. The newspaper featured a dedicated section showcasing an interview with the great master from the Three Pure Ones temple, extolling his abilities in treating complex ailments, vanquishing demons, and the heartfelt gratitude of those he had healed. The lengthy article swayed Yang Changlian, leaving him somewhat persuaded. So he is from the Three Pure Ones temple. He softened his tone. In truth, Yang Jingjing had suffered for so long, and Yang Changlian had resorted to desperate measures more than once. Now, with Lu Wanrong presenting the newspaper as proof, Yang Changlian found himself inclined to believe. Beside them, Luo Hua could hardly contain his laughter, merely a charlatan. Yet he was being elevated to divine status by the masses. A true practitioner of the arts would exude a calm and steady aura. while the great master displayed a chaotic presence, clearly suffering from the effects of indulgence. How could he not be a fraud? Supreme Lousy, invoke your power swiftly. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. The great master murmured, his eyes half closed, as he waved the feather duster before Yang Jingjing, as if merely dusting. The display was sufficiently impressive to render Yang Chonglian and Su Jie breathless, fearing any disturbance might jeopardize the efficacy of the treatment. Chapter 23. The malevolent spirit Luo Hua stood with his arms crossed, observing the master's antics, as if watching a monkey show. The master danced for nearly 3 minutes before finally coming to a halt. Master, is there hope for my daughter's illness? Yang Chonglian hurriedly inquired as soon as the master paused. Your daughter has clearly been afflicted by a malignant entity. It must be expelled at once. The master replied, stroking his goat beard with a nonchalant demeanor. What? Both Yang Chonglian and Su Jie exclaimed in shock. Master, as long as you can help rid my daughter of this malevolent presence, money is no object. No need for that. Those who practice the way do not covet wealth. To me, money is as worthless as scrap paper. I have come solely to eradicate that which does not belong to this world. The master declared with an air of righteousness. His words were so eloquent that they left Yang Chonglian and Su Jie momentarily speechless. They quickly approached the master, saying, What do you require? We shall certainly oblige. With a sigh, the master replied, If you truly care, please assist in the maintenance of the Sanqing Temple. We practitioners of the way live in simplicity. We have somewhat neglected the venerable master's golden statue. In his desperation to save his daughter, Yang Chonglian was too flustered to ponder the master's words and immediately promised, Master, that is no problem. I will donate 80 million in incense money to ensure the venerable master's statue shines anew. Please, act swiftly to heal my daughter. Upon hearing this substantial sum, the master's brow twitched, nearly betraying his facade of a hermit. Luo Hua shook his head at the absurdity of the situation. Were it not for the 4 million he had recently received from Yang Chonglian, he would have long walked away from this farce. It was truly laughable that these people would forsake a legitimate physician to trust the words of a charlatan. Kind-hearted Yang. The venerable master will surely bless your family for your generosity, the master said, nodding his head, before producing a bank card, saying, Please transfer the donation to this card. Yang Chonglian eagerly nodded, reaching for the card, only to be stopped by Luo Hua. Excuse me, master. Could you elaborate on the nature of the malignant entity you claim is attached to Yang Jingjing? Luo Hua asked, gazing at the master with a sardonic expression. Their forms are ethereal and ever-changing. As you are not a practitioner, I cannot describe them to you, the master responded calmly. Luo Hua, you are indeed insatiably inquisitive. How is it that you are everywhere? Whatever means you use to infiltrate here, I command you to leave. Lu Wanrong shouted at Luo Hua with a menacing glare. At that moment, Yang Chonglian realized he had completely forgotten about Luo Hua. Feeling somewhat awkward, he forced a laugh and said, Brother Luo, I apologize for this commotion. It seems you've come in vain. Whether it was in vain or not is still up for debate, Luo Hua replied. Understanding Yang Chonglian's paternal concern and not taking offense, he smiled gently. As for this master, I happen to have some knowledge of the arts as well. I indeed sense something unclean surrounding Yang Jingjing, resembling a vicious dog with a green face and sharp teeth. This is precisely why she has become so deranged. The master's gaze sharpened as he disdainfully regarded Luo Hua. Nonsense. What would you know? I have practiced these arts for half my life and have only witnessed spirits possessing humans. Animals do not enter the cycle of reincarnation. So how could they possess a person? Yang Chonglian and Su Jie exchanged glances, uncertain who to believe, as both spoke with such conviction. However, Lu Wanrong held no such doubts. He had no faith in Luo Hua whatsoever. He scolded, Luo Hua, you worthless fool, who gave you the audacity to disrupt here? The master has practiced since childhood. What do you, a mere mortal, know of such matters? I cannot fathom what underhanded means you employed to be brought here. Then what is this so-called master you have invited? He seems quite unhinged, Luo Hua remarked, lowering his tone and focusing intently on Lu Wanrong. Lu Wanrong's initially dismissive expression gradually gave way to confusion. Seizing the moment, Luo Hua continued, take a closer look. This master is truly terrifying. He is drooling with a gaping maw, filled with the stench of blood, as if he is particularly ravenous for your flesh. He must be a malevolent spirit disguised in human form. As Luo Hua described the master, terror crept onto Lu Wanrong's face. In his mind, the scene morphed into the grotesque depiction Luo Hua had painted. There is a ghost. Lu Wanrong gasped, his pupils dilating as he shrieked, before his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The master was taken aback by Lu Wanrong's unexpected reaction and stepped forward in concern, asking, Lu Xianzhong, what is the matter? The two were supposed to be allies, one seeking wealth while the other sought favors, mutually beneficial. No one anticipated that Lu Wanrong would act so irrationally, leaving the master utterly bewildered. Help! Don't come near me. If you do, I swear I will retaliate. Lu Wanrong shouted in terror, flailing his arms to ward off the approaching master. In the chaos, the master inadvertently received a scratch on his face from Lu Wanrong's bag. Are you insane? The master screeched, wiping his face. How dare you strike me? He unleashed a flurry of blows with his floating dust towards Lu Wanrong. Lu Wanrong, now completely lost to fear, screamed and scrambled out of the room. Yang Changlian and Su Jie exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the unfolding events. The master, now realizing the gravity of the situation, turned to Luo Hua with suspicion. Could this young man truly possess some mastery of the arts? Otherwise, how could Lu Wanrong have gone mad from just a few words? Yet, recalling Yang Changlian's generous offer and the promise of a prosperous future, the master suppressed his unease. Having come this far, he resolved to take the plunge. After all, his future happiness depended on this moment. Yang Changlian could no longer restrain himself and asked Luo Hua, Brother Luo, what has happened to Wanrong? Oh, I am not entirely sure. I merely found his incessant provocations intolerable and frightened him a little. Who knew he would be so fragile? Luo Hua responded nonchalantly. Yang Changlian, having received no satisfactory answer, turned his questioning gaze back to the master. Chapter 24. Offering oneself the great master was under immense pressure. Yet, there was no alternative but to persistently follow the usual routine and deceive. This vengeful spirit is exceedingly fierce. My previous actions have disturbed it, instilling a sense of threat. It is frightened and seeks to protect itself. Thus, it has targeted Mr. Lu, attempting to demonstrate its power and drive us away. Since it is so malevolent, great master, you must eliminate it quickly. My daughter cannot endure any more turmoil. Su Jie implored, her eyes reddened with urgency. This matter of repairing the door has yet to be settled. I am truly unable to perform any rituals at this moment. The master coughed heavily and replied. Hearing this, Yang Changlian immediately reacted, saying, Rest assured, I will arrange for funds to be transferred immediately. You must not have any concerns. Seeing this, Luo Hua hastily raised his hand to intervene. Mr. Yang, please refrain from transferring funds just yet. Time is of the essence when it comes to saving a life. Yang Changlian exclaimed with a face full of urgency. It won't take long, Luo Hua replied calmly. He then turned to the master, offering a faint smile, and continued in a softer tone, Great master, did you truly see a vengeful spirit wreaking havoc upon Yang Jingjing? Perhaps you should examine it once more. This is no mere vengeful spirit. It is clearly a ferocious beast, a snarling hound. The legendary three-headed hellhound is no different. That gaping maw has likely severed countless heads. As Luo Hua spoke, the master's expression became increasingly dazed, the vivid imagery painted by Luo Hua's words taking shape in his mind, as though he could feel that bloodthirsty mouth about to snap shut. Dog! What a monstrous dog! The master fell to the ground in terror, crying out, Help! Save me! Oh no, it has set its sights on you. Its drool is already dripping onto your head. Luo Hua added fuel to the fire from the side. The master turned pale, genuinely terrified, and, in a panic, wiped his face as if to brush away the imaginary saliva. Ah, help! Spare me! My flesh is foul, unappetizing. Please let me go. It lunged at you. Your leg has been completely devoured. Luo Hua continued, feigning anxiety. Ah! The master emitted an ear-splitting scream. As if he truly believed his leg had been bitten off. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back, utterly unconscious. This series of events, reminiscent of a horror film, unfolded before Yang Changlian and Su Jie, leaving them both pale and aghast. What on earth was happening? Could this entity truly be so formidable as to cause chaos in broad daylight, affecting both Lu Wanrong and the master? In truth, everything was quite simple. Luo Hua had practiced the Hunyuan Ju, allowing him to release his vital energy through speech, ensnaring his targets in the terrifying scenarios he wove, rendering them helpless. This was essentially a form of auditory attack, akin to hypnosis. Lu Wanrong and the master were ensnared in the horrific dreamscape crafted by Luo Hua. And it was no wonder they were terrified. Brother Luo Hua, I earnestly request you to clarify this for me. I am utterly baffled, Yang Changlian gasped, turning to Luo Hua with a serious expression. Luo Hua, unfazed, smirked slightly and replied, There's nothing extraordinary about it. It's merely a minor form of hypnosis. This master is nothing more than a charlatan, lacking any genuine skill. He is merely a thief with a guilty conscience, collapsing under a little deception. You, of all people, as a leader under socialism, should not fall prey to such superstitions. One must always adhere to science and evidence. Luo Hua's reasoning was calculated. Discussing vital energy and cultivation at this juncture would only lead Yang Chonglian into further confusion. It was far easier to accept the concept of hypnosis, which was widely understood. Yang Chonglian was not inherently superstitious. This time, desperation led him to seek help. After witnessing two farcical displays and hearing Luo Hua's explanation, clarity dawned upon him. Brother Luo Hua, I owe you my gratitude. I was blinded by confusion, almost falling for the nonsense of vengeful spirits. Nearly deceived by such a scoundrel. I should not have allowed myself to be misled. Su Jie, meanwhile, was in a daze, softly murmuring, is he truly a fraud? Does that mean Jingjing's illness is still beyond remedy? I thought there was hope for her, but was it all just a ruse? Yang Chonglian, far more composed than Su Jie, reflected for a moment and quickly regained his focus, sincerely addressing Luo Hua, Brother Luo Hua. I was indeed foolish to seek the help of a false master instead of relying on your expertise. Please forgive me. There is no need for such guilt, Mr. Yang. Your intentions were solely for your daughter, and I can understand that, Luo Hua replied with a gentle smile. Yang Chonglian, moved, spoke with a hoarse voice, Brother Luo Hua. I entrust everything to you. My daughter is entirely in your capable hands. There will be no issues. I can treat your daughter's ailment. However, my methods are a closely guarded secret of my school, and I must ask you to wait outside. Luo Hua gestured for Yang Chonglian and Su Jie to step outside. This was a matter of dispelling the sorcery. It was best not to have the couple present. Of course, please proceed. We will not intrude, Yang Chonglian replied. Filled with excitement at the prospect of saving his daughter, he eagerly pulled Su Jie along with him. Su Jie, though still anxious about her daughter, followed Yang Chonglian out of the room, turning back multiple times, and thoughtfully closed the door behind them. Finally, the room fell silent, leaving only Luo Hua and Yang Jingjing. Luo Hua approached Yang Jingjing, who remained in a state of frantic agitation, shrieking at him in a frenzy. Luo Hua, unfazed, maintained his composure. A slight smile gracing his lips, Yang Jingjing, consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. With a sharp gaze, he swiftly produced a gleaming golden needle, striking it precisely at her third eye. In an instant, Yang Jingjing's face contorted, as if something beneath her skin was writhing, ultimately settling where the needle had pierced. Chapter 25. Either wealthy or noble Luo Hua swiftly drew forth a golden needle, its tip piercing a small, entirely black insect, lifeless and utterly still. Yang Jingjing's previously contorted visage gradually softened, returning to a state of serene composure. How are you? Can you hear me? Luo Hua inquired, waving his hand before Yang Jingjing. Having endured years of torment from witchcraft, her mind was in disarray. Thus, the sudden relief left her momentarily unresponsive. After another inquiry from Luo Hua, the dullness in her eyes slowly regained its former brilliance, yet she uttered a startling declaration, I wish to dedicate myself to you. Luo Hua was momentarily taken aback by Yang Jingjing's unexpected proclamation. At that moment, her mind was clearer than it had been in ages. The darkness that had engulfed her since that fateful day seemed to lift, revealing an unprecedented lucidity. An overpowering force had long controlled her, fragmenting her thoughts and reducing her to a wild state, casting aside all manners and dignity. Yet, she remained conscious of her surroundings. The grief of her parents pierced her heart like a multitude of sharp blades. How she longed for someone to descend from the heavens and rescue her from this sea of suffering, willing to pay any price, even her own life. Now, that person stood before her, and without hesitation, she promised Luo Hua her hand in marriage. Once he regained his composure, Luo Hua shook his head, saying, You have been tormented by illness for far too long. It will take time for you to fully awaken. You should rest for now. Do not say anything further. Yang Jingjing gazed intently at Luo Hua, her expression earnest. I am exceptionally clear-headed now. Your name is Luo Hua, right? You saved me. Luo Hua widened his eyes in surprise. Her clarity was unmistakable, a sign of a normal mind. Yet, would a rational person declare, I wish to dedicate myself to you? You need not ponder further. Allow me to clarify. My mind is exceptionally clear. You are my savior from suffering, and I shall repay your kindness. Therefore, I wish to marry you. Yang Jingjing declared as she stood up from the bedside, speaking with distinct clarity. Ah, I see. Luo Hua exhaled, nodding. If that is the case, there is no need. I already have someone I care for. What of that? Marrying me will not bring you misfortune, I assure you. You will soar to great heights, Yang Jingjing stated proudly, lifting her chin. If those words had come from a lady adorned in haute couture, standing in a resplendent hall, Luo Hua would not have found them so incongruous. However, the young Jingjing before him had just emerged from the torment of witchcraft, her appearance wild and disheveled. Yet here she was, declaring such things with pride, prompting Luo Hua to suppress a laugh. "My lady, perhaps you should tidy yourself up a bit." Luo Hua chuckled, turning to leave with a light-hearted demeanor. Meanwhile, Yang Changlian and his wife had been anxiously waiting outside. Upon seeing Luo Hua emerge, they hurriedly approached. "Brother Luo, how's my daughter? Has her condition improved, even slightly?" "Your daughter has completely recovered," Luo Hua replied calmly. Yang Changlian and his wife were momentarily taken aback, then rushed into the room, meeting Yang Jingjing's bright, clear eyes. "Father, mother, I am well," she exclaimed, tears glistening in her eyes as she called out. "Jingjing, my dear Jingjing, you are finally well." Su Jia, realizing her daughter's recovery, wiped away her tears and embraced Yang Jingjing tightly. Yang Changlian, too, turned away to discreetly wipe his tears before stepping forward to join the mother and daughter in a heartfelt embrace. It had been far too long since he had felt such joy. His daughter was finally back to her true self. Luo Hua understood their elation and chose not to intrude, quietly leaving the Yang family villa. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, Yi Minggran had prepared a sumptuous feast, along with a homemade cake, eagerly awaiting Luo Hua's return. After 10 long years, her perfect brother Luo Hua had finally returned, standing tall once more. How could she not celebrate this moment? It was a new beginning for him. As Yi Minggran rested her chin in her hands, she reminisced about the banquet and the dazzling spectacle of Luo Hua healing those in need. A sweet smile gracing her lips as visions of his gallant figure danced in her mind. Yet suddenly, she snapped back to reality, blushing slightly as she murmured to herself, "Yi Minggran, you are being foolish. What are you thinking? He is still my brother." Just then, Luo Hua entered, and Yi Minggran quickly composed herself, sitting upright. "Minggran?" Luo Hua regarded her with surprise. "What is this?" "Brother Luo, you are back. I have been waiting for you. You were incredible today, and I wanted to celebrate you." Yi Minggran replied with a smile. "Really? Thank you, Minggran," Luo Hua said. His heart warmed at the sight of the bountiful table. "By the way, Brother Luo, what did Mr. Yang need your help with?" Yi Minggran, feeling a bit flustered under his gaze, changed the subject. His daughter was afflicted with a strange illness. He asked me to take a look. "And how did it turn out?" Yi Minggran inquired eagerly. "Rest assured, she has been cured," Luo Hua reassured her with a smile. "Then congratulations, Brother Luo. This feast is filled with your favorite dishes. Please, dig in." "Thank you, Minggran, for preparing all of this," Luo Hua replied. And their warm interaction continued. Meanwhile, in a distant western town, a brooding man abruptly opened his eyes from meditation. A wry smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he coldly remarked, "Interesting. There are still those who understand the arts of witchcraft and can unravel it." "Ada," the man called, turning his head. Present, a tall figure emerged from the shadows, kneeling respectfully before him. "Go to the magic city and investigate who possesses the ability to break the curse I laid," the man instructed, his lips curling into a cold smile. Chapter 26. The Mayor Yes. Ada replied, bowing his head. The Yi family was currently in exceptionally high spirits towards Luo Hua. After Yi Minggran celebrated with Luo Hua, Li Lihua incessantly urged Yi Minggran to accompany Luo Hua to acquire a few decent outfits. Luo Hua was quite pleased to evade Li Lihua's inquiries and nagging, readily consenting. The two of them exited and headed straight for the largest shopping mall in Modu. "Indeed, I was somewhat remiss. You are now mingling with the upper echelons of society, and it is truly appropriate to procure a few respectable garments," Yi Minggran remarked enthusiastically, selecting clothes for Luo Hua. "You are being overly dramatic, no matter what." "I remain the same Luo Hua from before." Luo Hua chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. As they conversed, a pretentious female voice suddenly interjected, "Yi Minggran, is that you?" Upon hearing the voice, Yi Minggran turned around, a wave of nausea washing over her, as if she had just swallowed a fly. The owner of the affected voice was Qingxue, Yi Minggran's university roommate, who came from a family of considerable means. During their school days, when the Yi family was experiencing difficulties, Yi Minggran had lived quite modestly, and Qingxue, taking advantage of her wealth, often flaunted her affluence in front of Yi Minggran. Later, Qingxue developed an infatuation with a man who, however, had eyes only for Yi Minggran, leading Qingxue to curse Yi Minggran in secret countless times. Ultimately, the man disregarded Qingxue's advances and boldly confessed to Yi Minggran, only to be rejected, which forced him to reluctantly accept Qingxue. This incident had always been a thorn in Qingxue's side, serving as the catalyst for her periodic confrontations with Yi Minggran. Thus, it was no exaggeration to say that Qingxue topped Yi Minggran's list of least desired encounters. Nevertheless, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, Yi Minggran managed to muster a smile. Qingxue, it has indeed been a long time since we last met. Qingxue was not alone in her shopping excursion. She was accompanied by a tall and well-built young man, whose attire suggested a man of wealth. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my husband, Feng Su." Qingxue said with a composed smile. "Hello, this is my brother, Luo Hua." Yi Minggran introduced Luo Hua, tugging at the corners of her mouth. "Minggran, we haven't tea-gathered since graduation, have we? How about we seize the day and go out for a meal together?" Qingxue suggested cheerfully, stepping forward to affectionately wrap her arm around Yi Minggran, leaving no room for dissent. Reluctantly, Yi Minggran followed Qingxue to a nearby restaurant. As soon as they were seated, Qingxue could hardly contain her excitement. "Minggran, can you believe how long it has been since we last saw each other? Back in school, you were truly remarkable. I always thought you would excel the most among us after graduation. Do tell me, where are you working now?" Yi Minggran was not at all surprised by Qingxue's inquiry. It would have been odd if she hadn't started with such questions. It was clearly a matter of comparison and boasting. Yi Minggran could easily predict that if she mentioned running a small company, Qingxue would undoubtedly press her for details about the company's annual revenue. No matter how well Yi Minggran's company performed, it would never measure up to Qingxue's family business. At that point, Qingxue would likely dismissively remark, "For someone your age to achieve this is quite commendable. Unlike me, who has to manage the complexities of taking over a company. Though the earnings are substantial, it is far from easy." Thus, Yi Minggran chose to keep her response minimal, saying only, "I wouldn't call it a high position. I'm merely assisting my father. Honestly, it is best for girls to take it easy. I envy you greatly. You have no idea how busy I am right now. No amount of money can compensate for lost time to rest. It is truly quite distressing," Qingxue said with a laugh, adopting a melodramatic tone. "Oh, is that so?" Yi Minggran replied, her expression remaining indifferent. "And what about you? Haven't found a partner yet? You really shouldn't be too picky, or you might end up with a case of choice paralysis," Qingxue added with a smirk. She harbored a deep-seated resentment for Yi Minggran, who had overshadowed her during their school years, and seized the opportunity to take jabs at her. "By the way, this Mr. Luo isn't your biological brother, is he? I seem to recall hearing that he is living in your home. A beauty like you accompanying him for shopping, that must imply a special relationship, no?" Qingxue cast a meaningful glance at Luo Hua, her tone laced with insinuation. "And what does your brother do for a living?" Without waiting for Yi Minggran to respond, Qingxue hurled another question. "He is assisting my father, just like me," Yi Minggran replied coldly, unwilling to provide further explanations to someone so unreasonable. She deemed it better to brush it off. "Oh, so he's also helping out at the hospital? That is rather concerning. Men and women are different. It is essential to carve out one's own career. This Mr. Luo appears quite capable. It is hard to believe he is unemployed," Qingxue remarked in a mocking tone. "I am currently not employed," Luo Hua admitted candidly. "Oh dear, I spoke out of turn." Qingxue feigned surprise, saying, "Minggran, it is no wonder such a handsome man is right in front of you, and you only consider him a brother. You have always been rather proud. I get it. As for my husband, he is an entrepreneur. The hottest e-commerce platform online was launched by his company, and he earns several million a year. If it weren't for his exceptional qualities, I wouldn't have been attracted to him." Qingxue was reveling in her triumph, almost forgetting her own surname. The thought of Yi Minggran, who had once overshadowed her, now being left unclaimed, thrilled her. She envisioned Yi Minggran eventually becoming an old maid, perhaps settling for a mediocre partner and being overly pleased with herself, which made her feel as though she could eat 2 extra bowls of rice. Yi Minggran had long since developed immunity to Qingxue's jibes, but her irritation flared when Qingxue spoke about Luo Hua, prompting her to retort coldly. "My brother Luo Hua's earning potential is on par with anyone else's. Is that so?" Qingxue exclaimed exaggeratedly, "How much can he possibly earn? Can his annual income reach 10,000? For an ordinary person, that indeed counts as earning, but in our circle, it is rather insignificant." Yi Minggran's face flushed with anger at such remarks. What was she implying? If Luo Hua's abilities were laid bare before her, it would surely shock her. What did her husband earn amount to? Luo Hua could earn as much from attending to a patient in mere moments. Just as Yi Minggran was fuming, Luo Hua's phone rang. "Hello? May I ask who is calling?" Chapter 27, Apology, brother Luo Hua. It is I, Yang Changlian. Oh, Yang. Just call me Xiao Luo. What brings you here? Nothing much. I simply wish to express my gratitude. My daughter's illness has improved significantly, all thanks to you. I have come to settle the medical fees. Oh, and what do you believe this fee should amount to? 200 million. Yang Changlian replied without hesitation. He understood better than anyone the worth of Luo Hua's medical skills. Many doctors had examined his daughter without yielding any results. Had it not been for Luo Hua's intervention, he would have been at a loss regarding his daughter's care. If he were to pass one day, who would look after her? This sum of 200 million was hardly excessive. It was simply worth it. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua smiled knowingly and remarked aloud, 200 million. Is it? Just moments ago, and Qing Xue was boasting, but now she has fallen silent, captivated by the contents of my phone call. How could one possibly obtain 200 million? Yang, please hold on a moment. I'm unable to decide this alone. Allow me to consult first. Luo Hua cast a casual glance at Qing Xue, then turned to Yi Minggran, saying, Minggran, Yang is on the line. He wishes to settle my fees, 200 million. What do you think of that price? Are you joking? And Qing Xue interjected, unable to contain herself. 200 million for medical fees? Do you think this is child's play? It sounds more like 200 million in game currency. You are mistaken. This is genuine and valid currency of Huaxia, Luo Hua replied with an air of nonchalance. Surely, you have not lost your mind from dreaming of wealth? Be realistic. And Qing Xue laughed derisively. Do you truly believe it to be false? Luo Hua countered, lifting his gaze. Isn't it obvious? Only a fool would believe such nonsense. And Qing Xue scoffed. It seems I must provide you with evidence, Luo Hua said calmly, turning back to Yang Changlian on the phone. Yang, my fee is indeed 200 million, correct? There are those who think I am exaggerating and do not believe me. I may need you to provide proof. Yang Changlian, having reached his current position, was no fool. He understood Luo Hua's implications immediately. Someone was belittling Luo Hua, and he needed to support him. Xiao Luo, this is no issue. I shall personally provide her with the evidence, Yang Changlian asserted resolutely. That would be splendid. Luo Hua replied with satisfaction, then handed the phone to Qing Xue, saying, Yang wishes to speak with you. He will provide you with the evidence. Yang, is that really you? Indeed, it is I. Huh, a madman. Did a gale blow you in? I could just as easily claim to be the provincial governor. No one has dared to speak to Yang Changlian in such a manner before. Yang Changlian was taken aback, his stubbornness ignited. Tell me your address. Surely you jest? Are you really coming to find me? I am at the Jichuan Hotel. Do come. And Qing Xue replied disdainfully. Very well. I shall come at once. Yang Changlian said coldly before hanging up. Luo Hua, with his keen hearing, caught every word of their conversation, yet he feigned ignorance and asked, So, has he clarified things for you? And Qing Xue scoffed. This esteemed gentleman must feel that a phone call alone would not suffice. Hence his intention to come and speak in person. Minggran, are you truly going to let him spout such nonsense unchecked? I will not show any mercy when the time comes. Is he not here yet? Why the rush? Yi Minggran replied nonchalantly. Moments later, a commotion erupted outside the Jichuan Hotel as Yang Changlian strode in, flanked by several familiar faces from television. The hotel manager, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Yang. Esteemed leaders, welcome. Are you here for a meal or an inspection? The manager, flustered by such an important visit, was exceedingly respectful. There is no need to be so nervous. I am merely here to meet a friend. You may continue with your duties, Yang Changlian replied with a nod. Look, your guest has arrived, Luo Hua said, tilting his head toward Qing Xue. And Qing Xue's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, How is this possible? Is that truly Yang? Yang Changlian, having spotted Luo Hua, turned and approached him directly. Xiao Luo, Minggran, greetings. And Qing Xue, Fong Su, he addressed them casually. And Qing Xue and Fong Su were struck dumb by the surreal scene, instinctively leaping from their seats, their minds racing. How could this be? Wasn't he just a useless drifter? How could he possibly know such a prominent figure? You were the one I spoke with earlier, correct? Yang Changlian addressed Qing Xue, his gaze steady. Yes, it was I. She stammered, her voice trembling. Yang, forgive my thoughtless words. I truly understand my error. Is that so? Yang Changlian's expression remained inscrutable as he turned to Luo Hua, saying, What do you plan to do with such a person? Shall I look into shutting down their company? Minggran, what do you think is appropriate? Luo Hua asked, smiling as he turned to Yi Minggran. I am uncertain. However, I cannot help but feel inclined to not let her off so easily, Yi Minggran playfully responded, elongating her tone. Minggran, I was wrong. I apologize. Truly, I am sorry. And Qing Xue exclaimed, her face paling as she knelt at Yi Mingran's feet, realizing Luo Hua's prowess. She never expected Yi Mingran to maintain such composure in this situation, and Qing Xue was nearly petrified at the thought of her company facing closure, her regret palpable. Chapter 28. Prohibition of trying on without regard for anything else. She fervently apologized to Yi Mingran. Having heard enough apologies, Yi Mingran slowly replied to Qing Xue, I am not so unreasonable. Since you acknowledge your mistake, I shall not make things difficult for you. However, I do have a few pieces of advice to offer. Do not be too arrogant. Remember, there are always greater talents and skies beyond the heavens. You never know when you might hit a wall. At that point, not everyone will be as accommodating as I am. You are right. I have indeed been too arrogant. And Qing Xue admitted, unusually compliant, accepting whatever Yi Mingran said. This pleased Yi Mingran, who often found herself infuriated by Qing Xue's antics. Yang Changlian, seeing that the situation had been resolved, wore a smile once more and said, Xiao Luo, Mingran, it seems we have settled everything here. Shall we move to another place and chat more comfortably? Naturally, Luo Hua and Yi Mingran had no objections. As they were about to leave, Luo Hua squinted his eyes and stopped, deliberately advising Qing Xue, forgive my memory, but I must remind Miss and to maintain a regular lifestyle lately. After all, one must be cautious during pregnancy. And Qing Xue was taken aback and instinctively questioned, how did you know? Luo Hua chuckled heartily, patiently explaining. This is merely the most basic knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Congratulations to Mr. Fong, by the way. Once the group exited the private room, Yi Mingran curiously asked Luo Hua, was there some deeper meaning to what you just said? I feel something is amiss. Isn't this a good thing? Perhaps not for them. Luo Hua replied with a faint smile. What do you mean? Yi Mingran, now even more intrigued, instinctively tugged at Luo Hua, urging, do tell. What is truly going on with them? Seeing her urgency, Luo Hua decided to reveal the truth, smiling slyly as he said, because that child is not Fong Su's flesh and blood. Now, do you understand why they cannot be happy? Is that true? Yi Mingran's eyes widened in astonishment. This was utterly outrageous, and she quickly pressed, but how did you, Brother Luo, come to know such a secret? Because Fong Su has issues in that regard. He is incapable of fathering his own children, Luo Hua confidently replied. In traditional Chinese medicine, there is a notion called the 5 non-male conditions, which refers to 5 types of male infertility. Tian Lu, Qian, Xia, Bian. Fong Su suffers from the leakage condition. I discerned this the moment I saw him through observation. I initially did not intend to meddle, but they have been rather intolerable, so revealing this is of no consequence. Brother Luo, you are incredible. You can tell such a condition without even taking a pulse. Yi Mingran was full of admiration for Luo Hua. Her father was also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Although she did not pursue this field, she had a fair understanding. Few could reach the level of expertise that Luo Hua displayed, not even those revered as national masters in the field. So, Fong Su must certainly be aware of his own condition. Yi Mingran teased with a mischievous smile. Just as her words fell, a piercing scream erupted from the previously quiet private room. Ah, Fong Su, are you insane? How dare you strike me? Bah, I hit you precisely. You shameless harlot. Confess. Whose child is this wretched thing? Fong Su's demeanor transformed from genteel to ferocious as he bellowed angrily. Have you lost your mind? The child in my womb can only be yours. There is no one else. And Qing Xue defiantly screamed back. With a loud crash, a table was forcefully overturned. You wretched woman. Do you think I will ever have my own child? Do you understand? How dare you use this illegitimate child to deceive me? It's impossible. You are deceiving me. How can you not have children? Huh? Do you think I haven't consulted enough hospitals? They all diagnosed me with infertility. Now tell me, whose child is this wretched thing in your belly? Outside the room, Luo Hua sighed in exasperation as he pulled the eager Yi Mingran aside, saying, Mingran, do not listen. It is pointless. Yang is still waiting for us. Yi Mingran's cheeks flushed with excitement as she cheerfully replied, Brother Luo, I think I might be a bit wicked. Why is that? Luo Hua inquired, turning to her. Because I feel particularly delighted to see Qing Xue in misfortune. Yi Mingran raised her eyebrows playfully. Indeed, rather wicked. You are aware of that? Luo Hua teased with a fond smile. Yang Changlian had not taken them far, quickly leading the two to the top floor of the nearby Juhua commercial building. Xiao Luo, doesn't standing here and looking out the window feel extraordinary? Yang Changlian chuckled, surveying the view. It is indeed quite remarkable. Luo Hua nodded earnestly. This is the most prosperous commercial building in our city, home to numerous renowned brands. Yang Changlian continued with a smile. Xiao Luo, starting today, 30% of the shares in this building will belong to you. As a token of my gratitude for saving my daughter. Beside them, Yi Minggran was overjoyed, nodding vigorously. Really? That is fantastic. Very well. I graciously accept this gift. Luo Hua said with a grin, pleased to see Yi Minggran so happy. The Juhua commercial building was truly a treasure trove, its value immeasurable. 30% of the shares meant they would receive billions in dividends annually, which was undeniably thrilling. Then it's settled. I will have my secretary handle the contract. Yang Chonglian confirmed with a nod. Just as Yi Minggran was bubbling with excitement, another person entered through the door. The newcomer immediately captured her attention, a young woman. Brimming with vitality, with features that resembled a painting and skin as smooth as a peeled egg, radiating freshness. Dressed in a knee-length black dress, her figure was elegantly accentuated, and her movements were graceful. Even Yi Minggran could not help but exclaim her beauty. Upon seeing the girl's expression, Yang Chonglian softened, smiling warmly. Jingjing, why didn't you tell your father you were coming here? Who could know you were here, Dad? Yang Jingjing pouted. But today is wonderful. I get to meet two people I wanted to see. As she spoke, Yang Jingjing turned to Luo Hua, her eyes twinkling with delight. Luo Hua, however, felt a bit bewildered. Was this the same disheveled girl from yesterday? On the day of her treatment, she had been unkempt, making it difficult to gauge her beauty. Now, she had transformed into an exquisite beauty. Chapter 29. Stirring trouble beneath the majesty beside him. Yi Minggran gazed at Luo Hua's dazed expression, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart. She cleared her throat softly and inquired, Brother Luo Hua, may I ask who this is? Oh, this is the esteemed Miss Yang Jingjing, the patient I attended to yesterday. Luo Hua quickly regained his composure and introduced her. At this moment, Yang Jingjing also turned her attention to Yi Minggran, scrutinizing her with an unabashed gaze. However, there was no hint of malice in her stare, leaving Yi Minggran feeling awkward and exposed, a chill running down her spine. She pondered uneasily, could this young lady be harboring an undisclosed ailment? Why does she keep staring at me? It is quite peculiar. Brother Luo, who might this be? Yang Jingjing finally released Yi Minggran from her intense observation and gently turned to Luo Hua. This is the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Minggran. We have grown up together since childhood, Luo Hua introduced, deliberately avoiding referring to Yi Minggran as his sister. Hearing this, Yang Jingjing trained her glistening eyes upon Yi Minggran, offering a sweet smile as she remarked, Sister Yi, you are truly beautiful. For the first time, Yi Minggran felt an uncomfortable sensation at receiving praise, her entire being tense. What is this Miss Yang's intent? She wondered. Your hands are quite lovely as well. In a moment of distraction, Yi Minggran found her hand taken by Yang Jingjing. You are too kind, Yi Minggran replied, feeling somewhat flustered. Recently, a new shipment has arrived at the Juhua shopping mall. Shall we take a look? Yang Jingjing, with an air of familiarity, linked her arm with Yi Minggran's and smiled brightly. At that moment, Yi Minggran felt utterly at a loss, especially with Yang still observing them. Surely, she could not afford to dismiss the daughter of Yang so rudely. Thus, with a forced smile, she accompanied Yang Jingjing into the elevator. The trio soon descended into the shopping area, where Yang Jingjing, beaming, asked Yi Minggran, Sister Yi, what do you fancy? We can start browsing over there. Yi Minggran was genuinely at a loss for Yang Jingjing's sudden intimacy, unsure of how to respond. She exchanged a glance with Luo Hua, silently pleading for his assistance. Noticing her distress, Luo Hua coughed lightly and said, Miss Yang, we have some matters to attend to shortly, so we may not have the time to shop. Upon hearing this, Yang Jingjing's face fell, her voice tinged with melancholy as she replied, I apologize. I did not mean to intrude. I am simply feeling quite lonely. My illness has lasted so long that I have lost my place in my social circle. I am now utterly alone, with not a single friend to converse with. I saw that Sister Yi seemed amiable and could not help but reach out. Have I been too hasty and made myself unlikable? Yang Jingjing's pitiable demeanor genuinely touched Yi Minggran, rendering her unable to utter a refusal. With a forced chuckle, she said, Miss Yang, please do not think too much of it. No one would dislike you. Did we not say we were going shopping? Let us proceed. I knew Sister Yi was kind-hearted and distinct from others, Yang Jingjing exclaimed, her face brightening with joy. Indeed, nothing brings greater delight to a woman than shopping, especially when accompanied by another who is equally unburdened by financial concerns. They indulged in a shopping spree, acquiring numerous items until they arrived at the largest jewelry store in the Juhua shopping mall. A particular piece on display caught Yi Minggran's heart. The gemstones on the bracelet were exquisite. Goodness, the gems on this bracelet are incredibly pure. Yi Minggran couldn't help but exclaim. Sister Yi, do you like it? Let us try it on. Yang Jingjing, upon hearing this, eagerly pulled Yi Minggran toward the counter and addressed the staff. Hello. Could you please bring this bracelet out for us to see? Despite her youth and vibrant attire suggesting a youthful demeanor, Yang Jingjing commanded attention. However, the staff dismissed them with an air of disdain. I'm sorry, but our policy prohibits trying on items unless they are purchased. Such high-priced items required utmost care when handled, and the staff bore the burden of any damages or scratches. Their contempt for those who appeared incapable of making such a purchase was palpable. And how much is this bracelet? Yi Minggran asked, her admiration for the bracelet overshadowing the staff's dismissive attitude. 5 million. Perhaps you might consider the adjacent counter. Their prices are more suitable, the staff replied, her tone dripping with condescension. Yang Jingjing's patience wore thin as she prepared to confront the staff, but suddenly, the staff's demeanor shifted as she spotted someone entering from behind. Her face lit up with a radiant smile, and she hurriedly rushed past Yi Minggran and Yang Jingjing to the entrance. Madam Rong, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. We recently received a new shipment of top-tier jewelry, and I had hoped to reserve some for you. The staff greeted with excessive flattery. Madame Rong epitomized the nouveau riche, adorned in opulent jewelry and the latest haute couture. Clearly pleased with the staff's enthusiasm, she waved her plump hand, adorned with a large diamond ring, and squinted her eyes. Is that so? I must take a good look. Like a queen surveying her court, Madame Rong strolled leisurely past various counters, ultimately fixing her gaze on the one housing the gemstone bracelet. The staff, noticing her lingering interest, swiftly approached and delicately retrieved the bracelet. Madame Rong, you truly have an eye for quality. This bracelet is the finest in our collection, featuring a flawless natural stone, an exceptionally rare find. The staff extolled with unctuous fervor. Unable to contain herself, Yang Jingjing furrowed her brow and confronted the staff. What do you mean by this? Why is it that she can try on items without a word while we are denied even a glance? The staff chose to remain silent, ignoring Yang Jingjing entirely. Meanwhile, Madame Rong raised an arrogant eyebrow and sneered. Have you lowered the standards of your store to such an extent that anyone can simply walk in and browse without making a purchase? Infuriated, Yi Minggran interjected, Madam, I must insist you speak more courteously. Do you not realize who you are addressing? Oh, I would indeed like to know who this person is, Madame Rong replied, her impatience evident. This lady is a distinguished heiress. Ah, are you attempting to deceive me? If she is an heiress, then I shall claim to be a matriarch myself. Madame Rong erupted into laughter, her amusement echoing loudly. Chapter 30. A family Mrs. Rome, I apologize. It was my momentary oversight that allowed such individuals to infiltrate. I shall ask them to leave at once. The staff member interjected, oblivious to the tension brewing between the two sides. At this moment, Yang Jingjing fell silent, turning on her heel and heading straight for the exit. Her reaction astonished Luo Hua and Yi Minggran. If a lady of her stature could endure such treatment, they had no justification to remain. They too prepared to exit. However, Mrs. Rong and the snobbish staff member were not ready to relent, continuing their mocking exchange behind them. I absolutely detest these impoverished wretches. They can't afford anything yet still come here to put on airs, the staff member scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, just being around such people makes the atmosphere unbearable. I must speak with your manager shortly. No matter how exquisite this merchandise is, it must be presented at a higher standard to attract buyers. If any destitute individual can waltz in and touch the items, what value do they hold? Mrs. Rong interjected with a sharp, condescending tone. Yang Jingjing, having overheard their derision, quickened her pace. Yi Minggran and Luo Hua exchanged glances, interpreting the young girl's haste as a response to the humiliation. Yi Minggran hurried to catch up with Yang Jingjing, softly assuring her, do not take it to heart. Her attitude stems from the loss of a major client, which will adversely affect her performance. We need not stoop to her level. Indeed, I am not angry. Yang Jingjing replied with a mischievous smile. It is they who should be incensed. With that, she seized a fire extinguisher at her feet and hurled it at the store's entrance. The shop, designed for aesthetic appeal to attract customers, was adorned with glass that was neither durable nor robust. It shattered instantly upon impact. The commotion was significant, triggering alarms and drawing the attention of half the mall's patrons. Yi Minggran and Luo Hua were taken aback by Yang Jingjing's unexpected ferocity. Who would have thought this seemingly delicate girl possessed such destructive power? Wiping the sweat from her brow, Yi Minggran, bewildered, inquired, what on earth are you doing? Yang Jingjing's response was swift and decisive. She raised another fire extinguisher and shattered a second pane of glass. The louder the ruckus, the sooner help will arrive. She replied with a nonchalant smile. The commotion indeed attracted security, a squad of uniformed guards rushing over. The leader shouted from a distance, "Everyone, freeze. Raise your hands. Quickly, apprehend those troublemakers. Use force if they resist." The commanding officer barked orders to his subordinates as they approached. However, as they got closer and prepared to take action, the leader's gaze fell upon Yang Jingjing, who stood with her arms crossed. For a moment, all words caught in his throat. "Isn't that the heiress? I saw her father while performing security duties earlier. This is akin to stirring a hornet's nest." "Stop. Everyone halt." The leader, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly ordered. In his haste, his voice cracked. "Security, what are you doing? Can't you see someone is vandalizing the store? Hurry and arrest them." The staff member, furious at the lack of action, advanced and grabbed the leader, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Get a grip. You must apprehend them now. Step aside." The leader pushed the staff member away, his voice filled with rage. "Do you want to die? Don't involve me in your troubles. Do you even know who stands before you? Who gave you the audacity to provoke me? I have plenty of money. Get that little brat out of here. You'll be rewarded handsomely." Mrs. Rong interjected, her impatience boiling over. "Make sure to teach them a lesson," Yang Jingjing coldly added. The leader, understanding the implications of Yang Jingjing's words, sprang into action, swiftly delivering a resounding slap to Mrs. Rong. The blow left her utterly stunned, clutching her swollen cheek and stammering. "You dared to hit me? I am Mrs. Rong. Not even the highest authority matters now. Offending Miss Yang will cost you dearly," the leader retorted, delivering 2 more slaps before turning to his team, instructing, "Don't spare that other woman either. Make sure she gets it." The staff member, overwhelmed by the sudden violence, cowered on the ground, pleading, "Don't hit me. I haven't done anything." But in this tumultuous situation, no one paid heed to his cries. The guards unleashed a flurry of blows upon the 2 women. Initially, their screams echoed through the store, but as the assault continued, their voices grew fainter until they fell silent. Yi Minggran watched with growing concern, her brow furrowed. She quickly urged Yang Jingjing, "A small punishment will suffice. If anything were to happen to them, it would be difficult to resolve." "Stop," Yang Jingjing finally commanded, her tone measured. The chaos ceased, and the 2 women, curled up on the floor, instinctively shielded their faces and heads, clearly having learned their lesson. Mrs. Rong, a member of high society, realized she had indeed stepped on a thorn. She hurriedly crawled towards Yang Jingjing, pleading, "Miss Yang, please forgive me. I was blind to my own folly. Have mercy and overlook my transgressions." As Mrs. Rong wept and begged for forgiveness, the staff member, now pale with fear, joined her, crying, "Miss Yang, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." Yang Jingjing raised an eyebrow, ignoring their pleas as she approached the counter and took a bracelet in her hand. "I shall take this bracelet with me. As for payment, you may consult my father." She turned back, her tone cool and commanding. "And remember, be cautious in your words and actions. Some individuals are not to be trifled with." With that, Yang Jingjing strode out of the jewelry store, flanked by Luo Hua and Yi Minggran. They encountered the manager, who approached, wiping sweat from his brow. Bowing deeply, he stated, "Miss Yang, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance caused by my lack of oversight. Please accept my most heartfelt apologies." Chapter 31. All right. I understand your intentions. I'll leave this to you. I still want to continue shopping. Yang Jingjing waved her hand dismissively at the manager. After concluding her tasks, a smile returned to Yang Jingjing's face, as if she had transformed back into the innocent young girl she once was. She linked arms with Yi Minggran, joyfully putting on the bracelet she had just received, examining it closely before breaking into a delighted laugh. "Sister Yi, I knew this bracelet would suit you perfectly. Look how beautiful it is on you," Yang Jingjing exclaimed with glee. At that moment, Yi Minggran felt her wrist tingling with warmth, overwhelmed by Yang Jingjing's enthusiasm. She quickly declined, saying, "I can't accept this. The bracelet is too expensive. Sister Yi, please don't refuse. Who knows, we might become family in the future. Consider this a gift for our first meeting," Yang Jingjing said with a meaningful glance at Luo Hua. Luo Hua was taken aback by the weight of her words, bewildered by the implication. What did she mean by family? Yang Jingjing offered no further explanation, instead turning back to Yi Minggran, cheerfully suggesting, "Sister Yi, how about some sweets? I saw a lovely dessert shop nearby. It looked quite delightful. I'll go buy some." Yi Minggran watched Yang Jingjing scamper away in a daze, then turned to Luo Hua anxiously, "Brother Luo, what is going on? This Miss Yang seems a bit overly enthusiastic towards me. I can hardly keep up with her. Perhaps she hasn't had friends in a while and feels a connection with you." Luo Hua chuckled, teasingly. However, he understood that this was likely not the case. There was an 80% chance that the root of this situation lay in what Yang Jingjing had said after her treatment, her declaration of wanting to dedicate herself to him. It seemed she had not given up, but had learned to pursue him more subtly. As Luo Hua pondered, Yang Jingjing rushed back with a delicately packaged small cake. Opening it, and offering a bite to Yi Minggran. "Sister Yi, try this, isn't it delicious?" Yang Jingjing said eagerly. Yi Minggran found herself feeling uncomfortable under Yang Jingjing's flawless smile, an inexplicable chill running down her spine. Yang Jingjing continued to dote on her, leaving Yi Minggran unsure of how to respond, even wondering if Yang Jingjing had developed feelings for her. Especially during lunch, when Yang Jingjing helped peel shrimp and served soup. Yi Minggran felt overwhelmed. Jingjing, I actually prefer handsome guys," Yi Minggran said delicately, hinting at her intentions. "I like handsome guys too," Yang Jingjing replied with a playful tilt of her head. "In fact, I know quite a few excellent young men. Would you like me to introduce you to some?" Unsure if Yang Jingjing understood her hint, Yi Minggran pressed on, "You really don't have to trouble yourself with that. I wouldn't dream of competing with Sister Yi for resources. There's no need for introductions," Yang Jingjing said with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Minggran's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she had guessed correctly? Did Yang Jingjing truly have feelings for her? "Jingjing, after spending this day together, what do you think of me?" Yang Jingjing asked, testing the waters. "Of course, you're wonderful. Intelligent and generous," Yi Minggran affirmed without hesitation. "Then don't you think it would be wonderful if we continued to spend time together like this? Perhaps we could become the best of sisters?" Yang Jingjing probed gently. "Absolutely." Yi Minggran nodded eagerly. Yang Jingjing beamed at her response, pushing the bowl of soup closer to Yi Minggran. "That's fantastic. We will undoubtedly become a harmonious family in the future, aren't we already?" Yi Minggran took a spoonful of soup, then suddenly realized Yang Jingjing's wording, family, causing her to choke momentarily. Yang Jingjing seemed oblivious to Yi Minggran's reaction, continuing cheerfully, "When I marry Brother Luo, we will truly be family." "What?" Yi Minggran exclaimed, genuinely shocked. Luo Hua nearly choked, bewildered by the situation. Why was this girl so insistent? Yi Minggran took a moment to regain her composure and stammered, "You said you want to marry who?" "Of course, Brother Luo. Then we will be family," Yang Jingjing stated matter-of-factly. "But why would you want to marry Brother Luo?" Yi Minggran questioned. "Why not?" Yang Jingjing countered calmly. "But Brother Luo has never mentioned such a thing. Your words alone do not hold weight," Yi Minggran argued, feeling an instinctual need to defend Luo Hua. Upon hearing Yi Minggran's rebuttal, Yang Jingjing's smile faded slightly, replaced by a determined look. "It was Brother Luo who saved me. I owe him my life. Therefore, I must marry him." "No, that's not right." "Why not?" Yang Jingjing pressed, her expression growing serious. "You are merely Brother Luo's sister. You have no say in whom he marries." Yi Minggran's conviction strengthened with each word, as if a newfound confidence surged within her. But that's not how things work anymore. Such debts of gratitude do not dictate marriage. It's a mutual decision, and Brother Luo has not agreed to it, so you cannot marry him. "You. Who are you to preach to me so sanctimoniously?" Yang Jingjing retorted, her face flushed with indignation. "I can see that your true feelings are not as you claim. Are you trying to prevent me from marrying Brother Luo because you have feelings for him yourself? Why not just confess?" Yi Minggran was rendered speechless by Yang Jingjing's accusations, feeling her face pale as doubt began to creep in. Was it possible that she truly felt that way? "Yang Jingjing, you have gone too far," Luo Hua remarked. Noticing Yi Minggran's distressed expression, his own visage darkening with concern. "Where have I gone too far? Am I wrong? Why should she stop me from marrying you?" Yang Jingjing retorted, her anger unabated. Chapter 32. Forever vanished. "I recall telling you that I do not agree with this matter. Minggran dares to speak so boldly because she respects my opinions. Your father and I share a certain acquaintance, and I shall not pursue the outrageous words you just uttered. However, if you continue to speak nonsense, do not blame me for turning hostile," Luo Hua declared firmly, turning to lead Yi Minggran out of the restaurant. "Minggran, do not take her words to heart. She has been muddled for many years due to her illness. It is understandable that she may act irrationally upon her recent recovery. There is no need for you to be angry with her," Luo Hua explained cautiously, observing Yi Minggran's expression. Upon hearing this, Minggran bit her lip, her expression somewhat complex as she inquired, "Brother Luo Hua, she is after all her daughter. Do you truly have no thoughts regarding this matter?" "Of course not," Luo Hua hastily denied, then looked at Yi Minggran earnestly and said, "Who I choose to marry will be based solely on genuine affection, independent of her identity or background. Rest assured, I will never marry Yang Jingjing." "Why should I be at ease?" Yi Minggran replied, her face involuntarily flushed, stammering in defense. But I simply wish to explain this to you, Luo Hua continued cheerfully. Who wants to hear it? Yi Mingran retorted, her lips curling into a reluctant smile. The two bantered and laughed as they returned to the Yi residence, only to find the household bustling with activity. A group of elderly practitioners from the field of traditional Chinese medicine, led by Wang Shuyi, had gathered. Lei Shiya was the first to spot Luo Hua, eagerly approaching him and exclaiming, "Teacher Luo, you have finally returned." It turned out that not long ago, the notorious Western rogue doctor had once again barged in, challenging the director of the Xi'an Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, Ning Buqing, who predictably suffered defeat. At this moment, Ning Buqing sat slumped on a chair at the entrance, standing out among the crowd. Upon hearing Luo Hua's return, he stood up excitedly, only to clumsily topple his chair. Unaware of his own clumsiness, he leaned forward and stumbled, falling to the ground with a thud. As Luo Hua observed, Ning Buqing awkwardly bumped his head against the ground, pleading, "Teacher Luo, please save me." It turned out that Ning Buqing had not knelt before Luo Hua, but rather before a trash bin at the entrance of the Yi residence. Oblivious to his surroundings, he earnestly begged for help. Luo Hua approached him and saw that Ning Buqing's eyes were clouded, clearly indicating that he had lost his sight. Not one to lack compassion, Luo Hua quickly ushered them into the house and listened to Ning Buqing recount the events. This incident mirrored that of the Dongtai Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, occurring during peak hours when the rogue doctor forcefully demanded a duel. This time, however, the challenger was a young girl, the only female member of the trio of rogue doctors. Their agreed-upon competition was acupuncture, with a straightforward method of mutual needling and rescue. Ning Buqing, being cautious, did not act recklessly and aimed to gain the initiative by being the first to needle. He chose the Zishanli acupoint, employing a special technique that would render the foot and toes incapable of flexing, leading to a condition colloquially known as a limp. Yet, the young girl remained unfazed and effortlessly countered his technique. When it was her turn to needle, she placed a needle at the top of Ning Buqing's head. Before he could comprehend which acupoint she had targeted, his vision vanished entirely. "Teacher Luo, am I beyond saving? I implore you to help me." Ning Buqing, no longer a child, cried in fear, tears welling in his eyes. Luo Hua, intrigued by the extraordinary skill of the young girl, realized the significance of the acupoint she had utilized, Muguan, a point not commonly found in standard human acupoint charts. Historically, there has been an adage that states, "Teach the apprentice and starve the master," leading to the gradual loss of many skills passed down through generations. Traditional Chinese medicine is no exception. The majority of contemporary literature focuses solely on commonly used acupoints, ignoring those that are less known but remarkably effective. Luo Hua pondered this as he retrieved a gold needle from his acupuncture kit, gently inserting it into Ning Buqing's Muguan acupoint, slowly manipulating the needle. In mere seconds, Ning Buqing felt the obstruction in his vision lift, and he could see once more. Following this incident, Ning Buqing's admiration for Luo Hua intensified. He repeatedly bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Teacher Luo, I cannot thank you enough. Without your intervention, my life would have been forfeit. Thank you for your assistance." At this moment, Wang Shuyi stepped forward with a deep sigh, stating, "Teacher Luo, the ancestral reputation of the Xi'an Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital has been taken by the opponent. We beseech you for your aid. Otherwise, the traditional Chinese medicine community in the Magic City will face dire consequences." "Indeed, Teacher Luo, you are our only hope." Others chimed in, echoing their pleas. "I apologize, but I lack the inclination to involve myself. I can treat illnesses, but do not solicit my assistance for other matters." Luo Hua firmly declined. The enmity between the rogue doctors and the traditional Chinese medicine community had been long-standing, and Luo Hua had no desire to wade through such murky waters. Moreover, Yi Mingran was visibly concerned for Luo Hua's safety, subtly signaling her disapproval, which he was keen to honor. Luo Hua's resolute stance left the traditional medicine practitioners in despair as they departed with heavy hearts. Meanwhile, on another front, Qing Shue had been coerced into a divorce by Fang Suqiang, leaving her with nothing. Consumed by rage, she dialed a number on her phone, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. "Tiger, I have divorced him because I am carrying your child." Tiger, or Li Dao, was the notorious leader of the largest gang in the Magic City, commanding respect from both the underworld and legitimate circles. It was not merely his strength that earned him this reverence, but rather the formidable power of those who stood behind him. Chapter 33. Old tricks resurfaced in the southern region of Huaxia. There exist 4 prominent sects dedicated to the martial arts, among which the Fumo sect is renowned for its leg techniques. Li Dahu, a nominal disciple of the Fumo sect, wields considerable influence in the bustling city of Modu, where few dare to challenge his authority. It was in a bar that Qinshue encountered Li Dahu, and their interactions swiftly blossomed into intimacy, culminating in an unexpected entanglement. To their surprise, Qinshue found herself with child, a situation complicated by Li Dahu's unyielding nature. In a moment of desperation, Qinshue clenched her fists and implored, "Brother Tiger, could you assist me in eliminating someone? I desire for this individual to vanish completely." Upon learning of Qinshue's pregnancy and her subsequent divorce, Li Dahu was filled with sympathy for her plight. He readily agreed, stating, "There are countless ways to ensure someone's disappearance. By tomorrow, there will be news of an unfortunate drowning." Unbeknownst to them, Luohua was blissfully unaware of their scheming, continuing his routine alongside Yi Guangjing. As they ventured to the market to procure medicinal herbs, unlike before, Yi Guangjing displayed a newfound enthusiasm, eagerly introducing Luohua to everyone they encountered, showering him with compliments. Their destination was the largest herbal market in Modu, teeming with a diverse array of herbs, dried, fresh, toxic, and valuable. Luohua had recently decided to concoct several potions, making this visit particularly timely. "Yi Shibois, I wish to purchase a few herbs. I'll explore a bit first," Luohua interjected, eager to escape Yi Guangjing's commercial banter. "Very well. Once you've made your selections, do remember to return here," Yi Guangjing replied nonchalantly, his gaze unwavering. "Understood," Luohua responded before hastily disappearing into a narrow alley, intent on finding the herbs he sought. The alley was sparsely populated, with only a few shops and even fewer customers, yet this did not deter Luohua. He calmly inspected each shop, eventually stopping in front of the last establishment at the alley's end. After taking a moment to inhale deeply, a smile lit up his face as he boldly stepped inside. If his sense of smell was accurate, he had stumbled upon Shui Shangizong, a rare find indeed. This herb, typically used externally, bore small purple flowers resembling butterflies, known also as Emo Sinjuan. It was notoriously lethal. Just a few rubs within a bowl could lead to death. Inside the dimly lit shop, the proprietor, Lu Er, immediately recognized Luohua and greeted him with a warm smile. "Little Luo, it's been a while since your last visit." "Indeed, I've been preoccupied with various matters," Luohua replied with a smile, recalling how Yi Guangjing had been ensnared in legal troubles, leaving little room for herbal excursions. "Feel free to browse. You know the quality of my herbs is unmatched," Lu Er encouraged, stepping aside to allow Luohua to explore. Luohua meticulously examined the cabinets, following the enticing scent until he found it, Shui Shangizong, hiding among lower-quality herbs. With a satisfied nod, he selected a few other unique herbs and proceeded to the counter to settle his account. He then borrowed a mortar and pestle from Lu Er and skillfully prepared several Shui Jindan, a potent neurotoxin derived from Shui Shangizong, combined with other rare ingredients. This concoction retained the herb's lethal properties while amplifying its effects. The initial consumption would induce mild hallucinations, typically invoking the happiest moments of the victim's life, only to be followed by excruciating agony. The toxin would strike with regularity, tormenting the afflicted every 2 hours. Without Luohua's acupuncture skills, the victims would be left in relentless suffering, caught between life and death. Unbeknownst to anyone, in this inconspicuous corner of the alley, a formidable poison was being crafted. Just as Luohua reveled in his creation, a strangely dressed young girl entered the shop. She appeared quite youthful, with an innocent visage. Her long black hair casually gathered atop her head, and her gaze bore an unsettling maturity. As they brushed past each other, Luohua caught a whiff of the potent toxins clinging to her. He paused, a sense of unease creeping in. Could she possibly be affiliated with the nefarious practitioners from the western regions? Driven by curiosity, he chose to remain. The girl, clearly adept in the art of poison, meticulously examined and purchased various toxic herbs. Struggling to carry her haul, she approached the counter and declared, "Boss, let's settle the bill." Upon seeing the extensive selection, Lu Er was pleased and quickly calculated, "That will be 42,000. Given your large purchase, I'll offer you a discount. You can pay just 40,000. Will it be cash or card?" However, this seemingly generous discount did not please the girl. Her expression darkened as she coldly remarked, 40,000? Why so much? "This is quite reasonable," Lu Er explained, pointing out the rarity of the ingredients. "This is pangolin venom, which is difficult to extract, and this tianxianzi, sourced from the western mountains, required great effort to preserve its potency." Lu Er elaborated on the reasons for the high prices, hoping she would understand. Yet, the girl remained indifferent, her demeanor unyielding. Once Lu Er finished, she unexpectedly pinched him and coldly retorted, "Too expensive. Lower the price." Luo Hua observed this seemingly ordinary plea, but his gaze hardened, sensing an underlying tension. Chapter 34. A heart of malice. How could this young woman possess such venomous intentions? The pinch she delivered moments ago was not a mere jest. Nestled within her fingers was a fine needle, crafted from the hair of a cow. As she grasped Lu Air, the needle had been stealthily inserted with utmost silence. My apologies, young lady, but the medicinal herbs I possess are of the highest quality. I truly cannot. Lu Air's words faltered, his expression suddenly contorting in pain. The hand she had pinched had swelled instantly, resembling that of a pig's trotter. Ah! Lu Air could not restrain a wretched cry, beads of sweat pouring down his face. Within moments, he appeared as though he had been dredged from a river. Goodness! Boss, you are clearly exhibiting signs of poisoning. The young girl exclaimed, feigning exaggerated shock. Poisoning? Lu Air stammered, his pain rendering him almost incoherent, staring vacantly. Prolonged exposure to medicinal herbs is not necessarily beneficial. You are evidently suffering from the effects of long-term contact with various toxic substances. She deliberately asserted. Quick, call for an ambulance. I must hasten to the hospital. Lu Air cried out repeatedly. It is too late. In your condition, reaching the hospital will be futile. By then, the toxins may have already begun to flow back to your heart. She threatened ominously. What am I to do? Lu Air was utterly bewildered, muttering to himself. At that moment, the young girl took a deliberate step closer, casting a look of feigned regret at Lu Air's hand. I see now. I have discerned the nature of the poison. Young lady, please save me. I implore you to assist in my detoxification. Lu Air pleaded, as if clutching at a lifeline, his face alight with desperation. On what grounds? The young girl retreated a step, gazing intently at Lu Air, her lips curling into a smile. You did not exhibit such humility when you were extorting me. My mood is sour, and I have no desire to assist you. As Lu Air's pain intensified, his ability to think clearly dissipated entirely. He blurted out, I beseech you for help. If you save me, I shall grant you 3 portions of the medicinal herbs you desire, free of charge. Meanwhile, Luo Hua, who had remained silent until now, wore an increasingly dark expression, his gaze growing cold as he approached. He swiftly placed a hand on Lu Air's wrist and, taking advantage of his unawareness, deftly extracted the needle that had been lodged within him. Then, as if nothing had occurred, he inquired with feigned concern, Brother Lu, what has transpired? Poisoning? Nonsense. This young lady is merely frightening Lu Air. The entire needle was never truly embedded within him. It is a wonder he is not swelling up even more. The young lady's skill lay in her precise and ruthless technique, allowing Lu Air to remain completely oblivious. Had it not been for Luo Hua's intervention, she might have succeeded in her deceit. Is my hand doomed? Save me. Please help me. Lu Air, a grown man, was reduced to tears like a child. Luo Hua feigned helplessness yet displayed great concern, saying, Brother Lu, this is no way to proceed. We must rush to the hospital. Once we arrive, your hand will be lost. The young girl smirked inwardly, feigning magnanimity as she declared, Very well. I shall take charge. Excellent, let us see. Luo Hua inwardly chuckled, eagerly agreeing while stepping aside. However, when the young lady approached with an air of triumph, Lu Air's arm visibly reverted to its normal state, with the needle deliberately removed. His blood circulation resumed and the swelling subsided. The young lady was taken aback, exclaiming, This is not right. What has happened? Where is the needle? Why has there been no reaction? Ah, it is resolved. Lu Air, observing the reduction in swelling, felt a wave of relief wash over him. It truly no longer hurts or swells. Luo Hua, seizing the moment, donned a cheerful expression, exclaiming, Brother Lu, splendid. Your hand requires no hospital visit. It has healed itself. Indeed, what a stroke of luck. I was terrified I had suffered a grave mishap. Lu Air chuckled foolishly. Naturally, good deeds are rewarded. I must take my leave, for my uncle awaits. Luo Hua chimed in, sharing a few words before departing the shop. To Luo Hua's surprise, the young lady followed him outside. Noticing her presence, he maintained his composure and deliberately chose a less populated route. Eventually, he reached a deserted alley and feigned being lost, coming to a halt. The young lady approached, a knowing smile on her face, and inquired, Dear older brother, are you lost? Indeed, I tend to be rather forgetful. Luo Hua feigned exasperation, rubbing his forehead, all the while observing her movements with vigilance. He did not trust this cunning individual to possess genuine goodwill. Dear older brother, you are quite amusing. The young lady giggled innocently, raising her hand as if casually observing. Look, you have something on your head. It appears you truly are quite forgetful. This gesture, seemingly instinctive, concealed yet another fine needle within her palm, intended for another strike. Luo Hua's gaze darkened, realizing, so it begins. The young lady's hand deftly brushed against the side of Luo Hua's head. He raised an eyebrow, internally acknowledging her skill. Well done, you have successfully extracted it, she declared with satisfaction, clapping her hands. Young lady, I am truly grateful, Luo Hua replied with a foolish grin. However, his expression swiftly shifted as his facial muscles involuntarily contorted. What is happening to my face? Feigning panic, he rubbed his face vigorously, his words becoming increasingly incoherent. Observing Luo Hua's reaction, the young lady's suspicion gradually dissipated. It seemed she had overthought. Perhaps the shopkeeper's peculiarities were merely due to his unique constitution. Save me. Please help me. Luo Hua continued the charade, earnestly performing. You mentioned you could treat ailments. Please, tell me what is wrong with me. Rest assured, with me here, you are in safe hands, she replied, exuding a facade of concern, as she nonchalantly withdrew a silver needle before him, preparing to administer yet another injection. Luo Hua's face soon returned to normal. He rubbed his face in confusion, remarking, how strange. I am still young. I surely cannot be having a stroke. The young lady's expression was flawless as she responded with a cheerful demeanor. I cannot precisely diagnose your condition. There are numerous possible causes. It could be due to exposure to cold or certain foods. Furthermore, stress, heightened emotions, or excessive fatigue can also lead to facial muscle spasms. Chapter 35. A true man, what a master of nonsense. Luo Hua rolled his eyes inwardly, cursing silently. Thank you, miss. Had it not been for you, I would still be in the dark, Luo Hua said, feigning immense gratitude. It's just a small favor. If you turn right here, you'll be back on the main road, the young girl replied with a charming smile, waving goodbye to Luo Hua with an innocent demeanor. Luo Hua watched her until she completely vanished from sight, then exhaled a sigh of relief, returning to a more composed expression. His actions were not born out of fear of those sinister practitioners from the western regions, but rather due to the fact that this group bore grudges and sought revenge, making it unwise to provoke such adversaries unnecessarily. After all was said and done, Luo Hua casually met up with Yi Guangjing as agreed, assisting him in transporting the procured herbs back to the hospital before leisurely making his way home. However, before he could reach his destination, a black Mercedes suddenly veered out from a side street, screeching to a halt right in front of him. Several men, armed and exuding a fierce aura, jumped out of the car without hesitation, surrounding Luo Hua tightly. The leader, a man named Snake, ordered, "This is the kid," as a lanky fellow emerged from behind him, scrutinizing Luo Hua. Recognizing him, Luo Hua thought, "Isn't this the scoundrel from their neighborhood who often engages in petty theft? What is the meaning of this?" Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, his tone icy. "You're quite the pretender. Soon enough, you'll learn what fear is." Snake spat the toothpick he had been chewing onto the ground and stepped closer, patting Luo Hua's face with a mocking grin. Seeing their leader's cue, the others rushed forward and shoved Luo Hua into the car. He complied without a fight, understanding that dealing with such lowly thugs was trivial. It was essential to play along to uncover who was orchestrating this scheme behind the scenes and to see who dared to act against him so boldly. The Mercedes sped swiftly, heading straight out of the city towards the outskirts, eventually arriving at an abandoned chemical factory, which had evidently become the stronghold for these ruffians. As soon as they disembarked, Luo Hua observed groups of men gathered together, some smoking and drinking, others showing off their bare chests in contests of strength, while a few practiced martial arts on the side. Luo Hua found it quite intriguing and watched a bit longer, noting that one of them possessed some martial skills, likely at the beginner level. In this world, practitioners of martial arts, collectively known as martial masters, existed. There were various levels of mastery, ranging from novice to profound, with distinctions like initial learning, glimpse, entry, understanding, and so forth. While the classification was intricate, advancing through the ranks was extraordinarily challenging. Most martial masters lingered between the novice and glimpse stages, which simply meant they had slightly faster movements and stronger punches than the average person, lacking true prowess. However, once one reached the glimpse stage, they could cultivate internal energy, known as true qi, creating a stark contrast between them and ordinary individuals. Those who achieved this level typically had a lineage or background supporting their training. Otherwise, entry was nearly impossible. As for Luo Hua, his fortunate path was a result of fate. When his parents were still alive, they had once taken a young Luo Hua to Long Dragon Mountain to admire the autumn leaves. Unexpectedly, they encountered a massive python, which chased them in a panic, nearly leading to their demise. Just when they felt hopeless, they crossed paths with a Taoist master who was cultivating in the area, who intervened just in time to save them. Terrified, young Luo Hua clung desperately to the master's leg, and during the commotion, two treasured manuals, the primordial technique and chaotic divine needle, fell from the master's robes before him. Curious, young Luo Hua reached out to touch them, causing the manuals to heat up instantly, astonishing the master. Though the master possessed numerous supreme techniques, these two manuals were the true treasures of his school. Unfortunately, they were extremely selective, rejecting anyone unworthy of cultivation. For centuries, no one had succeeded in mastering them. The master had pondered over them for years, yet had been unable to unlock their secrets. So when he saw the unusual reaction from Luo Hua, he was filled with excitement, realizing that hope for revitalization had arrived. Thus, the master took Luo Hua as his disciple and devoted himself to teaching him. Luo Hua, in turn, did not disappoint his mentor, reaching the threshold of the glimpse stage in just a year of training. Over the next few years, he successfully grasped the principles of true Qi and achieved the glimpse stage. After descending the mountain, he never ceased his training, and after a decade, he had reached the latter stages of the entry level. If Luo Hua were to reveal his level of mastery, even the highest-ranking leaders of the nation would bow before him. "Brother Ba, I've brought the boy you wanted," Snake said respectfully to a tall man who was practicing his punches alone. "Is that so? Let me take a look." Brother Ba's voice boomed as he turned, his copper-ringed eyes fixating on Luo Hua with an intimidating glare. Luo Hua was undeterred, mentally sifting through his memories to ascertain if he had wronged this man in the past without recalling it. After a moment of scrutiny, Brother Ba made no immediate moves but instead gestured for his men to bind Luo Hua and toss him aside before he sat down in a commanding position. The surrounding ruffians gathered closely, standing in neat rows, albeit their gazes towards Luo Hua were filled with mockery, as if he were about to endure some grim fate. "Bring him forward," Brother Ba bellowed, surveying the crowd. With a grin, Snake approached, wielding a large hammer, and struck down onto a massive water tank placed in the center, shattering it. A bloodied man tumbled out, and Luo Hua frowned, catching a whiff of salty water. Such a cruel scheme. The man, evidently battered and barely clinging to life, weakly murmured, "Brother Ba, I was wrong. Please, spare me this once. To betray me while working under me, and you still wish to live?" Brother Ba scoffed coldly. "Brother Ba, I beg you, consider my previous cleverness and spare my life." The man pleaded desperately, bowing repeatedly in supplication. Brother Ba smirked at his plea, pulling out a knife from behind the wall and tossing it onto the ground with a clang. Chapter 36. The rash man with a wide grin, he declared, "All right. You, pick up the knife. If you can withstand 3 moves under my hand, I shall no longer pursue the matter of your betrayal. What do you say?" The man trembled as he replied, "Be Brother Ba. How could I dare to fight you?" "Enough with the nonsense," Brother Ba bellowed. "The path is laid before you. Your desire to live rests solely with you. If you are a man, stand up. Survive 3 moves, and I, Brother Ba, shall keep my word." The man, hands trembling, ultimately steeled himself and asked, "Brother Ba, you truly will let me go after 3 moves?" "Of course. Why would I deceive you? That would be unnecessary." Brother Ba waved his hand dismissively. Desperate to survive, the man finally mustered his resolve, bearing the agony coursing through his body. He seized the long knife and charged at Brother Ba with a fierce shout. Brother Ba, unflinching, raised his arm to block the man's blade, rendering it powerless against him. With a hearty laugh, he delivered a swift kick, sending the man hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet, for the sake of survival, the man once again summoned his strength to rise. This time, he thrust the knife toward Brother Ba's abdomen. Finally, Brother Ba drew his own knife, executing a horizontal slash that sent the man's weapon flying. However, his onslaught continued unabated, aiming directly at the man's midsection. The man fell to the ground once more, blood erupting forth, and this time, he could not rise again. Luo Hua, observing this, discerned Brother Ba's fighting style. It was characterized by brute force and a merciless intent to draw blood, revealing his inherent ferocity. Brother Ba, noticing Luo Hua's scrutiny, turned to him with a menacing grin and beckoned with a finger. A nearby lackey, quick-witted, dialed a number on his phone and reverently handed it to Brother Ba. "Brother Hu, the matter has been taken care of. When will you come?" Brother Ba spoke respectfully into the phone. The repetitive address of brother made Luo Hua's lips twitch. When had he offended so many? Once Brother Ba hung up, Luo Hua inquired, "So, Brother Ba, may I ask why I have been brought here?" "Enough with the idle chatter." Brother Ba snapped impatiently. "Did you not witness the fate of that man? You shall likely meet the same end. What is there to question? Even in death, I deserve to know the reason behind it." "I do not wish to perish in ignorance," Luo Hua replied with conviction. "Haha, you are indeed bold. Brother Hu will not arrive for a while. How about we play a little?" Brother Ba's eyes glimmered with malice. Play? What manner of play do you suggest? Luo Hua asked, his tone calm. Brother Ba, sensing an opportunity, grinned and explained, there are 2 ways to play. I wonder which you prefer? First, you could serve as my practice dummy, standing still. If I am satisfied, I shall let you go. The second option is to take 3 moves like that dead man. But I assure you, I shall not hold back. If you survive, I will spare you. Brother Ba regarded Luo Hua with disdain, believing him to be a mere physician, incapable of defending himself against either option. Without hesitation, Luo Hua smiled gently, stating, I prefer to take control of my own fate, so I shall fight you. The onlookers erupted in laughter at Luo Hua's audacity. You are courting death. You think you control your destiny, but it seems you are merely choosing how to die. Enough. Brother Ba commanded with a wave of his hand, silencing the crowd. This is amusing. Untie this lad. Once Luo Hua was freed, Brother Ba gestured toward the discarded knife on the ground, instructing, go. Pick it up. Without a hint of compliance, Luo Hua gazed at Brother Ba and retorted, I believe you are unwell. How dare you insult me? Brother Ba's fury ignited as he glared at Luo Hua. You are indeed troubled. Your anger stems from repressed emotions. Your volatile nature arises from an imbalance in your liver and kidneys. You are enraged because you realize you are not a true man, am I correct? Brother Ba was taken aback. He had frequented women and hired escorts, a secret even his closest subordinates were unaware of. How could Luo Hua perceive this with a mere glance? Especially in front of his entire gang, Brother Ba's expression soured, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent as he hissed. You, a charlatan doctor, seem to be courting death. Very well. I shall oblige you. Pick up your knife. Luo Hua remained unfazed, smiling as he proposed. I have a small suggestion regarding your play. Merely defending isn't stimulating enough. Why not see if you can wound me? If you fail to land a hit after 3 moves, then you may as well perish. The onlookers were astonished by Luo Hua's bravado. What a ridiculous notion. How could Brother Ba not harm him? Surely, this man was mad. Good lad, quite bold. I shall see if your body can match your bravado. Brother Ba roared, charging at Luo Hua with his blade. The knife cut through the air with a metallic shriek as it descended upon Luo Hua. Remarkably, Luo Hua remained unscathed, the blade clashing against him as if striking iron. Brother Ba, undeterred, took a deep breath and swung the knife towards Luo Hua's head. Yet again, Luo Hua stood firm. Now sweating, Brother Ba realized he might have indeed encountered an immovable force. The surrounding thugs were now silent, stunned by the revelation that this seemingly frail physician was a formidable opponent. However, Brother Ba did not relent. He was convinced that such resilience must have a vulnerability, typically found near the navel. Steeling himself, he took a deep breath and aimed his third strike directly at Luo Hua's abdomen. Once more, Luo Hua did not flinch, merely watching as the blade approached. With a resounding snap, it was not Luo Hua who was pierced, but rather the blade itself, which shattered into 2 pieces. Chapter 37. An eye for an eye. At that moment, Brother Ba was utterly bewildered, gazing at Luo Hua as if he were a monstrous beast ready to devour him. Luo Hua, of course, noticed the change in Brother Ba's demeanor and coldly smirked, saying, All right, your 3 moves are over. Now it's my turn. Meanwhile, Brother Hu was leisurely escorting Enchinchua towards the chemical plant. Enchinchua seized every opportunity to relentlessly recount Luo Hua's transgressions, gritting her teeth as she implored, Brother Hu, Luo Hua has wronged me. You must stand up for me. His life must end today. I will not be satisfied unless I witness his demise with my own eyes. In truth, Enchinchua did not wish to leave Fang Su. With his wealth and handsome appearance, being with such a partner only elevated her status. This was entirely different from the benefits she received from Brother Hu, yet Luo Hua had ruined it all, and now her hatred for him burned deeply. Rest assured, he must die, but I shall not allow him to escape unscathed before his end. I have countless methods of torment at my disposal, and I intend for him to experience them all. Brother Hu promised with a grin towards Enchinchua. Brother Hu, you are so kind to me. Enchinchua said sweetly, her tone softening. Is that so? Once I have avenged you, you should return and bear a child for me. Brother Hu replied with a smile, though his words were laced with cruelty. Enchinchua had long awaited this day. She had no desire to bear children for the burly Brother Hu. If he expressed a wish for children, that would lead to an epic disaster. She was well aware of this, so she feigned innocence and cried, Brother Hu, that is our child. Brother Hu, being astute, did not take her act to heart. He scoffed, spare me. You know what you truly think about this child. Just do as I say, and you shall receive every benefit you deserve. Seeing Brother Hu's demeanor, Enchinchua dropped her pretense and stated earnestly, very well. As long as I can see Luo Hua die, I will handle this child after returning. Agreed, I will comply with your wishes, Brother Hu replied with a cold smile. As their vehicle entered the chemical plant, a thug promptly opened the door for them, leading them directly to the hall. Luo Hua remained tied securely to a chair, while Brother Ba stood nearby, drenched in sweat and gripping a knife. Upon seeing Brother Hu arrive, Brother Ba quickly vacated the main seat and respectfully greeted, "Brother Hu, you have arrived." Brother Hu snorted disdainfully before elegantly turning to sit in the chair, fixing his gaze on Luo Hua. "Are you Luo Hua?" Luo Hua's eyes, however, were on Chinchue, and he smiled knowingly. "Ah, so it is you? I see now why I have been captured." Luo Hua, did you ever foresee this moment when you were so verbose? Did you think that having connections would shield you? There are many dark corners in this world that even officials cannot reach. And Chinchue glared at Luo Hua, relishing her words. "You destroyed my happy life. Therefore, your life must be the price." Luo Hua let out a laugh, amused. "If it was indeed your happiness, why did you not cherish it? Was I the one forcing you into infidelity? What I do does not concern a dying person like you. Brother Hu, kill him." And Chinchue screamed, her pain exposed. "Death is too easy," Brother Hu remarked, twisting the jade beads on his wrist as he cast a sidelong glance at Luo Hua, then turned to Brother Ba. "What is the matter? Did I not treat him well before I arrived? Why is he still so spirited?" Brother Ba, feeling guilty, lowered his head and mumbled, "Brother Hu, I was afraid I might ruin him before you had the chance to see him, so I refrained from acting." "Is that so?" Brother Hu turned back to Luo Hua. Observing him indifferently, "This young man has some spirit. Even in this situation, he remains unflustered." "Interesting. Then if you find me interesting, why not release me?" Luo Hua retorted. "Release you? What a joke. To find you interesting means I am keen to play with you." Brother Hu grinned menacingly as he stood, revealing a large box concealed in the corner of the hall. Inside, a glass enclosure housed several small green snakes, their tongues flicking in the air. Luo Hua immediately recognized them as the notorious venomous bamboo vipers. Nearby were boxes filled with scorpions and spiders, all of which were deadly creatures. Brother Hu turned to Luo Hua, chuckling, "These are my favorite little treasures. Using them on you is a mark of respect. Do not disappoint my expectations. They have been starved for quite a while, and you will help feed them. I will place you in one of those boxes, allowing them to have a feast. However, they are accustomed to hunting. They will bite first, injecting venom into their prey, leaving you helpless before they slowly devour you. You will surely experience the most exquisite torment." And Chinchue, listening in shock, instinctively rubbed her arms and shivered at the thought of such a demise. "I find it particularly delightful," Luo Hua replied with an air of calm. Brother Hu was momentarily taken aback by Luo Hua's reaction. Was he truly a fool? His threats were not spontaneous. He had repeated them countless times to others, who often begged for mercy halfway through. Never had he encountered someone so unfazed as Luo Hua. "You are quite bold." Brother Hu stared at Luo Hua for a moment before bursting into laughter. "For your unique courage, I shall take good care of you. The choice of which treasure to spend time with will be yours." Luo Hua maintained his composed demeanor as he countered. "Then if given the chance, which would you choose?" "Brother Hu, if I were you, I wouldn't be in the mood to ask for others' opinions. You should pick wisely," Brother Hu said, crossing his arms with a chuckle. "No, it is best if you choose." Luo Hua's gaze sharpened, locking onto Brother Hu. Startled, Brother Hu felt a shiver run down his spine at Luo Hua's imposing stare. It was as if he were facing an immense mountain pressing down upon him, making it hard to breathe. At that moment, Brother Hu suddenly sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. Brother Ba, having remained silent since their initial conversation, stood there with a dazed expression, sweat glistening on his forehead. The usual raucous thugs had fallen silent, standing in solemnity, their expressions grave. "Brother Ba, what is happening?" Brother Hu abruptly turned to him, demanding an explanation. "Brother, I'm sorry," Brother Ba replied, tears welling in his eyes as he looked up at Brother Hu. This was Brother Ba, the most loyal ally of Brother Hu, who had never hesitated to commit unspeakable acts in his service. It was solely due to the time when he was relentlessly pursued by the casino's enforcers, nearly facing death. That Brother Hu recognized his fierce tenacity and rescued him. He provided him with wealth and power, shielding him directly. Without Brother Hu, there would have been no Brother Ba as we know him today. Thus, Brother Ba willingly accepted a lifetime of servitude under Brother Hu, without a hint of dissent. However, Luo Hua's snow pearl pill was not to be taken lightly. Its effects could overwhelm even the most robust of men. Brother Ba understood that he could not resist Luo Hua, and neither could Brother Hu. By summoning Brother Hu, he had effectively put him in jeopardy. With reddened eyes, he desperately mouthed to Brother Hu, "Run. Hurry, run." Recognizing the danger, Brother Hu, ever astute, did not hesitate for an instant. He disregarded Qingshue's fate and turned to flee. Yet, they gravely underestimated Luo Hua's power. Brother Hu had scarcely taken a few steps before he stumbled and fell to the ground. Luo Hua approached him leisurely, squinting and chuckling softly. I hadn't realized you possessed such cleverness. Luo Hua continued to smile as he gestured behind him, and the thugs who had once stood tall now collapsed in unison, leaving a chilling scene for onlookers. Only Brother Ba stood there, a bitter expression on his face, clutching a knife. This was merely a method employed by a martial artist. When Luo Hua subdued those thugs, he had left a residual energy within them. Now, as he activated that energy, they naturally fell. To an outsider, this appeared utterly terrifying. But Brother Hu, with years of experience in the underworld, understood that passivity would lead to death. Gritting his teeth, he decisively drew a handgun from his pocket and aimed it at Luo Hua, firing indiscriminately. But could he truly hit Luo Hua? With a swift movement, Luo Hua vanished like a specter before Brother Hu's eyes. Cold dread surged through Brother Hu's mind as he gripped his gun, alertly scanning the surroundings. What was he searching for? Was I not right here? Luo Hua's voice emerged coldly from behind Brother Hu. A chill ran down his neck, and instinctively, he swung the gun around to aim behind him. Yet, in the next moment, the weapon was no longer in his possession. It lay in pieces at his feet, having been effortlessly disarmed by Luo Hua. This display of skill sent shivers down Brother Hu's spine. Who are you? He stammered, his eyes wide with terror. Surely, your investigation has revealed more about me than I could ever disclose. I am Luo Hua, the very individual you sought to eliminate, he declared, seizing Brother Hu by the collar and lifting him effortlessly before casting him harshly towards the containers of poison, coldly stating, I mentioned that I require your input on this matter. Brother Luo, let us maintain harmony in society. Everything is negotiable. Brother Hu forced a grim smile. Ha! Luo Hua scoffed. Harmony in society has been tarnished by scoundrels like you. Make a choice swiftly. My patience is limited. Brother Hu, now pale with fear, gazed at the writhing poisons within the glass container, a rush of warmth flooding from his body. He had soiled himself in terror. Kill me. Just end it with one stroke, he cried, eyes shut tight. Luo Hua cast a cold glance at Brother Hu's pitiable state, scoffing, that would be far too dull. Is this not your precious little treasure? I believe they would be quite eager to engage in a close encounter with you. As if comprehending Luo Hua's words, the venomous creature writhed with greater fervor, its hissing growing increasingly jarring, burrowing closer to Brother Hu's ear. In that moment, Brother Hu was consumed with regret and hatred, questioning whether it was worth offending this formidable figure over a woman as contemptible as in Xingxue. Is it that you can't bear to let go? Allow me to assist you. Luo Hua's devilish voice echoed from behind Brother Hu. With a vice-like grip, he held Brother Hu's head, preparing to push it towards the box of venomous snakes. Chapter 38. United against the enemy. Meanwhile, on the other side, the previously quiet and Xingxue seized the opportunity and dashed towards the door. Where do you think you're going? You must stay put. Luo Hua flicked his wrist, sending a small stone hurtling through the air towards the back of Xingxue's knee. She let out a piercing scream as she tumbled headfirst into the mud, trembling as she scrambled to her feet, pleading, Luo Hua, Brother Luo, please don't kill me. Dream on. Did you ever consider sparing me when you plotted against me? Luo Hua replied coldly, continuing to forcefully push Hu Ji's head towards the glass box. Stop. Stop. On the side, Baga fell to his knees with a thud, crawling a few steps to Luo Hua and imploring, Brother Luo, let me take Hu Ji's place. Please spare him. Luo Hua raised an eyebrow at Bago, who was weeping uncontrollably. He hadn't anticipated that Hu Gu had such a loyal brother. He said in a measured tone, you truly are devoted. But is it worth it to sacrifice your life for him? Absolutely. Hu Gu saved my life. If it weren't for him, I would have been dead and rotting long ago, and no one would have known. This life of mine was given to me by Hu Gu, and I am willing to die in his stead. Please, spare Hu Gu and let me take his place. Ba Gu sobbed on the ground, desperately pleading with Luo Hua. Seeing the sincerity in Ba Ji's pleas, Luo Hua's anger began to wane. It seemed that Hu Gu was indeed a good brother. Ultimately, this situation stemmed from Xingxue's actions. If he were to kill Hu Gu today, his underlings would not let it go easily, and the Yi family might face unrest as a result. With this in mind, Luo Hua lowered his gaze, addressing Hu Gu with a calm demeanor. Hu Gu, you have a loyal subordinate. I will spare you today, but you must also reassure me. With that, Luo Hua's expression turned steely, and in a lightning-fast motion, he fed a snow pearl pill to Hu Gu. Hu Ji's eyes glazed over immediately, as if he had lost his soul, followed by an all-consuming pain that spread throughout his body. The large man cried out in agony, rolling on the ground as cold sweat soaked the earth beneath him. Ba Gu, witnessing this, felt a wave of excruciating pain wash over him as the memory flooded back. And Qingxue, terrified by the scene, could only stifle her cries, trembling as she backed away. The torment lasted a full 5 minutes, and once Hu Ge had calmed down, he lay motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless rag doll. The once formidable leader of the underworld had been reduced to this pitiable state. Ba Gu crawled to Hu Ge, crying, "Hu Ge, it's over. It doesn't hurt anymore." Luo Hua stood by, arms crossed, allowing them to speak until he saw the defiance in their expressions fade away. He then coldly remarked, "Have you said enough? If so, get on your knees right now." At this command, both men obediently complied, kneeling before Luo Hua with perfect posture. "Hu Ge, what I just fed you is a poison of my own making, and only I can cure it or control its effects. It won't just manifest once. If you behave, I will help you manage it. But should you harbor any rebellious thoughts, it will strike back with greater intensity and pain until you can endure no more. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't even think of it." Hu Ge nodded vigorously, assuring Luo Hua, "Very well, let us put a safeguard in place for now. Once you fully convince me to release you, I will provide the antidote," Luo Hua said, his tone devoid of warmth. Yes, Brother Luo, you are right. We are grateful for your mercy," they both expressed, tears streaming down their faces. After dealing with the two, Luo Hua approached Qingxue. Her malice was the worst he had ever encountered, and he felt an overwhelming urge to rid himself of her entirely. However, upon noticing her slightly protruding abdomen, he felt a pang of compassion, and Qingxue, sensing his silence, cried even harder, stammering, "Brother Luo, I truly understand my mistakes now. I won't dare do it again. Please don't kill me or poison me. I've been roommates with you at Mingran University for 4 years. Let this bond save me." Luo Hua cast a chilling gaze at Qingxue, saying, "Now you know fear? Why didn't you think of that when you plotted against me? If not for your condition, I would have ensured that you would suffer beyond imagination today. However, my pity ends here. If you dare to provoke me again, you will truly meet your demise. I won't. I promise. I was wrong." And Qingxue swore through her tears. Luo Hua scoffed, glanced at the factory, and then strode out without a backward glance. Meanwhile, at the Dongtai Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, Wang Shuyi, Lei Shiya, and other leaders from the Shanghai Traditional Chinese Medicine community sat in silence in the conference room. The Western Road doctors had already challenged both Dongtai and Xi'an hospitals, leading to disastrous defeats. They gathered today to devise a strategy. "We can't remain silent any longer," Lei Shiya exclaimed, banging the table as he stood up. "If we don't come up with a plan, the Shanghai Traditional Chinese Medicine community will be doomed." The others felt a deep sense of despair. It was evident to everyone, yet formulating a plan was no easy task. Wang Shi frowned, aware that the group of rogue doctors was exceedingly arrogant, leaving them unable to refuse their challenges. Their only hope lay in uniting together, perhaps to muster a slim chance of victory. Ningboqing, the president of the Xi'an Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, forced a smile and asked the group, "These rogue doctors are truly formidable. Does anyone here have the confidence to defeat them?" Silence filled the room until someone finally cleared their throat and said, "I believe Teacher Luo can definitely win against them." It's Luo Hua again. "I refuse to believe that our esteemed Shanghai Traditional Chinese Medicine community has no one else but him." Bai Lurong from Beta Hospital shouted defiantly. "Bai Lurong, just stop. The rogue doctors won't choose their days. They could very well challenge you tomorrow. Just don't embarrass yourself too much when that time comes," Ningboqing replied coolly. At this moment, he had lost all confidence. After studying traditional medicine for half his life, what good was it? Facing those people made him feel like a child, utterly defenseless. Not only did he face defeat, but he also nearly lost his sight forever. If it weren't for Luo Hua's timely intervention, he wouldn't even be sitting here discussing strategies. Therefore, Ningboqing could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Luo Hua. Bai Lurong was merely putting on a brave face. He was just as panicked. 2 out of the 4 major hospitals had already been defeated, leaving only his Beidou Hospital and Gu Bin's Nampo Hospital. "Master Wang, please give us a suggestion." Lei Shiya stood and bowed to Wang Shuyi. Wang Shuyi's expression grew complicated. It felt like the burden of the dilemma had been placed squarely on his shoulders. His esteemed position as a national medical master came with both honor and constraints. He had to maintain his reputation. A single defeat would nullify a lifetime of effort. The rogue doctors employed cunning techniques, and Wang Shuyi had no assurance of victory. "Old Lei, this all stems from the provocation caused by your speech. You must take some responsibility. You need to come up with a solution." Wang Shuyi looked at Lei Shiya earnestly. At this moment, Lei Industries found itself in a state of profound anxiety. The agreement to collectively seek the assistance of Wang Shui had devolved into a silence that was both deafening and disheartening, as each individual hesitated to voice their thoughts, seemingly driving him towards a dire predicament. The remaining few had discerned Wang Shui's unwavering stance, but were unable to articulate their insights, rendering persuasion futile, and thus, they remained in silence. Just as the group began to measure their resolve, a heavy cough resonated from the entrance. An elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, was supported by a young companion as he stepped into the room. Despite his advanced age, the old man exuded vitality, his eyes sparkling with a brightness that rivaled that of many younger individuals. The young man accompanying him was striking in appearance, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his posture impeccably straight, radiating an aura of energy. The attendees in the conference room rose to their feet in unison. "Teacher Han," they exclaimed, their demeanor adopting an utmost respectfulness. "Please, take a seat," Wang Shui said, hastening to offer his greeting with a bow, inviting the esteemed guest to sit. This venerable figure, known as Han Tao, had reached the remarkable age of 100 years and was a true luminary in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Emerging from a tumultuous era, he dedicated himself to alleviating the suffering of the populace, even sacrificing his wealth to establish the first medical college in China. His commitment to nurturing his students was unparalleled. It could be said that the majority of renowned practitioners of traditional medicine today were his disciples. The young man assisting him was his great-grandson, Han Shua. "I cannot presume to occupy the position of the saintly physician of your nation," Han Tao remarked in a subdued tone. He then cast his gaze downward, prompting Lei Industries to instinctively rise to their feet, allowing Han Tao to settle into his seat with a measured grace. Only once he was comfortably seated did the others dare to resume their own seats. "Teacher Han, what has compelled you to emerge from retirement?" Lei Industries inquired, feigning ignorance. "Do you truly wish to know?" Han Tao replied with a dismissive snort. "I have heard that you, the leading figures of the orthodox traditional medicine community, have repeatedly suffered defeats at the hands of the nefarious practitioners from the western regions. It fills me with sorrow." His words struck a painful chord, as he had always taken immense pride in founding the medical college and cultivating a generation of orthodox practitioners. He held a deep disdain for the folk remedies of the Western charlatans, and witnessing the repeated failures of the orthodox community, which had allowed these impostors to overshadow them, was nothing short of infuriating. How could he possibly maintain a pleasant demeanor in light of such disheartening news? Chapter 39. The leader as Wang Shui and others stood chastised. They dared not lift their heads, overwhelmed by shame. "Moreover, I have heard that you have recently taken on a new teacher? A mere child, still wet behind the ears. Where do you place me?" Han Tao's gaze swept coldly over the assembled crowd, and as his eyes passed, each individual hurriedly lowered their heads, afraid to meet his stare. Observing this, Han Tao slammed his hand on the table, directing his ire towards Wang Shui. With a scoff he remarked, "And you, bearing the title of a national medical master, yet you are so protective of your reputation that you cannot even utter a word to lead the charge?" Han Tao's words pierced Wang Shui's heart like needles, rendering his face crimson as he sat there, unable to muster a retort. He had reasons to counter. Yet the man before him held considerable renown in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Furthermore, in terms of seniority, Wang Shui was indeed his junior, which left everyone present, although singled out, too intimidated to voice any disagreement. After delivering a thorough reprimand, Han Tao finally felt somewhat appeased and turned to address the matter at hand. "I have come here not for any trivialities, but to ensure that you swiftly prepare for the impending battle. You claim no one dares to take the mantle of leader? Then allow me to appoint one for you." As Han Tao concluded his statement, Han Shua rose gracefully and bowed to the assembly. The onlookers exchanged glances, their thoughts rife with skepticism. Can such a young individual truly handle this responsibility? In the eyes of many, a healer must undergo the crucible of time to attain mastery, and thus the youthful vigor of Han Shua inevitably gave rise to doubts. Lei Shiya stood, expressing his reservations. "Teacher Han, the methods of the Western rogue healers are cunning and should not be underestimated. Director Lei, the essence remains unchanged, no matter how devious. They are still practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. I, Han Shua, am not lacking. After over 20 years of dedicated study in this field, I possess sufficient expertise," Han Shua declared confidently. In his view, 2 decades of medical practice should astonish, yet the response was entirely unexpected. The crowd remained solemn, for in their circle, 2 decades of study was hardly impressive. Many among them had dedicated 4 to 5 decades, and failure was not uncommon. The expressions of the crowd were not lost on Han Shua, who stepped onto the podium and addressed the esteemed elders. I understand you harbor significant doubts regarding my capabilities. So allow me to put your minds at ease. As his gaze traversed the faces below, it landed on Lei Shiya, to whom he calmly stated, Director Lei, you appear fatigued, your complexion lacking vitality. Have you been suffering from severe insomnia of late? Lei Shiya paused, struck by the accuracy of the observation. The recent turmoil caused by the Western rogue healers had indeed disrupted his peace, leading to sleepless nights. Han Shuo did not linger on this point. Shifting his focus to Bai Lurong of Beidou Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Director Bai, have you been experiencing palpitations? Sudden fright can disrupt the heart's energy, causing disarray. You must try to relax. Bai Lurong's face flushed in response. The threat of the rogue healers loomed like a sword above him, causing profound anxiety. Despite his earlier facade of bravery, Han Shuo's revelation made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Han Shuo continued, this time turning his attention to the only woman present. This lady, Lulu, a representative of the medical field from the metropolis, exuded an air of sophistication. Upon meeting Han Shuo's gaze, she playfully winked at him. Without a hint of change in his demeanor, Han Shuo remarked, Madam, you ought to exercise restraint in your personal affairs and pay heed to hygiene. His words caused Lulu's expression to shift dramatically. Her rise to prominence had been substantially aided by her charms, and many present had close ties to her. Thus, Han Shuo's statement had cast a shadow over her reputation. With a tight-lipped smile, Lulu stammered, Thank you for the diagnosis, Dr. Han. I had been feeling unwell lately, and it seems my recent visit to a hot spring may have caused it. I shall return to the hospital for a thorough examination. Seeing that the groundwork had been laid, Han Tao cleared his throat and posed a question. The ringing in the ears is like cicadas, worsening at night, accompanied by insomnia and night sweats. How should this be resolved? Han Tao's inquiry was rather vague. The patient experiences tinnitus, which intensifies at night. Alongside insomnia and night sweats, how to treat this condition? Given the lack of pulse information and observations of complexion or tongue, even the seasoned practitioners present found themselves at a loss. Han Shuo smiled gently and responded, This indicates a deficiency of kidney yin. The kidneys open to the ears. With insufficient kidney yin, there is a rise of empty heat, resulting in the aforementioned symptoms. The treatment should focus on nourishing yin and supplementing the kidneys. Utilizing the herbal formula Tongqiao decoction with ingredients such as Nu Jinzi, Han Lian Chao, Sang Shun, and Yishou Wu, complemented by acupuncture at points like Xinxian, Mingmen, Yanglingquan, and Zisangli. Excellent. This method is superb. Wang Shui exclaimed, applauding from the side. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Shiya posed another question. The Western rogue healers often employ unconventional tactics. Their battles frequently revolve around toxic arts. How well-versed are you in this area? Feel free to test my knowledge, Han Shuo replied with a generous smile. The directors of the 4 major traditional Chinese medicine hospitals were keen to assess Han Shuo's abilities and did not hold back, engaging him in a series of contests following the customary procedures of the Western rogue healers. Han Shuo adeptly neutralized the poisons concocted by the 4 directors, while his own toxins left them in a state of confusion. As expected, Han Shuo emerged victorious without incident. Truly a prodigious talent. Dr. Han is a remarkable young man. The future of traditional Chinese medicine in our metropolis shines bright. Indeed, if the Western rogue healers dare to challenge us, let them come. There shall be no return. Our traditional Chinese medicine community is not a soft target for them to manipulate. With renewed hope, the crowd calmed their nerves, lavishing praise upon Han Shuo as if he were a celestial being. Han Tao sat nearby, beaming with pride. Han Shuo was undoubtedly the most gifted of his descendants. He had spared no effort in nurturing him, and this outing was intended to bolster his reputation. With the support of young Dr. Han, what is there to fear? Tomorrow, we shall formally issue a challenge to the Western rogue healers, shall we not? Lei Shiya, his cheeks flushed with excitement, stood and declared, Absolutely. Let us issue the challenge. The others rallied in agreement, bolstered by newfound confidence. That evening, as the medical community in the metropolis fervently discussed the impending challenge, Zhu Weirong, having fallen from his position as director, stealthily made his way to the hideout of the trio of Western rogue healers. Zhu Weirong, what brings you here? Have you come to duel? The trio of Western rogue healers, intent on challenging the legitimate traditional Chinese medicine community, recognized Zhu Weirong's familiar face. Chapter 40. Setting traps. Upon hearing the words, Zhu Weirong shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, No, 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 you are misunderstanding me. I am here to deliver a message. Noticing the interest of the trio from the Western region in his words, Zhu Weirong then grinned sinisterly and continued. Do you know who is the most formidable figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine in Magic City? Even if you defeat the directors of the 4 major Chinese medicine hospitals, you are still not the most powerful unless you have bested him. Of course we know. Is it not the renowned national physician Wang Shi? With him around, the directors of the 4 major hospitals are nothing but trifles. Do you think we would spare him after conquering the directors? The leader of the Western region trio grinned. It appears you are quite unaware. Zhu Weirong feigned regret, clicking his tongue. Currently, the most formidable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Magic City is not Wang Shi, but a young man named Luo Hua. He is the one who neutralized the poison you concocted during your previous challenge. You know, the so-called mighty Wang Shi even refers to him as his teacher. Luo Hua? The leader scratched his head and muttered the name. Zhu Weirong, you are not here just to play us for fools, are you? Your orthodox traditional Chinese medicine community places great importance on status, so how could someone of Wang Shi's caliber call a young man his teacher? Facts speak louder than words. You may verify what I say. Zhu Weirong observed the trio's expressions shifting and could not help but smirk coldly. Additionally, I have more news for you. Wang Shi had long intended to summon Luo Hua, but was refused. If you wish to challenge him, I have a way. Simply create trouble for Yi Guangjing of Yi Hospital, and I assure you, Luo Hua will respond. After secretly undermining Yi Guangjing's family, Zhu Weirong discreetly departed. The following day, the Western Region Trio received a challenge letter from the traditional Chinese medicine community in Magic City. However, they felt none of the excitement they had previously harbored, for Zhu Weirong's portrayal had piqued their interest in the young man named Luo Hua. Without a contest against him, they could hardly muster the motivation. They were not entirely swayed by Zhu Weirong's words, so they conducted their own investigation. The results corroborated Zhu Weirong's claims. Indeed, Luo Hua possessed exceptional skills. I believe it would be far more interesting to defeat this Luo Hua first, the leader remarked with a chilling smile to the other 2. The efficiency of these 3 was remarkable, as they boldly stormed into Yi Hospital that very day. Meanwhile, Luo Hua was at home attending to household chores, leaving only Yi Minggran at the hospital to assist Yi Guangjing. The trio strode in without a care. Are you Director Yi Guangjing? You should be familiar with us. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luke, and I am here to challenge you to a medical duel, the leader declared. Yi Guangjing was well aware of these 3 and their notorious ruthlessness in confrontations. His modest skills were no match for them. He did not feign bravado and directly stated to Luke, I, Yi, am not skilled enough in medicine to be your opponent. Consider your victory assured. Please take your leave. Yi Guangjing was no fool. He had witnessed the fates of those who had accepted such challenges. His life held more value than his pride, and he felt no shame in his decision. Director Yi, you concede far too readily. Luke frowned in dissatisfaction. I am fully aware of my own abilities. If I cannot win, then I cannot win, Yi Guangjing replied with a calm demeanor. Very well. If you do not wish to battle me, I will not press you. But do call forth that Luo Hua from your family. I wish to challenge him. He is not a physician and knows nothing of traditional Chinese medicine. Yi Guangjing anxiously remarked. Director Yi, you are clearly trying to deceive me. Do you think I have not done my research before making my move? That Luo Hua, who even Wang Shi acknowledges as his teacher, could not possibly be ignorant of traditional Chinese medicine. I doubt anyone is, Luke retorted with a mocking expression. He is not here and will not compete against you, Yi Guangjing said, his voice tinged with tension. Yi Minggran stepped forward, resolutely rejecting Luke's challenge. No one from our family will compete with you. Why must you make things difficult for our small hospital? I have heard that the directors of the 4 major hospitals have issued a challenge to you. That is where your true battlefield lies. Luke observed Yi Minggran's assertive stance and smirked coldly, pulling a vibrant flower from a small pouch at his waist and extending it towards her. Miss Yi, you are indeed a rare beauty, and I cannot help but wish to present you with this exquisite flower. Yi Minggran did not take the flower but instead frowned and firmly stated, there is no need for flowers. Please leave our hospital as soon as possible. Luke was unfazed, gently placing the flower on the ground before smiling at Yi Minggran. Once I offer a gift, I do not take it back. How you choose to dispose of it is entirely up to you. Should Luo Hua come looking for us, inform him to go to Dantai Hospital, for we shall be there today for a competition. After the trio departed, Yi Minggran's expression darkened as she picked up the flower and promptly discarded it into the trash bin. Not forgetting to turn to Yi Guangjing, she declared, Brother Luo Hua is not foolish. He would never go seek them out. But before she could finish her sentence, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. This sudden turn of events alarmed Yi Guangjing, who shouted Yi Minggran's name while hastily checking her pulse. How could she be poisoned? Could it be? Yi Guangjing, in a panic, broke into a cold sweat, and suddenly, the image of the flower flashed in his mind. He tugged at his collar, striving to compose himself, and carefully felt Yi Mingran's pulse, attempting to discern the nature of the poison. However, the results were not promising. He was left with no choice but to urgently call Luo Hua, his voice frantic. Luo Hua, Mingran has been poisoned. You must come to the hospital immediately. Meanwhile, the trio from the western region, having successfully executed their scheme, strolled confidently into Dantai Hospital, ready to face the challenge. Today, Dantai Hospital had gathered quite the crowd. With Wang Shiyi, Lei Shiye, and Han Tao's family all present, lined up in the hall, awaiting the arrival of the western region trio. Well, what courage! You all managed to arrive without exception, Luke sneered upon entering. The western region trio is a band of charlatans. Today, we from the orthodox traditional Chinese medicine community shall enlighten you on what true traditional Chinese medicine entails. Lei Shiye stood up and retorted coldly. I too wish to be enlightened. However, I wonder if you can grant me that opportunity. Who shall step forth to challenge first? Perhaps someone should show their face so I can see, Luke said with a knowing smirk. Chapter 41. The duel. No matter who we send into battle, we can easily outmatch you. Lei Shiye, filled with bravado, spoke without hesitation. Bring forth your strongest. Let us see how we will compete. Luke, equally provoked, furrowed his brow and declared loudly. Excellent. Let us adhere to the rules established by our ancestors. We shall compete in 3 rounds. The art of poisoning and detoxification, identification of herbs and medicines, and acupuncture techniques. Lei Shiye proclaimed with conviction. These various schools of traditional Chinese medicine ultimately converge upon a few fundamental skills, which this competition will comprehensively encompass. The first round, poisoning and detoxification, embodies the very essence of traditional Chinese medicine. It arose from humanity's desire to protect against the harm of toxins, thus prompting the exploration of this field. The second round, the identification of herbs and medicines, is of paramount importance. Only by accurately understanding the characteristics, applications, effects, and contraindications of each herb can one create an effective prescription. The final round, acupuncture, is the most mystical aspect of traditional Chinese medicine, a unique method of treating illnesses through external means. It employs the body's meridians and acupuncture points, utilizing specific techniques to remedy ailments throughout the body. This practice is fraught with peril. A minor miscalculation could result in dire consequences. No objections. Now that the competition is set, let us commence. Luke, brimming with arrogance, stepped forward. You may send anyone from your side. I do not mind a battle of attrition. We have only 2 paths. Either I defeat all of you, or you manage to overcome me. Luke's words were audacious, essentially challenging them all to one-on-one combat. The traditional Chinese medicine practitioners found themselves in a difficult position, realizing that the only way to continue the contest was to defeat Luke. Such arrogance. Let me hear who dares to boast so brazenly. Han Tao, visibly agitated, rose angrily. Ah, it is you, Elder Han. I did not expect you to take the field yourself. Luke's smile widened with a hint of mockery as he replied, My junior, Luke, is accompanied by my 2 fellow disciples, Feng Ling and Chu Wan. The 2 women, equally proud, exchanged respectful gestures. I shall take the first challenge. Who shall you send forth? Luke inquired, surveying the crowd. We shall send Director Bai Lurong of the Beidou Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital to face you, Lei Shiye announced. Lei Shiye thought to himself that Bai Lurong had spoken boldly earlier. Now it was time to test his mettle. As for Han Sha, he was undoubtedly meant to make a grand entrance later. Bai Lurong, thrust forward by Lei Shiye without consultation, felt a surge of irritation, realizing they wished to see him humiliated. However, one must not lose face. Bai Lurong steadied his spirit, straightened his posture, and declared, I, Bai Lurong, Director of Beidou Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, am here to seek your esteemed guidance. How courteous. Luke feigned politeness, though his disdain was evident. Please, Director Bai Lurong, now focused on the contest, cleared his throat and stated, Before we begin, let us confirm the rules. We shall only use the medicinal herbs provided on site, and you may not employ any herbs from your possession. You have no objections, I trust? If you have any concerns, feel free to inspect the herbs here. No objections. Luke nonchalantly agreed. The hall for this competition had been meticulously arranged by Lei Shiye and others, featuring a tall cabinet filled with over 100 types of medicinal herbs, neatly categorized. The process of poisoning differs significantly from that of boiling herbs. It is swifter, involving the grinding of various herbs into powder, mixing with water to create a medicinal concoction. However, Due to the lack of prolonged boiling, the toxicity is usually milder, allowing for a window of opportunity for detoxification. Every practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine possesses their own unique recipe for poison. Bai Lurong, confident in his abilities, began to grind a selection of herbs. Meanwhile, Luke leisurely browsed the cabinet, taking his time to select a few herbs. Half the time elapsed before he made his choices. The creation of poison not only depends on the types of herbs used, but also on the order and quantity of each ingredient. Only through a harmonious combination of these factors can a successful poison be concocted. In detoxification, the same principle applies. One must dismantle the poison in the precise order it was prepared. It is akin to unlocking a safe, where the sequence of the combination must be exact. Any deviation can lead to failure. Bai Lurong understood this well, so as he neared completion of his poison, he discreetly monitored Luke's preparation to ascertain his method and dosage, aiding in the forthcoming detoxification. The act of poisoning, while seemingly tense, concluded within a matter of minutes, and both competitors finished their concoctions simultaneously. Each presented a bowl of golden-yellow medicinal liquid, swiftly exchanging and consuming their brews. Bai Lurong's poison, named Chuanxin, utilized the leaves of the foxglove as its base, supplemented with aconitine and wolf poison. This concoction primarily targeted the heart, ensuring its lethality. Bai Lurong clearly intended to leave Luke no chance of survival. "Mr. Luke, I trust you will savor this poison thoroughly," Bai Lurong said with a triumphant smile. "It is nothing extraordinary," Luke retorted arrogantly. 1 minute passed since they consumed their poisons, and the audience held their breath in anticipation of the outcome. Ultimately, it was Bai Lurong who faltered first, a trickle of black blood escaping his lips. Struggling to lift his head, he incredulously asked Luke, "How is this possible? Why are you unscathed?" A smug smile graced Luke's lips as he replied nonchalantly, "Quite simply, I have already neutralized your poison." "How can this be?" The spectators erupted in disbelief, rising in astonishment. Luke had neither gathered herbs nor administered acupuncture. How could he have undone the poison? Only Wang Shuyi, Han Tao, and Han Shuo remained composed amidst the chaos. Bai Lurong, clutching his chest and disregarding his own condition, glared at Luke and exclaimed, "Impossible. You must not have ingested it. How can you show no signs of poisoning?" Typically, after concocting poison, there is a verification step where one tests for toxicity, usually by lightly touching the tongue. However, Luke had actually taken a substantial sip, a detail unnoticed by the crowd. The reason for Luke's delay in preparing his poison was to observe Bai Lurong's quantities. Yet, Luke's skill surpassed that, as he employed a method of counteracting poison with poison. His concoction served as both an antidote to Bai Lurong's poison and a brand new toxin. Therefore, while Luke remained unharmed, Bai Lurong suffered from the effects. In essence, Luke had ingested the antidote before the poison, rendering it ineffective. Had Bai Lurong discerned this and recognized that Luke's brew could counteract his own, he could have consumed his antidote during the verification step, resulting in a stalemate. Chapter 42. Humiliation. The contest between physicians is not a matter of taking lives. If poisons were all lethal, what would be the purpose of such a competition? In this scenario, only slow-acting poisons are employed, allowing the opponent an hour to counteract the effects. Bai Lurong, still unable to grasp the situation, anxiously rummaged through the medicine cabinet, grinding and swallowing various concoctions. Yet the poison remained unabated. As time progressed, the toxicity intensified, darkness began to cloud Bai Lurong's vision, and he struggled to remain upright. "I concede. Please help me with the antidote." His endurance at an end, Bai Lurong raised his hand in surrender. Luke smiled faintly, pushing the bowl of poison Bai Lurong had concocted towards him. "Drink up. Once you ingest the poison, the antidote will follow." Bai Lurong's eyes widened in disbelief, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, convinced Luke was mocking him. Without further ado, Luke stepped forward and forcibly administered the concoction to Bai Lurong. Miraculously, the bleeding from his mouth and nose ceased, the poison neutralized. Bai Lurong quickly understood, his face flushed with embarrassment. Lei Shiye, ever astute, swiftly arranged for Gu Bin, the director of Nanpo Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, to step in. Gu Bin seethed with resentment but had no choice but to confront the challenge, only to suffer yet another defeat. Observing the situation, the crowd shifted their focus to Lei Shiye. "Director Lei, you are the leader among our 4 prominent traditional medicine hospitals. If you do not take action now, when will you?" "Indeed, Director Lei, you must display some resolve at this critical moment." They pressed, intensifying their rhetoric. After all, it was their own bravado that had drawn them into this predicament. It would be ungracious for him not to act now. The crowd's fervor grew, leaving Lei Shiye with no option but to muster his courage and step forward. However, The prowess of Luke was evident. Defeating him was beyond Lei Shuria's capabilities. And yet again, the orthodox traditional medicine community faced defeat. The competition had begun with ill fortune, and now they could not even proceed with the first round. I expected you to possess some remarkable skills, yet you have proven to be rather weak. I suggest you refrain from calling yourselves practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. It is quite shameful, Luke declared with a mocking laugh. Arrogant. The contest has yet to conclude, and you dare to boast. Han Shuo finally stepped forward. Oh, and who might you be? Luke inquired, raising an eyebrow. I am Han Shuo, a descendant of Han Tao, he proclaimed proudly. Ah, a scion of the Han family. No wonder he carries himself with such pride. Very well, let us proceed. Luke replied with a grin. Han Shuo approached the stage confidently and proclaimed, I am certain of my victory. I have fully grasped your techniques and am eager to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. You are quite self-assured, Luke remarked with a smirk. How about we wager something extra? Regardless of who loses, they must publicly declare, I am a fool, while disrobing. Given their esteemed positions within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, none could afford the humiliation of such a public display. Nevertheless, Han Shuo, brimming with confidence, readily agreed. Then let us begin. Luke responded with a knowing smile. This time, the two prepared their concoctions with remarkable speed, arriving simultaneously at the front. It appears your skills are limited, Han Shuo sneered dismissively, lifting the bowl to drink Luke's poison. Luke, too, readily consumed the concoction Han Shuo had prepared. Your poison must contain a combination of goshu, colchicine, and bleeding heart. Colchicine affects the gastrointestinal tract, while bleeding heart is a neurotoxin. Together, they enhance gastrointestinal toxicity. I told you, I have completely mastered your methods. Why have you not adapted? Han Shuo confidently declared after setting down the bowl. Luke remained unfazed, maintaining a peculiar smile. A minute later, both poisons began to take effect. Han Shuo, enduring the discomfort, rushed to the medicine cabinet, preparing an antidote while explaining his process. Eager to demonstrate his expertise, he successfully concocted the antidote first, calmly taking it and experiencing immediate relief from his symptoms. Turning to Luke, he raised an eyebrow and declared, I warned you, this time you are certain to lose. Your poison is far too easy to neutralize. Moreover, you best hurry and concede. My poison is quite complex, and 1 hour is hardly sufficient for an antidote. If you do not surrender, prepare for death. The onlookers, once anxious, now felt a sense of certainty. Truly, this young man was formidable. They had won. However, before they could rejoice, an unexpected turn of events unfolded for Han Shuo. Moments ago, he had been confidently speaking, but now his eyes bulged, and blood poured from his mouth and nose as his body began to swell alarmingly. Cough! What is happening to me? The poison. Wasn't it neutralized? Han Shuo cried in disbelief. The crowd was just as bewildered, including Han Tao, who had been observing intently. To his eyes, Han Shuo's antidote had appeared flawless. Desperately, Han Shuo turned to inspect his antidote. No way. Could it be that my antidote exacerbated the toxicity? Meanwhile, Luke had also prepared his antidote, swallowing it promptly before erupting into a fit of vomiting. You cannot neutralize the poison this way. My toxin begins absorption the moment it enters. Merely cleansing the stomach is futile, Han Shuo retorted, his expression one of satisfaction. Yet, contrary to his assertions, Luke's poison was indeed neutralized. Han Shuo's eyes widened in disbelief as he began to shout in panic. Young man, your previous confidence was quite amusing. Did you not claim to have fully understood my abilities? Yet, it appears your condition is worsening. How does it feel? I find you quite pitiable. Luke's mocking words pierced deeper, intensifying Han Shuo's agony. Impossible. No. I will not. He stammered, his face contorted in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, his body grotesquely swollen, a far cry from his earlier composure. In the initial moments, Han Shuo still clung to hope. But the excruciating pain was unbearable. He began to cry out in despair, tears and mucus staining his face, leaving him utterly devoid of dignity. Young man, while the pain is indeed severe, rest assured this poison will not prove fatal in the immediate term. I estimate it will take about an hour. Luke chuckled from the sidelines. I cannot take it any longer. I concede. Please, help me. Quickly. Han Shuo curled on the ground, clawing at the air. His once handsome visage now a mask of torment. Seeking an antidote? That is simple. You need only acknowledge me as your superior, and I shall grant you the cure. Luke teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 43, Embarrassment Grandfather. Grandfather. Han Shuo, in excruciating pain, had lost the ability to think clearly. Luke, with a mischievous grin, urged him, what did you say? Your voice is too soft. I can't hear you. Grandfather, please save me. Han Shuo cried out, tears and mucus streaming down his face. At that moment, Han Tao, who had been anxiously concerned for his great-grandson, lowered his head in shame. If there were a crack in the ground, he would have gladly burrowed into it. How humiliating! He had contemplated intervening to rescue Han Shuo, but Han Shuo had long surpassed him in skill. Han Tao was at a loss, unable to devise a remedy. Scoundrel! Since you are so earnest, your grandfather cannot turn a blind eye, Luke replied, swaying towards the medicine cabinet, delicately picking up a piece of fritillary and stating, "What do you see here? You overlooked one of the ingredients in my medicine. Fritillary. Impossible. When did you add fritillary?" Han Shuo exclaimed, realizing the implications and spitting out a mouthful of blood in his fury. The fritillary contained fritillarin, which could induce throat allergies. An excessive intake could lead to swelling. However, it was also an excellent neutralizing agent. With it, the remaining ingredients would no longer be toxic. Yet, its original side effects would still manifest in the body, albeit subsiding on their own. Han Shuo had concocted an antidote under the assumption that the decoction was poisonous, leading to his current dire predicament. Luke's maneuver was a prime example of cunning strategy, and Han Shuo had fallen right into his trap. "You deceived me. How treacherous!" Han Shuo bellowed, slamming his fists into the ground. "What is treachery? Is it treachery not to reveal my entire preparation process to you? How naive. You would be better off returning to your mother's womb." Luke taunted mercilessly. Though Luke's words were harsh, they held a kernel of truth. A competition is a contest of skills, and outsmarting the opponent is a testament to one's ability. Luke had skillfully concealed his intentions in plain sight, an impressive feat. "Scoundrel! Do you think you are the only intelligent one in the world? Let me clarify. What you perceive from me depends solely on what I choose to show you. You people are truly pitifully naive. A mere trick can leave you spinning in circles." "How dull," Luke declared. A self-satisfied grin plastered on his face as he swiftly concocted an antidote. At this point, Han Shuo, consumed by rage and humiliation, felt his blood surge, and he spat another mouthful of blood. "Unfair. This is unjust," he shouted, eyes wide with indignation. "Little Shuo." Han Tao, disregarding his own embarrassment, stepped forward with concern. "With me here, he will be fine." Luke smiled slightly and forcefully administered the antidote to Han Shuo. Not long after taking the antidote, Han Shuo began to recover, albeit looking somewhat disheveled from the earlier ordeal. The arrogance he once carried had vanished, leaving him despondent, like a deflated balloon, prepared to retreat. However, Luke was not about to let him off easily. With a sinister smile, he called out, "Wait. I recall we set a wager before our contest. You must strip and shout that you are worthless. You wouldn't dare back out, would you?" Han Shuo clenched his fists, struggling to force out a few words through gritted teeth. "Impossible. I won't do it." Luke's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a menacing glare. "Very well. No one has dared to go back on their word in front of me. You wouldn't want to know their fate. You understand my methods, and it would be 100-fold more painful than today." Luke's words were a powerful threat, and Han Shuo was consumed by memories of the agony he had just endured. Ultimately, he capitulated, trampling his pride and dignity beneath his feet. Trembling, he stripped himself bare, his face contorted as he muttered, "I am worthless." Once those words left his lips, Han Shuo appeared utterly drained, like a soulless husk devoid of vitality. Han Tao, watching in anguish, shouted desperately, "Little Shuo, my dear grandson, I want to compete with you." Han Tao's eyes were red as he glared at Luke, but in the next moment, he had to clutch the edge of the table to steady himself, barely avoiding a fall. After all, age had taken its toll. Even minor excitement was too much to bear, let alone a confrontation with another. Ultimately, the grandfather and grandson supported each other, departing in sorrow. Luke, emboldened by his victory, laughed maniacally before calling out, "Come. Who else wishes to compete? Anyone unafraid of death, step forward." The crowd fell silent. Who would dare to challenge him now? The once formidable Han Shuo had been reduced to this pitiful state. "You have truly disappointed me. Not a single capable contender among you. What a disgrace to traditional Chinese medicine. I deem it a garbage heap. A collection of worthless fools," Luke exclaimed, his voice dripping with disdain as he berated the practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, leaving them utterly humiliated. "Ah, but do you not have a national medical master? Wang Shuyi, is it? Come forth, let me gauge your prowess," Luke shouted, shifting his disdainful gaze towards Wang Shuyi. Wang Shuyi found himself in a precarious position, yet he remained still, fully aware that he could never surpass Luke. Truly cowardly. Not even the courage to face me directly. "If I were you, I would end it all right now," Luke scoffed dismissively. The representatives of traditional Chinese medicine were filled with shame, wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow them whole. After such a defeat, how could they ever claim to uphold the integrity of their practice? Seeing their despair, Luke laughed mockingly. I shall give you one more chance. Is there anyone with the guts to step up and compete? I am ready. A voice, tinged with barely concealed anger, called from the entrance. I will. The crowd gasped, all eyes turning to the door, where a tall, striking young man, radiating an aura of chilling intensity, strode in. This was Luo Hua. His face bore an icy demeanor, his eyes a fierce crimson, exuding an unmistakable air of lethal intent. After receiving a call from Yi Guangjing, Luo Hua had hurried to Ye's hospital, his heart racing with urgency. Yi Mingran's condition was dire, her face bruised, and her breath faint. Beside her, Yi Guangjing was on the verge of tears, lamenting his powerlessness. Upon seeing this, Luo Hua quickly retrieved his needle kit and began to administer acupuncture to Yi Mingran, neutralizing the poison before turning to Yi Guangjing to inquire about the situation. Learning that it was the work of a nefarious doctor from the western regions, Luo Hua's gaze hardened as he demanded the address and made haste towards Dongtai Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Chapter 44. The rescue. The esteemed members of the Orthodox Chinese medicine community were on the verge of tears upon witnessing Luo Hua's arrival. For he was indeed a true savior in times of suffering. Wang Shuyi, brimming with excitement, rushed forward and exclaimed, Teacher Luo has come. Our emperor has arrived. The previously despondent crowd instantly came to life at the sight of Luo Hua. They eagerly gathered around him, buoyed by Wang Shuyi's infectious enthusiasm. Teacher Luo, how wonderful it is to see you. With your presence, the revitalization of our orthodox Chinese medicine is within reach. Wang Shuyi stammered in his excitement. You are mistaken. I did not come for you, Luo Hua replied, casting a somber glance towards the trio of Western-robed doctors. I have come to escort them to meet the King of Hell. The onlookers recoiled in shock, realizing that the rogue doctor's fate was sealed. Among them was the younger Chu Wan, who had previously doubted Luo Hua's abilities in the herbal market, mistaking him for an ignorant individual due to his adept disguise. Now, seeing Luo Hua's arrival, she was taken aback. Luke, on the other hand, was particularly exhilarated to see Luo Hua. With a hearty laugh, he said, So, it is you. Luo Hua, I knew you would eventually show up. I presume your competition has already commenced? I shall not waste time. I will take the stage for this round. With a cold glimmer in his eyes, Luo Hua fixed his gaze on Luke and inquired, You were the one who poisoned my family, weren't you? Indeed. That was my doing, but what can you do about it? Can you defeat me? Luke replied with brazen arrogance. Defeat you? How utterly uninteresting. Luo Hua's eyes turned icy as he smiled wryly, stating, Why would I seek to defeat you? I am here to ensure you experience what it truly means to wish for death rather than life. Luo Hua declared calmly. What grandiose claims. I wonder if you possess the capability to back them up. Luke scoffed disdainfully. Let us settle this in the arena. Luo Hua retorted. Very well. This round will involve the creation and antidote of poisons. We shall exchange our concoctions, and the first to neutralize the poison will emerge victorious. Understood? Let the contest begin. The two turned towards the medicine cabinet to select their ingredients. Without hesitation, Luo Hua swiftly grabbed a ginseng root and returned to the front. The crowd was perplexed by his choice, as ginseng was a potent restorative herb, entirely devoid of toxicity. They were left wondering about Luo Hua's intentions. In the realm of toxicology, regardless of how intricate the concoction, a singular poison is essential to serve as the core element. The choice of the catalyst is paramount in determining the final product of the poison. Luke was keenly observant of Luo Hua, feigning indifference while harboring significant concern. Seeing Luo Hua's selection left him bewildered and on guard, pondering what strategy Luo Hua intended to employ. Luke had prepared a venomous concoction of his own. A true testament to his expertise. This poison was exceptionally lethal, capable of ravaging the internal organs and damaging the nervous system. Once administered, it would spell doom for the victim. The antidote would merely preserve life, yet the inflicted damage would be irreversible. After both had completed their preparations and exchanged their potions, Luke gazed bemusedly at the bowl of ginseng soup in his hand, quipping, Luo Hua, are you attempting to make me feel as though I wish for death? Is this restorative soup your way of bolstering me? Luo Hua merely snorted dismissively, lowering his gaze to the poison prepared by Luke. He tilted his head back and drank it in one swift motion, savoring the flavor afterward. Meanwhile, the onlookers were far more anxious, their eyes fixated upon Luo Hua. Mr. Wang, what exactly is Teacher Luo up to? Can a bowl of restorative soup win him the contest? Lei Shiye whispered nervously to Wang Shuyi. Wang Shuyi pondered deeply, questioning how Teacher Luo intended to secure victory in this challenge. Do you understand? I have no clue. What is Teacher Luo thinking? He is literally holding a bowl of restorative soup. The crowd erupted into murmurs of speculation. Luke finished his potion, smirking as he remarked, Luo Hua, your brewing technique is impressive. This ginseng soup is quite delectable. Luo Hua remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Luke. Luo Hua, it appears my hopes for you were in vain. You are even less impressive than those previous fools. They at least had the sense to concoct a poison, while you cannot even produce a single vial of venom. Is this your way of courting my favor? Let me enlighten you. My poison is extraordinary. Once consumed, your life will be irrevocably altered, Luke declared, his expression smug as he looked down upon Luo Hua. Mind your words. Do not overreach. Mere bravado will not suffice. Time is of the essence. The poison should be taking effect soon, at which point you shall lack the fortitude to engage in further banter. The venom will ignite a burning torment within your organs, inching upward, and you will experience unparalleled suffering. To ensure you remember this feeling, I shall delay your antidote. Savor this sensation. This is what you refer to as a fate worse than death, is it not? You should be grateful for the opportunity to experience such a rare occurrence, Luke proclaimed, his demeanor one of wild triumph. He crossed his arms, reveling in the anticipation of Luo Hua's demise. As time ticked away, Luo Hua remained unfazed, his brow not even furrowing in distress. Finally, Luke could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, How is it that you are completely unscathed? This is impossible. Is it so difficult to comprehend? Your poison has no effect on me, Luo Hua replied calmly. As a master of the realm, he was shielded by true energy, rendering ordinary toxins ineffective against him. I refuse to believe it. My poison is the deadliest in existence. How could it possibly have no impact on you? Luke exclaimed incredulously. Do you sense the call of death? Luo Hua inquired, ignoring Luke's outbursts, a faint smile gracing his lips. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? Luke laughed heartily, but his mirth was abruptly silenced as he felt a searing pain coursing through his body, akin to a fuse being lit. His muscles and bones shattered, and he collapsed to the ground in agony. The gathered crowd was left in stunned disbelief, converging to uncover the truth behind this bizarre turn of events. Was it not merely a bowl of restorative soup? How could it yield such results? Luke's two female apprentices were left pale with shock. With a gait reminiscent of death itself, Luo Hua approached Luke, disdainfully declaring, I had no intention of crossing paths with you nor interfering in your petty disputes. Yet some individuals are insatiable, desperately attempting to provoke me and even threatening my family. What audacity! I would be remiss not to ensure you experience some hardship in return for your expectations. How does it feel? Chapter 45, The Needle at this moment. Luke was not only experiencing an internal explosion. As Luo Hua spoke, his eyeballs burst explosively, leaving behind two gaping, blood-soaked cavities. The onlookers were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. How could this be possible? The ginseng soup, Luke cried out in agony, covering his face. I concede. I beg you, spare me. Antidote, please. Luo Hua coldly responded, I reiterate, do not expect me to provide a swift antidote, for now. You must endure your suffering. With his vital energy protecting him, Luo Hua perceived all poisons as mere water. The ginseng soup he had given Luke was infused with his vital energy as well. While ginseng itself was harmless, the concealed vital energy was lethal. As long as Luo Hua exercised control, inflicting discomfort upon Luke was merely childish play. This echoed the adage, the weak cannot withstand nourishment. It is akin to a famished individual suddenly being presented with a feast, their body cannot bear it. An ordinary person, upon having vital energy injected into them, would inevitably succumb after a period of time. How much worse was it for Luke, who had been deliberately triggered to explode by Luo Hua? Luo Hua, quickly save my senior brother. Chu Wan exclaimed in desperation, stamping her feet and turning to Luo Hua with urgency. Do not panic. He will not perish. He merely needs to experience the torment of a living hell. Luo Hua responded with a sinister smile. Startled by Luo Hua's malevolence, Chu Wan took 2 steps back. After Luke was thoroughly tormented, Luo Hua leisurely approached the medicine cabinet, casually gathering a few herbs to concoct a medicinal brew to administer to Luke. In truth, this was to draw out the vital energy hidden within Luke's body. The excruciating pain within Luke finally subsided, yet he was irrevocably ruined. His meridians shattered, his eyes blinded. There was no hope for recovery. Witnessing Luke's condition, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. It was truly horrific. This is the price you pay for meddling with those close to me. Spend your life in sincere repentance. Luo Hua leaned down, whispering ominously into Luke's ear. In Luke's mind, Luo Hua now seemed more terrifying than a demon. Merely hearing his voice sent him into spasms of fear. Senior brother, it's all over. Please, gather your strength. Fengling and Chu Wan pleaded, tears streaming down their faces. Luo Hua, you have harmed my senior brother. I will seek vengeance. Chu Wan shouted at Luo Hua, her eyes ablaze with fury. Come at me. I am always ready. Luo Hua replied calmly. This contest was one of acupuncture techniques. With crimson eyes, Chu Wan fixed her gaze on Luo Hua, enunciating each word. Were you toying with me at the herb market? That shopkeeper was saved by you. Wasn't he? Indeed. Luo Hua acknowledged without a hint of concern. You treacherous fiend. When I attempted to test your medical skills, you pretended to be ignorant. Chu Wan seethed, pointing accusingly at Luo Hua. Whose fault is that for being dim-witted? Luo Hua retorted coldly. I advise you not to act impulsively. You have seen the fate of your senior brother, and I caution you against premature celebrations. Chu Wan replied arrogantly, raising her chin. She then retrieved a delicate needle pouch from her side, pushing it open on the table, revealing a row of gleaming black needles. The Blackwater Evil Needle. Those familiar with the craft gasped in astonishment. The variety of acupuncture needles has been extensive throughout history, categorized by material and purpose. However, the Blackwater Evil Needle is the most venomous and fearsome of all, crafted from the skulls of the deceased. Its inherent malevolence is further exacerbated by being nurtured with 81 potent toxic herbs. This needle is, in essence, a lethal weapon. While needles used in medical duels might not pose a significant threat if not mastered perfectly, the Blackwater Evil Needle is inherently poisonous. Merely drawing blood can be fatal, leaving no time for countermeasures. Chu Wan's display of this needle was undeniably ruthless. This is a medical contest, not a life-and-death struggle. Isn't this excessive? Lei Shiya interjected, unable to contain himself. With such a deadly instrument present, is there any necessity for a contest? You're going too far. A fair competition is paramount. What you're doing amounts to cheating. The crowd erupted in indignation, their faces flushed with anger. Luo Hua, however, remained unfazed, merely raising his hand to silence the uproar. Stating calmly, the choice of needle is yours. I have no objections. Surprised by his words, Chu Wan raised an eyebrow and replied, well said. I hope you can maintain your composure during the match. She added ominously, I assure you, I will not let you escape this time. I have also extended my advice. Since you insist on competing, do not present yourself as too vulnerable, Luo Hua countered, unfazed. How brazen. Mastering poison does not equate to mastery in acupuncture. Prepare for humiliation. Chu Wan shot back with a scoff. Enough of this idle chatter. Luo Hua smiled coldly. Now, how do you propose we compete? We shall each take turns to inject 3 needles, and the first to unlock the acupoint shall be declared the victor, Chu Wan proclaimed with pride. Very well. Let us commence. You may go first, Luo Hua responded with calm assurance. Are you certain? I guarantee you will regret it, Chu Wan replied with a chilling smile. Luo Hua, the torment you inflicted on my senior brother will be repaid 100-fold. You will learn the consequences of offending our sect. With remarkable speed and ferocity, Chu Wan struck. In an instant, 3 needles were embedded, one at the back of the head, one at the nape, and one at the center of the forehead, each quivering ominously and glinting in the light. These acupoints appeared innocuous, yet they employed a taboo technique of lethal precision. This set of acupuncture techniques was never intended for healing, but rather for lethal intent. Comprising 28 needles, they targeted the body's vital organs. And the 3 Chu Wan had chosen were aimed primarily at the head. The victim of these needles would feel as though scalding oil were poured over their head, experiencing excruciating pain that would escalate, rendering them unable to find relief until death ensued. Such acupoints should never be wielded unless one intended to kill. They had no place in a medical duel. Chu Wan had never harbored thoughts of merely winning. Her intent was always to kill. Wang Shui, demonstrating his expertise, suddenly rose, exclaiming, Chu Wan, you are deliberately attempting murder. The other representatives of traditional Chinese medicine could not contain their dismay, although they did not fully grasp the situation. They trusted Wang Shui implicitly. Upon realizing the lethal nature of the needles, they were all filled with dread. And what of it? Luo Hua was the one who acted without mercy, tormenting my senior brother to this extent. Chu Wan retorted through gritted teeth. Chapter 46. Regret, but your senior brother is still alive. Wang Shui exclaimed, his face flushed with agitation. If this counts as living, he has already been tormented beyond recognition. That is worse than death. Luo Hua must pay for his blood debts. Chu Wan, with reddened eyes, shouted stubbornly. The practitioners of orthodox, traditional Chinese medicine were alarmed, ready to intervene to stop Chu Wan. She raised her crimson eyes and bellowed, do not move. If anyone takes another step forward, I will ensure he dies on the spot. The crowd was taken aback by Chu Wan's frenzy. The black water evil needle was notorious for its lethality, and none dared to wager their lives against it. Luo Hua, you brought this upon yourself. If you had not harmed my senior brother, I would not have resorted to such cruel measures today. Soon, you shall depart this world amidst the explosive pain in your head. Chu Wan said with an eerie smile. Luo Hua remained unfazed, calmly producing a long needle. Upon witnessing this, Chu Wan's laughter turned sarcastic. There is no need for your futile struggles. This acupoint is unsolvable. Prepare to meet your end. Yet, Luo Hua paid her no mind, casually inserting the needle into an acupoint. In no time, the dark aura enveloping his face dissipated. Look, Teacher Luo seems fine. His complexion is returning. Lei Shiya exclaimed excitedly. Wang Shi was astonished and hurriedly approached to examine Luo Hua, who indeed appeared unharmed. Trembling with disbelief, he gazed at Luo Hua, witnessing what could only be described as a miracle. This lethal needle technique had never failed since its inception. Many renowned doctors had perished at its hands, and yet Luo Hua had managed to unravel it? Surely, his method of resolution was unparalleled in the world. The needle he had just used was merely a ruse, while the true solution lay in his cultivation of true energy to protect the acupoint. Once true energy flowed, any injury could be mended. You cannot be unscathed. This is impossible. Chu Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Luo Hua, exclaiming, the killing needle technique cannot fail. This is absolutely inconceivable. Her gaze at Luo Hua transformed into one of horror, as if she were staring at a monster. It was the most mysterious and formidable killing needle technique. How could it be so easily undone? Luo Hua smiled, his lips curling slightly as he replied, well, it appears I have made the first move, haven't I? Though his smile was as gentle as a spring breeze, to Chu Wan, it felt terrifying, as if a pair of large hands were tightly gripping her heart. Regaining her composure, she mustered the courage to ask Luo Hua, can you tell me how you resolved the killing needle technique? What was that acupoint? This is a secret of my sect and cannot be divulged, Luo Hua replied dismissively. Then, looking at Chu Wan with a serious expression, he continued, the study of medicine is meant to heal and save lives, yet you have reversed this purpose, using your skills to harm others, especially you, so young yet so ruthless. If I do not teach you a lesson today, who knows what you will become in the future? As Chu Wan listened to what seemed like Luo Hua's gentle admonition, a chill surged from her feet to the top of her head, and she trembled uncontrollably. After all, you are a girl. I shall not bully you. Today, I will only insert one needle, and the outcome will depend on your abilities. With that, Luo Hua raised his hand and aimed for the Shunfeng acupoint behind Chu Wan's ear. This acupoint controls facial muscles, and if executed correctly, it can cause facial spasms and displacement of features. Luo Hua's control was impeccable. After a single insertion, Chu Wan's face contorted grotesquely. Her originally exquisite and beautiful features were squished into a horrifying mass, making her appear monstrous at first glance. Are you certain it is just one needle? Chu Wan asked, her voice muffled. The Shifeng acupoint is not a lost technique. It is documented in ordinary medical texts. Adjusting the technique to puncture the Naguan acupoint on the hand should easily resolve it. It is too simple. Wang Shi was beside himself, gesturing wildly and casting furtive glances at Luo Hua. Teacher Luo, medicine knows no gender. Do not hold back simply because she is a girl. Remember, she was about to take your life just moments ago. The others echoed his sentiments, urging, Teacher Luo, do not show mercy. This woman is the most vicious. You cannot be too kind. Indeed, Teacher Luo, this task is too easy. You cannot possibly lose to them. Everyone believed Luo Hua was holding back, but in reality, he possessed true energy. The technique for the acupoint need not be particularly novel. As long as Luo Hua infused true energy into the needle during insertion, the acupoint he sealed would remain impervious to any attempts at unsealing, much like a lock requiring a specific code, a futile endeavor without it. Ha ha ha. Despite her features being so twisted that she could barely articulate, Chu Wan still laughed triumphantly. Luo Hua, you do not harbor any special feelings for me, do you? Your leniency is too obvious. Luo Hua scoffed. How presumptuous. With someone like you, I am truly uninterested. Save your energy for unsealing your acupoint. Unsealing this utterly simple acupoint requires no effort at all, Chu Wan declared, raising her chin in pride as she pierced her silver needle into 2 acupoints. Initially, she waited patiently for the acupoint to be resolved, but as seconds turned into minutes and her features remained grotesquely contorted, she grew anxious. How is this possible? It cannot be. The method for resolving the Shifeng acupoint is accurate. Sweat began to beat on her forehead as panic set in. Her method for unsealing the acupoint was flawless, so why was it ineffective? The crowd was equally perplexed, casting puzzled looks at Luo Hua. Teacher Luo must have targeted the Shunfeng acupoint, right? That method is precisely what is needed. It was genuinely bewildering. The technique for unsealing the acupoint seemed correct. Yet the acupoint remained sealed, her features unchanged. Teacher Luo is truly remarkable. Even this seemingly simple acupoint possesses such efficacy. This is mastery. The appearance of simplicity belies its profound complexity. After much discussion, the crowd remained baffled, unable to grasp the underlying intricacies. Wang Shuyi, who was considered the most knowledgeable among them, could not fathom the situation either. In his view, Chu Wan's method for unsealing the acupoint was flawless, akin to entering the correct password, yet encountering a malfunctioning safe. It is impossible. Why has my acupoint not been unsealed? Chu Wan exclaimed incredulously. Luo Hua, tell me, have you done something behind my back? Why can I not unseal this simple acupoint? For a girl, becoming ugly is more terrifying than death. Chu Wan could not accept the thought of living the rest of her life with a monstrous visage. I previously warned you that you could not defeat me, and I advised you against competing with me recklessly. So, have you finally come to fear me? Luo Hua said mockingly. Chapter 47. The final match. At this moment, Chu Wan was overwhelmed with anxiety, tears streaming down her face. I was wrong. I was overestimating my capabilities. I concede. Please, help me release my acupoints. Releasing acupoints was a simple matter, but I have one condition. As long as you promise never to step foot in the Devil City again, I will assist you. All right. I promise. I will agree to any condition. Please, just help me. Chu Wan hastily agreed, knowing well that her sect had many brothers and sisters. If she did not go, others could. Very well. Luo Hua nonchalantly raised his hand to release Chu Wan's acupoints, and then casually infused a stream of true energy into her body. What is happening? Chu Wan, perceptive in such matters, hastily inquired. It is merely a safeguard for your vow, Luo Hua replied calmly. What safeguard? What is this? Chu Wan questioned, struggling to comprehend. Simply put, it is a means to bind you. If you keep your promise and never enter the Devil City again, it will pose no threat to you. However, should you break your vow, I will allow it to awaken and fulfill its intended purpose. What purpose? Chu Wan swallowed hard, her voice trembling. I can demonstrate. Luo Hua said with a faint smile, activating the small stream of true energy within Chu Wan. She immediately screamed in agony. It hurts. It hurts so much. Chu Wan collapsed to the ground, rolling in distress, disregarding her image. That is its function. Do you understand now? Luo Hua stated nonchalantly. I understand. I understand. Chu Wan gasped, her face contorted in despair. She never anticipated Luo Hua possessed such formidable power. Luo Hua had shown restraint, merely applying a slight pressure of true energy, or else it would have been the end for Chu Wan that day. The practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine present couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their brows, marveling at Luo Hua's terrifying prowess. Thus far, the Western evil doctors had suffered 2 defeats, leaving only Feng Ling standing. Unlike Chu Wan's innocent charm, Feng Ling exuded the essence of a mature woman. With enchanting cascading waves and a form-fitting dress that accentuated her stunning figure, she approached Luo Hua with a graceful sway. It's my turn now. I wish to compete with you in the 3rd match, she declared with a coy smile. Luo Hua merely glanced at her, then coldly replied. You witnessed the outcomes of the previous 2 matches, did you not? Are you certain you wish to proceed? Each has their strengths. It's possible that their expertise clashes with what I excel at. It is still too early to declare victory or defeat, Feng Ling confidently asserted, lifting her chin. Very well, since you are undeterred by the consequences, I shall allow you to step forward. Luo Hua retorted with a scoff. Bring it on. I am unafraid. Feng Ling replied, a playful smile upon her lips. She stepped forward, leaning elegantly against the platform, her body forming a mesmerizing S-curve. Feng Ling appeared less like a physician, especially a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, and more akin to someone who frequented bars and nightclubs, her every gesture tantalizing those around her. The onlookers were captivated, but Feng Ling seemed to revel in the attention, unbothered by their stares. Speak. What shall we compete in? Luo Hua asked directly. Of course. The final challenge we agreed upon, the identification of medicinal herbs, Feng Ling said, her eyes sparkling. And what are the rules? Luo Hua inquired further. The rules are simple. We shall blindfold ourselves and rely solely on our sense of smell to identify a total of 11 herbs. The one who accurately identifies all 11 will be declared the winner. Luo Hua was somewhat astonished that the Western evil doctors would lower the difficulty so significantly. While this posed a challenge for ordinary practitioners, it was a trivial task for him. Feng Ling displayed no awareness of her opponent's prowess, gazing at Luo Hua with sultry eyes, as if she wished to devour him whole. Before Luo Hua could react, the onlookers were already entranced, their attention fixed on Feng Ling, unable to tear their eyes away. Since we are to identify herbs blindfolded, we cannot prepare the herbs ourselves. We will require an assistant, Feng Ling suggested playfully. Feng Ling pointed to her lips, then, with a playful smile, indicated a young man standing behind Luo Hua. You shall select the herbs for us. Thus, the chosen young man became the assistant and judge for this contest, tasked with selecting 2 sets of herbs for Feng Ling and Luo Hua to identify. The ordinary-looking young man stepped forward, excitement evident on his face. Is it me? Am I to fetch the herbs? Indeed, my dear, Feng Ling replied with a flirtatious glance, covering her mouth as she giggled. The competition commenced with both competitors ensuring their blindfolds were securely in place, while the young man arranged the selected herbs before them. At the same moment, both stepped forward, relying on their sense of smell to identify the herbs. Luo Hua was remarkably swift, having identified all the herbs in mere seconds. Remarkably, he was even able to discern the herbs on Feng Ling's side. Luo Hua, you are so fast. I can barely keep up. Could you please give me a few minutes? Feng Ling implored with a melodious tone. Luo Hua merely snorted, offering no response. A few minutes would not change the outcome. As time progressed, an overwhelming fragrance suddenly wafted into Luo Hua's nostrils, startling him. What was this? It was so fragrant. Where did it come from? Before he could ponder further, a series of heavy thuds echoed behind him. Luo Hua, it smells so good. Do you smell that? Feng Ling whispered enticingly from behind him. Sensing something amiss, Luo Hua swiftly tore off his blindfold. He was met with a shocking sight. The spectators, who had been watching intently, now lay sprawled on the ground, terror etched on their faces, unable to rise. Luo Hua staggered, struggling to maintain his balance. Ah, those skilled in the arts are indeed exceptional, Feng Ling exclaimed, holding an ancient-looking incense burner from which curling wisps of smoke emanated. The fragrance was emanating from within. Realizing he had been poisoned, Luo Hua hastily attempted to channel his true energy to expel the toxins. Attempting to use your internal power to dispel the poison? Futile. This is my sect's secret treasure, the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder. Even a celestial being would be rendered powerless upon inhaling it. I acquired this treasure at great cost, and it is truly a bargain to use it on you. Feng Ling stepped closer, lifting Luo Hua's chin, her fingers teasingly caressing his face. What a shame it would be to waste such a handsome face and robust physique. Had you not reduced my colleagues to such a state, I would not have resorted to such extreme measures. Chapter 48. Victorious at this moment, Chu Wan was emboldened. Her face darkened as she brandished a dagger before Luo Hua, declaring, Luo Hua, you'd best remove whatever you've left on me, or I shall make you pay. Will you spare me if I comply? Luo Hua replied with a cold smile. Stubborn as a dead duck. The situation is firmly in my grasp. How about this? Feng Ling interjected, seizing the dagger from Chu Wan's hand and, with a flick of her wrist, drew it across Luo Hua's thigh, coldly stating, I've heard this little thing is referred to as a lifeline. What do you say if I were to remove it? Or perhaps you'd be wise to assist my junior sister in ridding me of this. Luo Hua merely smiled at her words. That smile ignited Feng Ling's fury. She lunged at Luo Hua, shouting, Madman, let us see if you can still laugh. With a clang, the dagger met an impenetrable barrier, unable to move an inch. Impossible. How can flesh and blood withstand a sharp blade? Senior sister, what are you playing at? Hurry and stab him. Chu Wan urged desperately from the sidelines. I'm stabbing, Feng Ling replied, bewildered. As they argued, a sudden blur enveloped them, and in the next instant, both crashed heavily to the ground. Luo Hua calmly dusted off his hands, scoffing, truly, the heart of a woman is the most venomous. I had intended to let you off lightly, yet you chose to betray me? Chu Wan, now bloodied and missing a front tooth, stammered. This is impossible. How can you still stand? Because I am no mere novice martial artist. I have long since entered the ranks of the proficient. Luo Hua's gaze turned icy as he advanced toward Chu Wan, who was filled with terror. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have plotted against you. Please, don't. Chu Wan trembled like a leaf, her face awash with fear. Now you realize your mistake? Where was this since before? Luo Hua scoffed disdainfully. Brother Luo Hua, please don't come any closer. I beg you. I don't want to die. Chu Wan wept, her tears mingling with snot, as she felt a warm trickle beneath her, having lost control from fright. Regret washed over her. Why had she entangled herself with such a harbinger of death? Luo Hua's expression turned frigid as he regarded Chu Wan with the coldness reserved for the deceased, ominously stating, "Are you truly afraid now? I offered you numerous chances. Yet you face me defiantly. Please, grant me one more chance. Just once. I promise I will obey." Chu Wan sobbed. "I have elders and young ones depending on me. I cannot die." Desperation surged within her as she pleaded for her life. Luo Hua observed her tearful supplication and recalling her mention of family. He ultimately suppressed the urge to end her life. "I may spare you, but you must still face the consequences of your actions," he replied coldly, gesturing dismissively. With a sharp crack, Chu Wan's blood vessels ruptured, causing her to roll lifelessly to the floor, her body convulsing, emitting meaningless cries as Feng Ling instinctively attempted to flee. Yet, Luo Hua effortlessly intercepted her with a swift turn, smirking coldly. "Where do you think you're going?" "Brother Luo Hua, I was merely curious. I meant no harm. Please let me go." Feng Ling stammered, trembling. "Curious? So many have fallen victim. All to satisfy your whim?" Luo Hua shot a disdainful glance around. "They will be fine. My concoction merely induces weakness and fatigue, and its effects are temporary. Once it wears off, they will recover," Feng Ling asserted, her face pale with fear. "Hand it over," Luo Hua demanded, eyeing the incense burner in her grasp. As Luo Hua gently manipulated the incense burner taken from Feng Ling, he coldly fixed her with a gaze. "What do you believe I should do with you?" Feng Ling, trembling, glanced at the writhing Chu Wan, her heart sinking. She forced a smile, attempting to curry favor. "Brother Luo Hua, please spare me this once, and I can offer myself to you." As she spoke, her hands moved quickly to lift her thin dress, her body curving into an inviting S shape. Feng Ling felt a surge of pride. No man had ever resisted her allure. She believed Luo Hua to be a blank canvas, and she was eager to paint it with her charm. However, Luo Hua, repulsed by her self-indulgent display, raised his hand and struck her twice. The blows left Feng Ling dazed. How could a man strike so callously in the face of such beauty? Luo Hua, indifferent to her disbelief, sneered and unleashed a wave of energy, stating coldly, "Those who err must face punishment. Do not presume you can escape through underhanded means. It is utterly distasteful. Help! Save me!" Feng Ling curled up, realizing her fate would mirror Chu Wan's. "Useless. Savor your punishment," Luo Hua declared coldly. "Brother Luo, I bow to you. I will be your servant. Please spare me. I fear pain." Feng Ling clung to Luo Hua's leg, weeping profusely. "It won't hurt for long. It will soon pass." Luo Hua retorted with a sinister smile, abruptly pulling his leg away. With a swift motion, Feng Ling's body erupted, blood spraying from every pore as she transformed into a grotesque sight. Before long, she resembled a blood-soaked gourd. The trio of sinister healers from the western regions were filled with shock, fear, and pain, succumbing to unconsciousness. The western region's sinister healers faced a crushing defeat. Dragons possess their own temper. To provoke them is to invite ruin. All that you endure is a consequence of your own choices, Luo Hua remarked coldly, surveying them with disdain. Luo Hua had never intended to engage in conflict, continually evading them. Yet, their reckless actions, targeting Yi Minggran, had pushed him beyond tolerance. "Well, I have completed what I set out to do. The rest is in your hands." He turned to address the traditional Chinese medical practitioners, "And fear not. Your fatigue is but temporary. You shall soon recover." The incapacitated practitioners felt immense gratitude towards Luo Hua, for without him, the traditional Chinese medical community might have faced utter destruction that day. If only they could rise, they would bow deeply in appreciation. Wang Shuyi was particularly astounded. He had known of Luo Hua's extraordinary medical skills, but never anticipated such formidable power. With a mere flick of his hand, Chu Wan and Feng Ling had met their grim fate. Wang Shuyi thought to himself, if only his own Qianming could learn even a fraction of Luo Hua's prowess, it would be a lifelong boon. Chapter 49. Ostentation. Regrettably, this time, Wang Shuyi did not permit Wang Qianming to accompany him. For engaging in a confrontation with the malevolent physicians from the western regions would undoubtedly be a brutal affair. Wang Shuyi wished to shield Wang Qianming from any potential fear of medicine that might arise from such an encounter. However, it could be said that by chance, Wang Qianming narrowly escaped a calamity. Observing Luo Hua gracefully depart after resolving the matter, Wang Shuyi's admiration for him deepened. This was a true master, a sage hidden among the common folk, possessing neither arrogance nor servility. As Luo Hua exited the Dongtai Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, he immediately spotted Yi Minggran hurrying towards him. Had it not been for her recent recovery from poisoning, she likely would have rushed to join him. "Minggran?" Luo Hua swiftly approached her, concern etched on his face. Why have you come? You need to rest more. Brother Luo Hua, don't worry about me. How are you? Are you injured? Yi Minggran scrutinized him from head to toe, her worry palpable. I am perfectly fine, unscathed, Luo Hua replied, his heart softening like a gentle spring breeze as he smiled reassuringly. You scared me. Yi Minggran exhaled a sigh of relief. She had experienced the ruthlessness of the trio of Western physicians and could not help but feel anxious. Let us go. Everything here is settled. It's time for us to return, Luo Hua said with a warm smile. All right. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhu Shilei received the news of the Western physician's defeat. Leaning back in his chair, he smoked a few cigarettes, astonished that Luo Hua could not even be shaken by the vile practitioners. He had also heard whispers of Luo Hua's extraordinary abilities, capable of inflicting unbearable pain with a mere gesture. Goodness, this fellow Luo Hua is like a cockroach, impossible to exterminate. And those Western physicians are nothing but spineless cowards, unable to handle even him. What a bunch of useless fools, Zhu Weirong spat out in disdain. Their family's living standards had plummeted dramatically, their luxurious villa replaced by a decrepit old building, fueling Zhu Weirong's deep-seated resentment towards Luo Hua. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Shilei extinguished his last cigarette, but in the ashtray and spoke gravely, this cannot stand. I must seek your grandfather's assistance. Zhu Weirong was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, Grandfather? Dad, isn't my grandfather already gone? Zhu Shilei pressed his hand against his forehead and began to reveal the truth to Zhu Weirong. They should not be bearing the surname Zhu. They were currently using the surname of Zhu Shilei's stepfather. While his stepfather was utterly unremarkable, Zhu Shilei's biological father, Zhu Weirong's grandfather, was far from ordinary. His name was Long Ting, hailing from one of the top 5 prestigious families in China. In his youth, Long Ting fell in love with Zhu Shilei's mother, Wei Lan, and they had Zhu Shilei together. However, the Long family, proud of their lineage, looked down upon a commoner like Wei Lan. The patriarch of the Long family took swift action to suppress their union. Initially, Long Ting attempted to resist, but the drastic shift from a life of luxury to struggling for survival proved too much for him. Ultimately, love succumbed to the mundane realities of life, and Long Ting abandoned Wei Lan and their son. He returned home to marry a suitable match, while Wei Lan, heartbroken, married an ordinary man. Later, after the death of Zhu Shilei's mother and stepfather, the Long family sought them out, wishing for them to return to the fold, as they had no male heirs. Yet, Zhu Shilei, fueled by a sense of pride, vehemently refused, unable to forget his mother's tears and the humiliation he had endured in the Long household. Upon hearing this, Zhu Weirong gasped, excitement coursing through him as he exclaimed, Dad, are you saying Long Ting is my biological grandfather? The same Long Ting who commands the Long Empire? I've heard he is a formidable figure in Beishur. Indeed, that is your true grandfather, Zhu Shilei affirmed solemnly. Had it not been for that Luo Hua's overreach, I might never have sought him out. I desire to ensure that Luo Hua remains powerless. Meanwhile, the Yi family welcomed a guest who had not visited in quite some time. Yi Guangjing greeted him with a polite smile, saying, Senior brother, you appear more spirited than ever, looking even younger than I do. The visitor, Peng Shi, who graduated a year ahead of Yi Guangjing from the same institution, was met with a warm reception. Recently, joyous events had filled his life, uplifting his spirits. With a beaming smile, Peng Shi produced an invitation and waved it slightly. This is Yi Guangjing hesitated. Didn't your daughter just marry last year? Is this for her child's 100-day celebration? Peng Shi shook his head, not so soon. They wish to strive for a few more years. I've come to deliver an invitation for a promotion. My son-in-law has advanced. At this, Peng Shi shot a glance at Yi Guangjing, his excitement palpable. Aren't you curious about how high he has risen? Yi Guangjing felt a twinge of disdain. How significant could this promotion be? Was it truly worthy of such ostentation? Seeing Peng Shi's eager expression, Yi Guangjing forced a smile. Oh, that's wonderful. Has he become a chairman? Ah, you didn't expect that, did you? Peng Shi replied, his grin wide. That's Juhua Company. Do you know how prestigious their compensation packages are? My son-in-law has made it big now, starting with a 6-figure salary, a sum many spend their entire lives trying to earn. 6 figures? I thought it would be in the millions. Yi Guangjing murmured under his breath. What? Old Yi, what did you say? Millions? How much profit does the company make? Giving out millions is sheer madness. You must be joking, Peng Shi exclaimed exaggeratedly. Yi Guangjing merely rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking to himself, I've indeed seen millions. Luo Hua's medical fees easily reached that amount, Such a spectacle renders a mere 100,000 insignificant. Chapter 50. Comparison. Peng Shi observed that Yi Guangjing was no longer engaging in the conversation and, believing he had been silenced, smirked and continued, in my opinion. What use is it for a girl to be overly ambitious? Ultimately, she must find a good home. That is the essence. My daughter may lack in many respects, but her discerning eye for people is unparalleled. Otherwise, how could such a fine young man become my son-in-law? As he spoke, he patted Yi Guangjing on the shoulder and added, I hear your Minggran is still single. At her age, one would expect her to have thoughts of finding a partner. My daughter has already settled down. Why has she not yet considered her own match? She ought not to be so picky that she ends up alone. Yi Guangjing frowned at these words, displeased, and retorted, Our Minggran is exceptional. Naturally, her standards are high, and there's nothing wrong with being selective. What's wrong with that? Peng Shi countered, if she doesn't find a good family soon, who knows who might snatch her away? He maliciously added, take that Luo Hua for instance. He's just a young man, and Minggran spends her days with him. I hope she doesn't end up with him in the end. He.s. rather unambitious. I've heard he.s. still a full-time housekeeper at home. Upon hearing this, Yi Guangjing was momentarily taken aback, but soon expressed his displeasure, saying, Brother, what antiquated notions are you clinging to? Luo Hua is no ordinary fellow now. He has become a leader in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Just a single consultation can fetch millions. Even Yang Chonglian refers to him as Brother Luo. Instead of being convinced, Peng Shi burst into laughter, mocking, haha. Old Yi, you've grown quite naive in your old age. Just because you want to compete with me, you shouldn't fabricate stories. I know exactly what Luo Hua is worth. I won't argue with you, lest you find yourself embarrassed later. Anyway, we have a gathering at Tongha Hotel tonight at 8. Bring the whole family. With that, Peng Shi disregarded Yi Guangjing's reaction and hurriedly exited the Yi household, presumably to boast to others. What a petty man, Yi Guangjing scoffed, slamming the invitation on the table. Just then, Luo Hua emerged from a nearby room and approached to inquire about the situation. After hearing the details, he chuckled and said, Uncle, it's just a banquet. We might as well attend. The traditional Chinese medicine community is also hosting a celebration for me, so it's a perfect opportunity. Yi Guangjing's eyes lit up at the mention of the traditional Chinese medicine community hosting Luo Hua at Tongha Hotel, and he clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, What a coincidence. Let's all go? I just mentioned you to Peng Shi, and he didn't believe me. Now we'll show him firsthand. At 8 that evening, Yi Guangjing and his family dressed in their finest and arrived at Tongha Hotel. As soon as they entered the banquet hall, Peng Shi, with his keen senses, approached them with a grin, saying, Old Yi, you've arrived. I was just speaking of you. Sister-in-law, you look as youthful as ever, and Minggran, you're blooming splendidly. Whereas Mingnan? She is still in school. Li Lihua replied cheerfully. In such settings, Mingnan ought to be here. After all, she is on the cusp of entering society. You've dedicated yourself to traditional medicine, but perhaps you lack connections. If Mingnan attends, she can at least make an impression on the higher-ups, which might ease her path in the future. Peng Shi advised earnestly. Yi Minggran couldn't help but chuckle at Peng Shi's words. After all, who could boast a brotherly connection with Yang Chonglian? With Luo Hua around, Mingnan could easily secure a place at Juhua with just a word. Seeing that his monologue was receiving little cooperation from the Yi family, Peng Shi reluctantly motioned for them to take their seats. The banquet was attended by few outsiders, largely comprising relatives from the Peng and Yi families. As Yi Guangjing surveyed the room, he noted that aside from a few colleagues from work, Peng Shi had indeed only invited his family. Though there were only 2 alumni in the bustling metropolis, namely Peng Shi and Yi Guangjing. The latter couldn't shake the feeling that Peng Shi was deliberately trying to flaunt his status. Regardless of Yi Guangjing's internal discomfort, Peng Shi had already happily commenced the festivities. Today, we gather to celebrate the promotion of my son-in-law He Bin. Thank you all for being here. He continued to deliver various pleasantries while the guests engaged in witty banter. The evening star, Ping Shu, sat beside Yu Minggran, adorned in ostentatious attire, an elegant gown, diamond watch, necklace, and rings, presenting herself as a figure of high society. Despite her somewhat lacking grace, she managed to impress the general populace, with relatives surrounding her in admiration. Little Shu, that outfit must have cost a fortune. Just the watch alone seems extravagant, a distant aunt remarked, beaming. Oh, it's not too bad. Peng Shu replied coyly, it's only about 200,000. My husband insisted on surprising me. I told him I don't fancy such lavish gifts. Though her words sounded modest, her wrist instinctively lifted, ensuring her jewelry caught the attention of onlookers. Indeed, you're fortunate, marrying a wealthy man. Look at my husband. When will he ever think of surprising me? He doesn't even buy me a simple $10 watch. The aunt continued, ever eager to curry favor. Isn't it said that marrying is akin to a second birth? Little Ling, you're bound to flourish with Bin. He is destined for greater heights. Another relative chimed in, adding to the flattery. When you're successful, don't forget to lend a hand to this poor relative. As the saying goes, 3 women create a play. The table buzzed with activity. Observing the lively exchanges, Luo Hua sat nearby, feeling as though he were watching a theatrical performance, while concurrently calculating the time until the traditional Chinese medicine banquet commenced. Minggran, what are you up to? Peng Shu suddenly turned her attention to Yi Minggran, who was the most striking at the table, her beauty and poise undeniable. Although her attire was less flamboyant than Peng Shu's, she was still a figure of significance. This fact alone made Peng Shu feel a tinge of envy, prompting her to try to belittle Yi Minggran. What are you doing? Just being your own boss, I suppose? She inquired, her tone laced with condescension. Being my own boss is rather vague. Nowadays, even selling skewers on the street counts as being a boss. Perhaps you should share how much profit you make in a year. Peng Shu quipped with a raised eyebrow. Not much, just enough to support myself. Yi Minggran replied with a calm demeanor. That one do. How does that compare to working for a big company with benefits? At least it sounds impressive and stable. Peng Shu continued with her pointed remarks. Chapter 51. The genuine article. With a light laugh, Yi Minggran casually flicked her hair, inadvertently revealing the exquisite gemstone bracelet on her wrist. Upon noticing it, Peng Shu's eyes widened in astonishment, and she instinctively inquired, Minggran, where did you get this bracelet? It's quite beautiful. It's not a replica. You may examine it closely. I trust you have an eye for quality, Yi Minggran replied, unfazed by Peng Shu's reaction, as she had deliberately showcased the bracelet. After all, Peng Shu had looked down upon her as a mere boss. So she wished to demonstrate just how luxurious her life truly was, with a bracelet worth millions, as if it were a trivial adornment. At that moment, Peng Shu's expression grew somewhat rigid. Women have an innate understanding of jewelry, especially someone as vain as Peng Shu. The value of this bracelet had already multiplied several times in her mind. If it were indeed authentic, it must be worth at least $1 million. What an impressive bracelet. May I take a closer look? Chimed in Hierin, Bin's older sister, who had approached with a hint of excitement. This resembles the VIP accessories from the most expensive jewelry store in Juhua department store. Are you sure? You must be mistaken, Bin interjected dismissively. He had once pursued Yi Minggran, but had harbored resentment ever since she rejected him. Although he was now married to Peng Shu, he still sought to assert himself over Yi Minggran. Hierin, however, paid little attention to Bin and carefully examined the bracelet. Meanwhile, Peng Shu's colleagues, eager to curry favor with her, aimed their criticism at Yi Minggran. One of them sneered, I truly cannot stand such vain women. They wear designer brands while living frugally. And those without money resort to fakes, merely to appear dazzling. Yet, they fail to realize that discerning authenticity is merely a glance away, ultimately leading to their own embarrassment. With the colleagues' words, Peng Shu felt a wave of relief wash over her, her confidence bolstered. How could someone like Yi Minggran afford such an expensive bracelet? Honestly, what has become of people these days? It's nothing but self-deception. Peng Shu lamented, feigning regret. Wait, this is indeed the real deal. Hierin suddenly interjected, raising her hand. What? No, that's impossible. How much could a genuine piece like this cost? Peng Shu exclaimed, her triumphant smile faltering. How could it be impossible? This bracelet is from the VIP series. I would never mistake it. Its price is $5 million. Crafted using a single piece of natural sapphire and featuring Juhua department store's unique brand emblem on the back. It's 100% authentic. Feel free to verify. Hierin retorted, her frustration evident. Sister, let us not jump to conclusions. We should examine it thoroughly, Peng Shu stubbornly replied, confidently extending her hand to scrutinize the bracelet. However, as she examined it, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and her smile froze. As the wife of a manager, she had long taken the effort to educate herself in such matters to navigate high society. She had studied gemstone identification, and it was undeniable that this bracelet was indeed authentic. Well, everyone is waiting for your verdict. Yi Minggran taunted coldly, a smirk on her lips. Caught in a dilemma, Peng Shu found it difficult to fabricate a lie. If Yi Minggran insisted on bringing in a professional appraiser, she would be utterly humiliated. Yes, it is indeed genuine. Peng Shu conceded, each word a laborious struggle. She had dressed elaborately, adorning herself with her finest jewelry, yet in comparison to Yi Minggran's bracelet, hers paled in significance. I knew you would recognize the quality. It's so clear, Yi Minggran remarked with a smirk, dripping with sarcasm. Peng Shu's face turned crimson, momentarily rendering her speechless. Meanwhile, the colleague who had derided Yi Minggran earlier felt a wave of regret and wished she could slap herself. Surely, a person capable of wearing a $5 million bracelet could not be dismissed so easily. Yi Minggran's mood was akin to savoring an ice cream on a sweltering summer day, pure bliss. Wasn't this a competition of one-upmanship? Well, she was sorry, but victory would remain elusive for them. Seeing his daughter at a disadvantage, Peng Shi's face fell long, and he remarked discontentedly, "It's just an expensive bracelet. What is so noteworthy? Wearing it doesn't mean it's hers. Perhaps she rented it just for show. And being a boss has little future. It's far better to have a solid backing in a major company with great benefits and prestige." Yi Minggran's expression soured at his words. Though she felt compelled to retort, she restrained herself out of respect for her elder. On the other hand, Heebin's father, he who chimed in, "Young people nowadays are so ambitious, always dreaming of being their own bosses. Few succeed. Those who fail face dire consequences. Some resort to desperation. Why not find stability in a large company, earning a decent income? And they even talk of profit sharing. Indeed, holding shares is remarkable. One can earn money effortlessly every year." Peng Shu chimed in, regaining her sense of superiority. Yi Minggran could hardly abide her smugness over such a trivial share. Considering her family's connections to Luo Hua and Yang Chonglian, who held 30% of Juhua Department Store's shares, Peng Shu's boastful shares wouldn't even amount to a fraction of what they owned. Noticing the silence from the Yi family, Peng Shu lifted his glass with a hearty laugh, saying, "Old Yi, don't think I'm being inconsiderate. Today, I want to introduce you to someone. This is Director Liu from the Traditional Medicine Committee in our city. I'll give you a proper introduction. If you can get in through him, your little hospital will be on the rise." Luo Hua, overhearing, glanced over curiously. "Director of the Traditional Medicine Committee? I don't think I've met anyone like that before. Nice to meet you." Yi Guangjing approached with a cheerful smile, extending his hand. Director Liu, with an air of arrogance, sported a round face that was all too proud, squinting his eyes at Yi Guangjing as he replied, "Ha, nice to meet you. What makes you so esteemed in the committee, Director Liu?" Yi Guangjing inquired amiably. Chapter 52, Verification. Director Liu, stroking his glossy hair, proudly declared, "I am the director of the West District. The medical committee is divided by regions, apart from the headquarters located in the city center. There are 4 districts within the city. Generally, these districts are managed collectively. Aside from the monthly meetings held at the headquarters, they seldom convene elsewhere, which is why neither Director Liu nor Luo Hua knows the other. Director Liu, there is a significant competition happening in our city soon. Are you aware?" Yi Guangjing reminded Director Liu with a smile. "You mean the West region's rogue doctors coming to challenge us?" Director Liu replied with a smug smile. "But someone of your caliber should be oblivious to such matters. It's impressive that you are aware of it. Do you wish to learn more in detail?" "Indeed. That is exactly what I meant." Yi Guangjing nodded in agreement. The trio of rogue doctors from the West region is notoriously vicious. During their medical confrontations, they are merciless. Lei Yiwei, Ning Buoqing, and Bai Lurong have all fallen before them. In the end, the leader of our Chinese medicine community, Lei Shiya, could no longer sit idly by and enlisted the help of the renowned Wang Shui. Together, they utterly defeated the arrogant trio of rogue doctors from the West. Director Liu recounted this with palpable excitement, as if narrating a captivating tale. "Given the detailed account you provide, I assume you witnessed it firsthand?" Luo Hua inquired with a smirk. "Of course I was there. How could I miss such a grand event?" Director Liu asserted with unwavering confidence. Lin Fan couldn't suppress his laughter, exclaiming, "What a braggart. Old Yi, this Director Liu is an important officer in the medical committee. His words carry weight. If you could earn a few kind words from him, your entry into the committee would be assured." Peng Shi insinuated from the side. "What kind words? Isn't it merely a matter of money?" "Peng Shi, are you encouraging Yi Guangjing to bribe someone? But can Director Liu truly accomplish anything? In reality, he is a minor figure within the committee. Facilitating entry is hardly within his purview. Let us forget it. I have no interest in such matters." Yi Guangjing replied lightly, rejecting the notion outright. With Luo Hua present, gaining entry would be a straightforward affair. There was no need to stoop to bribing a junior director. Upon hearing this, both Director Liu and Peng Shi grew displeased. Peng Shi's expression darkened as he raised his voice at Yi Guangjing. "Old Yi, you're being quite ungrateful. Do you understand the significance of entering the medical committee for someone pursuing medicine? This is an incredible opportunity. How can you not seize it? Uncle, if you wish to join the medical committee, just tell me. It's a simple matter." Luo Hua interjected timely. Haha, don't let your tongue slip. Peng Shi laughed mockingly. What audacity. A mere dependent has the gall to make such claims. Do you truly think you can find a way in? He can. Yi Guangjing asserted confidently from the side. Old Yi, you must be mad. He is notorious for being a good-for-nothing, and you are actually engaging with him. Aren't you embarrassed? Peng Shi turned his fire towards Yi Guangjing. I can, Luo Hua replied nonchalantly. It would be a trivial matter for me to have my uncle take a seat as the second in command of the medical committee. What nonsense! Peng Shi and Director Liu exchanged glances, laughing heartily. Director Liu was laughing so hard that the fat on his face was shaking, disdainfully saying to Luo Hua, You truly do not know your place. Since when did the medical committee become your family's backyard? You claim you can just sit in the second seat. Old Yi, this kid has grown up eating your family's rice. He is at least somewhat related to you. Shouldn't you discipline him? His reckless words are tarnishing your family's reputation. Peng Shi raised an eyebrow, full of disdain. At this moment, Yi Minggran could no longer contain herself. She stood up abruptly and declared, Uncle Peng, even though I respect you as an elder, there are some things I must say. Brother Luo Hua is not at all what you think. His capabilities surpass all of you combined. What is so impressive about becoming a manager? Yang Chonglian even calls him brother. He casually examined a patient and received 30% of the shares in Juhua Commercial Plaza. Surely, you understand the value of such shares? Li Lihua, overhearing, was wide-eyed with excitement as she turned to Yi Minggran, asking, Minggran, I can't be mistaken, can I? 30% of Juhua's shares? Mom, you heard correctly. Yi Minggran replied with a slight smile. My heavens! Li Lihua gasped, her expression transforming into one of disbelief as she turned to Luo Hua, saying, Ruo Hua, I never realized you were such a treasure. Our investment in you has not been in vain. If you ever need anything, just let Aunt know. I will fulfill your every request. At this moment, all eyes in the banquet hall were drawn to them. To the onlookers, it seemed as though the Yi family had lost their minds, with one person boasting and another believing it. Minggran, how have you changed? I remember you as an honest child. How can you grow up and start weaving tall tales? Please correct this bad habit. Peng Shi adopted a parental tone, chiding Yi Minggran. Yi Minggran, you cannot be so envious as to lose your senses. How can you speak so freely? There is a limit to boasting. Peng Shu chimed in mockingly from the side. Envious? Why would I be envious? I am a perfectly fine single noble woman. Why would I envy you? Besides, my attire is far superior to yours, which relies on your husband. Yi Minggran retorted proudly, casting a disdainful glance at Peng Shu. Furthermore, regarding that medical committee, the upper echelons of the Chinese medicine community are right here today, and they are hosting a banquet for Brother Luo Hua. Would you like me to take you over to witness it? Minggran, there is no need to share such matters with them. We are not people who boast. Luo Hua interjected with a smile. Oh, please, don't be modest. Do tell. I genuinely wish to see. Peng Shi caught the enthusiasm, directly urging Luo Hua. Are the prominent figures of the Chinese medicine community accessible to ordinary people? Luo Hua is truly boasting without any consequence. Peng Shu rolled her eyes at Yi Minggran, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Yi Minggran, your taste has truly declined. That good-for-nothing's nonsense has managed to fool you? You must be the only fool in the world. A colleague of Peng Shu also chimed in, embellishing the narrative. Perhaps being a boss has been too taxing. He has gone mad. Indeed. Yi Minggran, do not shy away from seeking help. It's better to treat your afflictions sooner rather than later. Peng Shu grinned triumphantly. Enough chatter. Luo Hua interjected with a frown, shouting, Is it so difficult to just want to broaden one's horizons? This is simple. I will take you all to see for yourselves, so you can ascertain the truth of my claims. Chapter 53. The deputy, go if you want. I'm not afraid of you. After all, it's not me who is making empty boasts. Peng Shu rose abruptly, feigning a desire to leave. However, upon noticing Luo Hua seated calmly, a sardonic remark escaped her lips without hesitation. Feeling cowardly, are we? I never expected you to actually go, spouting nonsense, and still managing to maintain your bravado. Luo Hua, unfazed, took out his phone to compose and send a message. With a cold smile, he replied, There is no need for me to personally go see them. Wang Shi responded swiftly, making a particularly respectful phone call. Teacher Luo, you mentioned you're in the second banquet hall downstairs, correct? Indeed, I'm in the second hall downstairs. Awaiting your arrival, Luo Hua confirmed. Understood, we'll be there shortly. Very well, you'll soon meet them, Luo Hua said, placing his phone down with an air of indifference. Still putting on an act. Truly, you're shameless. I feel exhausted just watching you. Peng Shu remarked with a mocking tone. Some individuals can be astonishingly brazen, unafraid of being exposed. How utterly shameless. Someone behind Peng Shu echoed her sentiments. I am also perplexed by the existence of such people. Peng Shu feigned a tone of disbelief. Luo Hua's gaze darkened as he scrutinized Peng Shu and her companions, thinking to himself how they truly lacked restraint. If not for the public setting being too gruesome, they would have perished countless times by now. Old Yi, you as a parent truly lack competence. At this moment, should you not be educating your children properly? Just look at how they turned out. Peng Shi turned to Yi Guangjing, adopting a tone of earnest admonition. Senior brother, the truth will reveal itself in due course. Yi Guangjing replied with an expression of calm detachment. Senior brother, do not underestimate our Luo Hua. He is indeed a person of great capability. Even Wang Shuyi refers to him as teacher. Li Lihua chimed in to support. If that were true, I would simply chew and consume this cup before me right now. Director L scoffed derisively. Old Yi, I truly advise you against boasting. You wouldn't want to find yourself in a compromising position later, Peng Shi added, sharing a disdainful glance. Yet, before their words could settle, the banquet hall doors swung open. Renowned figures from the realm of traditional Chinese medicine began to enter in succession, prompting everyone present to instinctively rise to their feet. These were the pinnacle figures of traditional Chinese medicine. Their arrival illuminated the modest banquet hall. The attendees were so astonished that they dared not even breathe. Such illustrious individuals appeared so casually. Director L turned pale, his face drained of color, beads of cold sweat forming rapidly. These were leaders he rarely encountered. They were truly summoned here. Peng Shi was equally taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief, his pupils trembling from shock. How could Luo Hua, a mere idler without a job, possess such influence to summon so many prominent figures from the world of traditional medicine? At that moment, Peng Shu was rendered speechless, alternating glances between Luo Hua and Yi Min Gran, her eyes wide in astonishment. Teacher Luo, it was our oversight. We should have come to greet you in advance, Wang Shuyi said as he hastily approached with a face full of reverence. At this moment, he held Luo Hua in complete respect. He was not merely a miraculous healer, but a person of extraordinary prowess. The memory of that astonishing confrontation still sent shivers down Wang Shuyi's spine. Yet, he remained merely a doctor, unaware of the might and status of martial artists. Now was not too late. The timing was impeccable. Luo Hua nodded calmly, then turned towards Director L, gesturing towards Lei Shi. Director Lei, do you recognize this person? Director L trembled uncontrollably, nearly losing composure. Meanwhile, Lei Shi scrutinized Director L, pondering Luo Hua's words. As the highest-ranking member of the medical committee, he usually only relayed information. How could he recall someone as inconsequential as Director L? After a lengthy examination, he still failed to recognize him, offering a hollow smile as he said to Luo Hua, "This person must be a friend of Teacher Luo. Forgive my lack of discernment. I truly could not recognize him. But henceforth, he shall be my friend." Lei Shi's thoughts were racing. Anyone who sat at Luo Hua's table and was specifically mentioned by him must be someone of importance, deserving of his utmost deference. Yes, President," Director L said, his face contorted in a desperate attempt to curry favor. "Everything is my fault. I was overreaching." Lei Shi was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at the shivering Director L. Luo Hua, amused by the scene, casually remarked, "Director Lei, you should know him. I've heard he is a key figure in your medical committee. It's said he has a significant relationship with you and even mentioned securing a position for my uncle in the committee, but my uncle must be astute." What? Lei Shi stammered, his tongue faltering. How audacious for a mere bureaucrat to boast so brazenly, attempting to deceive someone of Luo Hua's stature. Fury surged through Lei Shi as he glared at Director L, demanding, "What is your position? Who is your superior? I must see the extent of your audacity to dare deceive Teacher Luo's uncle." "Yes, President. I was bewitched. I am unworthy. I deserve to be punished," Director L pleaded, striking himself several times in a fit of desperation. He did not wish to lose this position, a coveted opportunity that many would yearn for. "Enough. This is a splendid occasion for others. Why would you disrupt it?" Luo Hua remarked with a dismissive smirk. "Furthermore, my uncle is a venerable figure in traditional Chinese medicine, having served the metropolis for many years. It would be too much of an insult to secure him only a minor position in the committee. Don't you agree, Director Lei?" "Naturally, Teacher Luo is correct." Wang Shuyi and Lei Shi hurriedly concurred. "What position do you believe my uncle should hold?" Luo Hua asked with a smile directed at Wang Shuyi and the others. At this moment, a storm of thoughts engulfed Lei Shi. Luo Hua was undoubtedly a person of exceptional caliber. Given the right opportunity, he would soar to great heights. The small metropolis could not contain him. Why not do him a favor? Wang Shuyi, possessing keen insight, immediately proclaimed, I believe the position of deputy would be just right. The crowd in the banquet hall erupted in astonishment. No one expected Wang Shuyi to speak so boldly. This was the second-in-command position. How much clout must Luo Hua possess? I believe, Doctor, you should also occupy the top position, Lei Shi interjected, gathering his resolve. Well, what? President Lei, you flatter me. Your leadership is undoubtedly deserving. I dare not aspire to such heights. Yi Guangjing quickly stood and waved his hands in modesty. Chapter 54. Fulfillment. Then take these 2 seats. You are quite suitable for them. I will handle the arrangements for you. Lei Shiya, relieved by Yi Guangjing's perceptiveness, quickly added a touch of flattery. Isn't this a bit too much? Yi Guangjing replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. It is well deserved. You are beyond reproach. I have great faith in you. Lei Shiya earnestly praised. Uncle, it's the consensus of the crowd. Please do not decline any further, Luo Hua chimed in, his demeanor radiating warmth. Feeling reassured by Luo Hua's words, Yi Guangjing stood and bowed to the assembly, stating, Then I shall not refuse. I am grateful for your kindness. And I hope to receive your guidance in the future. You're too modest. The members of the traditional Chinese medicine community hurriedly returned the gesture. At this moment, Peng Shi's face turned pale, a bitter mixture of envy and disbelief swirling within him. How had Yi Guangjing's family become so formidable? He had come to boast, but found himself humiliated instead. Luo Hua's gaze darted toward the trembling Director LV, and with a mocking tone, he said, Director LV, why are you still standing there? Please, take your seat. Thank you, thank you. Director LV wiped the sweat from his brow, continuously expressing gratitude, yet hesitated to sit down. Please, you mentioned you would break the cup, didn't you? Standing is hardly convenient, Luo Hua said with a mischievous grin. Director LV, feeling the eyes of everyone upon him, steeled himself, raised the cup, and smashed it on the ground. With his eyes shut tight, he picked up a shard and placed it in his mouth. That's glass. Instantly, Director LV's mouth was filled with blood, yet he forced a smile, addressing Yi Guangjing. Vice President Yi, since the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your extraordinary presence, a true master of the apricot growth. Your election as Vice President is truly warranted. I shall strive to learn from you under your leadership. Yi Guangjing, witnessing Director LV's bloodied mouth while he continued to flatter, felt a chill run down his spine. He awkwardly chuckled, Director LV, do take care of that injury. After all, we will be colleagues. Meanwhile, Luo Hua had decided to cease tormenting Director LV. Though not a virtuous man, he had a silver tongue. Having a person with such eloquence around would ease any awkwardness as Uncle adapted to the medical committee. At this moment, Luo Hua stood gracefully, addressing Peng Shu, Uncle Peng. The meeting upstairs awaits me. I shall take my leave now. Peng Shi, furious, managed to grind out, Fine, go ahead. Having reached this juncture, one would assume matters were settled, yet Peng Shu, lacking wisdom, muttered bitterly, It's just a vice president. Why act so arrogant? I thought he had received a significant post. In reality, he is still beneath a manager from a large corporation. Hebai was equally dissatisfied, believing that as a manager of a listed company, he was far removed from the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, thus feeling no fear of offending anyone. He chimed in with a sardonic tone, Traditional Chinese medicine is merely a mishmash. It lacks the rigor of Western medicine, where anyone can be treated as a guest. Luo Hua's expression darkened, and Wang Shuyi and others were incensed. Who is this ignorant child, daring to speak such arrogance? Lei Shiya chastised. What ignorance? Do you think I am easily intimidated? I am a manager of a reputable listed company, and I have never sought the counsel of your barefoot doctors in traditional Chinese medicine. No matter your title, it cannot overshadow me. Hebai declared defiantly. Lei Shiya was so enraged he nearly toppled over, clutching his chest as he gasped for breath. Wang Shui coldly stared at Hebai, demanding, Tell me your name. Name unchanged, Hebai it is. What? Do you seek revenge? I am curious to see what you, a traditional Chinese physician, are capable of, Hebai scoffed. He was still too young, unaware of the influential figures backing a physician revered as a national treasure. Any one of them could easily dismantle him. Peng Shi, better acquainted with the situation, quickly turned to scold, Young He, how dare you speak to Master Wang like that? Apologize immediately. Dad, you are being overly cautious. I heard he is from out of town. Even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. What can he do to us? Hebai retorted dismissively. Young man, remember that there are always greater forces at play. I am indeed just a physician, but that does not limit my capabilities. Wang Shui replied meaningfully, casting a glance at Luo Hua to gauge whether he intended to obliterate this insolent fellow. At that moment, the banquet hall door swung open again, and a gentleman adorned with gold-rimmed glasses entered, surprised to see such a gathering. Recognizing the newcomer, Luo Hua raised an eyebrow. It was none other than Kong Jie, the chief secretary to Yang Changlian. He held considerable influence, overseeing the company and standing above many. Kong Jie had come, perhaps out of respect for his old schoolmate He Bai. Upon seeing Kong Jie, He Bai's eyes lit up, and he rushed over, saying, "Brother Kong, you finally arrived. We were waiting for you." He then turned, beaming with pride, to introduce him. "Everyone, this is Secretary Kong Jie, who also manages Juhua." He Bai exuded an air of faux authority, as if he were the one bestowing significance upon Kong Jie. Meanwhile, Peng Shu mirrored his demeanor, appearing even more self-satisfied. Wang Shui stepped forward with a warm smile. "Why, it's little Kong. I did not expect to see you here." "Master Wang," Kong Jie exclaimed, bowing slightly in surprise. "I did not anticipate encountering you here." He Bai's smile faltered. How did these two know each other so well? "Little Kong, it's wonderful to see you. You're not the only one here." Wang Shui laughed heartily. Kong Jie paused momentarily, then scanned the room, quickly spotting Luo Hua seated nearby. His expression shifted to one of respect as he approached Luo Hua, saying, "Teacher Luo, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness." "Hello," Luo Hua replied coolly, nodding in acknowledgement. "Brother Kong, how do you know this guy?" He Bai asked incredulously. "He Bai, mind your manners," Kong Jie admonished, turning to glare at him. "Secretary Kong, might I inquire about the relationship between you and He Bai?" Luo Hua asked nonchalantly. "Schoolmates, just ordinary schoolmates," Kong Jie replied. "Just schoolmates, you say? That simplifies matters," Luo Hua remarked with a cold smile. "Today is a momentous occasion for He Bai. Since I am here, I cannot leave empty-handed. I must present a token of appreciation." Kong Jie was perceptive enough to discern the underlying tension in Luo Hua and He Bai's exchange from these few words. Chapter 55. Pleading for mercy without leaving a trace. He stepped back a few paces, distancing himself from He Bin to express his stance. Then, with great respect, he inquired, "What does Teacher Luo think?" Luo Hua narrowed his eyes with delight and replied, "Let us issue him a termination notice." With this single statement, Luo Hua effectively severed all of Kong Jie's avenues for retreat. Who would dare employ someone dismissed by Juhua? He Bin immediately lost his composure, shouting, "Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are to decide on a dismissal? I am a classmate of Brother Kong." "Teacher Luo, I cannot take responsibility for this," Kong Jie said, bowing slightly. In that instant, He Bin straightened his back, brimming with arrogance, and declared, "I told you. He is my dear classmate, Brother Kong. Do you think your words hold any weight?" At this moment, Kong Jie did not lift his head and replied directly, "I am merely executing management authority. Decisions regarding positions above the managerial level still require Yang's final say. However, I will report to Yang immediately upon my return, and by then, Juhua will no longer have He Bin. You can rest assured." The entire banquet hall fell into a stunned silence, everyone taken aback. Brother son, how could this happen?" He Bin was the first to react, his eyes wide in disbelief. He could not fathom this. From his entry into the company to his promotion, he had relied heavily on Kong Jie's recommendations. He had always believed himself to be one of Kong Jie's closest confidants. So how could Luo Hua's mere word lead to Kong Jie's swift agreement to dismiss him? "He Bin, you've really crossed a line with Teacher Luo, who is recognized as Yang's brother. Whatever he says, Yang will undoubtedly heed. Therefore, I cannot protect you," Kong Jie said with unusual calmness. At this moment, alumni relationships meant little. Not offending the revered Luo Hua was of utmost importance. This statement struck He Bin like a thunderbolt, draining the color from his face. He had never anticipated that Luo Hua was indeed Yang's brother. He had truly kicked an iron board this time. At that moment, Peng Shu was no longer smug. He lowered his head and softly pleaded with Yi Mingran. "Mingran, please say something. It is truly difficult for my husband to ascend to this managerial position. I implore you to show mercy. If there is to be punishment, let it fall on me." Peng Shi also hung his head, filled with regret and ready to kneel before Luo Hua, saying, "I have failed to discipline them properly, and I have greatly erred. I sincerely apologize. I am truly sorry." Seeing Peng Shi's tears streaming down his face, Luo Hua felt a twinge of compassion and raised his hand to support him, saying, "It's not a major issue. I want to bring it up again. Thank you. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude." Peng Shi exclaimed joyfully, wiping his face. before turning with a stern expression to He Bin, admonishing, "Little He, why aren't you hurrying to apologize to Teacher Luo?" He Bin's face alternated between red and pale, filled with both fear and excitement. He quickly bowed deeply, stammering, "Teacher, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken so arrogantly. Please forgive me. Since you all have deeply recognized your mistakes, let us consider this matter resolved," Luo Hua said with a grand gesture of his hand. After all, the Peng and Yi families had a long-standing friendship, aside from being a bit showy. The Peng family had no serious faults. "Thank you so much. Truly." Peng Shu expressed her gratitude repeatedly. "All right, since this has come to a close, I shall take my leave upstairs," Luo Hua said leisurely as he stood up. The distinguished figures of traditional Chinese medicine surrounded Luo Hua, escorting him to the second-floor VIP banquet hall, which was even more lavish and exquisite than the first. Lei Shiria was particularly attentive, raising his glass and proclaiming, "Teacher Luo, on behalf of the traditional Chinese medicine community in Modu, I toast you. You have truly been a great help to us. Without you, our community would have faced dire consequences." The others quickly stood to echo his sentiments. Luo Hua, however, did not shy away. He downed his drink in one gulp and casually inquired, "By the way, what was the final outcome for the trio of rogue doctors from the West? We, being medical professionals, did not treat them harshly. We merely provided simple medical care and then sent them off," Lei Shiria replied, his face brimming with excitement. "Their malice stems from their nefarious practices. We, as traditionalists, must maintain our dignity." "Indeed, it should be so," Luo Hua nodded appreciatively. "We have delivered the necessary lesson. Let us hope they understand everything." As they were conversing, the banquet hall doors swung open, revealing Wang Qianming, dressed impeccably and carrying numerous bags. Noticing the curious gazes upon her, she showed no signs of shyness, smiling broadly as she announced, "I'm terribly sorry for my tardiness." Wang Shui, watching from the side, chuckled indulgently, "You little rascal, how could you arrive late to such an important occasion? Hurry over here." "Forgive me, Grandpa." Wang Qianming playfully stuck out her tongue at Wang Shui before turning back to the crowd, saying, "It is my fault, so I am willing to self-punish with 3 drinks." With that, she confidently downed 3 glasses in one go. What a spirit! The crowd's admiration for Wang Qianming grew, and they broke into applause. Feeling slightly bashful, Wang Qianming smiled and took a seat, letting out a sigh of relief. She then turned to Yi Minggran, saying, "Sister Minggran, I brought you a gift. Please see if you like it." What a beautiful necklace! Wang Qianming had clearly put thought into her choice, and Yi Minggran, upon receiving it, couldn't take her eyes off it. "Your taste is truly exceptional, but this is too much. Sister Minggran, please accept it. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to cling to you." Wang Qianming replied with an innocent smile, affectionately linking her arm with Yi Minggran's. Next, as if performing a magic trick, Wang Qianming pulled out gifts for Luo Hua, Yi Guangjing, and Li Lihua from her bags, even preparing something for the absent Yi Mingnan. It turned out that her large assortment of bags was entirely filled with gifts for the Yi family. Her eagerness stemmed from the detailed descriptions Wang Shui had provided about Luo Hua's medical skills and remarkable abilities, leading Wang Qianming to decide to formally seek him as her mentor that very day. "Qianming, you are too kind," Li Lihua exclaimed, admiring the exquisite jade bracelet within the box, her smile wide. "It is of no consequence. The beauty of jade lies in the elegance of its bearer. The moment I saw this bracelet, I thought of you. It can only truly shine when adorned on you. It is the perfect compliment," Wang Qianming sweetly replied, as if her words were dipped in honey. Li Lihua was flattered by such praise and felt a bit lightheaded. She looked at Wang Qianming with a sense of longing, wishing she could claim her as her own daughter. "Qianming, if only you were my daughter." Chapter 56. Apprenticeship. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was perceptive. Upon hearing the words, Wang Qianming's eyes sparkled with delight as she cheerfully proposed, "How about I become your goddaughter? I shall call you godmother." "Oh dear, that won't do. You are the beloved granddaughter of Wang Shengshou." Li Lihua quickly waved her hands, refusing the suggestion. "Mrs. Yi, please accept this girl. It would indeed be a blessing for her," Wang Shui interjected, stroking his beard in agreement. "Well then, if that is the case, I shall accept this goddaughter," Li Lihua said with a smile, knowing full well her intentions. After all, Wang Shui was a renowned national physician, possessing connections and a status that were extraordinary. By recognizing Wang Shui's granddaughter as her goddaughter, she would effectively tap into his extensive network. What's not to gain? However, Luo Hua was not as naive as Li Lihua. He sensed something amiss. There was surely a reason why Wang Shiyi's granddaughter would go out of her way to ingratiate herself with others. Sure enough, after a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Wang Qianming, under Wang Shiyi's subtle cue, elegantly rose to address Luo Hua, Teacher Luo. I greatly admire your triumph over the trio of nefarious physicians from the West. I aspire to emulate your prowess, hence I come to seek your mentorship. Please accept me. Wang Qianming displayed utmost reverence, leaving Luo Hua astonished yet understanding the sincerity of her request. It was no wonder she was so earnest. She wished to become his apprentice. However, Luo Hua had never contemplated such a halt in his path. He yearned to diligently pursue martial arts and explore the world his master had spoken of. Teaching disciples was a time-consuming endeavor, leaving him in a quandary. At that moment, Lei Shiye silently cursed Wang Shiyi for his cunningness. He had long coveted Luo Hua's medical expertise, yet never anticipated that his own son would seek apprenticeship, only for Wang Qianming to seize the opportunity first. Realizing this, Lei Shiye hastily nudged Lei Yiwei, who, being quick-witted, promptly stood and clasped his hands towards Luo Hua, saying, Teacher Luo, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. I am deeply impressed by your exquisite medical skills. My utmost desire now is to become your disciple, earnestly learn your art, and rejuvenate traditional Chinese medicine for the benefit of the people. Upon witnessing the resolute expressions on the faces before him, Luo Hua felt a headache approaching. He raised his hand to calm them, saying, My medical skills are not as exaggerated as you claim, and I do not teach disciples, for I simply lack the time. There is no need for further discussion. Luo Hua's assertion of not teaching was no mere facade. His practice involved the martial arts medical technique known as Chaos Divine Needle. All of his skills were predicated on the foundation of true energy, meaning the higher his martial arts cultivation, the more refined his medical skills became. The distinction from conventional medicine was vast, leaving him uncertain on where to begin teaching. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianming and Lei Yiwei dropped to their knees and implored, Teacher Luo, please accept us. We genuinely wish to learn your medical skills. We beseech you to grant us this opportunity. At that moment, Yi Minggran felt a twinge of compassion and gently tugged at Luo Hua's sleeve, saying, Brother Luo Hua, they truly seem earnest. Perhaps you should consider accepting them? Luo Hua felt a sense of helplessness. His reluctance to teach was not born from a desire to keep secrets, but rather because the Chaos Divine Needle was not something just anyone could master. His own master, Hunyuan Taoist, had informed him that he was the only one capable of practicing this secret technique within a century of their lineage. Let us put this matter on hold for now. Allow me some time to ponder, Luo Hua responded helplessly. Please take your time, teacher. We will show you our sincerity. Wang Qianming and Lei Shiye exclaimed, filled with excitement at the prospect of hope. After the banquet concluded, Li Lihua seized the opportunity to commend Wang Qianming to Luo Hua, saying, Luo Hua, Qianming is undoubtedly a good child, appearing quite intelligent as well. Moreover, she is the granddaughter of Wang Xingxiu. If you accept her as a disciple, wouldn't that mean the Wang family's connections become ours? It's certainly a wise choice. Yi Minggran chimed in, Yes, Brother Luo Hua, Qianming is truly remarkable, exuding cleverness from within. You should really consider it. Luo Hua did not argue, nodding in agreement with a smile. All right, I will carefully contemplate your words. You are too stubborn. Just based on their family backgrounds alone, you should accept them. Even a pig would be worth taking in, let alone these two clever individuals. Li Lihua remarked with a shrewd expression. At this moment, Yi Guangjing held great confidence in Luo Hua. Observing his apparent struggle, he promptly addressed Li Lihua, Dear Luo Hua is a person of great capability. He does not lack in connections. Whether or not he takes on disciples is certainly a matter of his own consideration. So please refrain from causing any further disturbance. Indeed, Li Lihua feared Yi Guangjing, and upon his admonition, she ceased her insistence. As night fell, Luo Hua gracefully stepped out of his home, heading straight for the back mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he began to attune himself to the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. After a considerable period of cultivation, he opened his eyes, exclaiming with a hint of frustration, The spiritual energy here is becoming increasingly difficult to sense. If I wish to continue my practice, I must seek another location. Since his liberation, Luo Hua had intensified his cultivation efforts. The meager spiritual energy previously available could no longer satisfy him. While Luo Hua pondered in melancholy, his gaze suddenly fixed upon a glimmering light in the western horizon. Could it be a spiritual vein? He mused. Such veins are formed from the essence of heaven and earth, materializing only once every few hundred, or even 1,000 years, proving immensely beneficial to cultivators. Luo Hua recalled a recent local news report stating that a natural sulfur spring had been discovered in a valley to the west of the city. Coupling this with the direction of the spiritual glow, he surmised he was close to the spiritual vein. Excitement surged within him as he swiftly directed his energy towards the source of the light. With the aid of true energy, Luo Hua's speed rivaled that of an automobile, reaching his destination in under 20 minutes. The area was merely an ordinary small valley, requiring a trek up a hillside to access. Under the cover of night, Luo Hua navigated with the same ease as during daylight, swiftly ascending to the midway point. However, he was halted by a tall fence. Momentarily taken aback, he muttered to himself, "Didn't they just discover this? How can there already be claims of ownership?" Nonetheless, Luo Hua intended to merely utilize the spiritual vein for his practice, harboring no malevolent intentions. Without the slightest burden on his conscience, he gracefully vaulted over the fence and proceeded towards the sulfur spring. As he approached, wisps of spiritual energy rushed into his body, prompting a contented sigh from Luo Hua. In this concrete jungle, encountering such an expanse of spiritual vein was indeed a serendipitous delight. In the initial stages of martial arts practice, the focus lies on physical training. Only upon reaching the preliminary realm can one begin to absorb spiritual energy. Yet, the majority of martial artists remain trapped in the beginner stage. Chapter 57. The enchanting beauty. At this moment, Luo Hua was genuinely exhilarated. The vast expanse of sulfur hot springs indicated a rich spiritual vein beneath. The ethereal energy suspended in the air, almost coalescing into mist, filled Luo Hua with a profound sense of comfort. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, intending to engage in serious cultivation, but suddenly furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. There were other beings present. However, Luo Hua soon felt perplexed. Ever since entering the ascended realm, his senses had sharpened. If there had been someone here from the beginning, he surely would have sensed it sooner. This was indeed puzzling. If that were the case, then Luo Hua directed his gaze towards the hot spring. His suspicions grew as he fixated on the bubbling waters. Suddenly, ripples surfaced at the center of the pool, and before he could scrutinize further, a woman abruptly emerged from within. Her alabaster skin contrasted beautifully with her waist-length black hair, creating an enchanting allure in the dim light of the night. The woman seemed to sense Luo Hua's gaze, instinctively turning around, only to let out a startled cry before submerging back into the water. "Who is this lecher?" she muttered indignantly. Luo Hua felt his face flush from head to toe and quickly turned away, exclaiming, "I apologize. I had no idea someone was here." He lamented his heightened senses. Having seen everything clearly, he truly found himself at a loss for words. The woman's response was not a verbal retort, but rather a sharp gust of wind from her palm. Fortunately, Luo Hua was quick-witted and evaded the strike. Now facing the woman directly, he was met with the sight of her exquisite, bare form, with delicate shoulders and a slender waist. Her flawless skin glistened with playful droplets of water, creating a tantalizing allure beneath her flowing hair. For a moment, Luo Hua dared not raise his eyes, managing a wry smile as he remarked, "My lady, if you intend to reprimand me, might I suggest you first don some clothing?" The woman, her expression frosty, parted her lips to coldly retort, "That is entirely unnecessary." Luo Hua, sensing the chill in her demeanor, instinctively jested, "My lady, you certainly are rather bold. I can hardly bear it." However, upon catching sight of her increasingly icy countenance, he mentally berated himself for his thoughtless words. With an icy glare, she declared, "I shall not waste my time arguing with a dead man." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she launched an attack towards Luo Hua. He hastily raised his hands in defense, and in a mere instant, they exchanged a flurry of blows, each countering the other's moves. The woman grew increasingly alarmed. This man possessed formidable skills. Little did she know that she was facing no ordinary opponent. Her name was Lu Ying, the sole daughter of the esteemed Bai Lu sect's leader in the magical city, one of China's 4 renowned sections. Naturally, she had been trained in the finest martial arts, the Snowfall Palm. Despite her young age, her exceptional talent had allowed her to reach the late stages of her initial training, just a step away from a breakthrough. Her palm techniques had been honed to perfection, capable of cleaving stone and gold with ease. Yet, before Luo Hua, her efforts seemed as ineffective as a child's play. In truth, Luo Hua was merely indulging her, using his reflexes to deflect her attacks without employing any true energy, as that would be too easy to injure her. After several exchanges, Lu Ying realized that Luo Hua was merely toying with her, and her frustration deepened. In a fit of anger, she decided to unleash her ultimate technique, the 36 forms of snowfall. Each strike was aimed at vital points, and her speed surged as she executed her moves, making her attacks land squarely against Luo Hua. With a triumphant grin, she leaped aside and taunted, "Ha! You lecher, this time you shall surely perish." Luo Hua, feeling a bit embarrassed, averted his gaze and murmured, "My lady, must you really remain unclothed while you seek to punish me? What could you possibly mean?" Lu Ying gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her 36 forms of snowfall was known for its overwhelming power. Even a black bear would be felled by it. Yet here stood this man, seemingly unscathed. "My sincerest apologies. It was merely an accident." Well, never mind. Please, continue your bathing. I shall take my leave. The sulfur springs are renowned for their beauty-enhancing properties. Indulge yourself." Luo Hua scratched his head, his words tumbling out in a disordered manner. Lu Ying, interpreting his comments as a scornful jab at her appearance, widened her eyes in fury and shouted, "Wretched scoundrel! You must die today. My lady, I swear, it was truly an accident. Let us each take a step back. I shall leave immediately, and you may pretend nothing has occurred. How does that sound?" Luo Hua implored urgently. "Unacceptable," Lu Ying declared, her teeth gritting in frustration as she charged at him once more. This time, she was genuinely prepared to use her lethal move, Snowfall Kill. This technique was her ultimate gambit, wielded in the direst of circumstances, emphasizing a mutual destruction where she would inflict grievous harm upon her opponent while sustaining significant injury herself. In her rage, Lu Ying had lost her sense of caution, and she unleashed this deadly technique without a second thought. Luo Hua recognized the danger immediately and cautioned, "My lady, do not act impulsively. That technique will severely harm your meridians. You could gravely injure yourself. Mind your own business. I only want you dead." "Snowfall Kill," Lu Ying cried, her palm charged with a thunderous energy as she lunged at Luo Hua. A resounding thud echoed as the Snowfall Kill struck true. Lu Ying coughed up a mouthful of blood but wiped her lips with a carefree smile, exclaiming, "This time, you must be finished. You lecher, calm yourself. Your meridians cannot withstand this," Luo Hua said, concern etched across his face as he approached her. "What are you?" Lu Ying thought, her mind swirling in confusion. She had unleashed her strongest attack without holding back, yet it seemed to have merely tickled him. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. After battling this lecher while entirely unclothed, she felt utterly humiliated. If he did not die, how could she endure it? "I must kill you today," Lu Ying resolved, ignoring the pain in her chest as she summoned her energy for another attack. However, she had underestimated the backlash of the Snowfall Kill. As she gathered her energy, pain surged through her body, causing her to spit out another mouthful of blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. "Oh, how stubborn you are. I warned you that technique would cause great harm, yet you insisted on using it. I told you to calm down, and still, you sought to attack." Luo Hua sighed, bending down to adjust Lu Ying's position. "The backlash has thrown your meridians into disarray. You are fortunate to have encountered me, otherwise, you might have been unable to practice martial arts for the rest of your life." As Luo Hua prepared to retrieve his medical needles to tend to her injuries, he suddenly sensed a group approaching swiftly. He listened closely and heard someone calling for Mississippi. "Ah, your pursuers have arrived, and it would be unwise for me to linger. Your injuries are not life-threatening, but you must learn to temper your impulsiveness. It could cost you your life." Luo Hua mused, contemplating that perhaps it would be safer for this young lady not to pursue martial arts after all, and thus he abandoned any thought of treating her. Chapter 58. Farewell. Luo Hua glanced around before locating Lu Ying's clothes draped by the poolside. He retrieved them and gently draped them over her shoulders, then vanished into the darkness with a light step. Meanwhile, those searching for Lu Ying quickly arrived and were horrified by her condition, hastily escorting her back to the Bailu sect. The sect leader, Lu Champing, attempted to quell the turbulent energy within Lu Ying, but he found himself powerless against her damaged meridians. The restoration of meridians is no trivial matter. Despite his efforts through various healing techniques and medicinal pills, no substantial improvement was observed. The intricacy of the meridians far exceeds that of ordinary injuries, especially given the internal damage caused by Lu Ying's reckless activation of her energy, which current medical practices could not mend. As dawn broke, Lu Ying slowly regained consciousness, only to be met with excruciating pain. Lu Changping, standing nearby, spoke tenderly. "Yingzi, do not rush to rise. Your injuries are quite severe." "Father," Lu Ying exclaimed upon seeing Lu Changping, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Yingzi, tell me, who is the scoundrel that has harmed you so?" Lu Changping asked, his voice tinged with fury. "Father, It was a lecherous man peeping at me while I bathed in the hot spring. Lu Ying sobbed as she recounted the events to her father. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongping gritted his teeth and struck the wall with a powerful fist, exclaiming, "How outrageous! They dare to provoke us at Bailu's sect. I shall dig 3 feet into the ground to find this wretched boy and slay him in my fury." As Lu Ying completed her recounting, waves of pain surged through her body and panic set in. "Father, why does it hurt so much? Am I never to practice again?" Seeing his once proud daughter in such a vulnerable state pained Lu Chongping deeply. "Rest assured, Yingzi, I will seek out the finest physicians to heal you. The meridians are fundamental for a martial artist. If they are damaged, it jeopardizes the ability to cultivate true energy, rendering one nearly useless." With traditional methods proving ineffective, Lu Chongping rushed Lu Ying to the First People's Hospital. Surgical specialists conducted a series of examinations, CT scans, X-rays, and every possible test, yet ultimately, no treatment plans were proposed. Lu Chongping had little faith in Western medicine, approaching it with a hope of chance, which proved futile. The accompanying steward quietly suggested, "Sect leader, it seems we must seek assistance from the Yaowang sect." The name alone indicated their expertise in the art of alchemy, specializing in elixirs that enhance cultivation and replenish energy, including those remarkably effective for treating meridian injuries. Lu Chongping fell into contemplation. He was aware of Yaowang sect's proficiency in this matter, yet their past conflicts had left scars, and approaching them now would undoubtedly bring humiliation. However, glancing at his pale daughter on the hospital bed, he sighed deeply. If there are truly no other options, I shall set aside my pride and seek the Yaowang sect. The hospital director, Ji Xingrong, was summoned for consultation but could offer no solutions. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he addressed Lu Chongping, "Sect leader Lu, your daughter has sustained severe meridian injuries, and current medical knowledge cannot resolve this." "Understood. I shall seek alternative avenues," Lu Chongping replied calmly, turning to leave. His composed demeanor eased Ji Xingrong's tension, and an idea sparked in his mind. He quickly called out, "Sect leader Lu, wait. I believe there may be someone who can treat your daughter." "Who is this person?" Lu Chongping inquired swiftly. "A young man named Luo Hua," Ji Xingrong replied. Without hesitation, Lu Chongping dispatched someone to find Luo Hua, rousing the Yi family in the dead of night with urgent knocking. Yi Guangjing, displeased, grumbled as he opened the door. "What madness is this? Disturbing others at this hour?" Yet, upon opening the door, his anger was quelled by the sight of several imposing figures before him. Hello, what brings you here?" he asked cautiously. "Are you Dr. Yi?" "We seek a young man named Luo Hua. We are disciples of the Bailu sect," one of the men stated. "May I ask why you are looking for him?" Yi Guangjing questioned. "Our young lady has sustained injuries, and we require his expertise to heal her." Luo Hua, overhearing from inside, swiftly descended the stairs, pondering how the Bailu sect had learned of him and sought him for healing. The steward, having done his homework, immediately bowed upon Luo Hua's arrival. "Mr. Luo, we implore you to accompany us. Our young lady is gravely injured and in urgent need of your care." "Why did you come to me?" "I am not a licensed physician, and there are plenty of renowned doctors in this city. You should seek someone more qualified." Luo Hua replied coolly. "Mr. Luo, we were directed to you by recommendation. The situation is critical. Please, come with us." The steward insisted. Although Luo Hua was displeased with their insistence, he noted that those at the door were martial artists, and confronting them recklessly could endanger the Yi family. Thus, he consented. "Very well. I shall accompany you to take a look." Yi Guangjing, filled with worry, grasped Luo Hua's arm. "Luo Hua, is this dangerous?" "Uncle, I will be fine," Luo Hua reassured him, patting his arm. Luo Hua followed the Bailu sect members into their domain, where the atmosphere was notably grave. He attempted to engage them in conversation, but his efforts were met with silence. The Bailu sect, established long ago, featured ancient architecture that exuded a unique charm. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Lu Chongping awaited them. Upon seeing Luo Hua, he stated directly, "Mr. Luo, I am Lu Chongping, the leader of Bailu sect. I have summoned you to tend to my daughter, who has recently sustained serious injuries. Should you succeed in healing her, our sect will reward you handsomely. Please. No need for lavish rewards. I am only here out of necessity. I hope to return to a peaceful life afterward without further disturbances," Luo Hua replied coldly. Of course. Please, lead the way," Lu Chongping urged as he escorted Luo Hua inside, calling out to Lu Ying, "Yingzi, I have brought the physician." Chapter 59, Unleashing Power. "Thank you, Dad," Lu Ying exclaimed as she straightened up. Her gaze met Luo Hua's, igniting a spark of electricity between them. It was him. It was her. Lu Ying's eyes blazed with fury as she leapt up, shouting at Luo Hua, "How could it be you, you vile scoundrel?" Luo Hua rubbed his forehead in resignation, bemused by the unexpected turn of events. As they say, those with fate can meet even across 1,000 miles. Those without it may not meet even face to face. He offered an awkward smile and remarked, "Hello. It seems we are quite fated to meet again." Luo Hua had not anticipated encountering her at this moment, and the memory of their previous encounter flushed his cheeks with embarrassment. "Ugh, who wants to be fated with you? You lecher? It's him. He*s the one who hurt me like this." Lu Ying turned to Lu Chongping, her voice filled with grievance. Upon hearing that Luo Hua was the one who had harmed his daughter, Lu Chongping's anger flared. He roared, launching a palm strike toward Luo Hua. "You shameless wretch. Truly, it is a long journey to find you, and now that you are here, prepare to pay with your life." Lu Chongping charged at Luo Hua like a bolt of lightning, radiating a fierce killing intent. Luo Hua deftly evaded the attack, calling out, "Master Lu, please calm down. This is a misunderstanding. I can explain. Save your explanations for the king of hell. How dare you have ill intentions toward my daughter? You deserve to die 1,000 times." Lu Chongping did not hesitate, striking again with even greater ferocity, intent on vanquishing Luo Hua. The sudden appearance of Lu Ying acted as a catalyst, igniting the already tense atmosphere. Lu Chongping's signature technique was his proud palm technique, typically reserved for the final moments of a duel. Yet, at this instant, he had lost all interest in a fair exchange. His attack was lethal, aimed directly at Luo Hua's vital points. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Hua quickly propelled himself backward. He understood that this was not the time for a direct confrontation. However, Lu Chongping's skillful strike sealed off all of Luo Hua's escape routes, forcing him to raise his palms in defense. With a resounding clash, their palms met, and while Luo Hua remained steady, Lu Chongping was forced back several steps. The impact inflicted a degree of damage on Luo Hua as well. As Lu Chongping prepared to strike again, Luo Hua's expression darkened, and he declared, "Cease this at once. I can explain. If you continue to press me, I will not hold back." Lu Chongping was taken aback, scrutinizing Luo Hua with newfound seriousness. He had not expected such profound inner strength from one so young. "I did not foresee you possessing such capability. However, a martial artist with a poor temperament is a threat to this world. I, Lu, shall rid the world of such pests today." Luo Hua felt a headache coming on. He had merely countered instinctively and had not used his full strength. Lu Chongping had misjudged his abilities. "Master Lu, I advise you to reconsider. If this continues, I cannot guarantee that you will remain unscathed," Luo Hua insisted earnestly. "Arrogant fool, what can a fledgling like you do? I, the master of the Bailu sect, have nothing to fear from you. Prepare yourself." Lu Chongping scoffed. With a crouching leap, he unleashed both palms toward Luo Hua's face, shouting, "Tiger subduing palm." The powerful strike created a shadow resembling a ferocious tiger, living up to its formidable reputation. Luo Hua, now serious, recognized that Lu Chongping's technique exuded inner strength that suggested a high level of mastery. "Pronoceal," he bellowed, channeling his energy into his palms to meet the attack head-on, forming an enormous swastika that consumed the tiger's shadow entirely. Lu Chongping stared in astonishment as the massive swastika surged toward him, and in the next instant, he was sent flying, colliding forcefully with the wall behind him, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Ying, who had been resting inside, was now pale with fear, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. "Is this lecher truly that powerful? Dad, he has reached the peak of his training. How could he be sent flying in a clash?" Meanwhile, Lu Chongping, stunned, finally managed to rise, incredulously examining his limbs and chest, astonished to find himself uninjured. Despite the overwhelming force of the strike that had propelled him, he had somehow emerged unharmed. Having dedicated half of his life to martial arts, he had never witnessed such a shocking phenomenon. Just as he pondered this bewildering occurrence, a loud cracking noise drew his attention behind him. He instinctively turned to see the wall he had crashed into now riddled with numerous fissures, which shattered before his terrified eyes. Moreover, he clearly saw a distinct palm imprint on the second wall behind the cracked surface. Lu Chongping's heart raced, cold sweat pouring down his back. Luo Hua had not harbored any murderous intent. He had merely utilized the prana palm, a technique from his school. The execution of this strike involved two phases. First, dissipating the opponent's power, and second, penetrating through to deliver a counterstrike. Such mastery of control required a high level of skill, a feat that was second nature to Luo Hua. The resounding clash attracted the attention of the entire Bailu sect, and the members rushed in armed and ready. "Master, what has transpired?" Lu Ying, her face ashen, clutched the doorframe and cried out, "It's this man. Everyone, attack him and kill him." The sect members were quick to heed their master's daughter's words and charged at Luo Hua, only to be halted by Lu Chongping's thunderous shout. "Stop right there." Lu Chongping now regarded Luo Hua with utmost respect, hurrying to bow deeply before him. "I was unaware of your esteemed presence, and I have overstepped my bounds in my rashness. Please forgive me." In this world, martial artists who reached the initial stage of mastery were exceedingly rare, let alone those who could autonomously absorb the energies of heaven and earth. Chapter 60. Submission. Such individuals are often revered as masters, capable of upholding an entire sect. A sect led by a master commands respect and discourages frivolous challenges. It is evident that the status of a master is unparalleled. At this moment, the members of the Bailu sect were utterly stunned by Lu Chongping's declaration. Lu Ying, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Father, what nonsense are you speaking? How could such a lecherous scoundrel possibly become a master?" "Yingzi, be silent." Lu Chongping's expression darkened as he turned to scold Lu Ying. "With such prowess, he is undoubtedly a master. Who gave you the audacity to speak so?" The steward, filled with terror, gazed at the shattered wall and the deep imprint of a palm embedded in the second wall, feeling a chill run down his spine. This young man is actually a master? What kind of genius is this? Had I just disrespected a master? At this moment, Lu Ying's heart was as clear as day. She recognized that Luo Hua was indeed a master, yet she refused to acknowledge it. What dignity does a master hold? And how could he possibly be a debauched rogue? Lu Ying muttered defiantly. Luo Hua felt utterly embarrassed, wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. This would haunt him for a lifetime. Lu Chongping cleared his throat heavily and attempted to smooth things over for Luo Hua, saying, "Can you comprehend the thoughts of a master? Would he stoop to spying on a young girl bathing? This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Perhaps he merely happened to pass by, and you insisted on attacking him. That you survived is a testament to the master's extraordinary mercy." Luo Hua, feeling guilty, realized that the sulfur hot spring indeed belonged to the Bailu sect. He had intruded and witnessed something he should not have, which was undeniably wrong. "Cough, I was here to treat injuries, so let us focus on that." Luo Hua coughed lightly to change the subject. "Thank you, master." Lu Chongping expressed his gratitude repeatedly before leading everyone out of the room without hesitation. Once only Luo Hua and Lu Ying remained. She could no longer maintain her bravado and nervously asked, "I know the extent of my meridian injuries. Is there still a chance for me to recover fully?" Lu Ying genuinely loved martial arts. Otherwise, she would not have achieved such prowess at a young age. Destiny accounts for 30%, while 70% relies on hard work. If she were to become a cripple, she could never accept it. "Yes, it can be healed," Luo Hua replied with calm assurance. He took out a needle case and prepared a golden needle. Using the technique from the chaotic divine needle to infuse his vital energy into Lu Ying's body, Lu Ying felt a surge of warmth emanating from the needle, swiftly coursing through her body, and in an instant, she was drenched in sweat, her clothes clinging tightly to her skin. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Why is it so hot?" "Steady yourself," Luo Hua cautioned, raising his hand to halt her movements. However, to his surprise, he encountered an unexpected softness, causing him to retract his hand as if burned. "You truly do not appear to be a master at all," Lu Ying remarked wistfully. "Perhaps it is merely due to my youthful age," Luo Hua replied with a smile. "No, it is because you are utterly indecent. Masters do not behave like you, so lewd," Lu Ying retorted indignantly. Luo Hua found himself at a loss for words, stating awkwardly, "Whether you believe it or not, I assure you it was unintentional. It was merely an accident. I only wanted you to remain still. There's no need to say more. Explanations only serve to conceal the truth." "I do not believe a word," Lu Ying scoffed, turning her nose up. "Fine, I shall say nothing more," Luo Hua conceded helplessly. The treatment took over an hour, and Luo Hua finally sighed in relief as he withdrew the golden needle, advising, "Your meridians have been treated, but you must rest properly for a while. Do not exert yourself. If your meridians suffer further injury, even a celestial being would be unable to save you." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying focused inwardly and verified that her meridians had indeed been restored, breaking into a broad smile as she said, "Well done. Not only are you skilled in martial arts, but your medical expertise is also remarkable." "You flatter me," Luo Hua replied with a faint smile. "Truly, you excel in everything but maintain an improper demeanor," Lu Ying affirmed with a nod. At a loss for words, Luo Hua realized that he had unwittingly solidified a certain impression in her mind. He would be seen as an unprincipled person no matter what he did. With the treatment concluded, the two exited the room, where Lu Chongping had been anxiously waiting at the door. He hurried over, asking, "Master Luo, how did it go?" "Father, I am completely healed. Although this fellow may lack character, his strength is commendable," Lu Ying said eagerly. "Yingzi, it seems I have been too lenient with you. How could you dare to speak so boldly in front of a master?" Lu Chongping turned sharply, his tone severe. "Master Luo, it is my failure to properly educate my daughter that has led to her unruliness. I kindly ask you to show mercy, considering her youth." Lu Chongping bowed respectfully to Luo Hua. "Enough. Such trivial matters are not worth my concern," Luo Hua waved dismissively. "Since the injuries have been treated, I shall be taking my leave. Master Luo, why not stay for a meal?" Lu Chongping offered warmly. "Please, do not refer to me as such. I am but an ordinary practitioner," Luo Hua gestured politely. Lu Chongping held Luo Hua in the highest regard, unwilling to allow anyone, even Luo Hua himself, to speak ill of him. "Master Luo, your skills are such that even the title of master may seem an understatement. Given your youth, appearance, and demeanor, you are undoubtedly a unique genius in all of China." Luo Hua, flattered by Lu Chongping's praise, smiled modestly. "You are too kind, sect leader Lu." Lu Chongping, however, remained silent, swiftly handing a bank card to Luo Hua. "Master Luo, this is the fee for treating my daughter." Accepting the payment without hesitation, Luo Hua remarked, "It is perfectly reasonable to charge for medical services. Master Luo, I would like to consult you on another matter. Once one enters the threshold of mastery, can one then autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" Lu Chongping inquired respectfully. "Indeed, upon entering mastery, one can absorb the spiritual energy of the world." Luo Hua confirmed with a nod. "Did you visit the sulfur hot spring late at night because you sensed the abundant spiritual energy here?" Lu Chongping asked. "Yes," Luo Hua admitted without reservation. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongping deeply bowed to Luo Hua, stating, "Master Luo, I have been stuck at the late stage of initial insight for nearly a decade, and I fear I may never break through. As for this land rich in spiritual energy, I am unworthy of it. I will instruct my disciples to seal off the mountain range where the sulfur hot spring is located. This place shall henceforth be your exclusive sanctuary for cultivation." Chapter 61. Assistants. Lu Chongping, eager to win over Luo Hua, showered him with praise, nearly elevating him to celestial heights. It had become an unwritten rule that the presence of a grandmaster distinguished the stature of sections. Those sects backed by grandmasters exhibited considerable arrogance, subtly hinting at their ambitions to assimilate other factions. With merely $1 million in consultation fees, coupled with a coveted yet dormant spiritual vein, one could easily befriend a great grandmaster. What a bargain! With the grandmaster cultivating within the territory of the Bai Lu sect, who would not ensure its tranquility. Naturally, Luo Hua appreciated Lu Chongping's demeanor and, feeling satisfied, sought to impart some advice. "I have heard that sect leader Lu has been stuck at the late stage of the initial insight for over a decade." "It is indeed true," Lu Chongping sighed. "Perhaps due to my limited talent. I entered the initial insight phase relatively early, but since reaching its late stage, I have made no further progress. It is not solely a matter of talent. The efficacy of one's cultivation also depends on the level of the techniques practiced. The higher the rank of the technique, the greater the benefits derived from it," Luo Hua explained calmly. "Exactly. The Fuhu palm I am currently practicing has been taken to its utmost limit. Any further advancement seems futile," Lu Chongping replied earnestly. "However, I possess an ancestral text, the Lu clan technique. Unfortunately, my mediocre intellect has prevented me from comprehending it, so it has remained untouched." "Oh, let me see that Lu clan technique," Luo Hua said nonchalantly. "Father, you cannot share it with him. That is our family's treasured technique and must not be shown to outsiders." Lu Ying interjected, anxiously tugging at Lu Chongping's sleeve. "What do you understand, child? This family heirloom must be passed down, mustn't it? If we do not grasp the methods of cultivation, it is no different from being a piece of scrap paper. Now that we have a grandmaster willing to guide us, we must seize this opportunity. Besides, would a grandmaster even consider our humble technique worthy of his attention?" Lu Ying, upon hearing Lu Chongping's words, realized the validity of his reasoning. Lu Chongping respectfully led Luo Hua to his study, retrieving an old, bound volume from a hidden compartment behind the bookshelf. He presented it to Luo Hua, saying, "Grandmaster Luo, this is our family's treasured technique." Luo Hua nodded lightly, flipping open the tome for examination. In less than 20 minutes, he had perused the substantial text. He then raised his hand towards Lu Chongping and requested, "A pen." Without hesitation, Lu Chongping swiftly provided a pen. Luo Hua, with a natural demeanor, began to modify the text. Lu Ying's expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively reached out to intervene. Yet, Lu Chongping, maintaining his composure, restrained her. After another 20 minutes of revisions, Luo Hua set down the pen and addressed Lu Chongping. The method of qi circulation in your technique is ill-suited for the modern era of sparse spiritual energy. I have made appropriate adjustments. From now on, cultivate according to my revised method, and I believe it will not be long before you break through to the next stage. Lu Chongping, overjoyed, nodded in gratitude and eagerly began to examine the newly amended technique. As he practiced the revised method within his body, he immediately felt the qi flowing smoothly, devoid of the previous stagnation. His cheeks flushed with excitement as he deeply bowed to Luo Hua, exclaiming, "Grandmaster Luo, you are truly remarkable. I shall forever cherish your teachings." Merely a trifling matter. Now that we have addressed this, I shall take my leave, Luo Hua said, rising gracefully and making his way out. "Grandmaster Luo, allow me to see you off," Lu Chongping insisted, solemnly escorting Luo Hua to the mountain gate before returning to the study, bursting into laughter while holding the revised technique. "Father, can our family's technique truly allow for smooth cultivation now?" Lu Ying questioned, still skeptical that Luo Hua could comprehend and amend a text that had eluded Lu Chongping for half a lifetime in just 20 minutes. Indeed, in the past, our technique was fraught with obstacles, often accompanied by discomfort. But after Grandmaster Luo's modifications, the flow of qi is now exceptionally smooth, Lu Chongping exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. Who would have thought that Luo Hua was so extraordinary? I suppose I must treat him with greater respect in the future. Lu Ying mused thoughtfully. Respect is paramount, and it should be akin to honoring our ancestors. However, I wonder if Grandmaster Luo is married, or perhaps Lu Chongping trailed off. Gazing intently at Lu Ying, "Father, you are such an old-fashioned thinker. Marriage can end in divorce. If it's merely a girlfriend, that's even easier, with my qualities. I could certainly win her over." Lu Ying pouted defiantly. "Yingzi, he is a grandmaster," Lu Chongping retorted sternly, his expression darkening. "A grandmaster in anger can lay waste to millions. If you were to offend him, who could save you? Not only you, but our entire sect could cease to exist." Lu Ying had never seen her father so stern and immediately fell silent, her face pale. After reprimanding Lu Ying, Lu Chongping called for the steward and instructed him to ensure that all disciples kept their mouths shut. All matters concerning Luo Hua's true capabilities must remain confidential. Anyone who dared to let slip a word would face severe consequences. Lu Ying was perplexed by her father's insistence, while Lu Chongping, with a knowing smile, remarked, "Grandmasters are rare and are typically nurtured with the full resources of their sections. We have been fortunate to gain one. We must keep this tightly under wraps. This will become our Bai Lu sect's trump card." What Lu Chongping did not articulate was that their relationship with Luo Hua was still tenuous. Until they securely bound him to their cause, they could not allow others to entice him away. Additionally, he harbored concerns regarding the Facious sect, which had been making significant moves, even intruding upon the Yaowang sect and seemingly acquiring vast quantities of elixirs. He suspected they had grand ambitions. A significant conflict might soon erupt, and the Bai Lu sect must be thoroughly prepared beforehand. As he spoke of these matters, Lu Chongping's expression grew increasingly grave. The enmity between the Facious sect and the Bai Lu sect was not easily resolved. The previous master of the Facious sect had fallen at Lu Chongping's hands during a duel, sustaining grave injuries that led to his untimely demise shortly thereafter. For his son, Sha Yi, this was a blood feud. Regardless of the fairness of the duel, the grudge had been sealed. Sha Yi could be considered a prodigy, having reached the late stage of the initial insight at barely 20. Were it not for Luo Hua's exceptional abilities, Sha Yi would undoubtedly be recognized as one of the top martial artists. Chapter 62. Turmoil since Sha Yi assumed the position of the sect leader. He has led the entire Fei Sha sect into seclusion, diligently cultivating their strength in silence. Lu Chongping firmly believes that Sha Yi is undoubtedly plotting a grand strategy, possibly aimed at annihilating the Bai Lu sect. By the time Luo Hua returned home, it was already morning. The household was bustling with members heading off to work or social engagements, leaving no one around. Consequently, Luo Hua decided to wander outside, cashing the check that Yang Chonglian had given him last time and depositing it into the card that Lu Chongping had provided today. With money in his pocket, he contemplated acquiring some new items and soon found himself stepping into a high-end 4S car dealership. This dealership boasted an impressive array of luxury sports cars, including models such as the Sibel, Phantom, and Rolls-Royce. However, Luo Hua was not enamored with these ostentatious possessions. In the congested city, a sturdy Volkswagen that could withstand the occasional scrape was far more practical, so he deliberately avoided gazing in that direction. While he was perusing the vehicles, a sharp female voice suddenly pierced the air nearby. Let me tell you, if your performance doesn't improve, don't blame me for not keeping idlers here. I'll have you thrown out. Luo Hua's attention was drawn to the commotion, and to his surprise, the one being reprimanded was a familiar face. Zhang Bing, a former colleague and dining companion from his days as a security guard, stood there looking bewildered. Their camaraderie had flourished during their time working together. But Luo Hua had eventually resigned due to the difficulties of concealing his true abilities while working as a guard. The manager, who had been chastising Zhang Bing, immediately set his sights on Luo Hua upon his entrance. He whispered to Zhang Bing, "Keep an eye on that customer who just walked in. Although he appears ordinary, his calm demeanor suggests he is quite affluent. Make sure to secure a deal with him. If you fail again, I won't hesitate to fire you." Zhang Bing, unable to lift his head in the face of reprimand, shuffled over to Luo Hua. When he finally stood before him, he forced a stiff smile and said, "Hello, esteemed customer. I am Zhang Bing from Wanlong Car Dealership. May I assist you with anything today?" Zhang Bing, "Look up and see who I am," Luo Hua replied, bemused. Zhang Bing, puzzled, raised his head, and his mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Luo Hua, I never expected to run into you here. Indeed, I didn't anticipate this either. It's been a while since we last connected. How did you end up in sales?" Luo Hua mused, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. "Our old security company went under, so I had no choice but to find a sales job. Unfortunately, I'm not particularly good at selling. And I fear I won't last much longer," Zhang Bing lamented with a deep sigh. "Fear not. With me around, your job is secure. I will help you boost your sales," Luo Hua assured him, patting Zhang Bing on the shoulder with camaraderie. "Brother, please don't tease me. Ever since I entered this field, I've realized just how exorbitant the prices of cars can be. You should just come and look. Don't even think about buying." Zhang Bing insisted, shaking his head. "Why? Do you think I'm boasting? Are you looking down on me?" Luo Hua grinned, teasingly. "Brother, that's not it at all. We know each other well, and I'm just looking out for you. Things have changed. You seem to be doing well. Is that so?" Zhang Bing replied, smiling. "It seems you're living quite comfortably. I thought life under someone else's roof would be difficult for you. Regardless, I'm genuinely happy for your success." Zhang Bing's heartfelt words warmed Luo Hua's heart, reinforcing his belief that their friendship was worthwhile. He then pointed at a sleek Rolls-Royce and inquired, "What is the price for that model?" "That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom, priced at 7.8 million, Zhang Bing explained, scratching his head. "Perfect. I'll take 3. Luo Hua declared with a wave of his hand. "Why on earth would you want 3? Do you plan on swapping them out like clothes?" Zhang Bing exclaimed in disbelief. "Come on, brother. Salespeople usually hope customers will buy 4 or 5 cars, yet here you are worrying about how many I might purchase." Luo Hua chuckled, poking fun at him. "Luo Hua, it's not like that. I must tell you, there are issues with the Rolls-Royce models here, which is why they've gone unsold for so long. You must become a victim of this." Zhang Bing warned earnestly. "Your skills in sales are truly lacking. But you're a good friend," Luo Hua praised, giving him a thumbs up. "Then I won't buy this one. I'll look for another model." "All right, no problem. I'll introduce you to some alternatives," Zhang Bing said, patiently guiding Luo Hua through the dealership. As they conversed, a well-dressed wealthy lady entered, cradling a meticulously groomed toy poodle in her arms. The moment the little dog was set down, it dashed around, sniffing everything, before taking aim at Zhang Bing's pants and relieving itself. Instinctively, Zhang Bing kicked the dog away and admonished, "Go. Get out of here." This action provoked the wealthy lady, who shrieked and rushed over, cradling the yelping poodle and cooing, "Don't be afraid, darling. Mommy will take care of this bad man." With an indignant glare, she shouted at Zhang Bing, "How dare you touch my precious baby?" "Ma'am, we have a policy against pets in the dealership," Zhang Bing responded politely. "Pets? Open your eyes and see. This is my beloved son," the affluent lady retorted angrily. "Not only did you insult my baby, but you also laid your hands on him. Prepare to be fired today." Unable to remain silent, Luo Hua interjected coldly, "No matter what you call it. The policy clearly states that pets are not allowed in the store. Who do you think you are?" The wealthy lady scoffed, dismissing Luo Hua. Fearing that Luo Hua would be dragged into the conflict, Zhang Bing quickly pulled him behind himself, saying, "Brother, I can handle this. You don't need to get involved." The commotion had attracted the attention of others in the dealership, and soon, other employees and the manager rushed over. Upon recognizing the wealthy lady, the manager plastered on an exaggerated smile, bowing and scraping as he said, Mrs. G. I sincerely apologize for the misconduct of our staff. It was unacceptable. In an instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically as he turned on Zhang Bing, berating him. Zhang Bing, are you blind? Just when I told you to focus on sales, you go ahead and offend one of our VIP clients. Apologize immediately. Do you hear me? Make sure it's sincere until Mrs. G is satisfied. Chapter 63. Shopping frenzy. Zhang Bing's face flushed crimson, yet he was compelled to maintain decorum while working under the authority of others. Bowing his head respectfully, he addressed Mrs. G. I sincerely apologize. Mrs. G, cradling her small teddy bear, did not even raise an eyebrow. With a disdainful huff, she replied, The one who has been wronged here is my precious baby. If an apology is due, it ought to be directed towards my little one, not me. Zhang Bing was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though his dignity had been trampled upon. To apologize to a mere beast felt like admitting to being one himself. The manager, unconcerned with Zhang Bing's turmoil, sharply insisted, Zhang Bing, did you not hear? Mrs. G has spoken. Hasten and apologize. Overcome with frustration, Zhang Bing struggled to voice the apology. Observing his distress, Mrs. G taunted, Why not take a moment to reflect on your own character? To apologize to my baby would be a privilege for you. My little one holds far more value than your worthless life. Even if you resent it, you must swallow your pride. I have changed my mind. You must kneel and bow in apology, or you shall face termination. This job was of immense significance to Zhang Bing. His entire livelihood depended on it. Losing this position would leave him destitute. The weight of his circumstances bore heavily upon him, and in a moment of despair, he prepared to kneel. However, Luo Hua, quick-witted and sharp-eyed, intervened. Brother, a man must kneel only to heaven, the earth, and his parents. Do not yield so easily. Mrs. G, displeased, scrutinized Luo Hua. And who might you be, lurking here? The manager cast a dismissive glance at Luo Hua, scoffing. Another penniless wretch. I thought you were a significant customer. To associate with Zhang Bing and yet pretend to be affluent is laughable. Manager, you ought to enhance your customer screening. It seems anyone can wander in here. Mrs. G rolled her eyes dramatically. Buy? Why wouldn't I buy? Luo Hua replied nonchalantly. What audacity. Do you even know the price of a Maybach? One alone costs over 6 million. Even if you were cut into pieces, you couldn't gather enough money for one. Mrs. G retorted with a mocking laugh. Then turned back to Zhang Bing, commanding, You must apologize properly to my baby today. If my baby is not satisfied, do not expect leniency. Luo Hua, observing Mrs. G's vindictive demeanor, smirked and asked the manager, Is it customary in your line of work to have no spine, kneeling and bowing at whim? And what's wrong with that? If you possessed Mrs. G's purchasing power, I would gladly cater to you, kneeling and bowing myself. The manager replied matter-of-factly, I too shall join in. Mrs. G chimed in, feigning innocence. If you are so capable, why not buy a car? If you do, I shall kneel before you. With a subtle smile, Luo Hua replied, Bring me 3 Maybachs from over there, one of each color. Keep dreaming. Do you even comprehend the cost of a Maybach? Just one could sustain your bragging for a lifetime, and yet you dare claim 3? Mrs. G scoffed. Luo Hua, uninterested in further banter, produced a bank card given by Lu Chongping and handed it to Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing, please assist me in processing the purchase. Oh, what a card. It's not even a black or diamond card. Why flaunt it here? Be cautious, or you may embarrass yourself. Mrs. G seized the opportunity to undermine Luo Hua. Luo Hua, are you serious? 3 of them are not inexpensive. Zhang Bing voiced his concerns. No worries, I intended to buy a car anyway. An added bonus of kneeling is worthwhile. Luo Hua chuckled lightly. Still putting on a brave face? Zhang Bing, hurry and process the payment. I wish to see how he will extricate himself from this situation. The manager ordered. Luo Hua, do not let pride lead to excessive losses. Zhang Bing cautioned. Worry etched across his face. Go ahead. This is precisely my aim today. I too wish to see how they will navigate this predicament. Luo Hua reassured Zhang Bing with a comforting glance. Reluctantly, Zhang Bing approached the card reader, and to his astonishment, the payment of over 8 million was effortlessly processed. He gasped in disbelief. Luo Hua was indeed wealthy, managing nearly 20 million without batting an eye. Manager, the funds have been received. Shall we proceed to collect the vehicles? Zhang Bing inquired. The manager, aghast and wide-eyed, rushed to the cashier, verifying the transaction. Stumbling back toward Luo Hua, she fell to her knees without a second thought. Remorsefully stating, sir, I apologize for my earlier misjudgment. I failed to recognize your status as our most esteemed client. Please forgive my oversight. The manager quickly realized that selling 3 luxury vehicles would yield a substantial commission. A mere kneel was a small price to pay. And you? Did you not just declare that I should kneel? Luo Hua gazed at Mrs. G with a smirk. I merely spoke in the heat of the moment. Mrs. G stammered defensively. In the heat of the moment, indeed? I took you quite seriously. Luo Hua retorted coldly. Do not go too far. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me this way? My husband is the director of the largest hospital in the city, and I assure you, there will come a time when you need our services. Mrs. G threatened, her tone sharp. In this day and age, medical treatment often required bribes. Offending a doctor, especially a director, could lead to dire consequences. Mrs. G calculated her words carefully, confident that no one would be foolish enough to provoke her. At that moment, Ji Xingrong strolled in, hands behind his back, inquiring, what is all this commotion while I was merely parking the car? Dear husband, Mrs. G cooed, feigning vulnerability. Please come here. Someone has been bullying me in your absence. What is the matter? I shall see who has the audacity to bully my wife. Ji Xingrong replied with a cold huff, approaching with purpose. Now who is the fool? This one. This one. Mrs. G excitedly pointed at Luo Hua. Ji Xingrong's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he stared at Luo Hua, stammering, "RO teacher?" Chapter 64. Stewed Dog Greetings, Director G. Luo Hua remarked with a chilling smile. Husband, it's him who has bullied me. Why are you even speaking with him? Mrs. G stomped her foot in frustration. Silence your mouth. Ji Xingrong's facial muscles twitched as he raised his hand and struck Mrs. G. Mrs. G was left in shock, incredulously exclaiming, You hit me? Indeed. It was you, you wretched being. Do you know the status of Teacher Luo? He is a distinguished guest of Yang and the esteemed doctor who healed Madam. I see you wish to bring about my demise today. You want to shatter my livelihood, do you not? Ji Xingrong said through gritted teeth. The position of the director at the First People's Hospital is indeed a lucrative one. His frequent visits to luxury car dealerships speak volumes. If his wife continues to flaunt her power and offend Luo Hua, and Luo Hua brings this matter before Yang Chong, Ji Xingrong's position would be jeopardized. Upon hearing this, Mrs. G grasped the gravity of the situation, terrified, and hurriedly apologized to Luo Hua. Teacher Luo, I was blind and arrogant. Please, for the sake of my first offense, forgive me. This is no trivial matter. To me, it is a blatant humiliation. Luo Hua elevated his tone coldly. Such a revered person you are. Even the dog you keep is precious, requiring my friend to kneel and apologize to a mere beast. What a grand display. At this, Mrs. G's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, banging her head against the floor as she pleaded, I come to apologize. I kneel to apologize. It is my fault, all my fault. Seeing this, Ji Xingrong quickly knelt beside his wife, his expression sincere as he said, Teacher Luo, I too have erred egregiously. It is my family's poor upbringing that has led her to cause trouble. I apologize. I apologize, Teacher Luo. The two, witnessing Luo Hua's indifference, steeled themselves and slapped their own faces. Luo Hua coldly chuckled. Mrs. G, as you say, your apology means nothing to me. Kneel and bow to my friend, and only when he forgives you shall it be considered finished. Of course, of course. Mrs. G immediately turned with respect to Zhang Bing, bowing her head repeatedly. Young brother, I apologize. It was my mistake. Please forgive me. Seeing Zhang Bing's lack of response, Mrs. G began to bow her head again with fervor, leaving Zhang Bing utterly astonished by this sudden turn of events. Enough. I forgive you. You need not kneel any longer, Zhang Bing said, having no malicious intent, as he repeatedly gestured for the G couple to rise. Luo Hua looked at them coldly and stated, Since my brother has spoken, I shall not make things difficult for you further. Depart from my sight at once, and do not let me catch you bullying others again. Thank you, thank you. We shall remember this, the G couple said, their heads bobbing in a flustered acknowledgement. Not so fast. Luo Hua raised his hand to stop them as they attempted to leave the car dealership. Upon hearing Luo Hua call him, Ji Xingrong broke into a cold sweat. Turning with a forced grin, he said, Teacher Luo, are you still not appeased? It's fine. I can divorce this troublemaker and demand she leaves with nothing. What do you think? Luo Hua merely shook his head and replied, Your relationships are of no concern to me. However, I have but one request. You must leave that beast you are holding with me. Mrs. G reluctantly placed the little poodle on the ground, cautiously asking, May I inquire? Teacher Luo, why do you wish to keep it? It is, after all, a morsel of meat. I intend to consume it. What? Do you have any objections? Such unruly creatures deserve to be served on the dinner table, do they not? Luo Hua said with a malicious grin. Indeed, you are right. I have no reservations. Mrs. G said, biting her lip and appearing pained. Despite her reluctance, the promise of a better life and her husband's position outweighed her attachment to the dog, and ultimately, Mrs. G relinquished it. Zhang Bing, take this dog. We shall stew it later to avoid the irritation of its presence, Luo Hua said, smiling at Zhang Bing. After exchanging a few casual words, Luo Hua told Zhang Bing, I see you are not quite settled here. Allow me to recommend you. Report to Juhua tomorrow. They will handle your employment. What? Zhang Bing exclaimed in surprise. Juhua? The one with such powerful backing? I, lacking qualifications or skills. How could I possibly go to such a prestigious place? What I say goes, and it is no mere rumor. Indeed. I have a genuine relationship with the true owner of Juhua. You've likely heard of it. We are like brothers. It's just a job, a small matter. That is wonderful, Zhang Bing said, excitement radiating from him as he embraced Luo Hua. Brother, I truly don't know how to thank you. You are my good fortune. Do not mention it. Now that I have prospered, it is only right to uplift my past brothers. Do not take it to heart, Luo Hua said grandiosely, patting Zhang Bing on the shoulder. Brother, whenever you need me, do not hesitate to call. I will be at your service, Zhang Bing promised enthusiastically, thumping his chest. After bidding Zhang Bing farewell, Luo Hua drove away in a silver Maybach, allowing the staff to deliver the rest of his purchases home. He intended to follow his routine of stopping by the supermarket for dinner supplies before returning home, but he received a call from Yimin Gran. Brother Luo, I can't leave right now. Could you please bring some food to Mingnan? She has a sports event at school today. Get her something refreshing. And don't make it too greasy. Not a problem. I'll take care of it, Luo Hua readily replied. He then steered towards the health-conscious restaurant favored by Yimingnan, ordering a selection of 4 dishes and a soup. Following that, he headed directly to Moda University, a genuine prestigious institution. The students here possess discerning tastes, likely more knowledgeable about luxury cars than an average office worker. As Luo Hua's Maybach came to a halt at the entrance, it captured the attention of numerous students, who began to speculate about which wealthy tycoon had arrived. Luo Hua leisurely locked the car, exited, and carried a large bag of food as he sought out Yimingnan. Suddenly, a sweet, melodic voice called out, Brother Luo? Turning. Luo Hua was taken aback to see Yang Jingjing approaching with a bright smile. Brother Luo, I didn't expect to run into you here. This must be what people call fate, Yang Jingjing said, her youthful attire, a checkered shirt knotted at the waist, exposing her flat midriff. Chapter 65. Courtesy, a pair of impeccably fitted jeans accentuated her stunningly long legs, exuding a vivacious charm that momentarily left Luo Hua in a daze. Yang Jingjing, noticing his reaction, beamed even brighter and playfully linked her arm with his, saying, Brother Luo, do I look so different in this outfit that you barely recognized me? Am I not absolutely stunning? Yes, you look wonderful, really wonderful. Luo Hua replied, a hint of shyness in his voice, before hastily changing the subject. What brings you here? You can't possibly be here for class 2, can you? You are quite perceptive, Brother Luo. You guessed it right. Yang Jingjing mischievously winked at him. But, you've been unwell for so long. Is your student status still valid? How can you continue attending classes? Isn't that a bit awkward at your age? Luo Hua couldn't help but inquire. Did you forget? My father is quite influential. Retaining my student status is merely a trivial matter for him. And you needn't worry about that. I am a prodigy. I've been skipping grades since childhood, so this level is just perfect for me. Plus, at my age, having a relationship isn't considered early romance. Yang Jingjing replied with a proud expression. Some things do not need to be elaborated on, Luo Hua said, bemused. Brother Luo, I haven't asked what brings you here today. Did you come specifically for me? Yang Jingjing pouted playfully. Actually, no. I'm here to bring Mingnan lunch. Luo Hua shook his head. Oh, I truly wish you would come here just for me. Yang Jingjing sighed dramatically. Luo Hua was at a loss for words and ultimately chose silence as they strolled toward the school's sports field together. The atmosphere there was electric, filled with the cheers of students packed into the stands while competitors sweat profusely in various events. Despite the excitement, Yang Jingjing's arrival caused quite a stir. Male students were irresistibly drawn to her, for she was regarded as a goddess among them, beautiful, well-bred, and utterly perfect. Upon entering the arena, Yang Jingjing diligently helped Luo Hua search for Yimingnan, but after scanning the competition area thoroughly, they found no trace of her. It was Luo Hua's keen eye that spotted Yimingnan, who sat with a furrowed brow in the shade against a wall. Yi Mingnan was grimacing as she massaged her ankle. She had registered for the track events, but had unfortunately twisted her ankle just before the competition, leaving her quite disheartened. Without a second thought, Luo Hua approached her and expressed concern. Mingnan, what happened? Is it your ankle? Seeing Luo Hua, Yi Mingnan instinctively frowned, her expression darkening. What are you doing here? Who allowed you to come? Your sister asked me to bring you something to eat since you were participating in the sports meet. Luo Hua replied, unfazed by her attitude. She must be out of her mind. Why on earth would she send you to deliver food? I don't want to see you for even a second. Just leave. Yi Mingnan's disdain for Luo Hua was palpable. She considered him nothing more than a freeloader. How can you speak like that? Is this your idea of courtesy? Yang Jingjing interjected, a hint of anger in her voice. Only then did Yi Mingnan notice Yang Jingjing. And her surprise was evident. Why, Yang? What are you doing here, and why are you with Luo Hua? Yang Jingjing's expression turned frosty as she responded. How I am with brother Luo is my own concern. The real issue here is your lack of manners. How can you speak to him like that? Yi Mingnan was bewildered. She couldn't fathom how Yang Jingjing could be friendly with this so-called waste of space, let alone defend him. I'll help you, Luo Hua said, disregarding the tension. As he knelt to examine Yi Mingnan's ankle, Yi Mingnan recoiled like a startled cat, taking a cautious step back. What do you think you're doing? Who gave you permission to touch me? Yang Jingjing, unable to contain her frustration any longer, raised her hand, prepared to slap Yi Mingnan in reprimand. But Luo Hua swiftly intervened, gently restraining her. Miss Yang, this is a family matter. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from intervening further. Reluctantly, Yang Jingjing lowered her hand and stood quietly to the side. Yi Mingnan was taken aback. She never expected Yang Jingjing to be so close to Luo Hua, let alone to heed his words. Just as Yi Mingnan was lost in thought, a sudden sharp pain shot through her ankle. Instinctively, she looked down just as Luo Hua released her ankle. What are you doing? Are you trying to murder me? She exclaimed. Luo Hua calmly replied. Your ankle is fine now. You should head to your event and get ready to compete. Yi Mingnan was momentarily stunned. Then she instinctively stood and tested her ankle. To her astonishment, the pain that had plagued her moments ago had vanished completely. She had just seen a doctor who had warned her that a sprain like hers would take at least 10 days to heal. How could Luo Hua have done this so quickly? While she was still trying to process this, the judges began to call for the next competitors, and she hurriedly dashed off to her starting line. Yang Jingjing watched her retreating figure with a touch of wistfulness. Oh, how I envy the Yi sisters, she sighed. Luo Hua, catching her subtle implication, felt a bit awkward as he scratched his head. Miss Yang, you really needn't envy anyone. Truly. I only need to not envy anyone if you promise to marry me. With you by my side, I would have no reason to envy anyone. Yang Jingjing turned to him with unwavering intensity. Let us not jest about such matters. It's hardly appropriate, and not at all amusing. Luo Hua chuckled nervously. I don't care. Is it that you find my figure lacking, or my looks insufficient? Yang Jingjing pressed, puffing out her chest defiantly. Luo Hua, momentarily taken aback, flushed and averted his gaze. Yi Mingnan, known for her tenacity, had registered with complete confidence, and without a hint of doubt, she claimed first place in the 100-meter dash. Now, she effortlessly performed her stretching exercises before making her way to the starting line for the 1,000-meter race. Chapter 66, Conspiracy. Yang Jingjing, with her heart set on teasing Luo Hua once more, found herself hindered by the impending commencement of her own event. Luo Hua, relieved, swiftly shifted to a vantage point with better visibility. As the competition began, the atmosphere was charged with intensity, the participants fiercely contending with one another, propelling the contest into a fervent climax. Meanwhile, a small cluster of individuals engaged in conversation nearby caught Luo Hua's attention. With his current martial arts prowess, Luo Hua could discern their dialogue amidst the cacophony, each word crystal clear. A freckled girl with braces, wearing a pleasing expression, addressed two male students. Wu, Lu, I have successfully completed the tasks you entrusted to me. After today's sports meet concludes, I will extend a celebratory banquet invitation to Yi Mingnan and Ing Maisu. They will undoubtedly attend. I shall ensure they are generously imbibed under various pretenses, and once intoxicated, they will be at your beck and call. What do you think of my plan? Splendid. The two boys responded with hearty laughter. Lu, I have a penchant for Ing Maisu. Wu Fengtian exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. Agreed. I have my sights set on Yi Mingnan. She has always feigned superiority. Today, she shall find herself at my mercy. Lu Shirue grinned. Perfect. I knew partnering with you would be a thrill. Let us proceed. I have already arranged the venue. The freckled girl giggled, then cautiously inquired, "By the way, gentlemen, what about my fee for running errands?" Witnessing this exchange, Luo Hua felt an unbidden surge of indignation. The girl, now beaming, began counting money with evident familiarity in such unscrupulous dealings. After meticulously counting the bills twice, she reluctantly placed them in her bag, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, dear classmates. Rin Tong Tong, you really handle your affairs efficiently. Just keep at it. There will be rewards tonight, if all goes well, and you'll have your share," Lu Shirui said with a sly smile. Then, adopting an enigmatic demeanor, tossed a small vial to Rin Tong Tong. "This gem I procured from the land of toilets. Ensure you slip it into Yi Mingnan and Ing Maisu's drinks at the opportune moment. Do you understand?" Is Lu suggesting a double assurance, perhaps to spice things up? Rin Tong Tong replied, her smile laced with meaning. "Of course. If we are to partake in this, we must do it thoroughly. Otherwise, what is the point?" Lu Shirui beamed. "Indeed, it is only right to indulge fully," Rin Tong Tong simpered. Wu Fengtian, who had been observing, interjected, "Is this what they call a plastic sisterhood? You girls are truly amusing. One moment, you embrace like sisters, and the next, you stab each other in the back without hesitation. Quite impressive. But tell me, what motivates you to act this way?" "Money, of course," Rin Tong Tong replied candidly, her demeanor unapologetically mercenary. "What is sisterly affection worth when compared to cold, hard cash? I believe it pales in comparison." Wu Fengtian smirked, his expression one of discovery as he remarked, "Surely, vanity plays a role here. Watching others bask in adoration while being relegated to the role of a mere green leaf, a superfluous echo, must be infuriating, no?" Rin Tong Tong's countenance darkened at this observation. Initially, she had held these two friends in high regard, yet their brilliance overshadowed her, and time after time, her presence was overlooked. The boy's eyes were solely for Yi Mingnan and Ing Maisu, undeterred by rejection, relentlessly pursuing them through her. The final straw for Rin Tong Tong was when the boy she had admired for 6 months professed his feelings for Yi Mingnan repeatedly, only to be coldly rebuffed. Eventually, he vanished from her life, transferring schools, and though she did not initially blame Yi Mingnan, a casual mention of his name to her prompted Yi Mingnan's indifferent query. "Who is that?" This ignited a fury within Rin Tong Tong, marking Yi Mingnan for future retribution. "Wu, Lu, let us finalize our plans. Once the sports meet concludes, I shall escort them to meet you," Rin Tong Tong said, her smile strained. "Make haste." Wu Fengtian waved her off impatiently. Rin Tong Tong complied, departing the stands, presumably in search of Yi Mingnan and Ing Maisu. Wu Fengtian and Lu Shirui, both scions of affluent families, had developed an air of arrogance, emboldened by their upbringing. Their audacity was unfathomable for their age. "Lu, after we indulge, how shall we conclude this affair? They seem different from our usual companions." "Not the type to be easily subdued," Wu Fengtian murmured to Lu Shirui. "Overthinking it, brother." Lu Shirui dismissed him with a wave. Women who appear tough often crumble when faced with such situations. They become timid. Seeing Wu Fengtian's obedient expression only fueled Lu Shirui's pride, and he boasted, "If all else fails, we can always settle things with money. Their families are hardly distinguished enough to oppose us." "Wise words, Lu. Let us revel fully today." Wu Fengtian chuckled, but as he turned to survey the field, he inadvertently spotted Yi Mingnan and Yang Jingjing engrossed in conversation. Wu Fengtian's expression froze, and he urgently urged Lu Shirui, "Lu, look over there. What is so captivating?" Lu Shirui grumbled in annoyance. "No, Lu. Yi Mingnan and Yang Jingjing are conversing. If they grow close, we may not be able to approach Yi Mingnan," Wu Fengtian implored, alarmed. Lu Shirui straightened, studying the scene for a moment before reassuring. "Do not worry. It may merely be a coincidence. Often, women repel one another. Besides, how long has Yang Jingjing been away from school? They won't forge a connection immediately." Chapter 67. The lesson, however, it is better to be safe than sorry. If they truly are friends, then provoking Yu Mingnan would be akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Wu Fengtian expressed his lingering concerns. "Look at your cowardice. Even if they are completely unrelated, what if they are genuine sisters? I possess a trump card. With this in hand, even Yang Changlian cannot touch me," Lu Shirui scoffed, patting Wu Fengtian on the chest. "Lu, what is this trump card you speak of?" Wu Fengtian inquired, curiosity piqued. "Since it is a trump card, do you think I can just share it with you? It's something to be revealed only at the critical moment." As the two engaged in lively banter, Luo Hua silently positioned himself in front of them. "Who are you? Don't you have any eyes? Standing like a pillar over here. Are you looking for trouble?" Wu Fengtian shouted irritably, lifting his head. Luo Hua, having overheard their entire plan. Felt his temper rising, but managed to force a normal smile. Apologies, classmates, but I need to speak with you about something. Can we step aside for a moment? After all, there are too many prying eyes here. Dream on, Wu Fengtian said, grabbing Luo Hua by the collar and pulling him forward while cursing. Who do you think you are? Do you know who you're talking to? Dare you ask us to step aside? Do you believe I could make you regret taking another step? With a cold smile, Luo Hua seized Wu Fengtian's wrist, a surge of energy coursing through him. Wu Fengtian suddenly staggered, his eyes glazing over, and his grip on Luo Hua's collar slackened. Fengtian, what is happening? Lu Shirue exclaimed, sensing the shift in the situation and calling out to Wu Fengtian, but he received no response. Luo Hua's powerful hands landed on his shoulder, silencing him as well. With a casual tug, Luo Hua dragged both of them outside the school. Just as they were about to exit, a boy approached them. Hey, Fengtian, the event you signed up for is about to start. Where are you going? Wu Fengtian, now a mere puppet, could neither speak nor respond. Ignoring the boy, Luo Hua effortlessly pulled them past him and into a secluded forest. Once they were concealed, he released his grip, causing both to tumble to the ground. Gasping for breath, they felt a sense of relief wash over them. Who the hell are you? Do you have any idea what you're doing? Wu Fengtian shouted, veins bulging on his forehead. Yi Mingnan is my sister. Now you understand. Luo Hua said darkly. I just happened to overhear your elaborate scheming, and I know what you intend to do. How could that be? They exchanged bewildered glances, having scanned the area beforehand. There was no one around. How could he possibly know? Lu Shirue, momentarily startled, quickly regained his composure and grinned. So what if you know? I warn you, this is not your affair. Are you aware of our family's background? Have you heard of Huayuan Group and Qinmai Group? Do you know the strength behind us? Luo Hua's expression grew colder. Are you suggesting I should learn what capital power means? Should ordinary people be at the mercy of capitalists? Exactly. It seems you are quite perceptive. In today's society, capital is everything. With wealth, I can keep you firmly beneath my heel. Do you dare defy me? Wu Fengtian boasted arrogantly. Allow me to enlighten you on who truly holds the power. Luo Hua smirked coldly and landed a punch squarely on Wu Fengtian's face. After all, in moments like this, the one with the might is the true leader. Wu Fengtian staggered backward and crashed to the ground, blood gushing from his nose like a fountain. Dazed, he raised his head, clutching his nose, and asked hoarsely, You dare to touch me? Don't be hasty. This is merely an appetizer. The main course is yet to come. Luo Hua laughed maliciously as he stepped closer to Wu Fengtian, gripping him by the nape of his neck. Wu Fengtian slumped down without uttering a word. Luo Hua looked down at Wu Fengtian, whose features were distorted in agony. How does it feel? Get used to it. Your life from now on will be akin to a puddle of mud. You shall never stand again. No, this can't be. Wu Fengtian twisted his body in disbelief, refusing to accept that someone could possess such formidable power, paralyzing him at will. Yet, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not regain control, panic overtaking him. You little brat, I warn you, retract this silly prank, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, just wait for my family to deal with you. Lu Shirue, more perceptive of the dire situation, turned pale with fear. When did Yi Mingnan acquire such a formidable brother? He is like a monster. Luo Hua kicked Wu Fengtian's face aside with indifference and scoffed, still defiant in the face of death. Consider yourself unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. Even if you summoned the king of hell, today you are doomed. Lu Shirue sensed the situation was perilous. Seizing the moment when Luo Hua's focus was entirely on Wu Fengtian, he cowardly turned to flee. But Luo Hua was no fool. He swiftly kicked a stone towards Lu Shirue. The stone flew like a projectile, causing Lu Shirue to fall flat on his face. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ah, it hurts. Is my back broken? Lu Shirue wailed, losing all semblance of dignity. I'll remember you. Just wait. I will make you suffer for this. Luo Hua chuckled coldly. Good. I'll be waiting. But I fear you might not live long enough to see that day. As he spoke, Luo Hua's ears perked up. Someone was approaching, and in considerable numbers. Fengtian, are you over here? Voices called out, searching for Wu Fengtian. Tangwei. This way. Hurry. Wu Fengtian shouted, his spirit rekindled as he strained his neck to call out. With newfound confidence, he turned to Luo Hua, boasting, Did you hear that? My rescue is on the way. If you want to keep your pathetic life, you better release me right now. Luo Hua remained unfazed. I've already told you. It won't matter who comes. You should save your energy. Chapter 68. The Killer Move. By heavens. You truly possess an astounding audacity. Wu Fengtian exclaimed. his voice rising in fury. The individuals coming to my aid are all trained fighters. Do you believe they won't send you flying? Ah, just wait and see how I send them flying. Luo Hua retorted dismissively, a cold snort escaping his lips. As the two conversed, a group seeking Wu Fengtian and his companions entered the forest. Each member appeared robust and formidable, with the leader, Tang Wei, presenting a particularly intimidating figure. Being the city's youth martial arts champion, Tang Wei was taken aback upon witnessing the condition of Wu Fengtian and Lu Shirui, their faces marred with bruises, resembling discarded refuse on the ground. Fengtian, Shirui, what on earth happened to you? He inquired with genuine concern. Tang Wei, it's this fellow, beat him to a pulp. Wu Fengtian shouted, his face livid, eyes ablaze with fury. Tang Wei's expression darkened immediately. He tossed aside his jacket, revealing his well-defined muscles. With a menacing grin directed at Luo Hua, he declared, who dares to harm my brother? Speak. How do you wish to perish? Calmly, Luo Hua replied. I advise you not to meddle in affairs beyond your grasp. I am Yi Mingnan's brother, and these two clowns intended to harm my sister. My leniency in sparing their lives is already a considerable concession. I urge you to depart while you still can. Impossible. My brothers have been reduced to this state. And you expect me to leave? Today, you shall not escape unscathed. Tang Wei stubbornly retorted. To make me suffer? My dear classmate, you are still too inexperienced. Luo Hua remarked, appraising Tang Wei with a dismissive smile. I can see you have training, yet I assure you, I am not like your opponents in the competition. My strikes are either lethal or crippling. Huh, what brashness. I look forward to seeing your skills. I am the martial arts champion of the youth group in Modu. Defeating a weakling like you will be child's play. To demonstrate his prowess, Tang Wei launched a powerful kick against a nearby tree, causing a significant portion of it to splinter. While most would be intimidated by such a display, Luo Hua's interest piqued. He looked at Tang Wei with an air of nonchalance and stated, impressive posture, but ultimately, just for show. True strength lies in execution. Observe closely. With that, Luo Hua delivered a seemingly effortless kick to the ancient tree. Show off all you want. Tang Wei turned to his companions, laughter erupting as he remarked, such grandiose words. But alas, the execution leaves much to be desired. Did you fear hurting your foot? Enough of this idle chatter. Let's subdue him. Charge. At the command, the group surged forward toward Luo Hua. Suddenly, the tree that Luo Hua had struck creaked ominously, then began to tilt and topple. The once aggressive group froze in place. Rooted by shock, Tang Wei stood in stunned disbelief, swallowing hard. Is this even human? Could he be a superhero? That tree has stood for a century. Luo Hua, wearing a smile reminiscent of a spring breeze, counted down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a thunderous crash, the tree fell, dragging down another in its wake. The young men instinctively gasped in astonishment. Tang Wei's eyes widened. He had never encountered such mastery since beginning his martial arts journey. The force was akin to a powerful machine at full throttle. Precision in execution, perfectly balanced. Tang Wei muttered to himself, entranced by the spectacle. Luo Hua did not lead the two deeper into the woods, instead dealing with the group near the forest's edge. As the tree fell, the group was inevitably revealed. Coincidentally, Ren Tongtong was guiding Yi Mingnan and Ing Maisu out the entrance, drawn to the commotion. Other students gathered at the school entrance were similarly intrigued. What happened? Why did the tree just fall? Not sure, but it looks like a crowd has gathered. Could it be a brawl? Indeed. I recognize a few faces. Those two on the ground are the notorious bullies from our school. Wow, it's impressive that someone dared to confront them. Such a rarity. Let us go see for ourselves. Do you believe you can still contend with me? Luo Hua asked Tang Wei, his tone indifferent. And no, I dare not. Master, your martial prowess is beyond compare. I cannot match you. Moreover, I have gained much from this encounter. I shall take my leave to reflect on it. Tang Wei replied cleverly. Tang Wei, brother, you can't abandon me. I'm still in this guy's hands. Help me. Wu Fengtian shouted incredulously. Fengtian, actions have consequences. This master has not acted unjustly toward you. At this point, I am powerless. Take care of yourself. Tang Wei replied, feigning righteousness. He lightly patted Wu Fengtian on the shoulder before leading his group away. Tang Wei, come back. Are you still my brother? Save me. Wu Fengtian's composure shattered, his voice rising in desperation. Yet, despite his hoarse cries, Tang Wei showed no inclination to turn back. However, his shouts attracted Yi Mignan's attention. She stormed toward Luo Hua, fuming. Luo Hua, have you lost your mind? How dare you commit such violence at our school? She then turned to assist the fallen Lu Shirui, concern etched on her face. Lu, are you all right? Do you need assistance? Lu Shirue, however, rebuffed her care with disdain, sneering as he brushed her off, causing her to stumble. Stop pretending to care. Once I recover, your entire family will regret this. Yi Mingnan disregarded Lu Shirue's attitude and directed her ire squarely at Luo Hua. Luo Hua, what is wrong with you? Why do you come to our school to cause chaos and leave our classmates in such a state? Luo Hua, with a grave expression, replied, Mingnan, I must ask you if a certain Rin Tong Tong has invited you and Ing Maisu to celebrate after the sports event? And if so? Yi Mingnan responded, unimpressed. Chapter 69. Distrust indeed. I have overheard their sinister plot. These two individuals lying on the ground, in collusion with that Rin Tong Tong, have devised a scheme to intoxicate you and your classmate Ing Maisu while administering drugs. I trust you comprehend the implications of their intentions, Luo Hua meticulously elucidated. Fabrication. Keep spinning your tales. Yi Mingnan retorted angrily, her voice rising against Luo Hua. Rin Tong Tong is my dear sister. How could she possibly be as wicked as you suggest? This is merely your excuse. How shameless. You claim this is an excuse? Luo Hua incredulously pointed to himself. Simultaneously, he began searching the crowd for Rin Tong Tong's presence. If he could capture her and retrieve the unadministered drugs from her, it would serve as undeniable evidence. Yet, Rin Tong Tong had long since vanished, her cleverness ensuring her escape upon sensing danger. Luo Hua redirected his gaze to Lu Shirue and his cohorts. The absence of the lackeys was inconsequential. The main players remained, and they too were complicit. Luo Hua fixed an intimidating stare upon Lu Shirue, enunciating each word. You tell her the truth. Is it not that you harbor ulterior motives? If you do not speak candidly, do not blame me for treating you like Wu Fengtian. Lu Shirue glanced at the enraged Yi Mingnan and then at Luo Hua, a malicious smile creeping across his face. Fine, I shall speak. The truth is you are robbing us, forcing us to surrender all valuables, or you threaten to beat us senseless. Our injuries are a result of resisting your assault. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua's eyes narrowed dangerously, and he delivered a swift kick to Lu Shirue, who fell to the ground with a thud, inadvertently knocking out a tooth. Blood mingled with the remnants of his broken tooth, leaving him in a pitiful state. Yi Mingnan immediately erupted in fury, stepping forward to shove Luo Hua aside, her expression one of righteous anger. You madman! How dare you lay a hand on him? Luo Hua's expression darkened, and he inhaled deeply. So, my words have fallen on deaf ears. You choose to believe these so-called classmates of yours. Of course, they have always looked out for me, my longtime sisters. Who could be more trustworthy than them? You suggest they would scheme against me? Not a single word or punctuation mark of that do I believe. Yu Mingnan declared defiantly, her neck arched with confidence. Luo Hua, weary of the argument, merely replied coolly, Mingnan, I do not insist you believe me, but allow me to impart this small piece of advice. The human heart is the most complicated of all, and it is ever-changing. Your advice is worthless. Yi Mingnan snapped. You should keep it for yourself. You've caused a great disaster, and if it tarnishes my family's reputation, I wonder how my father will respond. She turned to Lu Shirue, her demeanor softening. I truly apologize. How are you feeling? I have heard too many apologies. Now you realize your mistakes? Where were you before? Lu Shirue boasted, exuding arrogance. Yi Mingnan, your family is finished. I will ensure your downfall in this city. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Hua kicked Lu Shirue again, who fell heavily, unable to utter another word from the pain. Yi Mingnan was taken aback by the ferocity emanating from Luo Hua, instinctively clutching her chest and retreating a couple of steps. Was this truly the same Luo Hua who could not muster a response? How had he transformed into such a ruthless figure? Young man, it seems I did not leave a profound enough impression on you. You dare utter such threats, wishing for others to meet their demise. Let me assure you, I can orchestrate that very outcome. Luo Hua was now genuinely enraged. Provoking him was a deadly mistake. Family was his ultimate boundary. Having been raised in a detached family environment, Luo Hua was sent to train under the mysterious Taoist at a young age. Before he could reunite with his family after completing his training, fate intervened, separating them forever. Ironically, he had spent the most time with the Yi family, who often belittled him, yet he still held them dear. I am not afraid to tell you. You are doomed. Lu Shirue finally caught his breath, gritting his teeth. Do you know who my cousin-in-law is? He is a powerful figure in this city, a true man of bloodshed. You have truly bitten off more than you can chew. To Luo Hua's surprise, rather than succumbing to the panic Lu Shirue anticipated, he merely smiled coldly. Ah, the infamous tiger brother. No wonder you feel so emboldened. Yet, what you do not realize is that this so-called tiger brother is currently under my control. While Lu Shirui's relatives sought the antidote for Shui Zhendan's poison from Luo Hua, they would soon face dire consequences if they failed to procure it. Oh, Li Dahou. Luo Hua recited the name with a smirk, mercilessly crushing Lu Shirui's knee beneath his foot. I thought you had some formidable connections. Just a Li Dahou. And you think that warrants such bravado? Ah, my leg. Lu Shirui cried out in agony, tears streaming down his face. His wails so pitiful that they could move anyone to tears. Yi Mingnan, who had previously been at odds with Luo Hua, was now stunned, covering her mouth as tears flowed uncontrollably, unable to stem the tide. Was this truly the Luo Hua she knew? Why was he so terrifying? Cousin-in-law, help, help. I am dying. It hurts. Lu Shirui curled up on the ground, wailing in despair. Luo Hua found Lu Shirui's pathetic cries amusing, scoffing coldly. At this point, prayers will be of no use to you. Go ahead and call for your powerful cousin-in-law. Let us see if he can save you. Upon hearing Luo Hua's lack of obstruction, Lu Shirui's eyes lit up with hope. Shaking, he pulled out his phone and dialed frantically. Cousin-in-law, hurry and save me. I am going to be beaten to death. Help. Nearby, Li Dahou, who was collecting rents, was enraged upon hearing this. How dare anyone provoke the tiger? To threaten his family was utterly intolerable. Who dares to be so audacious? Shirui, send me your location. I am on my way to teach that brat a lesson. Tiger brother bellowed into the phone. Right by the school. There is a small grove at the entrance. This guy is here. Please hurry. He is ruthless. Lu Shirui pleaded desperately. Understood. Shirui, put your phone on speaker. I will intimidate him a bit, so he thinks twice before laying a hand on you, Tiger brother instructed, demonstrating his consideration. However, before Tiger brother's voice could echo through the speaker, Luo Hua coldly laughed and kicked the phone away. Chapter 70. Do you dare? The phone collided heavily with the tree trunk, shattering into several pieces that fell to the ground. He was curious to see what words Li Dahou would have for him, and whether he would dare to shield Lu Shirui, that scoundrel. Upon realizing the abrupt disconnection, Brother Tiger was immediately filled with concern, swiftly gathering his men and heading to the school. Lu Shirui lay on the ground, forcing a triumphant smile as he taunted. Don't get too cocky. It's truly over for you now. You can start preparing your last words. When my cousin arrives, you won't stand a chance. Luo Hua merely smiled faintly, leaning casually against the tree trunk, and replied, You should be grateful for your youth. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly meet your demise today. Huh? Are you deaf or dumb? My cousin is coming. He is the renowned Brother Tiger of Magic City. Lu Shirui shouted, exasperated by Luo Hua's demeanor. The crowd, which had gathered to watch, erupted in a frenzy. Did you hear that? Brother Tiger is on his way. This kid is surely doomed. He hit Lu Shirui, and Brother Tiger will not let him off easily. Lu Shirui seems to be in quite a predicament. The one who struck him is as good as dead. Brother Tiger's protection is no small matter. Even losing a single hair would warrant a beating, let alone this. I bet they'll skin him alive. Yet, amidst these discussions, the name Yi Mingnan surfaced. Could this man possibly be connected to her? Well, he is truly audacious. He even dares to strike Lu Shirui. Yi Mingnan, overhearing the chatter, felt her heart race with anxiety. It indeed seemed that Lu Shirui had ties to something significant. Rumors had long circulated within the school about Lu Shirui, who once took his classmates out to party, only to be confronted by a group of thugs. Initially, everyone was terrified, convinced it was the end. However, Lu Shirui merely presented himself nonchalantly, and the thugs were immediately subdued, bowing to him as if he were a deity. Lu Shirui had gained fame from that encounter, and since then, no one dared to challenge him. Some even claimed he hailed from a powerful family, capable of annihilating entire clans with a mere word. Yi Mingnan, feeling a surge of panic, clutched Luo Hua's arm and implored, Luo Hua, please, act normally and don't lose your mind. Do you know who you've offended? Our family is truly finished. Why panic? I'm not afraid of whoever he brings. No one can touch us. Luo Hua replied with an air of calm. Madman, you truly are insane. You have no idea what you've done. Lu Shirui's cousin is no ordinary thug. Our family is finished. Yi Mingnan's voice trembled as tears streamed down her face. Lu Shirui, I apologize. I'll cover your medical and hospital fees. Please, don't unleash your wrath on my family. I beg you, she pleaded, turning to Lu Shirui with a sorrowful expression. You think a simple apology will suffice? Do you believe my pain is for naught? Just wait for my cousin to arrive and deal with you. Lu Shirui sneered, clutching his wound. Seeing Lu Shirui still so arrogant, Luo Hua lifted his foot and stomped down on his other leg. A sickening crack echoed as Lu Shirue let out a pained scream, his eyes rolling back as he cursed, "I will kill you. I'll have my cousin slice every piece of flesh from your body to feed to the dogs." Luo Hua couldn't help but admire Lu Shirue's tenacity, no matter how much he was beaten. He remained deluded into believing that his cousin's presence made him invincible. "Very well. I shall see what your cousin has to say and how he intends to punish me." Luo Hua replied with a soft laugh. "Who dares to touch my family?" A gruff voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, causing the onlookers to part in alarm. A group of burly young men strode forward, instantly intensifying the oppressive atmosphere of the grove. "Damn it! I'm here to see which fool dares to lay hands on my people." Brother Tiger cursed as he emerged from the throng, a cigarette dangling from his lips, flanked by his loyal companion. "Wow, he is finally here with his crew. Look at that aura. This isn't going to end well." The crowd buzzed with excitement. Upon seeing Brother Tiger, Lu Shirue's excitement surged as he called out, "Cousin, I'm here. Come and deal with this scoundrel. I'm truly in pain." "Lu Shirue, get up. How did you end up in such a state?" "Don't worry. Whoever harmed you is doomed," Brother Tiger exclaimed, his heart aching for Lu Shirue, vowing with gritted teeth. He then brandished a metal rod his subordinate had brought and approached Luo Hua. "So it's you. Today, I will make you experience a fate worse than death. Do you dare?" At that moment, Luo Hua, who had been leaning against the tree with eyes closed, suddenly turned, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Li Dahua, you seem to have quite the bravado. You appear to know very well what it means to face a fate worse than death." Upon seeing Luo Hua, Li Dahua's demeanor shifted, the confidence drained from him, and he began to sweat profusely, stammering, "Lao Luo? What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. I also didn't expect to run into you. What a pleasant surprise." Luo Hua replied, his smile icy. Li Dahua's face paled, and he dropped to his knees with a loud thud, leaving Lu Shirue, who had been so proud moments before, utterly dumbfounded. This was the cousin he idolized and held in high regard. Why was he kneeling before an unknown youth? "Lao Luo, no? Brother Luo, what are you doing?" Li Dahua stammered, regret filling his voice as he wished he had slapped his cousin for provoking such a killing machine. At that moment, he no longer cared about dignity. Survival took precedence. The onlookers, who had anticipated seeing Luo Hua get beaten, were left speechless, murmuring among themselves. It said that a big shot from Magic City was coming? Why does he seem so pathetic, kneeling at the drop of a hat? Hey, you're missing the point. Clearly, this Luo Hua is far more formidable. My goodness, what kind of background does he have? Incredible. Lu Shirue was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how the situation had spiraled in such an absurd direction. Shouting incredulously at Li Dahua, he demanded, "Cousin, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling to a nameless nobody? What are you afraid of? He is just the son of a hospital director." Chapter 71. The truth, what do you know? "You brat. Quiet down," Li Dahu exclaimed, veins protruding from his forehead. He felt utterly helpless towards this nephew of his. He was both exasperated by the boy's immaturity and pained by his injuries. He had experienced firsthand the excruciating nature of Luo Hua's methods. Ever since being afflicted by Luo Hua's Shui Zhendan poison, Li Dahu and Ba Gu had tirelessly sought ways to save themselves. Although Li Da had the backing of the Fumo sect, his connection to them was tenuous at best. He could only exchange a few words with the young master of the sect. He had intended to seek help from the young master, but was thwarted by Ba Gu, who, despite his lack of martial prowess, possessed a keen sense of judgment. He assessed that Luo Hua was at least of a master-level caliber, and the Fumo sect, being a mid-tier sect, could hardly compete with Luo Hua's might. Ultimately, their relationship was simply not robust enough. Had Li Dahu known that the Fumo sect had recently merged with the prestigious Facia sect, he might not have felt so utterly hopeless. However, at this moment, no amount of discussion would change anything. Li Dahu was genuinely terrified of Luo Hua and dared not entertain any rebellious thoughts in his presence. "Your nephew has quite a character. He manages affairs in his unique style. What? Is he your chosen successor?" Luo Hua mocked Li Dahu mercilessly. "Brother Luo, it's our family that has spoiled this child. I promise to discipline him severely upon my return. I implore you to show mercy and spare him this once," Li Dahu pleaded, bowing deeply in earnest supplication. Meanwhile, Ba Gu, understanding the gravity of the situation, discreetly began to clear the area. The previous incident had been an accident, but this time, there was no need for onlookers to witness the big boss's capitulation. Yi Mingnan stood in shock, blinking in disbelief. What was happening? Since when had Luo Hua become so formidable? Wasn't he supposed to be the legendary leader? Why did he seem so intimidated by Luo Hua? Kneeling without a moment's hesitation? Uncle. Lu Shirue, too, felt regret wash over him as he watched his once proud uncle bowing and begging for his sake. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he too was prepared to relent. Shirue, why aren't you over here to apologize? Why are you just standing there? Li Dahu shot an urgent glance towards Lu Shirue. Brother Luo, it was my fault. I was in the wrong. I swear I won't do it again. Lu Shirue cried out, turning to Luo Hua in desperation. Brother Luo, I beg you to spare me. Just let me go. Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, his expression unfazed. If you wish for my mercy, it is quite simple. You must reenact for me the scheme you devised earlier. Of course. Lu Shirue head bowed, recounted their previous conspiratorial discussions without reservation. Yi Mingnan was left astounded by his confession. With no prior enmity, why would they conspire against her? The two boys were one thing. But why would Rin Tong Tong, someone she had always considered a close friend, harbor such malicious intentions, almost wishing for her demise? Yi Mignan's mind was in turmoil, grappling with the reality of the situation. How much of this world was genuine, and how much was deceit? Why would they choose to inflict such pain upon her? At this point, she had no doubts left. It was evident that Luo Hua was not coercing Lu Shirue into confessing fabricated crimes. Luo Hua sauntered over to Wu Fengtian, who appeared as despondent as a wilted flower, and with a gentle nudge of his foot, said, You too. Time to confess what you know. Wu Fengtian sat in silence, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Even Lu Ji's trump card had been extinguished. I will confess everything, just as Lu Gu described. We intended to toy with Yi Mingnan and Ing Maisu, which is how this plan came to be. We even prepared some stimulants. Enough, Yi Mingnan shouted, clutching her head in anguish. What have we ever done to deserve such cruelty from you two? Looking at the bruised faces of the two boys, her sympathy evaporated entirely. These were the very same beasts who had nearly ruined her life. I simply couldn't accept your rejection. I have never failed to obtain what I desired throughout my life. Lu Shirue mumbled, head hung low, his voice devoid of strength. Beasts. Thieves. Just because I refused you, you resorted to such vile and crooked methods? Yi Mingnan's eyes brimmed with anger, and she kicked Lu Shirue several times in fury. Once she had released her pent-up anger, a wave of fear washed over her. She suddenly burst into tears, overwhelmed by the realization of how close she had come to disaster. If Luo Hua had not intervened today, what would have become of her? Luo Hua, unable to remain angry with Yi Mingnan, stepped forward to comfort her, gently patting her shoulder. It's over. Everything is behind you now. There is nothing to worry about. Kneeling on the ground, Li Dahu was beside himself, muttering, What is this all about? It's just a woman. I have plenty of them. From wildcats to pure maidens to sultry vixens, I have them all. Why make such a fuss? Brother Luo, the fault lies entirely with me. But my nephew is still just a child. He simply lacks the ability to discern right from wrong. Please, allow him this one reprieve. I promise to discipline him strictly from now on. Li Dahu continued to plead, bowing until his forehead bled. Seeing Li Dahu in such a pitiful state softened Luo Hua's heart. Fine. Out of respect for your sincerity, I will let him go this once. However, whether or not Mingnan chooses to punish him, and how, is entirely up to her. Yi Mingnan glanced at Lu Shirue, who now resembled a battered pig, and after a moment's contemplation, she clenched her teeth and replied, Let it go. After all, I have not been harmed. What is going on out there? Suddenly, the commotion caused by Li Dahu's group outside caught their attention. I'm looking for Brother Luo. Yang Jingjing's voice rang out from the periphery. Brother Luo, I've caught that runaway. Yang Jingjing was decisive and wholly trusted Luo Hua. Following his instructions, she had kept a close watch on Rin Tong Tong and managed to apprehend her just as she attempted to flee. Step aside, let her through, Luo Hua instructed coolly. As Yang Jingjing dispatched Rin Tong Tong to the ground with a swift kick, the latter remained silent, head bowed. So, Brother Luo, was my timing impeccable? Am I impressive, or what? Yang Jingjing looked up proudly, a grin on her face. Impressive indeed. Luo Hua responded sincerely, giving her a thumbs up. Such straightforward praise left Yang Jingjing feeling a bit bashful, causing her to instinctively touch her nose and lower her gaze. Chapter 72. Change of perspective over there. Yi Mignan's eyes blazed with fury as she fixed her gaze on Rin Tong Tong. Far more wounding to Yi Mingnan than Lu Shirue's sordid thoughts was the betrayal she felt from Rin Tong Tong's treachery. Rin Tong Tong, tell me, why have you done this? Have I not treated you well enough? Yi Mignan's voice rose, betraying her distress. Rin Tong Tong glanced over at the deflated Lu Shirue and Wu Fengtian, then at the unimposing Li Dahu, and realized that her lifeline had vanished. Biting her lip, she met Yi Mingnan's gaze and said, "You ask why? Do you know what it feels like to push the one you love into someone else's arms? To put it another way, do you remember Senior Ma?" Yi Mingnan paused, her thoughts swirling as she recalled that Senior Ma had pursued her some time ago, but she had declined his advances, and he had subsequently vanished from her life. "What does that have to do with him?" she inquired, perplexed. "What does it matter? Senior Ma is my idol. Do you have any idea how long I have cherished him? But you, how you have hurt him. I have witnessed it all," Rin Tong Tong exclaimed, her voice rising with emotion. A sudden clarity washed over Yi Mingnan. So that was it. No wonder Rin Tong Tong had only ever defended Senior Ma and had relentlessly attempted to create opportunities for him and herself. This entire scheme was merely a consequence of her affection for him, and now she was seeking to ensnare Yi Mingnan in her web. How disheartening. Yi Mingnan felt a chill in her heart. This was what her supposedly devoted sister was worth. "Luohua, let us depart," Yi Mingnan said wearily, pinching the bridge of her nose. Yang Jingjing, observing the situation, was baffled. Rin Tong Tong is clearly the main culprit. If it weren't for her quick thinking, she would have already fled. "Are you truly just going to let her off with a few questions?" Yi Mingnan, do not feel pressured. You may deal with them as you wish. Even if it means making their family unable to survive in the capital, I can arrange that, Yang Jingjing added. Unable to contain herself, Rin Tong Tong's eyes widened in horror at this revelation. When she had committed this act, her mind had been consumed with thoughts of her idol, never considering the repercussions. Now, hearing that her family could be implicated, she was genuinely panicking. Mingnan, I was wrong. I acted rashly. Please believe me. This was not my intention. I am truly sorry, Mingnan. Rin Tong Tong sobbed, tears streaming down her face. I have not made things difficult. I simply do not wish to waste resources on her any longer. I have let her go, Yi Mingnan replied coldly, turning her back. Too soft-hearted. Yang Jingjing muttered under her breath. Yi Mingnan's demeanor was unstable, prompting Luohua to follow closely behind her. Brother Luohua, shouldn't we be eating soon? Let's go together, Yang Jingjing said with a playful wink as she caught up with Luohua. Let us talk about it later. I'll take Mingnan home first, Luohua replied apologetically. Humph. I knew I held no significance in Brother Luohua's heart. Yang Jingjing pouted in dissatisfaction, watching Luohua depart. Li Dahu quickly instructed his men to carefully place Lu Shurai onto a stretcher. Be careful, and get him to the hospital as fast as you can. Did you hear me? Within minutes, Li Dahu and his entourage left in a flurry, leaving only the conflicted Rin Tong Tong and the incapacitated Wu Fengtian behind. Seeing that Yang Jingjing was about to leave, Wu Fengtian panicked and called out, "Classmate Yang, help me. I'm still lying here." Yang Jingjing reluctantly glanced at Wu Fengtian and scoffed. "Oh, you still have the energy to speak. Quite resilient, I see. Classmate Yang, please help. I'm in pain all over, and I can't even stand." Wu Fengtian pleaded, his face contorted in agony. "Is that so? Have you reflected on your actions?" Yang Jingjing asked, casually tossing her hair. "Yes, absolutely." Wu Fengtian nodded vigorously. "Well, that is splendid. I think we can skip the rescue. You can remain like this to savor the moment," Yang Jingjing said with a mischievous smile. Wu Fengtian lay on the ground, despairing as he watched everyone drift further away, powerless to change his fate. Eventually, a classmate, concerned for his well-being, called for an ambulance, preventing him from lying there in a state of utter disarray. Meanwhile, Yi Mingnan stood in front of the Maybach, lost in thought. Turning to Luohua, she asked, somewhat bewildered, "Is this car ours? Is it a new one? I thought it was an old family vehicle. This brand seems quite expensive, probably worth millions." Luohua chuckled softly, urging her to get into the car. Once inside, the two fell into an uncomfortable silence. Yi Mingnan's impression of Luohua remained that of a meek subordinate. Yet today, he had exhibited a brilliance that was hard to reconcile with her previous perceptions. She hesitated, wondering if this was truly the same Luohua. Were it not for his unchanged manner of speaking to her, she might have believed he had been swapped out for someone else. "How come I never knew you could fight?" Yi Mingnan finally asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. "I learned some time ago. It's nothing to boast about." Luohua replied nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Yi Mingnan chuckled awkwardly before hesitantly adding, "I'm really sorry about today, and thank you." Truthfully, the events of the day still left her shaken. Had it not been for Luohua's quick thinking, her life could have been irrevocably altered. There is no need for such formality among family, Luohua smiled gently. Yi Mingnan felt a wave of shame wash over her. She had always looked down on Luohua, treating him as little more than a servant rather than a family member. "Luohua, brother," Yi Mingnan bit her lip. I truly appreciate everything you've done. Hearing that long-forgotten term of endearment from Yi Ming and took Luo Hua by surprise, and a genuine smile spread across his face. Now that you've called me brother, you won't be at a disadvantage. Rest assured, I will protect you from now on. With that, the tension between them eased, and their conversation flowed more freely as they made their way home, laughter punctuating their journey. At that moment, Yi Mingran returned from the hospital and was taken aback to see the Maybach parked in front of their home, wondering which prominent figure had come to visit. To her surprise, the door swung open, revealing Luo Hua and Yi Mingnan stepping out. Brother Luo Hua, Mingnan, you're back? Yi Mingran approached them, her curiosity piqued. And whose car is this? Sister, you don't know? Isn't this car yours? Yi Mingnan asked, still somewhat dazed. Chapter 73. A dramatic transformation. How is that possible? I said I would change cars, but I wouldn't buy something so expensive. Yi Mingran shook her head and remarked. Stop speculating. This car is mine. Luo Hua stepped forward with a smile. You bought it? Yi Mingnan exclaimed in disbelief. This car costs several million. Although Yi Mingnan had begun to accept Luo Hua's transformation, she still found it hard to believe that a man who had always been a homemaker could suddenly possess such wealth. Yi Mingran, however, remained remarkably composed. Over the past few days, Luo Hua had surprised her repeatedly. For someone who could effortlessly earn tens of millions from a casual consultation, purchasing a car was hardly a trivial matter. Why did you choose this color? Silver would have looked much better. Yi Mingran began to voice her opinion. Don't worry. I've bought 3 cars in different colors. You both can choose whichever you prefer later, Luo Hua said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Yi Mingnan looked at Luo Hua in astonishment. Was the world truly fantastical? How could Luo Hua casually buy a car worth millions, and 3 at that? Yi Mingran, maintaining her calm, inquired, what about the car's specifications? Have you checked? Rest assured, they are all absolutely top of the line. Yi Mingnan was beginning to lose her composure. What on earth had transpired during her absence? Why was her sister unfazed by Luo Hua's ability to spend such vast sums of money, acting as if it were entirely normal? Being someone who never kept her questions to herself, Yi Mingnan asked directly, Sister, what is going on? When did brother Luo become so extravagant? Buying cars worth millions as if they were nothing? Yi Mingran chuckled, patting Yi Mingnan's shoulder. You need to get used to it gradually. I went through various stages of shock as well. In short, Luo Hua is incredibly impressive now, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. Oh, by the way, brother Luo, although Mingnan has a driver's license, she hasn't really driven on the road. Could you help her get familiar with it when you give her the car? Yi Mingran reminded Luo Hua. Of course. I'll ensure Mingnan is safe on the road. Luo Hua nodded with a smile. Really? I have a car now? Yi Mingnan finally registered the news, her excitement bubbling over. Brother Luo, you must have struck it rich. You really bought me a car. Indeed, I've struck it rich. I'll tell you the details later, Yi Mingran said, wrapping her arm around Yi Mingnan as they walked inside. Upon entering, they discovered that dinner had already been laid out, with Li Lihua busily arranging dishes while wearing an apron. How surreal. Yi Mingnan couldn't help but mumble to herself. It's unprecedented. Mom is actually cooking. Previously, when Luo Hua was around, there had been no need for Li Lihua to cook. You've returned just in time. There's one last dish to stir-fry, and it will be ready soon. Li Lihua smiled up at them. My goodness, I've only been away for a few days, and the changes are astonishing. Why is it that brother Luo doesn't have to cook anymore? Mom is doing it herself. This shift in roles is rather swift. Isn't it? Yi Mingnan furrowed her brow in confusion. That's a long story. Yi Mingran winked, adding an air of mystery. Let us eat while we talk. This could take some time. At that moment, Yi Guangjing strolled out of his study and, upon seeing Luo Hua, casually remarked, Xiao Luo, after dinner, come to my study for a game of chess. Certainly, uncle, Luo Hua readily agreed. Goodness, isn't Dad's study a forbidden zone in our home? None of us has ever been allowed in. Why now? Yi Mingnan muttered in bewilderment. Yi Guangjing had personally invited someone into his study. This was unusual. But it's different now. In the past, I didn't allow you in because I feared you wouldn't appreciate the value of the medical texts stored there. Yi Guangjing chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Currently, the most qualified person to access this study is Luo Hua, alright? Ever since Luo Hua showcased his medical skills, the Yi family has become exceptionally prominent. Everyone in our social circle is eager to curry favor with me. And even those from previously unreachable levels are coming to pay visits. Gifts and money are flowing in. The Yi family has become the most sought-after family in the entire city. As they spoke, Yi Guangjing's phone rang again. He answered it with practiced ease. Director Ding. Where are you? You're exaggerating. Not at all. Your goodwill is sufficient. There's no need to come personally. Sure, no problem. Director Ding. In front of Yi Guangjing had always exuded an air of superiority, and Yi Guangjing had often seemed somewhat diminished in their conversations. But now he spoke with a commanding tone. Yi Mingnan observed her father's newfound confidence on the phone, contrasting it with the evident upgrades in their home's appliances and decor, feeling somewhat dazed. Sister, why does it feel like I hardly recognize our home anymore? Everything seems so different. She turned to Yi Mingnan, her face filled with confusion. Don't be too surprised. Remember you wanted to change your computer a while back? Did you think Brother Luo would really take you to get a new one? Of course. Why would I lie to you? My goodness. Has your company landed a major project or something? How did we suddenly come into such wealth? Yi Mingnan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she grasped her sister's arm. Not at all. The one with wealth is Brother Luo. All these changes in our home are thanks to him. Yi Mingnan smiled at Luo Hua. Yi Mingnan was left feeling somewhat lost. Her sister had always been the only one in the family to treat Luo Hua well, but she never would have been so openly affectionate. Otherwise, Li Lihua would have been the first to object. Why did everything seem so harmonious now? Everything is ready. Let us all sit at the table, Li Lihua called out as she removed her apron. Once Yi Mingnan sat down, she couldn't help but stare at the lavish spread of dishes, hesitating to pick up her chopsticks. Mom, are we expecting some important guests? She asked nervously, nibbling on the tip of her chopsticks. What are you thinking? If we had guests, would I let you sit down first? Li Lihua replied, bemused. Then look at this, shrimp, crab, squid, sea cucumber. These alone must cost several thousand. Are we really going to eat so much at one meal? What if we end up having to live on air afterward? Yi Mingnan asked, trembling slightly. Li Lihua laughed, rolling her eyes at Yi Mingnan. What nonsense are you pondering? Do you think our family lives day by day? These are all gifts from others. If we don't eat them quickly, they'll spoil. People give gifts like this? Yi Mingnan gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Mom and Dad, you haven't done anything illegal, have you? We aren't some influential family. How could anyone send such expensive gifts? Tell me, are you secretly raising a ghost? I heard online that this can bring good fortune. Chapter 74. A visit, just raise it in your room. It's just right for you to hurry back to school. There's no place for you at home. Li Lihua said to Yi Mingnan with a hint of irritation. Yi Mingnan, feeling a bit disgruntled, decided not to press further and resignedly touched her nose, preparing to eat obediently. At that moment, the doorbell rang again. Without a second thought, Yi Mingnan called out, Luo Hua, go open the door. Luo Hua, accustomed to this routine, stood up to answer, but Li Lihua unexpectedly stopped him, saying, Luo Hua, sit down and let Mingnan go. She is a young girl. It's time for her to learn. Yi Mingnan felt slightly displeased at being singled out by Li Lihua. Pouting, she protested, Mom. Luo Hua brother has already stood up. Why must I go? Besides, he always opened the door before. Li Lihua felt a bit awkward at her daughter's response, realizing that things had changed. In the past, she treated Luo Hua like a servant, but now he was like a benefactor. She couldn't just command him as before. The visitor was Lei Wei, who had been consistently coming to the Yi household to deliver gifts. He genuinely wished to become Luo Hua's apprentice. Until Luo Hua accepted him, he felt unsettled. Whom are you looking for? Yi Mingnan asked, certain she had never seen this person before. Hello, I am looking for Teacher Luo, Lei Wei said politely. Teacher? There's no teacher in our family. You must have the wrong place, Yi Mingnan replied decisively. That's not possible. I've been here several times. It's south, definitely this place, Lei Wei insisted. I've told you there's no one here. Why are you so stubborn? I know my own home better than you do. Yi Mingnan's temper flared, and she retorted. Mingnan, why is it taking so long to open the door? Inside, Yi Guangjing was growing impatient and asked loudly. Dad, there's someone insisting on finding Teacher Luo. There's no teacher in our house. Yi Mingnan complained to Yi Guangjing. Upon hearing that someone was looking for Luo Hua, Yi Guangjing quickly approached, saying, Oh, it's Yi Wei. You see, my daughter doesn't recognize you. Come in, come in. It's all right, Uncle Yi, Lei Wei replied with a gentle smile. Once inside, Lei Wei respectfully bowed to Luo Hua, saying, Teacher Luo, I apologize for disturbing you again. Yi Mingnan watched in amazement, wondering when Luo Hua had become Teacher Luo. Mingnan, go fetch another pair of chopsticks. Yi Wei should join us for a meal and taste Annie's cooking, Li Lihua cheerfully called out. Then I want to be polite, Lei Wei said with a smile as he set down the gift box he had brought. Yi Wei, you are too polite. You always come with gifts, making me feel embarrassed. Yi Guangjing said, his expression warm as he looked at the present. At this moment, Lei Yiwei was fully embodying the demeanor of a respectful junior, saying, "It's only proper. It's merely a token of respect, and the items aren't worth much, just a gesture." "My goodness, ginseng worth 100 years isn't valuable?" Yi Mingnan exclaimed, casually picking up the gift box to inspect its contents. "This alone must cost quite a bit." "It's nothing, just a small token of goodwill." Lei Yiwei smiled modestly. "How extravagant. What does your family do?" Yi Mingnan marveled, inquiring further. "My family has practiced medicine for generations and now operates a small hospital." "How coincidental. My family also runs a hospital." "What is yours called?" "Dontai Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital." "Dontai? ISN to your father Lei Shiya, the president of the medical committee in the traditional Chinese medicine community in our city?" "Yes. It's also a matter of humility. My father only holds that position because of the support of others," Lei Yiwei replied with a modest smile. "I find you quite agreeable. Let us be friends," Yi Mingnan said, her fondness for him growing as he answered her questions. However, upon hearing this, Lei Yiwei suddenly became anxious. "I am truly delighted to become friends with you. I feel unworthy to befriend Teacher Luo's sister. I am genuinely excited." With his sweet words and clever demeanor, Lei Yiwei quickly won Yi Mingnan's laughter. As they chatted, the doorbell rang once more. This time, Yi Mingnan instinctively went to open the door. A beautiful girl stood at the entrance, prompting Yi Mingnan to scrutinize her and involuntarily compare herself. "May I ask who you are?" "Sorry to disturb you. I'm here to see Teacher Luo," the girl said softly. The newcomer was Wang Qiandream, the granddaughter of Wang Shuyi, who had also come to seek an apprenticeship, bringing along several bags. "Luo Hua brother, there's a stunning girl here looking for you," Yu Mingnan called out cheerfully. After entering, Wang Qiandream first bowed respectfully to Luo Hua, saying, "Teacher Luo, I apologize for intruding." Upon noticing Lei Yiwei at the table, she secretly gritted her teeth, realizing she had a worthy competitor who was quite clever. Both were waiting for mealtime, not oblivious to the situation, but rather to forge a closer connection. "Miss Wang, it is truly a pleasure to have you here. Welcome," Yi Guangjing said, beaming with joy, and quickly instructed Li Lihua. "Dear, please add another set of chopsticks." "Dad, when did we become acquainted with Miss Wang?" Yi Mingnan asked, puzzled. "This young lady is the granddaughter of the renowned TCM practitioner, Wang Shui. She came all the way here," Yi Guangjing explained with a smile. The Yi family had some standing in the TCM community, and Yi Mingnan had absorbed enough knowledge to understand these notable figures. Once Yi Guangjing clarified, Yi Mingnan immediately understood. Wang Qiandream, being easygoing, greeted Yi Mingnan with a smile. "Hello, I'm Wang Qiandream. It's a pleasure to meet you." "I'm also very pleased to meet you," Yi Mingnan, taken aback, quickly replied. "I am Yi Mingnan. Hello. We are of similar age, so feel free to call me by my name. I need your help to plead my case. Teacher Luo has been reluctant to accept me as a student." Wang Qiandream seized the opportunity to smile sweetly at Yi Mingnan and said, "Luo Hua brother, how can you be like this? Can you bear to see a young girl plead with you?" Yi Mingnan immediately turned against Luo Hua, saying, "How can you treat her like this?" Luo Hua could only smile awkwardly in response. "Miss Wang, please, take a seat and enjoy some food. I've already prepared your share," Li Lihua warmly invited from the side. "Godmother, why are you being so formal? Just call me Qiandream. The fact that I can eat the meal prepared by you, Godmother, shows how fortunate I am," Wang Qiandream said sweetly as she hugged Li Lihua. "I also brought you some skincare products from abroad. They aren't available in our country yet. They work wonders. Once you use them, let us go shopping together, all right? Everyone will definitely think we are sisters." Wang Qiandream was flattering Li Lihua, recognizing her as Luo Hua's elder. To win her over and secure her assistance in speaking favorably for her, it was clear that Luo Hua would not refuse her as a disciple. Chapter 75, Taking Apprentices. Li Lihua, charmed by Wang Qiandream's sweet words, beamed with delight as she accepted the skincare products. "Oh, ISN this the Royal British brand? I've heard that even princesses use it. How much could this possibly cost?" Yi Mingnan was equally astonished. Which woman does not adore luxurious cosmetics? Such an extravagant gift was truly hard to refuse. "Qiandream, you must take this back. It is far too precious," Li Lihua shyly protested. "Godmother, this is my way of showing filial piety towards you. If you refuse, it would mean you do not regard me as your daughter," Wang Qiandream insisted, thrusting the gift box into Li Lihua's hands. At that moment, she also cast a provocative glance at Lei Yiwei, implying that arriving early is of little consequence without the skills to ingratiate oneself. She was determined to secure her position as Luo Hua's disciple. "Lei Yiwei, unable to maintain his composure, realized that the bond between women can be easily forged, with a mere set of cosmetics winning hearts. After all, what could possibly outweigh the value of his ginseng? Luo Hua, now in a position where refusal would be impolite, succumbed to the duo's enthusiasm. With his relatives having already accepted the gifts, it would be inappropriate for him to deny taking on disciples. Upon hearing Luo Hua's agreement, the two eagerly pulled out chairs and knelt before him, presenting tea and calling him master, fearful that he might retract his words. Meanwhile, Yi Mingnan felt utterly bewildered by the day's events. With the son of a prominent figure and the granddaughter of a renowned physician, why were they so thrilled to take a young man as their master? It all seemed so natural to everyone around her. After the formalities, Wang Qiandream could hardly contain her excitement. Master, when do we begin our formal studies? Just a moment, I need to make some arrangements. And we will notify you when the time is right, Luo Hua replied with a smile. Once the two disciples departed, Yi Mingnan eagerly turned to Yi Mingran. Sister, you must tell me. I'm dying of curiosity. Why did they choose Luo Hua as their master? Shouldn't they learn medicine from our father? You may not be aware, but your brother Luo Hua is currently the most esteemed figure in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. His skills surpass even those of the renowned healer, Wang Shuyi, Yi Mingran replied, her admiration for Luo Hua evident. Meanwhile, the Wu family was in a frenzy. Having summoned several specialists from various hospitals for consultations, yet all arrived at the same disheartening conclusion. Wu Fengtian was beyond saving. He would never stand again. Wu Lijun, his father, was unwilling to accept this fate and had even brought the hospital director from the First People's Hospital. Yet Ji Xingrong also concluded that there was nothing more to be done. Impossible. It must be your lack of skill. You are all nothing but empty names. Wu Lijun shouted, no longer concerned about offending anyone. This was their family's only heir, with both he and his wife too old to conceive again. They had no hope left with Wu Fengtian in such a state. The experts, including Ji Xingrong, were taken aback by his outburst and promptly left the Wu residence. Wu Fengtian, on the brink of madness, wept and pleaded with his father, Dad, save me. You must rescue me. I don't want to be a cripple. Wu Lijun's heart ached at his son's despair. This was his beloved child. At the same time, he began to question the so-called truth that Wu Fengtian had shared. His son had claimed to be beaten by some unknown thug, but he did not dare to mention that he had provoked Luo Hua, who had retaliated. Fengtian, speak clearly. How did you sustain these injuries? Do not lie to me. Wu Lijun demanded, his stern demeanor intimidating Wu Fengtian, who was now too frightened to fabricate another story. In a rush, he recounted the entire incident truthfully. Wu Lijun, upon hearing his son's confession, felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand him. What can I possibly say to you? I have raised you better than this. Engaging in such disgraceful behavior, you deserve what you got. Dad, I deserve it. But you can't abandon me. Wu Fengtian cried, panicking at the thought of his father turning his back on him. Wu Lijun was torn. He understood the implications of Wu Fengtian's details. Luo Hua was no novice. He had the formidable backing of Yang Chonglian. Attempting to leverage power against Luo Hua would be tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. Clearly, this man had influence in both the underworld and legitimate society, as evidenced by how even the highest-ranking figures submitted to him. Frustrated, Wu Lijun slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "What kind of situation is this? My son has been attacked, and I am expected to endure this? Sir, I believe that merely seeking medical advice will not suffice. His injuries are not from an ordinary assailant. They must have been inflicted by a martial arts expert. We should consider enlisting someone with that expertise," the elderly butler, who had silently observed the commotion, suggested. The butler had practiced martial arts for 2 years, but lacked the talent to advance further. Nevertheless, he had some insight. Having attentively listened to Wu Fengtian's account, the severity of his injuries indicated the use of internal energy, a condition only a martial arts master could address. Very well. It seems we have no other options. Let us give it a try. See if you can contact someone qualified in that field. I will spare no expense. Wu Lijun agreed, clearly seeing the merit in the butler's suggestion. Sir, some of my former disciples happen to be in Modu at this time. I will see if I can reach out to them, the butler replied respectfully. Perfect. Hurry and make contact. Money is no object. Wu Lijun commanded with a wave of his hand. The butler acted swiftly, and within an hour, his fellow disciple, Enshang, arrived. Enshang's appearance could be described as either carefree or slovenly, with unkempt long hair and a beard adorned with unknown substances, appearing quite greasy. Wu Lijun frowned, questioning whether this individual was capable of healing. The butler enthusiastically introduced, "Sir, this is my senior brother In Shang. His skills are among the best in our sect. He will surely resolve the young master's issues. Let us allow him to examine him." "Very well. Come in and take a look," Wu Lijun said, forcing himself to comply. "Please, senior brother." The butler bowed respectfully. "Wait." In Shang raised a hand, halting the butler's movements, and coolly stated, "My fee for treatment is a flat rate of 8 million, not a cent less." "Well, what?" Wu Lijun exclaimed, unable to contain himself. "Do you think my family prints money? 8 million for a consultation?" Chapter 76. The master In Shang coldly scoffed. "Feel free to look if you wish, but if you don't want to, that's perfectly fine. When you invited me, you assured me that money would not be an issue. Are you feeling the pinch now? Why wait until now? Such a waste of time. I shall take my leave." "Wait." Wu Lijun, seeing In Shang's determination to depart, hesitated. Although the price was steep, what if he truly was Wu Fengtian's only lifeline? "Do you have confidence in my son's condition?" Wu Lijun asked, biting his lip. "You can judge my confidence by merely observing," In Shang replied with an air of certainty. "Very well. 8 million it is. As long as you can cure him, I will not hesitate to pay," Wu Lijun resolved firmly. "Deal." In Shang replied with a hearty smile, striding confidently into the room and approaching Wu Fengtian's bedside. He raised his hand and checked the pulse. Wu Lijun, standing nearby, held his breath, eyes fixed on In Shang. After approximately 15 minutes, In Shang opened his eyes and stood up. "Is he treatable? Is there hope?" Wu Lijun asked anxiously. "Of course. Prepare the money," In Shang replied nonchalantly. He then exerted his energy and swiftly tapped Wu Fengtian in several places. Immediately, Wu Fengtian stirred, visible white vapor emanating from his head. In Shang completed the procedure and stated, "It's done. You can move freely now." Wu Fengtian cautiously lifted his hand, turned his neck, and then jumped off the bed. "Dad, I'm better. I'm really better," Wu Fengtian exclaimed, elatedly bouncing around. Wu Lijun smiled, finally at ease, and quickly instructed the butler, "Hurry and transfer the money to your master. 8 million, not a penny less." With the money secured, In Shang's demeanor softened, shedding the aloofness he had upon entering. He patted Wu Lijun on the back jovially, saying, "You are quite the straightforward businessman, Wu. If you ever need my services again, do not hesitate to reach out. As long as the price is fair, everything can be discussed." Wu Lijun's mind sparked with a thought, but his expression darkened as he clenched his teeth. "Master In Shang, do you accept life or death contracts?" "I've said it before, as long as the price is fair, everything can be discussed." In Shang narrowed his eyes. "It seems you wish to take action against the one who harmed your son?" Wu Lijun nodded vehemently. "Indeed. I want him dead." "Very well. A flat fee of 20 million. In Shang replied with a sly grin. Wu Lijun felt a jolt at the audacity of the master's demand, doubling the price, without hesitation. "That's excessive. Killing someone is not the same as healing." "I'm assuming the risk here," In Shang remarked coolly. "Fine. Just ensure it's done cleanly. I do not wish to attract any unnecessary trouble." Wu Lijun gritted his teeth. "Rest assured, I guarantee it will be spotless. Not even a bone fragment will be found." And Shang smirked ominously. "This is an old business for me. I am quite skilled." "Agreed. As long as the target is dealt with, the payment will be immediate." Wu Lijun nodded. "That won't do. For such a task, I require payment up front," And Shang insisted. Wu Lijun fell silent, contemplating for a moment before resolutely stating, "All right, upfront payment it is." Meanwhile, at the Yi family residence, Luo Hua had brought Yi Mingnan out to buy a computer and to explore the streets. Yi Mingnan had dressed quite girlily this time, donning a long-sleeved top paired with shorts. The long hem gave the illusion of her missing the lower half of her outfit, showcasing her legs elegantly. As they walked, numerous young men turned their heads to admire her, making her a striking figure in the commercial district. Unaware of the attention she was attracting, Yi Mingnan turned to Luo Hua and remarked, "Brother Luo, your transformation is truly remarkable. I hardly recognize you." "Why would you not recognize me? I am still me," Luo Hua replied with a relaxed smile. "It just feels like you carry an indescribable aura now. It's different from before." Yi Mingnan gently shook her head. "Regardless, I am still the Luo Hua who grew up in the Yi family. Your brother Luo," he chuckled. Having completed their computer shopping, Yi Mingnan then pulled Luo Hua towards a luxury handbag store. Excitedly, she entered, her eyes widening at the array of exquisite designer bags, momentarily leaving her speechless. The sales associate approached politely. "Miss, you may try them on to see which suits you best." "I'm still a student. I'm just browsing," Yi Mingnan replied, a rare shyness overtaking her. "No problem. We accept credit cards here," the associate maintained her smile. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the suggestion, Yi Mingnan mumbled. I don't particularly like using credit cards. Repaying them is too cumbersome. Luo Hua, amused by her bashfulness, extended his card to her, saying, when you're with me, you need not worry about finances. Choose whichever you like. I'll handle the bill. Brother Luo, when did you get a bank card? Yi Mingnan blinked in surprise. Oh, this? It's the consultation fee someone gave me. It should be enough for you to indulge here. Luo Hua chuckled. Can I really use it without restraint? Yi Mingnan asked, her confidence wavering as she clutched the card. Of course. It's my money. I can spend it as I wish. Luo Hua replied with a gentle smile. Oh my, Brother Luo, in my eyes, you're practically 7 feet tall. Yi Mingnan exclaimed, leaping up to give him a big bear hug, her eyes sparkling with joy. Luo Hua was pleased with her praise and ruffled her hair, saying, now hurry and pick a bag. I'll step outside for a moment and return shortly. Yi Mingnan nodded obediently. Luo Hua left not for any other purpose but to meet with the management of Juhua Commercial Building to sign some pertinent documents. With Yang Changlian's shares gifted to him, Luo Hua was now a major stakeholder in Juhua. Once Luo Hua departed, Yi Mingnan felt liberated, akin to a mouse that had fallen into a jar of rice, grinning as she picked up bags to examine. She loved them all and couldn't bring herself to let go. However, their prices were quite significant. Previously, the most expensive bag she owned was around 1,000. She had never encountered such high-end brands priced in the tens of thousands, making her feel slightly overwhelmed. To those observing her, her behavior came off as frugal and inexperienced. Well, who do we have here? Isn't this Yi Mingnan? A loud, exaggerated voice called from nearby. Upon hearing her name, Yi Mingnan instinctively turned her head. She saw a girl dressed in a feathered dress and towering heels, gazing down at her with an air of superiority. Yi Mingnan blinked in confusion, wondering who this ostentatiously dressed person was. Chapter 77. Rivals Yi Mingnan. How forgetful you are, truly a benefactor with a poor memory, the girl remarked, rolling her eyes without mercy. Sharp-tongued, Yi Mingnan pointed at the girl, her expression one of sudden realization. The girl, taken aback by this remark, immediately soured, her face visibly darkening. Yi Mingnan, realizing her slip of the tongue, quickly covered her mouth and laughed awkwardly. Look at me. I tend to speak out of turn when excited. It has indeed been quite a while since we last met. This sharp-tongued girl was actually named Han Lu, a former classmate of Yi Mingnan. Even back then, she was unconventional, often dressing in peculiar styles and presenting herself with a spoiled demeanor. The other girls, unable to tolerate her, had nicknamed her sharp-tongued. You're as unchanging as ever. Always so tacky from childhood to now. What is the matter? Are you here today to broaden your horizons? Han Lu said with a sharply acerbic tone. It was evident that Han Lu was a regular at this establishment. The sales attendant hurried over, greeting her politely. Miss Han, welcome. Yes, Han Lu replied with a haughty nod. I heard your store has new arrivals. Bring them to me. Indeed, this new bag particularly compliments your elegance, Miss Han, the sales attendant replied with a radiant smile. Then hurry up and bring it over, Han Lu said, displaying her impatience. The sales attendant's expression turned awkward, for she had just recommended that very bag to Yi Mingnan, who was currently trying it on. Yet, faced with Han Lu's demanding demeanor, the attendant felt pressured to smile apologetically at Yi Mingnan. Miss, could you let that young lady see the bag you have? Han Lu scoffed loudly. Huh? Yi Mingnan, do you even know how much that bag costs? Do you dare to touch it? If you scratch it, can you afford to pay for it? Yi Mingnan's face flushed with indignation. Was this not an insult? She promptly withdrew her hand, standing tall, and declared, no need to show it to her. I will take this bag. Please ring it up. Ha. Yi Mingnan, stop pretending to be affluent. Do you know how much it costs? 500,000. And don't be surprised if you can't come up with the money. Han Lu laughed exaggeratedly. Yi Mingnan glanced at the bag in her hand, bewildered. 500,000. What was this made of to be so expensive? Surprised, are you? Clearly, you've never seen the world. I'm baffled that you even have the audacity to step in here. This is the premier luxury section of Juhua department store, not some small market. Han Lu strutted in her high heels, reveling in her superiority. Look at the clientele here, all adorned in designer labels. And you? A ragged t-shirt and shorts, looking like a common internet celebrity. How lowly. You hardly seem like someone who could afford anything here. After saying this, Han Lu arrogantly reached for the bag in Yi Mingnan's hands, but Yi Mingnan deftly dodged her grasp and walked straight to the counter. Sister, I'd like to pay with my card. I'm buying this bag. Do you really dare to swipe? Han Lu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Don't let your lack of funds get you thrown out by the store. I want tea. If I dare to swipe, then I definitely have the means. Yi Mengnan replied, her composure unwavering. Keep pretending. Let us see how you manage to save face. Han Lu crossed her arms, a mocking expression plastered on her face. I don't care what you say. I'm still buying this bag. Yi Mengnan maintained her calm demeanor. Han Lu was momentarily taken aback, then stepped forward, grasping the attendant's arm. Wait. I want that bag. Wrap it up for me. The sales attendant could only manage a polite smile, albeit tinged with embarrassment. Are you out of your mind? Others are ready to pay, and you come here to intercept? Yi Mengnan was now furious, turning to confront Han Lu. Are you joking? Are you really going to lecture me about first come, first served in a place like this? Han Lu said, her arrogance unabated, directing her gaze at the attendant. I said I want that bag. Are you going to wrap it up for me or not? You know who I am. The sales attendant swallowed nervously. I understand. You are the daughter of General Manager Han. Say it clearly, so certain people can understand. Han Lu lifted her chin defiantly. This is the daughter of General Manager Han from Juhua Department Store. The attendant turned to Yi Mengnan, an apologetic look on her face. Did you hear that? Yi Mengnan? Do you know what this means? The brand representatives here have to consider my father's status. Anything I want, no one can take, Han Lu declared. Her chest puffed out with pride. Yi Mengnan was genuinely infuriated now, refusing to back down. She looked at the attendant and asserted, I don't care about your identity. This bag was my first choice. Sister, please, swipe my card and wrap it up. Try it. Let us see if the attendant dares to defy me. If she sells it to you, I can ensure she'll be packing her things and going home. Han Lu said, her face contorted in malice. The attendant, naturally leaning towards Yi Mengnan, was conflicted. After all, who would enjoy being bossed around? Yet, the weight of capital loomed large. What if she refused and lost her job? Miss, we actually have other styles that would suit you better, the attendant offered with a professionally curated smile. What I desire is what suits me best. And it's this one. No changes. Yi Mengnan was resolute. Yi Mengnan, does your persistence even matter? How old are you? Still planning to stay sheltered in your ivory tower forever? In school, you may speak of fairness, but in society, who cares? It's all about connections. Han Lu scoffed disdainfully at Yi Mengnan. Wrap it up. Swipe my card. She then threw her card onto the counter, exuding arrogance. The attendant, now at a loss, could only express her apologies to Yi Mengnan. I'm truly sorry, but I cannot make this decision. I cannot risk my job. Yi Mengnan was seething with anger, but realized that taking it out on the attendant would be futile. After all, the attendant was nearly in tears. Once the transaction was complete and Han Lu had secured the bag, she looked at Yi Mengnan with a triumphant smirk. Consider this a lesson for you. Once you enter the real world, don't be so naive, or you'll face the harsh realities of life. Others aren't as kind as I am. And you? What makes you so special? Your entire being reeks of materialism. No amount of wealth can buy refinement or knowledge. No bag can fill the emptiness of your corrupt soul. Yi Mengnan retorted, her face flushed with anger. Han Lu's expression darkened immediately, scrutinizing the bank card in Yi Mengnan's hand with malicious intent. That's still better than you selling your body while pretending to be virtuous. 500,000. You dare to flaunt it? You're just a broke university student. The only valuable thing about you is your looks, right? Don't tell me that's money from selling yourself. I doubt the store would accept such dirty money. Chapter 78. Support. Yi Mengnan could hardly bear the words she heard and immediately erupted in anger, delivering a resounding slap to Han Lu's face. Shut your filthy mouth. Your own dirtiness does not mean the entire world shares your wretchedness. Disgusting, she exclaimed, panting heavily. Han Lu was taken aback, utterly shocked that someone would dare to strike her. Just then, the patrolling security guards in the mall were drawn to the commotion. The lead officer hurried over to Han Lu, bowing as he inquired, Miss Han, is there a problem here? Perfect timing. This little wretch dared to hit me. Teach her a lesson. Han Lu shouted, her eyes wide with rage. Who dares to lay a hand on you? The officer proclaimed dramatically, rallying his team. Boys, show her what it means to behave properly. They charged towards Yi Mengnan. Frightened, Yi Mengnan felt overwhelmed, as a young girl. She had never encountered such an intimidating scene. Her calves trembled, and if not for her anger, she might have collapsed in fear. Brother Luo, where are you? Hurry back. She called out. Stop right there. In a flash, Luo Hua's voice rang out from outside, sounding like a divine intervention to Yi Mengnan. He had returned. Luo Hua was not alone. He was accompanied by Manager Han from the sales department of Juhua. The security officer's expression changed upon seeing Luo Hua. He remembered his impressive reputation from a previous incident involving the daughter of a wealthy family. Rumor had it that Luo Hua was a major shareholder in Juhua. a fact he had openly acknowledged. The officer inwardly cursed his luck. How had he stumbled into this mess again? While Manager Han was unaware of the complexities at play, she straightened up upon seeing him. "Dad, I'm here," Han Lu declared, glaring at Yi Mingnan. "Just wait until you're thrown out." "Manager Han, Director Luo," the officer stammered, bowing respectfully. "What is going on? Why all the noise?" Manager Han's displeasure was evident as she questioned the chaos. Luo Hua, noticing Yi Mingnan's evident fright, felt a surge of anger rise within him. The officer, still trying to excuse his oversight, said, "It's my fault for not maintaining order in the mall. A lunatic got in and assaulted the young lady. I'll have her thrown out immediately." Hearing that someone had harmed his daughter, enraged Manager Han. "How dare you? Don't show mercy. Arrest her and call the police. Let her rot in there for a few days." "Brother," Yi Mingnan cried, her voice trembling. The officer turned and angrily spat. "Who are you calling brother? You might as well call me Dad. It won't make a difference. You're finished today." Luo Hua's expression darkened, a storm brewing within him. "I am her brother. Do you have any objections?" The officer's face froze at the revelation. What? She is Director Luo's sister? Panic flooded him. He realized he had just insulted someone of great importance. Meanwhile, Manager Han was reeling from the shock of the revelation. "This is all a misunderstanding. We should clarify the truth before making any decisions," he stuttered, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Frustrated, he lamented his foolish daughter, who always seemed to attract trouble. Why hadn't she suggested they clarify matters first? Luo Hua, with a heavy sigh, turned to Yi Mingnan and softened his tone. "Mingnan, are you all right?" He quickly scanned her for any signs of injury. At that moment, Han Lu still did not grasp the situation. She glared at Luo Hua and arrogantly declared, "Who do you think you were to interfere? Get lost." Without hesitation, Luo Hua slapped her, mirroring the earlier strike she had delivered to Yi Mingnan. The atmosphere in the boutique fell silent, all eyes glued to the unfolding drama. "Remember this. I am someone who can teach you a lesson," Luo Hua said coldly to Han Lu. Enraged, Han Lu could not fathom that someone would dare strike her in front of her father. "Call for help. Have him beaten. Kill him," she screeched, pointing at Luo Hua. The security guard stood frozen, unable to move a muscle. Only Manager Han approached, patting Han Lu's back, reprimanding her. "How have I raised you? Is this how I taught you to behave? This is Director Luo and his sister. You should apologize immediately." Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Lu lowered her head and addressed Yi Mingnan and Luo Hua. "Director Luo, Mingnan, I'm sincerely sorry. It was my ignorance and arrogance. I take full responsibility. Please forgive me." Yi Mingnan, witnessing Han Lu bow before her, felt a surge of satisfaction. "Forgive you? On what grounds? Do you think this is merely a childish game? Society is far harsher than that. I was merely allowing you a glimpse of its realities." Yi Mingnan echoed Han Lu's earlier words back at her. Han Lu, now compliant, offered apologies without hesitation. "I was wrong, Mingnan. I'm truly sorry for my arrogance and rudeness." Manager Han, sweating profusely, chuckled nervously. "Director Luo, it's a failure on my part as a parent, considering her youth. Please forgive her this once. I assure you I will enforce better discipline." Seeing Manager Han plead for leniency, Luo Hua relented, deciding against further punishment for Han Lu, as he still relied on her father for business support. Chapter 79. The vastness of heaven and earth. Mingnan, having already extended an apology, might this time be forgiven in light of her father's sincere intentions? Luo Hua turned to earnestly seek Yi Mingnan's opinion. "Very well. I shall temporarily grant you my forgiveness, but I hope you will remember this lesson moving forward." Yi Mingnan waved her hand at Han Lu, signaling her acquiescence. Thank you so much. Your generosity is overwhelming." Han Lu and her daughter were so taken aback they scarcely knew what to say, continuously expressing their gratitude to Yi Mingnan. With the tumult over the handbag purchase settling down, Yi Mingnan joyfully resumed her shopping endeavors. As she recalled how everyone had referred to Luo Hua as a director earlier, she could not resist sidling up to him with a mischievous grin. "Brother Luo Hua, have you truly become a director at Juhua Shopping Mall? Does that mean all these shops are effectively working for you?" "Indeed. This is also part of the consultation fees. I should receive a portion of the dividends each year," Luo Hua replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingnan's eyes sparkled with excitement, gazing at Luo Hua as if he were a luminary. "Brother Luo Hua, how much is that portion?" "Just 3%, Luo Hua said with a subtle smile. "Ah, Brother Luo Hua, does that mean we are on our way to wealth? I must buy many bags today," Yi Mingnan exclaimed, shaking his arm with enthusiasm. "No problem. Even if we were to carry all the bags from this store, it wouldn't be an issue," Luo Hua affectionately patted the top of Yi Mingnan's head. Brother Luo Hua, you are incredibly handsome. Yi Mingnan sweetly complimented him before happily going off to select her bags. The saleswoman, witnessing Han Lu and her daughter leave, approached Yi Mingnan with an apologetic expression. Miss, I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. I was simply too timid. No, I was also quite stubborn. Insisting on that bag. You must have found it quite difficult too. Yi Mingnan reassured the saleswoman with a warm smile. Sister, since we are on such familiar terms, could you possibly offer me a discount? This heartfelt plea brought relief to the saleswoman, who responded with a genuine smile. Of course, I will definitely give you a discount, and it will be the biggest one in the store. With her worries alleviated, the saleswoman radiated with joy, her previously subdued demeanor brightening significantly. Yi Mingnan could not help but compliment her. Sister, you look stunning when you smile. A martial artist possesses keen senses, and Luo Hua, also adept in martial arts, sensed a familiar presence approaching. Upon a closer look, he realized it was Brother Ba. Had it not been for that familiar aura, he might have almost failed to recognize him. Today, Brother Ba had abandoned his previous nonconformist attire for a suit, and his unruly hair was meticulously styled with wax, giving it a glossy finish. However, the mismatch in his aura made him resemble an insurance salesman. At this moment, Brother Ba appeared bashful, holding a large bouquet of flowers. He was acutely aware of how peculiar he looked, especially upon encountering Luo Hua, and his expression suggested he wished he could disappear into the ground. After a considerable pause, he managed to utter, Teacher Luo, what a coincidence. Luo Hua couldn't suppress a chuckle at Brother Ba's appearance. It was simply too incongruous. Oh, I came to accompany my sister to buy some items. Luo Hua attempted to maintain a serious demeanor. But what about you? As they conversed, the beautiful saleswoman approached once more, wearing an exasperated expression as she addressed Brother Ba. Why have you come back? I distinctly told you that there is no future for us. Please do not seek me out again. Brother Ba's face flushed crimson. Yet he endeavored to soften his tone. Xiaomei, could you grant me another chance? I believe we could still. Xiaomei, you are truly wonderful, and we share delightful moments together, but... She shook her head sorrowfully at Brother Ba. It was evident that Xiaomei still harbored feelings for Brother Ba, but some circumstances prevented them from being together. Xiaomei, those issues are not insurmountable. I will find a way. I can provide you with happiness. Brother Ba pleaded desperately. Xiaomei, I implore you to cease this. Your distress brings me pain as well. Let us part ways. Perhaps it is simply a matter of fate. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, a portrait of sorrow. At that moment, Luo Hua discerned the underlying complexity of their predicament. The reason they could not be together seemed to stem from Brother Ba's identity. However, he could not fathom any other factors. Brother Ba, a robust man, now bore tears in his eyes. Xiaomei, I truly cannot let you go. My heart aches for you daily. Please reconsider. Xiaomei, her tears flowing more freely, turned away, resolutely refusing to relent. Luo Hua could no longer bear to witness this and pulled Brother Ba aside into a secluded area. Expressing his frustration, what is there to be conflicted about? You merely need to promise not to associate with that lifestyle anymore. If you genuinely care for Xiaomei, be decisive. Women crave stability. Who desires a life filled with peril? No, that is not it. Brother Luo, she does not disdain my past. Our separation has nothing to do with it, Brother Ba replied, head bowed, devoid of strength. Then what could the reason be? Luo Hua asked, perplexed. Well, Brother Ba hesitated, struggling to articulate the matter, appearing rather uncharacteristically indecisive. Why the hesitation? Just state the reason plainly. Luo Hua clapped Brother Ba's shoulder in encouragement. It's just that I am not quite capable in that aspect. Brother Ba closed his eyes, steeling himself to confess. What? Luo Hua was taken aback, unable to grasp the situation. That part of being a man. Brother Ba, having finally voiced his concern, seemed to ease somewhat. The man's capabilities? Luo Hua repeated, still incredulous. Yes, I cannot provide Xiaomei with the happiness she deserves, Brother Ba admitted, head hung low. Luo Hua regarded Brother Ba as woeful and helpless expression and could not help but chuckle. Brother Ba? Who would have thought I would witness such a pitiable side of you? This issue was not an inherent flaw, but stemmed from a severe injury sustained during a violent altercation years ago. It was only after recovery that Brother Ba realized he had developed this complication. Though amused, Luo Hua was resolute in offering assistance. This is a minor issue. I will help you resolve it, and ensure you win the heart of your beloved. Chapter 80. As the matchmaker, Bagu only knew that Luo Hua possessed formidable martial arts skills, but he was unaware of Luo Hua's medical expertise. He could only shake his head with a sigh, saying, "Forget it. I've lost hope. Over the years, I've consulted countless traditional and Western doctors. Yet I still see no improvement. It's not my fault. Their skills are subpar, and I'm on a different level altogether. Come now, extend your hand. Let me examine you properly." Luo Hua chuckled and replied, "Bago, so you're skilled in martial arts, and now you're also proficient in medicine?" Bago asked, mouth agape in surprise. "You have no idea. My medical skills are not just average. They are exceptionally advanced," Luo Hua smirked. He took Ba Ji's pulse, and within just a few minutes, he identified the root of the problem. It was a nerve injury sustained inadvertently. With a bit of true energy, it could be repaired. "Now, lower your pants," Luo Hua instructed, raising his hand. Ba Gu's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "Is that really necessary? In broad daylight? And even though we're both men, this feels a bit too awkward, Luo Gu." Luo Hua was amused by Ba Ji's train of thought and patted his head, saying, "Are you silly? I'm a doctor. Why would I ask you to remove your pants for anything other than a medical examination? Honestly, is this how we treat illnesses? Right here?" Ba Gu, still incredulous, asked, "Isn't there a need to choose an auspicious day for this?" "Enough already," Luo Hua replied impatiently. Ba Gu nodded obediently and reluctantly lowered his pants. Luo Hua retrieved a needle pouch from his belongings and drew out several gold needles of varying lengths, channeling true energy to perform the Chaos Divine Needle. This technique was quite complex, particularly a chapter dedicated to repairing damaged nerves. The procedure was taxing, and by the time Luo Hua finished treating Ba Gu, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. "All done. No more issues," Luo Hua said with a faint smile. "Really? Just like that? Am I back to normal?" Ba Gu asked, astonished. "What's the matter? Do you doubt my medical skills?" Luo Hua feigned annoyance. "Do you still like Xiao Mei?" "Of course. I like her a lot," Ba Gu eagerly confessed. "Then do you want to win her heart?" Luo Hua teased. "I dream of it." Ba Gu nodded vigorously. "Then go find her right now." "The answer will be clear," Luo Hua said with a mysterious smile. "What is the reasoning behind this?" Ba Gu asked, puzzled. "Enough with the chatter. If you want to win her heart, hurry up." Luo Hua pushed Ba Gu toward the store entrance. Ba Gu hesitated, finally shuffling inside and approaching Xiao Mei. Luo Hua, observing from the side, frowned and directly shoved Ba Gu toward Xiao Mei. When they embraced, both were momentarily stunned. "Ba Gu, what are you doing?" Xiao Mei exclaimed, shyly covering her face. "Xiao Mei, I truly can't bear to lose you. Please give me another chance," Ba Gu professed as he held her tightly. Xiao Mei, feeling Ba Ji's embrace, instantly realized something was amiss. "Ba Gu, you're all right?" "You really are." She was overwhelmed with excitement, having thought that hope was lost and that their relationship was doomed. This was an unexpected stroke of good fortune. "Xiao Mei, I'm truly fine now. I can bring you happiness. I like you. Can we start over?" Ba Gu said a bit shyly. Yi Mingnan, watching from the side, was utterly baffled, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. This was quite the melodrama. In broad daylight, was this really happening? Her sense of justice flared up, and she wanted to intervene to rescue the sales assistant. However, Luo Hua, quick on his feet, dragged her out of the boutique. "Brother Luo, why are you pulling me? Can't you see there's a creep in there harming the sales assistant?" Yi Mingnan exclaimed, agitated. "My dear aunt, please don't interfere. Those two are a couple. They've finally reconciled. You mustn't disrupt them," Luo Hua said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "But, Brother Luo, they don't seem compatible at all. How could they possibly be a couple?" Yi Mingnan pouted, unconvinced. "All right, enough of this. I know that man. He's a friend of mine. There's no problem," Luo Hua reassured her. But your friend?" Yi Mingnan's cheeks flushed as she struggled to articulate the unseemly sight she had witnessed. "Oh, that? Quite normal," Luo Hua dismissed casually. "Normal? This is in public. Brother Luo, you won't be like him, will you?" Yi Mingnan eyed him suspiciously. "Don't be ridiculous. Do you still want my help buying that?" Luo Hua hastily changed the topic. "Oh right, I almost forgot. I saw a dress I liked earlier, but it was too expensive. Now, Brother Luo, you can help me buy it." Yi Mingnan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "All right, let us get everything you like." "It's on me," Luo Hua said grandly. "Brother Luo, you are just too handsome." Yi Mingnan felt a sense of pride for having a brother so willing to help her, feeling an overwhelming sense of affection. Meanwhile, Ba Gu's admiration for Luo Hua escalated further. Without his assistance, he and Xiao Mei would have faced countless more obstacles in their relationship. After shopping, Yi Mingnan prepared to head to her part-time job. Observing her bustling about, Luo Hua couldn't help but suggest, "Mingnan, Why not quit that part-time job? The back and forth is too exhausting, and we truly don't need the money. I know we don't need it, but I'm not in it for the money. I want to challenge myself and see how far I can go. After all, I can't rely on my family forever. I don't want to become a burden, Yi Mingnan replied with a radiant smile. Luo Hua rarely saw her so earnest and nodded in agreement. Then, Brother Luo, can I take your car for a spin? Yi Mingnan said with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling. Of course, Luo Hua readily handed her the keys. Just drive safely. Your car will be back in a couple of days. Chapter 81. Transmitting skills all right. Thank you, Brother Luo Hua. Yi Mingshan joyfully exclaimed as she dashed away with the car keys in hand. With the absence of a vehicle, Luo Hua felt no urgency and strolled leisurely towards the mall exit. At that moment, Brother Ba caught up from behind and called out to Luo Hua. Brother Ba, why are you still here? Luo Hua teased with a grin. Have you reconciled successfully? Why aren't you with your little beauty? Indeed, thanks to Brother Luo. We've mended our relationship, Brother Ba replied, scratching his head sheepishly. That's wonderful news. I'm truly happy for you. You must cherish the young lady. Love is hard to come by, so take good care of it, Luo Hua said, patting Brother Ba on the shoulder. I understand, Brother Luo. I came to express my gratitude. Without you, there would be no happiness for me. From now on, if you need anything, just give me a call. Brother Ba will follow your orders without question. Brother Ba promised enthusiastically, thumping his chest. Luo Hua appreciated Brother Ba's straightforwardness and chuckled. Brother Ba, would you like to learn a few skills from me? At this moment, Luo Hua felt inclined to utilize Brother Ba's strength. Thus it was essential to enhance his combat abilities. Absolutely. Brother Ba nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Master Luo Hua is a rare find. To receive even a single technique from such an expert would be immensely beneficial. In a moment of enthusiasm, Brother Ba knelt before Luo Hua, unconcerned about the curious stares from passers-by. Master, your disciple bows to you. Brother Ba proclaimed loudly, his head bowing to the ground, creating a sound that made Luo Hua wince slightly. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions akin to witnessing a spectacle of madness. Come, rise. Luo Hua hurriedly bent down to assist Brother Ba. I do not intend to take on disciples. I merely wish to impart a few techniques. There is no need for such formalities. Taking on a disciple entails responsibility, Luo Hua thought. Having just assumed 2 responsibilities himself, he did not wish to complicate matters further. All right then. Brother Ba's spirits dampened upon hearing Luo Hua's reluctance to accept him as a disciple. Luo Hua patted him reassuringly. As practitioners, we need not fuss over such things. I will teach you a few moves. If you grasp them quickly, I shall consider taking you on as a disciple. Great. I will do my best. Brother Ba nodded excitedly. Let us find a secluded place where we won't be disturbed. I'll teach you 2 techniques, Luo Hua decisively stated. Familiar with the area, Brother Ba expertly navigated the streets, leading Luo Hua out of the city and into the suburbs. After parking the car, he eagerly exited with his knife, awaiting Luo Hua's instruction. Since you wield a knife, I will guide you in its techniques. First, demonstrate a set for me, so I can assess your foundation, Luo Hua said, arms crossed, with a calm demeanor. Understood. Brother Ba, following Luo Hua's request, let out a mighty shout and assumed his stance, then vigorously brandished the large knife in his hand. Brother Luo, this is my family's inherited knife technique, Baishan knife technique, characterized by its ferocity, consisting of 72 strikes. Brother Ba explained while demonstrating, detailing the unique features and strengths of each move. Luo Hua listened quietly until Brother Ba concluded his display. Finally, he spoke. This bold and aggressive knife technique emphasizes sheer force. The strikes are as unstoppable as a tiger descending from a mountain. Your Baishan knife technique possesses merit, yet it has shortcomings. It is vigorous, but lacks agility. While it is effective against several amateurs, it leaves you vulnerable to skilled opponents, rendering you defenseless. After a brief pause, Luo Hua took the knife from Brother Ba's hands, stating, now observe my willow catkin knife technique. As he spoke, Luo Hua gracefully executed a series of movements, declaring, the knife moves like catkins in the wind, unrestrained and elusive. It embodies both the substantial and the insubstantial, with endless variations in its interplay. As Luo Hua spoke rapidly, his movements were even swifter, the knife technique flowing seamlessly, akin to the delicate dance of willow catkins, leaving no openings. Brother Ba watched in awe, realizing he was in the presence of a true master. Good wind grants me strength, lifting me towards the heavens. The technique also encompassed the resilience of willow catkins, unyielding and indomitable, capable of cleaving gold and stone, moving mountains and filling seas. With a flick of his wrist, Luo Hua struck, cleaving a towering rock into fragments. Wow! Brother Ba exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. What kind of knife technique and inner strength is this? It penetrates effortlessly, breaking from within. Indeed, Luo Hua replied calmly, executing another swift strike, this time aimed at a large tree. The tree merely shivered slightly, standing firm, with only a few green leaves drifting down. Brother Ba, puzzled, questioned, Brother Luo, how could such a fierce blow leave the tree unharmed? You may approach and feel for yourself, Luo Hua replied with a mysterious smile. Although confused, Brother Ba complied and walked over to touch the tree. To his astonishment, the tree cracked open from within and toppled over with a loud crash. Upon closer inspection, Brother Ba realized the trunk had crumbled to dust, the tree having been merely an empty shell supporting itself. Taken aback, Brother Ba gasped in disbelief. This is truly extraordinary. Brother Luo, you are incredible. A true master. Once you learn, you too can achieve this, Luo Hua said, patting Brother Ba on the shoulder. Now, let us practice the inner techniques. Brother Ba displayed remarkable perseverance, practicing repeatedly, adjusting his form until the day faded into night, concluding their training session. Brother Ba's comprehension was commendable. By the end of the day, he had familiarized himself with the essence of the willow catkin knife technique, and his movements were beginning to take shape. With further practice, he would surely master it. Filled with joy, Brother Ba expressed, Brother Luo, thank you for your guidance. I will diligently practice the knife techniques you have imparted, ensuring I do not squander your teachings. Pairing this knife technique with the inner methods will require dedicated practice. In no time, your skills will surely elevate, Luo Hua encouraged with a smile. Absolutely, Brother Ba vowed earnestly. Chapter 82. Spare your life, do not fret over the toxicity of the snow pearl pill within you. Once your swordsmanship reaches its zenith, I shall completely free you from it. Luo Hua surprised Ba Gu once more. Thank you, Brother Luo. I will not disappoint your expectations and will strive to achieve success soon. At this moment, Ba Gu had shed all initial resentment towards Luo Hua. Now filled only with gratitude, he had been thoroughly won over. It was only then that they set off to return to the city. As Luo Hua did not drive, Ba Gu offered to take him home. The Yi family's neighborhood was located in the development zone, where a portion of the road was still under construction and lacked surveillance equipment. The moment the vehicle entered this stretch of road, Luo Hua sensed something amiss. His gaze sharpening as he instructed Ba Gu, pull over. Without a moment's hesitation, Ba Gu complied, stabilizing the car before voicing his curiosity, Brother Luo. We are still some distance from your home, aren't we? I am aware. I simply wish to get out and stretch my legs. You may head back first. Luo Hua replied, narrowing his eyes slightly, his tone indifferent. This stretch of road was unstable, rife with a palpable killing intent directed at him. Ba Gu, perplexed yet trusting Luo Hua's words, nodded. All right, take care on your way. I shall head back now. Once Ba Ji's vehicle had driven away, Luo Hua smirked and proceeded forward. No more than 100 meters ahead, a tall figure clad in ragged attire with a bushy beard sat defiantly in the middle of the road, a steel knife propped beside him. It was Enshang, who had trained under the big knife sect alongside the steward. The steward, lacking in talent, had descended the mountain early to serve Wu Lijun. Enshang, however, remained within the sect, which specialized in mercenary work. Anything could be accomplished for the right price. Kid, I am conducting business here today. If you wish to pass, you must leave something behind, Enshang rasped ominously. Leave what? Luo Hua asked, his tone nonchalant. Hee, leave your life. Enshang cackled, his murderous gaze fixed intently on Luo Hua. Luo Hua had long anticipated that this individual was no benign character, so he was not surprised. He chuckled lightly. Oh, you wish to take my life? Indeed. I have been waiting for you here for quite some time. That burden you carry is of no use. Why not hand it over to me? Enshang exclaimed, rising with his knife, eyes glinting with malice. Some things cannot be taken so easily. Do not inadvertently sacrifice yourself in the process. Heed my advice. You should return whence you came, Luo Hua stated calmly, arms crossed. Should a confrontation ensue, he could not guarantee Enshang's safety, and if the man were to persist stubbornly, the outcome would not bode well. You truly are ignorant of your own limitations. Enshang scoffed, glaring at Luo Hua. Let me ask you again. Your name is Luo Hua, correct? Indeed, you have found the right person, Luo Hua replied, unfazed. Good. I shall make your demise clear. You sealed Wu Feng Tian's meridians with your true energy, did you not? Enshang inquired, his focus unwavering. Yes, that was indeed my doing, Luo Hua admitted candidly. Luo Hua had shown restraint, for if he had intended to completely incapacitate someone, he possessed countless methods to do so. The fact that Wu Feng Tian's condition could be perceived by the steward, a novice in the martial arts, and easily resolved by any martial artist was a testament to Luo Hua's leniency. However, the Wu family failed to learn from this lesson and continued to provoke him, demonstrating audacity beyond measure. Now that we have clarified matters, Shang declared, striking the hilt of his knife firmly, flipping the lengthy steel blade into his grasp. Draw your weapon. No need for that, Luo Hua replied. You possess quite the audacity, still speaking so boldly. Shang sneered. Here's the deal. I admire your spirit. I shall count to 10. During this time, you may flee with all your might. If you manage to escape by the count of 10, your life shall be spared. If not, consider yourself unfortunate. I find you to be quite confident, or rather, presumptuous, Luo Hua remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips. Unappreciative fool, Shang retorted, his temper flaring as he drew his knife, preparing to strike. If you are eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. The blade exuded a fierce aura, cutting through the air with a chilling breeze, revealing its true nature as a formidable weapon. At that critical moment, Ba Gu, who had seemingly departed, returned once more. Upon seeing the confrontation brewing, Ba Gu leaped from his vehicle, drawing his own knife with a serious expression. Brother Luo, is this punk looking for trouble? Didn't I tell you to leave first? Luo Hua countered, raising an eyebrow. Oh well, I bought a bag for Meng Nan and forgot to give it to you earlier, Ba Gu replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Ba Gu now regarded Luo Hua with utmost reverence, and naturally, he held Luo Hua's sister in high regard as well. Before leaving the shop, he had purchased the bag for Yi Meng Nan. Although he had previously encountered her at the school gate, his current appearance had rendered him unrecognizable to her. Allow me to thank you on behalf of Meng Nan. But can a grown man truly choose bags? Luo Hua remarked with a smile. Brother Luo, I lack such discerning taste. It was all thanks to Xiao Mei's assistance. She mentioned that Meng Nan quite liked this bag, and since I was in a hurry, I brought it along, Ba Gu explained, his eyes lighting up at the mention of Xiao Mei. Enough, I see you two are quite fond of each other. Luo Hua teased. That bag must not have been inexpensive. Allow me to transfer the money to you. Brother Luo, if you give me money, it would imply you look down upon me. This is merely a small token of my appreciation for Meng Nan, Ba Gu responded, his expression turning serious. As Luo Hua and Ba Gu engaged in lively banter, Shang's frustration reached a boiling point. Can we get on with this? Do you treat this place as a banquet hall? Am I merely a decoration? Shang's outburst finally reminded Luo Hua of the man's presence, prompting him to glance at Ba Gu, still brandishing his knife. A thought sparked in his mind. Ba Gu, would you like to test your swordsmanship? Here is a perfect sparring partner. If you can injure him, regardless of the degree, I shall consider it a pass. What do you say? Absolutely, Ba Gu replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned his attention towards Shang, resembling a dog spotting a bone. Chapter 83. How furious Shang was. Since beginning his martial arts training, he had never been so belittled. His anger surged, and he bellowed, You little rascal, I shall use you to test my blade. Before his words faded, Shang charged at Brother Ba with his sword, moving like a whirlwind. Taken aback by the ferocity of Shang's strike, Brother Ba quickly raised his sword in defense. The clash of metal resonated painfully, and he was forced back 3 or 4 steps, barely managing to dissipate the force of the blow. His arm ached and throbbed, the pain radiating from his palm. Brother Luo, this person's realm exceeds mine. Naturally, Luo Hua, with his higher cultivation, could see through the lower realms, and he recognized Shang's solid foundation. Brother Ba realized he was at a significant disadvantage. Brother Ba, I do not expect you to defeat him. I merely ask that you leave him with a wound. The willow fluff sword technique I have taught you is a superior manual, and mastering it will enable you to kill those above your level without difficulty. Trust in your abilities and strike boldly. Luo Hua encouraged calmly from the sidelines. Understanding Luo's intent, Brother Ba took a deep breath, flexed his fingers, and gripped the sword handle tightly once more. You really know how to boast. Shang laughed heartily. Your realm is too low. Even the finest sword technique is wasted in your hands. Allow me to demonstrate my Mountain Fury sword technique. With that, Shang swung his sword in a wide arc, channeling his true energy into it, and unleashed a merciless strike down upon Brother Ba. Seeing the fierce attack, Brother Ba dared not confront it head-on and swiftly dodged aside. The sword struck the ground with a resounding thud, creating a sizable crater in the hard asphalt, and suddenly, Brother Ba felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. In disbelief, He looked down to find a long wound across his belly. How did I not evade that? Although shocked, Brother Ba was undeterred. No matter the outcome, Luo Hua was always behind him, providing unwavering support. Thus, he feared nothing. Hey, you reacted quite swiftly. Insheng finally glanced at Brother Ba. Come again. Ignoring Insheng's scrutiny, Brother Ba shouted and charged forward with his sword. It was time to showcase the willow fluff sword technique he had recently mastered. As he began to execute the technique, his movements quickened and the ferocity of his strikes intensified. He aimed directly at Insheng's side, but Insheng's reflexes surpassed his thoughts, and he leapt 3 zhang into the air, evading the horizontal strike. Your swordplay is quite peculiar. Insheng exclaimed, impressed. He hadn't jumped merely to show off his agility. Brother Ba's attack had cunningly restricted his escape routes, leaving him no choice but to ascend. This is merely an appetizer. Brother Ba laughed heartily and struck again. Insheng, no longer intimidated, raised his sword to meet the challenge. Willow fluff in the air. Net of blades. Both combatants unleashed their most formidable techniques, dozens of strikes colliding in a cacophony of clashing metal. As their final blows met, they both retracted their swords. But in that fleeting moment, Insheng's weapon slipped from his grip, twirling around his wrist with a deft motion. Simultaneously, Insheng lowered himself and seized the tip of Brother Ba's sword, preventing any further advance. The returning sword struck Brother Ba's abdomen with a forceful bang, creating a gash. Seizing the opportunity, Insheng elbowed him, sending Brother Ba crashing to the ground before Luo Hua. Brother Ba coughed up blood, dejectedly stating, Brother Luo, I have failed. On the contrary, you have succeeded, Luo Hua said, leaning down to apply pressure to several of Brother Ba's acupoints to staunch the bleeding, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Brother Ba felt a sense of confusion. Luo Hua did not keep him in suspense and pointed towards Insheng. Just then, Insheng's sleeves tore open, revealing 2 crimson streaks as blood oozed forth. Luo Hua's teachings were far from simplistic. The willow fluff sword technique emphasized intricate and impenetrable swordplay. Despite Insheng's commendable defensive skills, he could not entirely block the blade's energy, resulting in his injury. This wound was not from a direct clash, but rather from the internal force accompanying the strike, a technique only those who had glimpsed the realm could master. Yet Brother Ba had achieved this after practicing the willow fluff sword technique. Brother Luo, he is bleeding. I have succeeded. I have done it. Brother Ba exclaimed with excitement. But in his fervor, he inadvertently aggravated his abdominal wound, leading to a fit of excruciating coughs. Enough, your assessment is complete. The next steps are mine, Luo Hua said, picking up Brother Ba's long sword, a glimmer of intrigue in his smile. Now, you should introduce yourself. You asked too many questions. It is enough for you to know why you must die. There is no need to learn the name of the one who will take your life. Insheng replied coldly, his gaze dark as he surveyed the wounds on his arms. I only inquire for your own benefit. At the very least, you need not perish as a nameless specter at my hands. Luo Hua advanced steadily, each step echoing like the drumbeats of death. You arrogant fool. I shall see your true capabilities. Insheng laughed maniacally, channeling his energy to unleash the Mountain Fury sword technique, striking directly at Luo Hua with the force to split mountains and fill seas. Luo Hua effortlessly raised his sword to meet the attack, casually explaining to Brother Ba, observe closely, the second move of the willow fluff sword technique, fluff falls. The sounds of clashing weapons filled the air as they exchanged positions. Insheng, brimming with confidence in his swordplay, did not look back, but instead laughed. You boast so boldly. Let's see if you can survive this time. Yet, the next moment, his smile faltered, replaced by terror as he felt his arm explode in a cascade of pain, leaving a bloody stump on the ground. With a cry of agony, Insheng trembled, desperately attempting to stem the flow of blood with his remaining hand. Luo Hua turned to him with a faint smile and said, You should have heeded my warning. To kill me, you must pay a price. Insheng had never anticipated Luo Hua's strength. He had assumed him to be merely a housekeeper with rudimentary martial skills. Now, it was too late for regrets. Spare me. I do not wish to die, Insheng pleaded, collapsing to the ground in despair, his eyes reflecting desperation. Even a mere ant fights for its survival. How could he, a man who profited from life's risks, endure the thought of losing his life? Chapter 84. Teasing. Perhaps I could spare you. But how about a game instead? Luo Hua said with a playful smile. I shall grant you 50 counts to escape. During this interval, you may employ any means to flee, and I shall not pursue you. However, should I catch you, you shall pay with your life. Insheng quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sir, for granting me this slender chance of survival. With that, He hastily tore a strip of fabric from his clothing to bind his wound and propelled himself forward, relying on sheer willpower. As soon as Inshang moved, Luo Hua casually uttered a number, 50. In the next moment, he appeared before Inshang like a specter. Before Inshang could comprehend the situation, he found himself severed in half, his life hanging by a thread, on the brink of meeting the king of hell. Why? You said your word was law. Inshang gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. My apologies, but I typically count backwards, Luo Hua replied innocently, blinking his eyes. Without a change in his smile, he wielded his blade and extinguished Inshang's life. Meanwhile, Wu Lijun anxiously awaited news. The steward stepped forward to reassure him. Rest assured, sir, my senior brother is quite adept in this matter. Just a mere novice, and my brother could easily handle him. Wait patiently for the good news. A businessman values certainty. Without definitive results, Wu Lijun found it hard to ease his mind. I'm still uneasy. My brother has reached a high level among ordinary martial artists. He has even slain those poised to become masters. Luo Hua is merely a novice. He cannot possibly be a master, can he? The steward exuded unwavering confidence in Inshang's defeat. Although Wu Lijun was not well versed in the hierarchy of martial artists, the steward's words did provide some comfort. He placed his teacup heavily on the table, stating, "Let us hope so. I do not wish for a threat to our family to continue existing." Indeed, sir. The steward flattered, "Your decisive actions are commendable." After the steward's praise, he noticed Wu Lijun's satisfaction and suggested, "Why not take this opportunity to deal with Yang Changlian? He meddles in much of the business in Magic City, taking a lion's share for himself. If we eliminate him, our family's business will surely ascend to new heights." The steward spoke passionately, and there was merit to his words. Yang Changlian, due to his position, opened many doors in business, monopolizing various trades in Magic City, including the hotel industry crucial to the Wu family. As the steward noted, as long as Yang Changlian remained, the Wu family's hotel business would struggle to thrive. Wu Lijun found himself torn, both tempted and fearful. After all, Yang Changlian was formidable. A single misstep could lead to the Wu family's complete obliteration in Magic City. Sir, to hesitate is to invite disaster. The fate of our family hinges on this moment. My brother is efficient in his work, and such opportunities are rare, the steward urged, weighing the options for Wu Lijun. You speak wisely. Wu Lijun gritted his teeth, his fists clenched. Let it be so. Without Yang Changlian, our family will surely rise to become titans in the hotel industry of Magic City. Such lofty thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Luo Hua's voice, laced with thinly veiled anger. In the next instant, the door was violently kicked open, Luo Hua storming in, enveloped in an aura of cold fury. You are Luo Hua? Wu Lijun exclaimed, astonished. He recalled the face of the man who had harmed his son, having thoroughly studied Luo Hua's dossier. Ah, it seems my presence excites you. Luo Hua smirked coldly. I have come bearing a gift. With a flick of his wrist, Luo Hua tossed a package before Wu Lijun. As it rolled open, a grotesque severed head emerged, revealing the bloodied visage of Inshang, his eyes wide in terror. Wu Lijun recoiled in horror, collapsing into his chair. The steward, a martial artist, was momentarily shocked but quickly reacted with an attack. His palm struck Luo Hua, but it was as if it met a stone wall, having no effect whatsoever. Realizing the disparity in their strength, the steward contemplated retreat, but Luo Hua was unyielding. Foolish jester, Luo Hua scoffed, retaliating with a swift strike that sent the steward crashing against the wall, lifeless. Wu Lijun gasped, calling for help, but the guards in the villa remained silent, having already been subdued by Li Dahu and his men. Luo Hua approached Wu Lijun, kicking him from his chair before seating himself with an air of authority. Casting a cold gaze at the trembling Wu Lijun's face drained of color. He looked as though he were on the verge of death. Li Dahu and Ba Ge then entered, dragging Wu Fengtian and Wu Lijun's wife, Zhao Milan, along, unceremoniously tossing them at Luo Hua's feet. Wu Fengtian attempted to rise, but was forcefully pushed down by Ba Ji's foot. Stay still. Zhao Milan, terrified, could barely muster the courage to move. It was all my doing. Please spare my family. Wu Lijun pleaded, his face pale. I am not so shameless. I merely gathered everyone to discuss matters. Luo Hua leaned back, crossing his legs. Let us begin with why I chose to punish your son. You raised him well. At such a tender age. He plots against others, attempting to ruin an innocent girl's life. Should I not punish him? Yet, considering his youth, I allowed him to live. Do you really think these incompetent fools could undo what I intended for him? But you were too ungrateful, thinking you could hire someone to kill me? Luo Hua rose with a frigid demeanor, forcefully inserting a snow pearl pill into Wu Lijun's mouth. Within mere moments, Wu Lijun's eyes dimmed, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Chapter 85. Remorse. Zhao Milan was startled by Wu Lijun's agonizing scream. Yet she mustered the strength to crawl a few steps forward to Luo Hua, pleading tearfully, "Esteemed sir, I bow before you and offer my sincere apologies. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. Please spare my husband. Do not take his life, I implore you. He is not meant to die." "Death is not imminent," Luo Hua replied coldly with a smirk. The torment from Zuezhinden had finally subsided, and Wu Lijun lay on the ground like a beaten dog, drenched in sweat. "Do you recall the sensation from earlier?" Luo Hua inquired from his elevated stance. "This is my exclusive concoction of poison. It manifests once a month, each episode more excruciating than the last, until it drains the very last ounce of vitality from a person, leading them to perish in unbearable agony. The only antidote lies within my grasp. Obey me, and I shall administer it in due time. Otherwise, prepare to endure a torturous demise." Wu Lijun was engulfed in turmoil, a blend of fear and regret washing over him. He lamented the folly that had driven him to provoke this harbinger of death. "Do you have any objections to my resolution?" Luo Hua turned to Wu Fengtian and Zhao Milan, seeking their input. "And no, none at all," they stammered, shaking their heads vigorously. "Brother Luo, it was my folly to listen to the slanderous words of a rogue that led me to act against you. The treacherous steward is dead now. I beseech you to show mercy." Wu Lijun wept profusely, expressing his remorse to Luo Hua. Luo Hua chuckled softly. "Very well, transfer half of your assets to me, and we shall consider this matter settled." Of course, Wu Lijun replied, his heart bleeding as he struggled to comply. "Wealth is but a triviality compared to the value of life." "Then it's settled. I shall take my leave now," Luo Hua declared nonchalantly, instructing Li Dahu and Ba Go. "You two will handle the subsequent asset transfer and wrap-up tasks. Also, ensure someone is watching over them, should they dare to act out of line again. Report back to me immediately." Li Dahu and Ba Go accepted the task with enthusiasm. Luo Hua nodded and strode away. His confidence in them was not absolute, rather. He had little time to manage these affairs, and with Zuezhinden's control over them, they would naturally refrain from any treacherous actions. However, Li Dahu and Ba Go felt a sense of pride in their newfound responsibility. The Wu family members were left in despair, facing an uncertain future. After expending considerable time on these matters, Luo Hua finally arrived home at 10 o'clock in the evening. The two Yi sisters, unexpectedly, were still awake, joyfully chatting in the living room, surrounded by an array of shopping spoils from Yi Mingnan's excursion that day. Yi Mingnan held up a lipstick, grinning as she showcased it to Yi Mingran. "Sister, this shade is specifically chosen for you. It will complement your complexion beautifully. You must try it." "Well, look at you, little mouse. Even when lost in a sea of treasures, you still think of me." "It seems my affection hasn't gone unnoticed," Yi Mingran chuckled, gently tapping Yi Mingnan's forehead. Just then, she turned to see Luo Hua entering, and with concern, she asked, "Brother Luo, why are you home so late?" "I ran into an old classmate on the way and had dinner together." Luo Hua fabricated a casual excuse, hoping not to alarm them. Yi Mingnan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased. "Was it a male or female classmate?" "Brother Luo's status has changed. I bet there are many admirers after you now." Surely, this dinner was with a stunning beauty. While Yi Mingnan delighted in her playful banter, she failed to notice the brief shadow of disappointment that crossed Yi Mingran's face. "Brother Luo, could it be that Mingnan is right? Did a beauty invite you to dinner?" Yi Mingran managed a strained smile. "Mingnan, why are you being so frivolous?" "It was a male classmate." Luo Hua instinctively shook his head, attempting to clarify. "I also had to deal with the stock transfer documents for Juhua Plaza, which consumed some time." "Did you finalize everything?" Yi Mingran's interest was piqued. "Yes, now we can simply await the dividends," Luo Hua joked. "Then our family will truly prosper, and we shall have an abundance of wealth." Yi Mingnan beamed, her eyes sparkling with joy. As they continued their conversation, Luo Hua's phone rang in his pocket. "Hello. Who is this?" "It's me, Brother Luo." Yang Jingjing's melodious voice chimed in from the other end. Luo Hua gestured to the Yi sisters and then stepped towards a corner of the hall to take the call. "Yang Jingjing? What prompted you to call?" "I don't recall giving you my number. My omnipotent father is always prepared," she replied playfully. "What is it that you need at this late hour?" Luo Hua asked, maintaining his patience. "Well, it's not that late." Yang Jingjing pouted slightly. "Do you have something important to discuss? If not, I will hang up," Luo Hua stated bluntly. I do. Please don't hang up, Brother Luo." Yang Jingjing hastily pleaded. "All right, go ahead," Luo Hua replied calmly. "Brother Luo, I feel like someone has been secretly following and watching me, but I cannot gather any evidence. My father is worried and intends to send more bodyguards for my protection. Could you spare some time to assess their qualifications? Yang Jingjing spoke quickly, fearing that Luo Hua would lose interest. Such matters fall under your father's purview as the employer. Why seek my assistance? Luo Hua responded coolly. Well, it's because you are the most formidable, Yang Jingjing said bashfully. There are always those stronger than oneself. I cannot accept the title of the most formidable, Luo Hua countered with modesty. Brother Luo, I helped out at school the other day, and I can look after Yi Meng Nan in the future. Yang Jingjing urged him eagerly. Please, just come take a look at them, will you? It's at Juhua Plaza. Luo Hua considered her request, realizing that accepting would indeed help Yang Jingjing. Thus, he agreed without further hesitation. The next day, once Luo Hua had completed his tasks, he made his way to Juhua Plaza early. The plaza serves as the main office for Juhua Company, situated in the city center. The towering 22-story building stood out among its peers, exuding an air of grandeur. The staff here were well-trained, and even the receptionist was a tall, striking beauty. Sir, may I assist you with anything? The receptionist inquired, flashing a perfect smile. Chapter 86. Surveillance. May I ask on which floor the bodyguard recruitment is being held? Luo Hua inquired politely. Right on the 8th floor, the receptionist replied with a smile. Over there is your examiner, Manager Meng. You can follow her. Luo Hua, feeling rather disinclined to argue, turned his gaze in the direction indicated by the receptionist. There stood a tall, strikingly attractive professional woman, exuding an air of confidence. Her simple shirt and form-fitting skirt accentuated her figure perfectly, while her meticulously applied makeup and vibrant red lips heightened her commanding presence. Luo Hua felt a flush of warmth on his face, inwardly exclaiming, "How stunning she is." Manager Ming noticed them and approached with a purposeful stride, asking the receptionist, "What is going on?" Manager Ming, this gentleman is here for the bodyguard position and will be accompanying you upstairs, the receptionist quickly explained. All right, I understand. Follow me. Manager Ming said, casting a brief glance at Luo Hua. Uncertain of his own motivations, Luo Hua instinctively followed her. Once in the elevator, Manager Ming crossed her arms and scrutinized Luo Hua, commenting, "You don't seem particularly sturdy." "Moderate," Luo Hua replied, a spark of determination igniting within him. "But I assure you, I can handle myself in a fight." "Huh, quite confident, aren't you?" However, this selection process is not as simple as before. Merely knowing how to throw a punch might not suffice, Manager Ming remarked dismissively. Already feeling a bit cornered by her words, Luo Hua fell silent. Yet, as he glanced down, he noticed a seam in Manager Ming's skirt had split. Embarrassed, he hesitated to bring it up. However, with the elevator nearing its destination, he decided to warn her. "Manager Ming, your skirt." Caught off guard, Manager Ming followed his gaze and immediately blushed, flustered as she covered the gap with her hand. "You pervert," she exclaimed. "How am I a pervert? I was merely trying to help." Luo Hua protested, feeling aggrieved. "You noticed it long ago, didn't you? You just wanted to take advantage, then decided to remind me." Manager Ming retorted angrily. Luo Hua shook his head in disbelief, ultimately tossing his jacket to her. As the elevator doors opened on the 8th floor, he asked, "Manager Ming, have Yang Lian and Yang Jingjing arrived yet?" With his jacket draped over her, Manager Ming shot him a cold glare and snapped, "Do you think you're in a position to mention their names?" Luo Hua couldn't help but feel exasperated by her stubbornness. "Actually, What? The recruitment is about to begin. Shouldn't you hurry?" She interrupted, leaving him momentarily speechless. He decided not to argue further and followed her into the recruitment area. Unlike typical job interviews, the bodyguard recruitment took place in a spacious gym filled with various equipment and a sizable fighting ring. Clearly, the selection would occur there. A number of robust individuals had already gathered. "Fei Kai, get ready. The first round is about to start," Manager Ming called to a tall, muscular man on the fighting platform. Upon hearing the name, Luo Hua couldn't suppress a laugh. Someone is actually named Fei Kai? How refreshing. Noticing Luo Hua's amused expression, Manager Ming's demeanor soured further as she turned to him sharply. You're up." Caught off guard by her sudden command, Luo Hua was bewildered. He had come merely to observe, and now he was being thrust into the spotlight. Besides, these contenders were formidable. He wouldn't stand a chance against them. "I can't go up. He began, but was cut off by Manager Ming's impatience. "If you're this scared, what makes you think you can be a bodyguard? This is merely a match against a slightly stronger competitor. If you lack the courage now, how will you ensure your employer's safety when true danger arises?" Her harsh words, though blunt, stirred something within Luo Hua. "Are you looking for trouble?" Fei Kai bellowed from the ring, glaring at Luo Hua. You were laughing at me just now, weren't you? Get up here, and I'll make sure your face is a mess. Feeling cornered, Luo Hua recognized the situation. The other candidates looked to him, hoping he would take a stand against Fei Kai, who was renowned as a formidable coach brought in from a major fighting academy. Fei Kai was the first hurdle. Only those he deemed worthy would advance to the next round. After that, they would be randomly paired for further competition until only 6 remained to face Yang Chonglian. Coward. If you lack the guts, get lost. Bodyguards don't need timid souls like you. Fei Kai mocked. Luo Hua, refusing to engage further, turned away, intent on finding a quiet spot to contact Yang Jingjing. Yet, Fei Kai's voice rang out once more. I told you to get lost. Do you think someone who can't even face a test can walk out of here with pride? Luo Hua's expression darkened as indignation surged within him. Enough was enough. He turned on his heel, striding confidently onto the fighting platform. Aren't we here to compete? Set the rules, and let us begin. Fei Kai, towering above him, smirked. Look at you, not quite a coward after all, daring to step up. With that, he ripped off his shirt, showcasing his muscular physique with a boastful flair. See these muscles? Do you know what the crowd calls me? Perhaps something like the Hulk or gorilla? Luo Hua quipped, raising an eyebrow with a playful smirk. Chapter 87. Selection all wrong. You would be shocked to know, it's the Tower King. How's that for a name? Fei Kai declared with an air of pride. Apologies. But I'm not familiar with it, Luo Hua retorted, his frustration palpable. Fei Kai's smile faltered, his expression shifting to disbelief. How could someone from Magic City not know the Tower King's name? You truly are uninformed. Allow me the burden of enlightening you. This title is quite renowned here. You would do well to steer clear if you ever encounter him. Fei Kai, with a hint of indignation, continued. Curious about the origin of this title? Seeing Fei Kai's earnest demeanor, Luo Hua nodded in agreement. It's simply because my physique resembles a tower, tall and robust. Fei Kai proclaimed, striking a stance as if to showcase his strength. However, his imposing frame made the stance appear somewhat clumsy, akin to a bumbling bear attempting to mimic a martial artist, evoking laughter rather than fear. In the realm of martial arts, one begins by honing external techniques, developing the body to far exceed the average human's capabilities. With the gradual accumulation of energy during training, one can achieve the strength to shatter stones. Mastery of external techniques can lead to monumental transformations within the body, allowing one to reach a state where they are impervious to blades and arrows. Yet, very few can sustain their training to such heights. Those who do can contend with even the most nascent practitioners, using only their robust physicality to withstand true energy. But Fei Kai was far removed from such prowess. He merely displayed superficial posturing. After a considerable period of awkwardly maintaining his stance, he turned to Luo Hua, confidence radiating from him. Watch closely. This is the demeanor of a true master. I won't bully you, pretty boy. Here's the deal. I'll stand still and allow you 3 punches. If you can move me from this spot, you win. Otherwise, you'll have to crawl out. Shouting I am worthless. Luo Hua found himself at a loss for how to proceed. A miscalculation could render Fei Kai truly incapacitated, leading to an embarrassing outcome. I suggest you reconsider. Don't rush to conclusions, Luo Hua advised with a gentle smile. Let us fight. If not, then roll away. I'm not afraid of your little fists. Fei Kai laughed boastfully, shaking his muscles for emphasis. Indeed, the title of Tower King carried significant weight. Most applicants had heard of it. So this is the Tower King. This selection process is serious if he is involved. They say his punches can penetrate 10 stacked bricks, which would be devastating to a person. Goodness. Is he truly that formidable? Do we even stand a chance? Perhaps we should just go home, someone murmured. Please, we're not the ones in trouble. That guy up there is in for it. He angered the Tower King. As Fei Kai persisted, Luo Hua chose to forego further persuasion and rolled up his sleeves, preparing to engage. You're calling me worthless? Then brace yourself. Luo Hua stepped closer to Fei Kai, lifting his hand in a mock gesture and shouted, Catch this. With a nonchalant clap of his hands, he leaped into the fray. The onlookers were bewildered by Luo Hua's antics. Was he truly serious? Can you even fight? Do you think you can handle me? Fei Kai shouted at Luo Hua from the platform. Luo Hua merely smiled enigmatically and uttered a single word. Boom. In an instant. Fei Kai, once brimming with vitality, spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground with a heavy thud. The atmosphere fell eerily silent, as everyone exchanged confused glances. What just happened? Why did Fei Kai fall? Could that jestful wave have such devastating power? Whispers of disbelief filled the air, as no one could decipher the mystery. Manager Meng was equally astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief as he scrutinized Luo Hua. This was a highly paid expert. How could he have been defeated so inexplicably? Manager Ming, one must not judge solely by appearances, Luo Hua remarked with an amused smile. Seeing Manager Ming's persistent skepticism, Luo Hua shook his head and prepared to seek out Yang Jingjing. However, Manager Ming was unwilling to let it go. Stop right there. You finished the match. And now you want me to give a victory speech? Luo Hua asked, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Enough with the smirking. Honestly explain what sort of trick you employed to bring Fei Kai down. Manager Ming crossed his arms, eyes narrowed suspiciously. Moreover, I just realized your name is not on the list of applicants. How did you get here? Luo Hua, feeling exasperated, scratched his head and explained. I've been trying to tell you that I'm not an applicant, but you haven't given me the chance. I was invited by Yang Jingjing to oversee this recruitment. Impossible. I received no such notification. Manager Ming retorted, his expression cold and unyielding. To be honest, Yang Jingjing doesn't need to report who she invites. Luo Hua replied with a hint of frustration. I am the chief examiner and the personnel manager for this recruitment. What is it that I cannot know? Manager Ming exclaimed, fury etched on his face. Without hesitation, he dialed the security department. Security team. All personnel on duty report to the 8th floor immediately. We have an intruder causing chaos. Luo Hua could not suppress his laughter. Manager Ming was being overly dramatic. Stepping forward to calm him, he said, please, remain composed. I am not a villain, and there is no need to escalate things unnecessarily. Yet Manager Ming ignored him, retreating several steps in alarm upon Luo Hua's approach. All applicants, listen. If you can subdue this man, I will add 10 points to your score. 10 points. The applicants stirred with excitement. This was an unexpected windfall. Brothers, why are we just standing here? Let us take him down. I refuse to believe so many of us cannot handle him. Someone rallied. But did anyone comprehend what he did earlier? I fear. Fear what? It's not that mystical. Could this guy really have made the Tower King bleed? Perhaps he just happened to be having an off day? The first speaker countered. His words reassured the crowd, and soon a dozen burly men swarmed to encircle Luo Hua. Luo Hua, at a loss for words, thought, what is happening? Here to oversee the recruitment, and I'm being surrounded by the applicants? Chapter 88, capturing the situation. However, as matters reached this point, Luo Hua was no longer fearful. With a stern expression, his gaze cut through each person present like a knife, and he coldly declared, I will say this once more. I am not an intruder. Please use your brains before you act. Do not engage in actions you will later regret. Under Luo Hua's icy stare, the crowd seemed paralyzed. Their blood seemingly frozen in their veins, none daring to step forward. Manager Ming was infuriated by the cowardice displayed by the group, raising an eyebrow and harshly rebuking them. Are you all useless? With so many of you, not a single one dares to confront him. Who among you claim to have a decade of mercenary experience? Who has seen blood and the underground arena champion? Could it be that your resumes are nothing but fabrications? Just as Manager Ming was seething, the security team from Jiuhua Tower arrived on the scene. What is happening here? Who is causing trouble? Boomed the voice of the team leader. Luo Hua found the voice somewhat familiar, and upon turning, he was pleasantly surprised to see Zhang Bing, an old acquaintance from when he had purchased a car. Luo Hua had lent a helping hand, recommending him for a position at Jiuhua, and now he was the security captain. Captain Zhang, you arrived just in time. This person is causing chaos. He is far too arrogant. Quickly apprehend him. Manager Ming hastily instructed Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing, following Manager Ming's direction, looked over and was taken aback. Luo Hua? How did he become the troublemaker? The security personnel behind him had already surrounded Luo Hua, awaiting Zhang Bing's command to take him down. Stop. Everyone, come back. There must be a misunderstanding. Zhang Bing shouted to the security team. Manager Ming looked at Zhang Bing in disbelief, as if questioning, what on earth are you doing? Luo Hua, is there some sort of misunderstanding? Why has the security department been alerted? Zhang Bing approached Luo Hua, scratching his head. It's truly complicated, Luo Hua replied, a helpless expression on his face. Manager Ming watched in astonishment as the security captain he had summoned began conversing with Luo Hua, her anger boiling over. Captain Zhang, I called you here to apprehend someone, not to reminisce. There must be a misunderstanding. Zhang Bing quickly turned to explain. He is an old friend of mine. He would never cause trouble. And he has a very good relationship with Mr. Yang. Zhang Bing's employment at Jiuhua was thanks to Luo Hua's introductions to Yang Changlian. So he understood that Luo Hua's connection with Yang Changlian was indeed significant. Fabrications. What nonsense. Who is Mr. Yang? How could he associate with someone like him? Unless he has lost his mind. Manager Ming sharply retorted, not believing a word. Just as Manager Ming vehemently expressed her disbelief, a formidable voice echoed. Manager Ming. I believe the one who has lost their mind is you. Startled, Manager Ming turned to see Yang Changlian and Yang Jingjing standing at the entrance, both wearing displeased expressions. Panic set in, and she hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. No, I didn't mean it that way. I wasn't insulting you. I merely meant to say this fellow is just talking nonsense. Her attempts at clarification only worsened the situation, causing Yang Changlian and Yang Jingjing's expressions to darken. Yang Jingjing coldly interjected, Manager Ming, this is the divine Dr. Luo Hua. He has healed both my mother and me, bringing us back from the brink of death. Do you truly believe someone of his caliber would fabricate stories regarding our relationship? At these words, Manager Ming's face drained of color, cold sweat breaking out as her legs felt weak. Miss Yang, yes, I apologize. I spoke without verifying the facts and mistakenly assumed Mr. Luo was here for an interview. She explained, drenched in sweat. Jumping to conclusions without understanding the situation? How could you even say that? Yang Jingjing's voice was frigid. Yes, I apologize. It was my oversight. I will apologize to Mr. Luo right away. Manager Ming's expression was grim. She was genuinely frightened. It was far more challenging for a woman to attain a managerial position than for a man. Fearing the loss of her hard-earned position, she approached Luo Hua and bowed deeply. Mr. Luo, I was blind to your greatness. Please, I implore you to forgive me. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Luo Hua, her figure accentuated by the bow. Luo Hua felt somewhat awkward by Manager Ming's display and turned his head, saying, It's all right. It's not a major issue. I forgive you. Yang Jingjing, being a woman herself, quickly perceived Manager Ming's ulterior motives and felt a surge of resentment. She turned to her father, gritting her teeth. Dad, our company does not require individuals who lack competence. Let us fire her immediately. Yang Changlian's brow twitched. The situation was not as dire as Yang Jingjing suggested. Manager Ming's professional skills were indeed commendable. However, her greatest fault was offending Luo Hua, a blunder that could not be rectified by mere capability. The only path forward seemed to be termination, he pondered. Seeing the gravity of the situation, Luo Hua adopted a serious demeanor and stepped forward. Smiling as he attempted to mediate, there really is no need for further punishment. I should have clarified things from the start. We shouldn't escalate this over a trivial matter. Humph. Men. Yang Jingjing pouted, visibly displeased. Mr. Luo, I truly thank you. Manager Ming exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Luo Hua. Let us consider this matter resolved. Luo Hua waved his hand with magnanimity. Thus, the commotion came to a close, and the injured Fei Kai was urgently taken to the hospital, with Luo Hua stepping in to fill his role as an examiner. Yang Jingjing, now revitalized, surrounded Luo Hua with a beaming smile. Brother Luo, I am counting on you to help me choose a bodyguard. Who do you think among these candidates is suitable? I do not hold any hope for any of them. Luo Hua resolutely shook his head. These individuals lack the fundamental courage. Just moments ago, not a single one dared to step forward to subdue me. Therefore, they are unfit to protect their employer in times of danger. The several burly men bowed their heads in shame, recognizing the truth in Luo Hua's words, effectively disqualifying themselves. Manager Ming quickly ushered the group out. With the bodyguard selection unresolved, Yang Jingjing showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, she playfully blinked her sparkling eyes at Luo Hua, saying, Brother Luo, how about you protect me? 24 hours a day, never leaving my side. Luo Hua realized this was the true reason Yang Jingjing sought him out. However, he genuinely lacked the time for such commitments. With a smile, he replied, You can forget about me for that role, but I can certainly recommend someone. Who does Brother Luo have in mind? Yang Jingjing pouted. I will have him come over. You will see then, Luo Hua teased, pulling out his phone to make the necessary arrangements. Chapter 89. Sending off guests. At that moment, two individuals entered through the doorway, appearing to be a decade apart in age. The younger one, resembling a refined scholar, was elegantly dressed in a well-tailored suit, tall and stately. However, Yang Jingjing immediately darkened her expression and muttered, What is he doing here? Luo Hua, curious, inquired, Do you know him? Feng Changji, my fiancé, Yang Jingjing replied, grinding her teeth. What? You are engaged? Luo Hua looked at Yang Jingjing with surprise. Yang Jingjing panicked, waving her hands repeatedly. Brother Luo, I can explain. He merely holds a nominal title. I have no feelings for him whatsoever. Not now, and certainly not in the future. Yang Changlian's expression was equally unfavorable. Feng Changji was indeed unscrupulous. During Yang Jingjing's illness, he had vanished as if he had never existed, never showing his face even once. Now that she had just recovered, he had the audacity to appear, as if he had been waiting for the right moment. Uncle Yang, Jingjing, Feng Changji approached, bowing slightly to Yang Changlian and Yang Jingjing. Despite the fact that Feng Changji came from a well-connected family, Yang Changlian felt a sense of indignation but could only stiffly nod in acknowledgement. Uncle Yang, I heard today is the day you were selecting a bodyguard for Jingjing? Feng Changji said, completely unfazed by Yang Changlian's coldness and speaking with eager enthusiasm. And if so, what exactly are you here for today? Yang Jingjing interjected, stepping forward with a fierce demeanor before Yang Changlian could respond. Jingjing, please don't be so aloof. I have come to present you with someone, Feng Changji replied, his smile unwavering and calm. You've certainly done your homework, but I truly do not require your assistance. The door is over there. Please take your leave. Yang Jingjing retorted with an ungrateful tilt of her head. Jingjing, don't be willful. We are destined to be the closest of kin in the future. Do you know how worried I was when you were ill? I wished I could have taken your place. Thankfully, heaven has favored you, and you have recovered. I cannot bear to see you in any danger again. This bodyguard is someone I have meticulously selected for you, so please accept him. Feng Changji spoke with a feigned sincerity. Yang Jingjing was disgusted by Feng Changji's shamelessness and retorted, Oh, is that so? You truly care for me. I forgot to inform you that even during my illness, I was acutely aware of your concern being nothing but avoidance. Feng Changji's face momentarily stiffened, but he quickly resumed his act of deep affection, saying, Jingjing, I have my own difficulties. My family has obstructed me at every turn and even sent me abroad. I think of you constantly, but they have kept me on a tight leash, making it impossible for me to return. Yang Jingjing listened to Feng Changji's heartfelt confession with an expression that suggested she found it utterly unconvincing. After hearing him out, she replied coolly, So that is the truth. You have certainly had it tough. Then Jingjing, about this bodyguard, you can rest assured of his abilities. I have thoroughly vetted him and guarantee that not even a fly can infiltrate your vicinity, Feng Changji said with earnest intensity. In essence, Feng Changji sought to place an insider beside Yang Jingjing, someone who could report her movements in real time, facilitating his plans to control her. Growing increasingly impatient with Feng Changji, Yang Jingjing turned her attention to this so-called exemplary bodyguard. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, with a sharp face and a deep furrow between his brows, giving off an uncomfortable vibe. Noticing Yang Jingjing's gaze, he forced a stiff smile and greeted her. Miss Yang, I am Lu Hua. Lu Hua is no ordinary person. He is a highly esteemed disciple of Fascia sect. Feng Changji interjected at the right moment. Yang Jingjing had never heard of Fascia sect and maintained her indifferent demeanor. However, Yang Changlian was taken aback. He had some knowledge of martial arts sections. Among the 4 great sects of China, Fascia sect held a significant position and had shown a trend toward becoming the leader in recent years. It was no small feat to engage a disciple from such a prestigious sect. I don't care about Fascia sect. In my eyes, the strongest is my brother Luo. If he can defeat brother Luo, I may consider accepting him, Yang Jingjing said, raising her chin defiantly at Feng Changji. Luo Hua sighed inwardly, wondering what kind of misfortune had befallen him today that everyone seemed intent on dragging him into a confrontation. He had assumed he was merely there to assist. Yet now he was being challenged left and right. Feng Changji finally noticed Luo Hua and felt a twinge of doubt. Who was this person? Why did Yang Jingjing trustingly refer to him as brother Luo? Lu Hua also shifted his focus to Luo Hua, scrutinizing him critically. He deemed Luo Hua physically unimposing, unlikely to be a martial arts expert, and without any visible energy fluctuations, concluding that he was merely a weakling. What Lu Hua did not realize was that Luo Hua had already reached a masterful realm, far beyond his comprehension. Lu Hua swaggered over to Luo Hua and asked, Kid, which sect do you belong to? What is your martial arts title? I am not affiliated with any sect, Luo Hua replied nonchalantly. Then do you practice external or internal martial arts? Neither, Luo Hua stated, as his path in martial arts stemmed from his medical training, which diverged from conventional methods. Thus, he was unsure how to categorize himself. Well, allow me to introduce myself. I am a disciple of Fascia sect, Lu Hua proclaimed with a sense of pride. I see. Luo Hua responded flatly. This reaction left Lu Hua incredulous. Fascia sect was a renowned martial arts sect in China. Even if one were not a practitioner, they would have some awareness of its might. The disciples of such a sect were treated as esteemed guests wherever they went. Did this seemingly clueless youth not grasp that? Let us get started. Show Jingjing your prowess, Feng Changji urged eagerly from the side. Then let us begin. You can take the stage first, Lu Hua said, looking at Luo Hua with an expression of misplaced sympathy, as if he believed Luo Hua would soon be defeated. Apologies, but I must decline, Luo Hua replied calmly. Shaking his head, Luo Hua's outright refusal bewildered everyone in the room. Feng Changji burst into laughter, looking at Luo Hua with disdain. Jingjing, what kind of person have you chosen? He doesn't even have the courage to accept a challenge. Yang Jingjing, hearing this, grew angrier than Luo Hua. Stamping her foot in frustration, Brother Luo, you must show him a thing or two. Yang Changlian coughed heavily and interjected, Jingjing, do not be foolish. Brother Luo is merely a doctor. How could he possibly fight? You are making unreasonable demands. Chapter 90. The contest in Yang Changlian's impression. Luo Hua was a miraculous healer, unaware of his martial prowess. When Luo Hua had struck Fei Kai, he had not witnessed it, prompting him to intervene hastily. Dad, what are you saying? Brother Luo is the most formidable in martial arts, all right? Yang Jingjing turned to emphasize seriously. Jingjing. Yang Changlian's expression darkened as he admonished her. Child, traditional Chinese medicine may involve some techniques for enhancing vitality and physical fitness, but can they compare to combat skills? Changji, I believe you should seek another opponent. Yang Changlian was attempting to provide Luo Hua with a graceful exit, as he did not wish for him to be put in a difficult position. At this moment, however, Luo Hua remained the most composed, smiling as he said, There's no need to rush. The candidates I introduced should be arriving shortly. Wouldn't it be better for the two of them to compete? I shall merely act as the judge today. That makes sense, Yang Changlian nodded repeatedly. Compared to Feng Changji, he naturally placed more trust in the individuals Luo Hua would bring forth. Do you truly believe that just anyone can be my opponent? Lu was scoffed disdainfully. Unless it's my senior from the Fei Sha sect, no one else can shake my position. Mr. Lu, be careful with your words. Remember, there are always greater talents beyond your own. In the realm of martial arts in this magical city, there are numerous sects. Your Fei Sha sect is merely one among many, not the sole one, Luo Hua remarked indifferently. Upon hearing this, Lu Hua became enraged, narrowing his eyes as he retorted. You have quite the audacity. Do you look down on us from the Fei Sha sect? I bear no ill will, but I am not afraid of you. If you treat me with respect today, I shall reciprocate. However, should you show any rudeness, do not blame me for turning hostile. Luo Hua's expression grew serious as he replied, What will you do if you turn hostile? You're just a waste, thinking you're a master? I tell you, I am here at someone else's behest today, and I cannot act too ruthlessly. Otherwise, based on your attitude alone, I would make you regret it for a lifetime. Luo Hua merely snorted in response, not delving further into the matter. He truly did not regard this minor Fei Sha sect with much esteem. In the end, it would be Lu Hua who would come to regret his actions. Just then, the bodyguard candidate Luo Hua had in mind arrived. Bursting through the door with a loud voice, Brother Luo, I'm here. It was Ba Gu, a man whose character and mindset Luo Hua greatly admired. Always the first person to come to mind for such matters. Yang Jingjing recognized Luo Hua's acquaintance and recalled that he was the one who had caused trouble at the school gate that day. She wondered if it was wise to hire someone like him as a bodyguard. Yet, upon glancing at Luo Hua, she dismissed the thought. Since he was recommended by Brother Luo, he must be reliable. Perfect timing. Come here, Luo Hua beckoned with a smile. Ba Gu approached and bowed respectfully to Luo Hua. Disregarding the presence of Lu Hua entirely, Lu Hua looked at Ba Gu's naive demeanor and disdainfully scoffed. Where did this fool come from? Lacking even the slightest insight. In the underworld, Ba Gu had established himself as a leader, and aside from Luo Hua, he had never bowed to anyone else. Therefore, he could not tolerate Lu Hua's insolence. He shot back. Who do you think you are, speaking to me like that? Luo Hua raised a hand to quell the brewing tension, calmly saying, Ba Gu, I called you here to compete with this Fei Sha sect member, Lu Hua. The victor will become Yang Jingjing's bodyguard. All right, whatever Brother Luo says goes. Ba Gu replied readily. What audacity! You truly know no bounds. Lu Hua sneered at Ba Gu, and with a swift motion, he executed a sweeping kick at a sandbag in the corner, causing it to burst without even making contact. Yang Changlian and Yang Jingjing were startled. What kind of skill was this? How could it explode without being struck? In the realm of martial artists, it was merely an ordinary skill, yet to Yang Jingjing and Yang Changlian, it appeared utterly miraculous. However, this display revealed Lu Hua's level of mastery to Luo Hua. He was merely at the initial stage of comprehension. Ba Gu, however, adjusted his attitude, realizing that Lu Hua was at a higher realm than himself. Winning against such an opponent would not be easy. Luo Hua noticed Ba Gu's hesitance and encouraged him. Do you remember that night when you crossed realms? That opponent was far more formidable than this Lu Hua, yet you managed to inflict wounds upon him. So, defeating Lu Hua is not an impossible outcome. Ba Gu's confidence surged, and he patted his chest, saying, Brother Luo, I understand. Just watch me. I won't disappoint you. With that, he let out a loud shout and leaped onto the fighting stage, provocatively beckoning Lu Hua. Seeing this, Lu Hua's temper flared, and with a cold smile, he soared up to the fighting stage, crossing his arms and disdainfully addressing Ba Gu. Kid, I want to take advantage of you. I see you're armed with a knife. You should use it. No need. It's merely a friendly contest. My knife techniques are not limited to having a blade in hand. Ba Gu raised a hand to dismiss Lu Hua's suggestion. Luo Hua smiled in satisfaction from below the stage. He had indeed chosen well. Ba Gu demonstrated an understanding of the interconnectedness of martial arts. A mastery in one area could translate into another. Very well. You truly are asking for it. Lu Hua's expression darkened as he shifted his stance and lunged at Ba Gu, aiming a palm strike directly at his face. Ba Gu felt a shiver run down his spine, and with the instincts honed from years of experience, he narrowly avoided Lu Hua's attack. Quick to respond, he countered with a punch intended to push Lu Hua back. Yet, formidable opponents always had their own countermeasures, and Lu Hua was no exception. In a swift motion, Lu Hua redirected his attack, aiming for Ba Ji's other side. This time, Ba Gu could not evade as his body was still in a defensive posture. With a resounding thud, Ba Gu was sent flying sideways. Lu Hua, relentless, pursued him, raising his knee to meet Ba Gu midair. Ba Gu was struck again, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground. Seeing Ba Gu's pitiful state, Lu Hua was unrelenting, launching another kick. Ba Gu slid across the ground, barely stopped by the protective railing. Otherwise, he would have fallen off the fighting stage entirely. In just a matter of seconds, the outcome of the contest became clear. Ba Gu was battered and bruised, while Lu Hua remained unscathed, looking down at Ba Gu with contempt. Truly a waste. Below the stage, Feng Changji felt a sense of pride swell within him, turning to Yang Jingjing and exclaiming, Jingjing, did you see? This is the strength of the person I introduced. Isn't far superior to those other mediocre fighters? Chapter 91. The fight at this moment. Yang Jingjing's expression was quite grim, leaving her no time to pay attention to Feng Changji. On stage, Brother Ba was still unwilling to concede defeat, attempting to rise once more, which, in the eyes of Lu Hua, appeared as a desperate struggle. With a hearty laugh, he remarked, I see you're having a tough time. Let me kindly send you down. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he took a step and leaped high into the air like a shooting star, aiming to strike Brother Ba with considerable force. Just at this critical juncture, Brother Ba summoned all his strength and bellowed, swinging his hand like a blade to counter Lu Hua's descent while desperately tilting his head to evade the incoming punch. The two engaged in a brief clash before separating. Luo Hua observed with a serious demeanor, and Yang Jingjing, a novice in such matters, was biting her lip in worry, nearly breaking the skin. She genuinely believed Brother Ba was about to be thoroughly defeated. After all, her untrained eyes could discern no evasion on his part, only that he had been struck soundly once again. However, Brother Ba did not completely evade the blow, as a mark appeared on his cheek. Lu was sneered. Consider yourself fortunate. It's merely a chipped tooth. But suddenly, a sound of tearing fabric echoed, and Lu Hua incredulously looked down to see his shirt torn open, a thin line of blood seeping out. Could he have been injured by this insignificant ant? Brother Ba's strike was not born of true energy. He had yet to cultivate any profound chi. Instead, he had pushed his physical prowess to the utmost, channeling a form of force that resulted in actual injury. Yet, this was still a significant advancement. In the same realm, it was unlikely anyone could surpass Brother Ba's performance. You've got some guts. You actually managed to injure me. I shall make you pay 100-fold. Lu Hua declared with a piercing gaze, enunciating each word deliberately. With a flurry of dust and stones, Lu Hua spun and unleashed a powerful attack aimed directly at Brother Ba. Watching from below, Luo Hua could not help but feel tense for Brother Ba. The air was filled with chaos. Brother Ba, undeterred, met Lu Hua's assault with a formidable strike of his own. Their techniques collided with intensity. Brother Ba's expression hardened as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air. At least 3 of his ribs had broken. Simultaneously, his hand blade found its mark on Lu Hua's neck, yet Lu Hua seemed unfazed, nonchalantly pushing the swaying Brother Ba aside, mocking, You overestimate yourself. Your blows feel to me like a child's playful scratching. Just quietly savor your wounds and understand the true meaning of combat. Brother Ba was too weak to retort, swaying unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and his injuries appeared grave. Feng Changji's expression was one of thrill, exclaiming to Yang Jingjing, See, I told you my choice was right. With him around, your safety is assured. I put a lot of thought into this. At that moment, Yang Jingjing was too distressed to respond to Feng Changji. Her pallid face turned to Luo Hua as she grasped his arm, pleading, "Is he going to be killed? Brother Luo, you must help him." Luo Hua's hawk-like gaze was fixed intently on the self-satisfied Lu Hua on stage, his expression chillingly cold. "So this is the level of the person you recommended? I truly expected something more substantial." Lu Hua's mocking grin only deepened. However, he was not to gloat for long, as blood began to flow from his nostrils and ears without warning. Moments later, his head buzzed, and he collapsed to the ground. "What just happened? What is wrong with me?" Lu Hua questioned, dazedly shaking his head, wiping away the blood that had trickled down. Despite his disheveled state, Brother Ba mustered the strength to rise, offering a triumphant smile to Lu Hua. "You underestimated me. While I may lack your level of cultivation, do you think only true energy can inflict harm? My hand blade struck your body, and the neck is a vital area. It's only natural you would experience such consequences." Lu Hua refused to accept this notion, gritting his teeth to rise. But his head felt as heavy as if a boulder rested upon it. With a final, desperate effort, he fell back to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Though as light as a feather, even the accumulation of small forces can topple a great tree. It was only then that Yang Changlian stood up to applaud, an expression of uncontainable admiration for Brother Ba in his eyes. A true master does not simply subdue an opponent. Rather, it is remarkable to unleash such strength when aware of one's inferiority and still manage to defeat someone stronger. That is the talent he sought. With someone like this protecting his daughter, Yang Changlian felt reassured. Clearly, Luo Hua had an eye for talent. Yang Jingjing was equally astonished, realizing just how formidable Luo Hua's selection was. "Brother Luo, what do you think? I didn't disgrace you, did I?" Brother Ba flashed a weak smile towards Luo Hua. "Certainly not. You fought exceptionally well," Luo Hua replied, stepping forward to assist Brother Ba. "This was an extraordinary battle. Among martial artists, few can achieve such a level. Even though not everyone can receive guidance from me, innate talent is equally crucial." Meanwhile, Feng Changji's smile faded, and he anxiously addressed Yang Changlian. "Uncle Yang, a loss is a loss. It's not significant. But I believe the opponent barely won. Such luck cannot be relied upon every time. I have even more impressive candidates." Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Changlian firmly rejected him when selecting a bodyguard. "I consider overall capability. I greatly admire this young man's courage. I have made my decision." Yang Jingjing quickly nodded in agreement. "Dad, I think he is capable. I support this choice." Then it's settled, Yang Changlian decisively announced, turning to Brother Ba. "From this day forth, you shall be my daughter Yang Jingjing's personal bodyguard, ensuring her safety 24 hours a day. Can you accept this responsibility?" At this, Brother Ba did not respond immediately, but glanced at Luo Hua first. Once Luo Hua nodded in affirmation, he finally accepted. Yet, this was indeed a stroke of good fortune for Brother Ba. Transitioning from a life of perilous gang activities to becoming the personal protector of a wealthy heiress felt like a remarkable elevation in status. "Excellent. You are now officially on duty." Yang Changlian clapped his hands, just as a figure burst from the security team, shouting towards Yang Jingjing. "Yang Jingjing, I will kill you." He brandished a gun in his hand. In such a dire moment, true character reveals itself. Just moments ago, Feng Changji had declared his undying love, but now instinctively cowered behind cover, showing no inclination to assist Yang Jingjing, let alone protect her. However, Brother Ba, newly appointed, was different. Despite his injuries, he lunged forward, shielding Yang Jingjing completely beneath him. The gunfire rang out, yet no one was injured. Those initially stunned quickly regained their senses and surged forward to subdue the assailant. Brother Ba, after such turmoil, found his wounds exacerbated, appearing even more severe. Yet he still concerned himself with Yang Jingjing, asking, "Miss Yang, are you hurt anywhere?" Chapter 92. Subduing you truly are an exceptional bodyguard, Yang Jingjing remarked with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the inquiry. "All right, everyone let him go. He is the examiner for my final assessment," Yang Changlian said with a mysterious smile. The crowd was left in confusion, unable to grasp the situation, except for Luo Hua, who wore an expression of understanding. Luo Hua, having cultivated his martial arts to an impressive level, was acutely perceptive. Every action of those present was under his scrutiny. The interaction between Yang Changlian and the bodyguard did not escape his notice, and he began to harbor doubts. When the unexpected occurred, the one who should have been most alarmed, Yang Jingjing, remained remarkably calm, while Yang Changlian showed no signs of distress. The truth of the matter was evident. This was undoubtedly part of the final assessment. Thus, Luo Hua refrained from any action, believing that if anyone harbored ill intentions, his presence alone would ensure their failure. My apologies. This is also part of the assessment, as the safety of my daughter is paramount. We must exercise caution, Yang Changlian said, patting the bodyguard's shoulder with a smile. I have high hopes for you. You have truly passed this time. The bodyguard, known as Ba Ge, did not take offense, but instead expressed his regret to Yang Jingjing. I'm sorry, Miss Yang. In that moment of crisis, no need to say more. I was involved in this assessment as well, and your performance made me feel secure. There is no need for apologies. Yang Jingjing replied with a cheerful smile directed at Ba Ge. However, her demeanor shifted as she coldly addressed Feng Changji, who had just stood up. Mr. Feng, why did you run so far? There's only one bullet. You need not be so fearful of being hit, especially since it was a fake. Feng Changji's face flushed. He knew his actions had been overly conspicuous. Yet, with a shameless grin, he attempted to justify himself. Well, Jingjing, survival is an instinct. I couldn't help myself. But rest assured, this will be the first and last time. I will prioritize protecting you above all else. Spare me, Mr. Feng. Do you truly believe your words? Accept it. Your affection for me is merely a facade, and I have already found someone I like. Let us part ways from here on, Yang Jingjing retorted, unyieldingly dismantling Feng Changji's claims. Left speechless by her response, Feng Changji quietly slipped out, fully aware of his shortcomings. Luo Hua expressed his admiration for Ba Ge openly, saying, Well done. You have not betrayed my trust. I have great expectations for you. Ba Ge, elated by Luo Hua's praise, scratched his head in a bashful manner and replied, Hearing such words from you, Brother Luo, I have no regrets. All right, enough of that. Sit down and rest. I will examine your injuries. Luo Hua chuckled in response. As Luo Hua treated Ba Ji's wounds, he once again demonstrated the finesse of his medical skills, channeling his vital energy to stabilize Ba Ji's tumultuous meridians and heal his injuries significantly. The remaining wounds required only a couple of days to recuperate. He still needs a couple of days to recover. I will decide that he officially resumes duty in a week. Does that sound acceptable to you? Luo Hua inquired, turning to seek Yang Jingjing's approval. Understood. You need not even ask. I will certainly grant him leave. Yang Jingjing nodded in agreement. With matters settled, Luo Hua prepared to take his leave, exchanging a few words with Zhang Bing before departing. Noticing the close relationship between the two, Yang Changlian smiled and remarked, Brother Luo, your associates are truly reliable. Every introduction is spot on. That is due to your trust. It is their fortune to be accepted and utilized. Luo Hua humbly gestured. Brother Luo, let us dispense with pleasantries. You have helped us all day. Let us enjoy a meal together to relax. Yang Changlian urged warmly. Indeed, Brother Luo. It is a rare occasion for you to visit. We must treat you properly. I genuinely wish to share a meal with you. Yang Jingjing chimed in, playfully tugging at Luo Hua. All right then, let us go. Luo Hua, unable to resist their warm insistence, reluctantly agreed. Yang Changlian, known for his tactful nature, left no room for criticism. Even Ba Ge, the newly appointed bodyguard, was not overlooked. Ba Ge, is it? Come along with us. Ba Ge remained silent, then leaned closer to Luo Hua and whispered, Brother Luo, I have yet to finalize matters with the Wu family. I may not be able to join for dinner. Luo Hua nodded in understanding. Although the Wu family's assets ranked modestly in the affluent circles of Modu, their wealth was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Finalizing these dealings would require time. Ba Ge leaned in closer, lowering his voice further. Brother Luo, I was just negotiating with the Wu family. This guy is incredibly wealthy. There are 5 safes at his home, filled with gold and cash. Since you called, I conveniently brought everything along. Should I hand it over to you directly or deliver it to you later? Luo Hua immediately instructed, no need. These should not be stored at home. There are 5 safes, correct? 1 box is yours, and the other 4 should be taken to the bank to secure in a safe deposit box. Understood, Brother Luo. Ba Ge replied with excitement. Luo Hua patted his shoulder, then turned to explain to Yang Changlian. Ba Ge has some unfinished business. So this meal will just be the 3 of us. Very well. Attend to your matters first. Yang Changlian readily accepted. At that moment, Luo Hua suddenly had a thought and addressed Yang Changlian. Yang Shichang, I may require your assistance with something. Could you lend me a few financial and accounting professionals? I also need a lawyer. Would it be possible to spare a few? Luo Hua considered that while Ba Ge and the others were efficient, they could not compare to true professionals. Yang Changlian had readily available resources that should not be wasted. Of course, it would be no trouble at all. Brother Luo's affairs are my own. Yang Changlian replied with a smile. I sincerely appreciate it. Luo Hua responded with gratitude. Are we not family? Let us skip the formalities. However, Brother Luo, it seems you are planning something significant, Yang Changlian teased. It is nothing of great magnitude. We shall discuss it in detail over dinner, Luo Hua laughed. Feeling no need for secrecy. Given Yang Changlian's established roots in Modu, any changes would not escape his notice, whether mentioned now or later. Excellent. We will have a thorough discussion at the dinner table. I will instruct my secretary to arrange for your requested personnel promptly. Yang Changlian declared with a wave of his hand. Chapter 93. Borrowing people. A few individuals swiftly reached an agreement, and Brother Ba led the hired personnel from Yang Changlian to continue the handover, while Luo Hua accompanied Yang Changlian and Yang Jingjing for a meal. The Wu family's primary enterprise is the Wu De Group, predominantly engaged in the hotel and catering industry, with total assets nearing 10 billion. At this moment, Li Dahu was bustling with excitement. Despite ultimately working for Luo Hua, there were substantial profits to be made. It is well known that the Wu family has deep roots in the Magic City, particularly with Wu Legion, a master in wealth accumulation. Li Dahu, with his slight maneuvering here and there, could easily net millions. Why did he toil tirelessly to align himself with the martial arts sects? Was it not to leverage their reputation to amass wealth externally? Yet, in the end, he gained little but served as a lackey. However, just a few days after pledging allegiance to Luo Hua, he had already secured a significant sum, and Li Dahe could clearly sense the stark contrast. On the other hand, Feng Changji was infuriated, lamenting both the incompetence of Lu Hua and the lack of appreciation from the Yang family. He stormed down from the parking garage, where Manager Meng had been waiting by his car. With a mere glance from Feng Changji, Manager Meng promptly entered the vehicle. As Feng Changji lit a cigarette and took a draw, he exhaled a cloud of smoke and, gritting his teeth, addressed Manager Meng. Speak. How are we to reckon with this failure? I recall you assured me that none of the competitors you selected would pose a threat. Yet, what was that young man earlier? It turned out that Manager Meng was Feng Changji's associate, who had paved the way for him in this assessment. She had specially invited Fei Kai, a so-called master known as the Tower King, to intimidate the applicants, showcasing his prowess and highlighting the inadequacy of the participants. Just when Yang Changlian reached the peak of disappointment, Feng Changji and Lu Hua made a dazzling entrance, directly thwarting Fei Kai. Lu Hua becoming Yang Jingjing's personal bodyguard was now a certainty, but unexpectedly, they encountered Luo Hua, which derailed all their plans. Young Master Feng, I arranged everything well. Manager Meng responded, albeit with some reluctance. Then who is this sudden newcomer? Feng Changji inquired, his expression darkening. They say he is called Luo Hua, Manager Meng replied, a look of disdain crossing her face at the mention of his name. Immediately procure all information available on this Luo Hua, as well as that Brother Ba. I must uncover their backgrounds. When did the Magic City become home to so many masters? Feng Changji commanded, his face grim. Understood, young Master Feng. I shall attend to it at once, Manager Meng promptly agreed. Once the serious matters were concluded, Feng Changji's demeanor relaxed, reverting to a more nonchalant state. He cast a sidelong glance at Manager Meng and remarked, come to my place tonight. Manager Meng's face flushed crimson, and she shyly replied, well, it's just not convenient these days. Feng Changji's smile faltered, and he muttered in disappointment, you certainly know how to pick your moments. Manager Meng merely lowered her head, shyly chuckling, before expressing her concerns. Young Master Feng, do we truly have a chance with Yang Jingjing? She, too, is a woman. Claiming indifference would be disingenuous. However, her greatest asset is her clarity. She understands that, given her status, even marrying Feng Changji would merely render her a mere footnote. Should Feng Changji ever grow weary of her, she could easily be cast aside. Thus, she is fervently assisting Feng Changji in winning over Yang Jingjing, as once accomplished. Feng Changji would provide her with substantial startup capital to support her entrepreneurial endeavors. Feng Changji's determination to secure Yang Jingjing stemmed from the fact that he was not the sole heir of the Feng family. Only through a union with Yang Jingjing could he tilt the scales of inheritance in his favor, thereby enhancing his prospects. However, an unfortunate twist of fate had befallen Yang Jingjing, who had succumbed to madness in recent years. Although she was the sole daughter of Yang Changlian, marrying a madwoman would only serve to tarnish his reputation, failing to meet his expectations. Initially, he contemplated abandoning the pursuit. Yet he could not bring himself to part with this golden opportunity, resulting in an awkward stalemate until now. As soon as Yang Jingjing showed signs of recovery, Feng Changji approached her as eagerly as a bear drawn to honey. That was a family arrangement, How could she wield any influence? In the end, she will have no choice but to marry, as this is a matter of familial alliance, not personal preference, Feng Changji said with a dismissive raise of his eyebrows, his hand inappropriately caressing Manager Ming's long legs. Come on, let's head to my home together. Manager Ming, blushing, turned away shyly, saying, you forget. Not available these days. What of it? There are countless ways to have fun. It's not limited to just one, Feng Changji replied, grinning mischievously. How could you be like this? Manager Ming pouted, burying her head into Feng Changji's embrace. As the two indulged in their intimacy within the car, Brother Ba, who had finalized arrangements with Luo Hua, descended the elevator alone. Feng Changji, noticing Brother Ba, immediately pushed Manager Ming aside, tidied his attire, and stepped out of the car, presenting himself with an air of confidence. Brother Ba, I am Feng Changji, and I admire you greatly. I intended to speak with you earlier, he said, flashing a smile that suggested determination. However, Brother Ba was unimpressed, furrowing his brow and responding curtly, I have matters to attend to. Please step aside. Look, it's nearly mealtime. Let us share a simple meal together. Feng Changji persisted, undeterred by Brother Ba's frosty demeanor. I said I'm in a hurry. Brother Ba's patience waned, and he snapped. Food is essential, even amidst busyness. I genuinely invite you. Feng Changji maintained his cheerful facade. Do you not comprehend human language? I have no desire to dine with you. Brother Ba retorted, growing increasingly irritated. Realizing that leveraging connections was futile, Feng Changji shifted to a show of wealth, stating, let us speak plainly. I am not short on funds. Whatever Luo Hua can offer you, I can provide double, even triple. Do not work for him. Come to my side. With that declaration, Feng Changji beamed with confidence, convinced that Brother Ba would surely be swayed. He had not even considered the possibility of rejection, as who would refuse an abundance of wealth? With swift movements, he produced a check and extended it toward Brother Ba, anticipating a show of loyalty in return. Yet, Brother Ba's reaction was utterly unexpected. He disdainfully glanced at the figure on the check and replied coolly, I expected you to be more generous. This will not suffice. Chapter 94. The Convergence. Feng Changji nearly lost his composure and burst into a tirade. Was this person out of his mind, demanding such an exorbitant sum? Seeing the defiance etched on Feng Changji's face, Brother Ba let out a scoff and remarked, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Allow me to show you just how magnanimous Brother Luo truly is. Brother Ba led Feng Changji to a car before him and crossed his arms, observing Feng Changji's reaction with keen interest. As expected, Feng Changji was left dumbfounded, staring at the vehicle before him, his mouth agape. This was a Maserati. A mere subordinate's car was of superior quality to his own. Do you see this? This is what being with Brother Luo can afford you. Can you match it? Brother Ba said calmly, delivering a pointed jab. The car actually belonged to the Wu family's garage, and today Brother Ba had merely taken it out, unwittingly delivering a significant blow to Feng Changji. Feng Changji gritted his teeth and remarked, it's just a car. I could get you one too. Brother Ba, sensing the thrill of the moment, opened the trunk with a flourish. 5 boxes of cash lay exposed, revealing a trove of gold, pearls, and agate. And what about this? This is what Brother Luo has given me, valued at nearly 100 million. Can you offer me double or triple that? Brother Ba inquired earnestly, wearing a sincere expression. At this point, Brother Ba was reveling in the moment. Whether or not these items truly belonged to him was of little consequence. Witnessing Feng Changji's dismay brought him immense satisfaction. Feng Changji's eyes glistened with greed as he fixated on the fortune before him, as if he could bore a hole through the safes with his gaze. Who exactly was Luo Hua? How could he afford to bestow such wealth upon his subordinates? This must be a ruse. The Feng family was already substantial, and as one of the prospective heirs, Feng Changji's liquid assets barely amounted to 10 million. Yet, Luo Hua possessed such a staggering fortune. It was utterly insane. Brother Ba, fully aware of the impact of his words, continued to press, Mr. Feng, if you can provide me with double or triple the amount here, I will certainly consider it. Feng Changji felt a wave of panic. Who could afford such a sum? This was absurd. Brother Ba, observing Feng Changji's stunned silence, burst into laughter. You want to buy someone off, but can't even afford it? I must say, you are quite the comedian. I truly have no time to waste. Could you please step aside? With that, Brother Ba breezily circumvented the petrified Feng Changji and drove off with a sense of liberation. In the vehicle, Manager Ming had witnessed everything unfold and felt his heart race. So Luo Hua was that wealthy? If his subordinates could receive such riches, what would it be like to be his woman? The prospects were enticing. Meanwhile, Yu Mingran was preoccupied with relocating her clothing company. With newfound wealth, she was eager to transform her work environment. Yu Mingran had long admired the Hongsheng office building in the city center, known for its convenient transportation, grand interior, and breathtaking surroundings. However, the rental fees were equally impressive, which had previously deterred her. Now seemed the opportune moment to pursue her dreams, and without hesitation, she approached the building's manager to finalize the contract. She aimed to secure the entire top floor, which commanded a price double that of other levels, yet she showed no hesitation, moving forward with confidence. Little did she know that she would encounter a familiar face, one she was far from pleased to see. Yu Mingran, what a surprise. A sharply dressed woman with a sweet voice greeted her. The stark contrast left Yu Mingran with goosebumps, no matter how many times she heard that tone. She could never quite acclimate to it. The woman was Lan Shu, Yu Mingran's longtime rival in the clothing business. They had competed in numerous emerging designer contests, with Yu Mingran consistently finishing second. Had Lan Shu won through sheer talent, Yu Mingran would have graciously congratulated her. However, Lan Shu's methods were anything but conventional. Despite her mediocre design talent, Lan Shu resorted to extreme measures, spending lavishly, bribing, and even more unscrupulous tactics to secure her victories, leaving Yu Mingran both disdainful and repulsed. Today, Lan Shu's attire was as ostentatious as ever, a backless form-fitting dress that accentuated her figure, paired with fiery red lips and cascading waves. Strutting towards Yu Mingran with an exaggerated sway. Indeed, I didn't expect to run into you here, Yu Mingran replied with a forced smile, her eyes critically appraising Lan Shu's revealing outfit. How typical. Dressed like that, one could only wonder whom she was trying to entice. What brings you here? Shall we walk together? Lan Shu asked unabashedly. I have business to attend to. I must excuse myself, Yu Mingran replied dismissively, pressing the button for the elevator. Lan Shu chuckled, nonchalantly following her into the lift, and smugly remarked, your business wouldn't happen to be renting an office, would it? But I must warn you. The prices here are steep. Are you sure you can afford it? That's none of your concern. Mind your own business, Yu Mingran retorted, no longer concealing her disdain for Lan Shu. With that, she pressed the button for the 8th floor, intending to meet with the manager. To her surprise, Lan Shu remained planted, showing no intention of pressing a button, seemingly heading to the same floor. Oh, it seems I was right. Did you hit the jackpot, Yu Mingran? How did you suddenly come into such wealth? Lan Shu exclaimed theatrically. Yu Mingran held her tongue, refusing to engage. Yet, Lan Shu persisted. I must tell you, this building is indeed luxurious, but the top floor is the pinnacle. If you're going to choose, it must be the top. But don't even think about it, for I have already secured it, with complimentary usage rights. Aren't you envious? Lan Shu's tone dripped with malice, clearly relishing the opportunity to provoke jealousy in Yu Mingran. Her words caught Yu Mingran's attention. After all, it was the top floor. Chapter 95. The race for the top floor. A broad smile spread across Yu Mingran's face as she turned to Lan Shuqin and said, I must apologize, but I truly do not envy you. The contract I am about to sign today is for the penthouse. Is she challenging me? Lan Shuqin flicked her hair disdainfully and confidently declared, do you know who I am? Who could possibly snatch away something that is already in my grasp? You. Not a chance. Lan Shuqin, be careful with your words. You might end up eating them, Yu Mingran retorted before striding out of the elevator. Inside the office of the manager, Manager Wang was busy sorting through various documents, his chubby face glistening with sweat, resembling a vast oil field. Hello, Manager Wang. I am here to sign the contract. Yu Mingran politely knocked on the door. All right, I understand, Manager Wang replied, engrossed in a pile of papers. After a moment, he pulled out a document and handed it to Yu Mingran. Upon examining the document, Yu Mingran sensed something was amiss and looked up to question Manager Wang. Excuse me, but you seem to have made a mistake. The contract I am here to sign pertains to the penthouse, and this is not it. Before Manager Wang could respond, Lan Shuqin stepped forward, triumphantly pressing down on the contract in Yu Mingran's hands, declaring, I told you, the penthouse is mine. Stop dreaming. Yu Mingran's anger flared. Once again, Lan Shuqin, the shameless one, had managed to ensnare Manager Wang. Manager Wang, please conduct yourself professionally. Do not let personal feelings interfere with your work. The penthouse was reserved by me long ago, and your actions give me the right to lodge a complaint. I believe Hongsheng Building is overseen by Wuda Group. Is it not? Yu Mingran stated coldly and deliberately. Yu Mingran, you are clinging to old news. Hongsheng Building has long severed ties with Wuda Group, Lan Shuqin said, covering her mouth and laughing exaggeratedly. Impossible. Yu Mingren firmly refuted Lan Shuqin. It hasn't even been a week. How could Hongxing Building possibly change ownership? Lan Shuqin. Stop spouting nonsense. I knew you wouldn't believe me. So go ahead and ask Manager Wang yourself and see what he has to say. Lan Shuqin confidently gestured for Yu Mingren to inquire. Manager Wang, now fidgeting and wiping his sweat, smiled nervously, saying, Ladies, please remain calm. Hongxing Building indeed has no relation to Wuda Group anymore. Then please inform me who currently manages Hongxing Building. Even if it has changed hands, I must clarify this matter. The rationale is on my side, Yu Mingren replied, her astonishment giving way to determination. It won't do you any good to know. The current owner of Hongxing Building is my boyfriend, Lan Shuqin said with a smug smile. Otherwise, how could I claim free use of the penthouse? Yu Mingren felt a wave of frustration wash over her once again. Yu Mingren, I must say, the most potent weapon we women possess is ourselves. I truly disdain your pretentiousness, choosing to ignore your advantages while feigning modesty. Lan Shuqin continued her tirade against Yu Mingren. Close your mouth. I, Yu Mingren, am different from you. I possess dignity and self-respect. Your filth does not imply that the entire world is tainted. Yu Mingren shot back fiercely. How dare you speak to me like that? Lan Shuqin exclaimed, indignant. Do you believe my boyfriend won't deal with you? You are the one who is foul. Hypocritical. Yu Mingren retorted. Pray tell, who is this boyfriend of yours? I must apologize, but I have a clear understanding of your boyfriend, Yu Mingren said coldly. A mocking smile on her lips. Fine, Yu Mingren, you have the gift of gab, but just wait until my boyfriend arrives to handle you. Lan Shuqin seethed, her chest heaving with anger, pointing at Yu Mingren. Let him come. I am not afraid of you. After all, we live in a society governed by law, and I do not believe he can do anything to me, Yu Mingren declared resolutely. As the two argued like squawking chickens, Li Dahu and his entourage arrived with a swift stride. Lan Shuqin immediately transformed from her previous haughty demeanor to a delicate, helpless figure, rushing towards Li Dahu and exclaiming, Darling, someone is bullying me, and I am so upset. It turned out that the boyfriend Lan Shuqin had been boasting about was indeed Li Dahu. Her abrasive nature often led her to make enemies, and not long ago, she had sought refuge in Li Dahu's private room to escape trouble. Recognizing Li Dahu's influence, she quickly ingratiated herself, and true to his character, he swiftly resolved her issues. Since then, she had experienced the sweet benefits of his protection, showering him with affection and kindness, which made him exceedingly generous towards her. Just yesterday, after they had spent a night together, Li Dahu bragged about acquiring Hongxing Building, and Lan Shuqin eagerly seized the opportunity. Thus, the penthouse of Hongxing Building fell into Lan Shuqin's hands. Li Dahu was particularly fond of Lan Shuqin's obedient demeanor in front of others. With a hearty laugh, he wrapped his arm around her waist and declared, Who dares to make my woman suffer? He had never seen Yu Mingren, or else he would not have dared to challenge her. Yu Mingren was unperturbed by Li Dahu. She knew that Lan Shuqin's boyfriend held no merit. She retorted without holding back, I advise you to look closely. She may be your woman, but you have no idea how many men she has had. Be wary of the green light above your head. Babe, look at her. She is trying to sow discord between us. She bullies me like this. You must teach her a lesson. Lan Shuqin tugged at Li Dahu's shirt, feigning innocence. I'll see who dares. If you touch me, my brother will surely make you regret it. Yu Mingren stood tall, her voice firm. Oh, such bravado. No one in Modu dares to challenge me, Li Dahu. He scoffed. Lan Shuqin, not to be outdone, chimed in with derision, Yu Mingren. I know your family situation all too well. Your so-called brother is just the useless one your family adopted, right? How laughable. Babe, don't listen to her. Teach her a lesson. Let her understand your strength. Lan Shuqin urged Li Dahu incessantly. At that moment, Li Dahu appeared somewhat hesitant. The surname Yi rang a bell, and the mention of her brother being a dependent struck a chord. This narrative felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of Luo Ge. Such coincidences should be rare, right? I advise you to consider carefully. Every word I speak is the truth. My brother is friends with the division commander. Yu Mingren added loudly. Oh my. I never expected you, Yu Mingren, to be so delusional. Lan Shuqin mocked her openly. Friends? You must be joking. Do you even know who he is? Babe, you must teach this liar a lesson. Chapter 96. Sister Yi. At this moment, Li Dahu was eyeing Yu Mingren with a mix of apprehension and scrutiny. The more he looked, the more unsettled he became. Yu Mingren and Yu Mingnan were sisters, and their resemblance was striking. Li Dahu could not forget the esteemed position the Yi family held in Luo Hua's eyes, particularly considering his cousin Lu Shirue was still bedridden. Meanwhile, Lan Shu, oblivious to the tension, urged impatiently, "Darling, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and have someone deal with this shameless woman." Li Dahu, exasperated by Lan Shu's incessant nagging, waved her off and retorted irritably, "All you do is shout, like a banshee." Lan Shu was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Li Dahu. He then composed himself and politely inquired of Yi Minggran, "Miss, may I ask what your brother's name is?" "Oh, you mean my brother Luo Hua?" Yi Minggran replied nonchalantly. However, those seemingly casual words struck Li Dahu like a thunderclap, leaving him disoriented and gasping for air as he staggered back several steps. Both Yi Minggran and Lan Shu were taken aback by Li Dahu's intense reaction, ignoring their astonishment. He cleared his throat and continued, "Miss, do you happen to know someone named Yi Mingnan?" Yi Minggran frowned, her expression tense as she asked, "She is my sister." "How do you know her? What have you done to her?" At that moment, Li Dahu was utterly convinced. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees with a thud, panic evident in his voice as he addressed Yi Minggran, "Sister Yi, I must have been blind to have dared confront you. I apologize and beg for your forgiveness." Before Yi Minggran could respond, he bowed his head 3 times in quick succession, hitting his forehead so hard that it turned bruised. Lan Shu, witnessing this, was dumbfounded. Was this truly the formidable brother tiger, kneeling before a woman? "What are you doing? Get up," Yi Minggran said, attempting to steady her own nerves. No. If you do not forgive me, I shall remain here on my knees," Li Dahu insisted, his face a picture of terror. "Sister Yi, I was blind and did not recognize your greatness. I truly regret my actions." At that moment, Li Dahu harbored a deep resentment towards Lan Shu. She was merely a plaything, yet she had managed to provoke the family of Luo Gu, which was utterly unacceptable. "Brother Tiger, what are you doing? This shameless woman has no real background. Do not let her fool you," Lan Shu exclaimed incredulously. Li Dahu's mind buzzed with anger, and without a moment's thought, he delivered a resounding slap to Lan Shu, sending her spinning before she collapsed onto the floor. Still unsatisfied, he kicked her mercilessly as she cried out in pain. Even Yi Minggran found it hard to watch and shouted, "Enough! Stop this at once." Li Dahu obeyed her command without hesitation, ceasing his assault as soon as she ordered him to. However, Lan Shu lay on the ground, barely conscious. "Wait, I have a question for you. What do you mean by calling me Sister Yi? How do you know my sister?" Yi Minggran pressed, her anxiety mounting. She knew Yi Minggran would not share such perilous encounters with their family, leaving her in the dark about Li Dahu. I am Luo Ji's subordinate. We met the last time my cousin caused trouble for Miss Mingnan, but I have since given him a good lesson," Li Dahu said, rubbing his hands and appearing humble. "You are Luo Hua's subordinate?" Yi Minggran blinked in bewilderment. She had never known Luo Hua had subordinates. "Yes. By the way, Sister Yi, the entire Hongxing office building belongs to Luo Gu. I merely assist him with errands," Li Dahu explained hastily, fearing Yi Minggran might misunderstand. "What did you say?" Yi Minggran was genuinely shocked and raised her voice to ask, "Repeat that. The Hongxing office building is Luo Hua's?" "Yes, absolutely," Li Dahu affirmed eagerly. Yi Minggran's heart raced wildly. The Hongxing office building. It was situated in the city center, a prime piece of real estate. The rental income alone must amount to tens of millions each month, not to mention its market value. Suddenly, she felt lightheaded, overwhelmed by the astonishing news. Her mind raced with excitement. Could it be that the Hongxing office building belonged to her family? Taking a deep breath to regain composure, she found herself unable to contain her exhilaration. Meanwhile, Lan Shu, still on the ground, was on the brink of fainting, her emotions a tumultuous mix of fear and anger. "Can I use the top floor now?" Yi Minggran asked, clutching her chest. "You can use the entire building without issue. It all belongs to your family," Li Dahu said, eager to please. As he glanced at the crumpled Lan Shu, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "Sister Yi, what should be done with this troublemaker? Should we quietly dispose of her, or send her to the red light district?" Upon hearing this, Lan Shu felt her strength drain away. She knew Li Dahu all too well. Her only chance for survival lay in pleading with Yi Minggran. With that thought, she crawled desperately toward Yi Minggran, tears streaming down her face as she begged. I was wrong. Please spare me. I don't want to die. I truly regret my actions. So you can plead after all, Lan Shu?" Yi Minggran remarked coldly, stepping aside to regard her with indifference. At this moment, Lan Shu abandoned all pretense, sobbing uncontrollably. "Yes, I beg you, please let me go. I remember someone once said that once you possess something, you will never let it go, and that nothing is beyond your reach. Yi Minggran crossed her arms and chuckled softly. And now? Why aren't you so arrogant anymore? I was foolish. I was shameless. I insisted on showing off. I realize my mistake now. Please forgive me. I am just a big idiot. But I do not want to die. I truly do not want to die. Lan Shu wailed, her cries growing more desperate as if a knife were poised at her throat. I never want to see you in this city again. Get far away from here. Yi Minggran ultimately decided to show mercy, reasoning that it was not worth taking a life over such a trivial matter. Lan Shu was ecstatic, scrambling to flee without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Li Dahu sent someone to ensure she left the city for good. Chapter 97. Wealth. At this moment, Brother Ba arrived. Entering to report to Li Dahu, Brother Luo has already arranged where to place this money. I came back to inform you. Li Dahu, feeling the need to be humble in front of Yi Minggran, quickly kicked Brother Ba and said, "What are you calling me brother for? Don't you see Sister Yi is still here? This is Brother Luo's sister, Yi Minggran. Greetings, Sister Yi." Brother Ba immediately assumed a respectful demeanor, bowing to Yi Minggran. What were you discussing just now? I overheard that Brother Luo arranged some money. What is going on? Yi Minggran inquired, smiling faintly as she voiced her curiosity. Oh, it's like this. Brother Luo has a considerable sum of money that isn't very convenient to place elsewhere. So he asked us to open a safe deposit box at the bank, Brother Ba explained, slightly bowing. A considerable amount, and it requires a bank safe? I would like to see it, Yi Minggran said, raising an eyebrow with interest. Brother Ba, having no objections, along with Li Dahu, led Yi Minggran to the car. Upon seeing the brand-new Maserati, Yi Minggran teased, "What a luxury car. Quite impressive." Li Dahu, sweating profusely, quickly waved his hands in explanation. No. If Sister Yi thinks this car is too ostentatious, I can change it. No, I was just making an offhand remark. Yi Minggran laughed to reassure Li Dahu, sensing his anxiety. As Yi Minggran contemplated where the money was, Brother Ba stepped forward and opened the car door, revealing 5 sizable safes stacked in the back seat. Yi Minggran couldn't help but chuckle. Is it really necessary to have 5 safes? Of course. All 5 are completely filled, Brother Ba replied with a smile. That's outrageous. Yi Minggran was skeptical, unable to believe there could be that much money. Without hesitation, Brother Ba opened each of the 5 safes one by one, causing Yi Minggran to gasp and take a step back. Indeed, all 5 safes were stuffed to the brim, filled with vibrant red banknotes, gold, jewelry, jade, and agate, dazzling to the point of causing Yi Minggran discomfort. Is all of this really Brother Luo's? This means a fortune, Yi Minggran cautiously asked, covering her chest. Indeed, everything here belongs to Brother Luo. Brother Ba nodded affirmatively. Not only that, but Brother Luo also possesses commercial buildings, office towers, hotels, shares, and various assets, totaling over 100 billion in wealth, Brother Ba said proudly. You said what? Yi Minggran asked incredulously again. Over 100 billion? How much is that? She felt a bit breathless. After all, some people might never see such a figure in their lifetime. However, after calming down, a new question arose in her mind. You must tell me honestly, where did such a vast sum of money come from? Brother Ba and Li Dahu exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. After all, revealing that Brother Luo had coerced the Wu family into relinquishing half their assets would not sound good. Finally, Li Dahu, with some bravado, scratched his head and said, well, it's all money earned by Brother Luo himself. Really? But in my recollection, the Hongxing office building belongs to the Wu family's Wuda group. How did it suddenly become Brother Luo's? Yi Minggran persisted, her skepticism evident. Well, it's like this. Li Dahu stammered. Brother Luo did them a great favor, and they voluntarily returned the favor to him, just like that. A great favor? What kind of favor could be worth that much money? Yi Minggran continued her relentless inquiry. Well, Sister Yi, you should ask Brother Luo directly about that. We only know a little, not the specifics. Li Dahu finally gave up, deflecting the question onto Brother Luo. Nothing illegal or unethical, right? Yi Minggran asked, still feeling uneasy. Absolutely not. Brother Luo is not that kind of person. Li Dahu shook his head vigorously, repeatedly praising Brother Luo. At this point, Yi Minggran realized that these two were determined to protect Brother Luo. She wouldn't glean the truth from them, losing her drive to probe further. She changed the subject. What are you planning to do with all this money in the end? Brother Luo instructed us to help open bank safes. Of course. Now that Sister Yi is here, it would be best for you to open them personally for peace of mind, Li Dahu promptly responded. Yi Minggran felt a wave of satisfaction. Brother Luo's subordinate was quite considerate. All right then. I will make time to go to the bank with you shortly, she nodded, maintaining her composure. Meanwhile, after dinner, Brother Luo, accompanied by Yang Chanlian's subordinates, went to the Wu De group to finalize the transfer of shares. From this point on, Brother Luo truly held the primary authority in the Wu De group, with Wu Lijun relegated to second place. When Yi Mingran arrived home that evening, she found Brother Luo waiting for her in the living room, examining a jade pendant she had taken out before it was placed in the safe. Seeing her, Brother Luo smiled and approached, asking, "Is this a new pendant you bought, Mingran?" However, Yi Mingran wore a serious expression, asking Brother Luo earnestly, "Brother Luo, tell me honestly, how were you able to acquire half of the Wu family's wealth?" Brother Luo was momentarily surprised by her question, but maintained his calm demeanor, smiling as he replied, "What reason could there be? I simply visited their home, treated their son's ailment, and this was the promised reward." "Wow, Brother Luo, you are incredible," Yi Mingran exclaimed excitedly, giving him a thumbs up. "By the way, what about your subordinates? They seem like tough individuals." "Oh, they are indeed from the underworld. I saved one by chance, and he offered to help me in gratitude. Though they have their backgrounds, they are quite efficient in their work, so I decided to keep them," Brother Luo explained calmly. "I also think they handle their tasks quite well. Today when I visited the office building, I ran into Lan Shu. She was still the same, trying to use underhanded methods to take things from others. Luckily, I encountered a few of your subordinates. Otherwise, I would have definitely suffered a loss," Yi Mingran said, half complaining, half pouting to Brother Luo. The atmosphere brightened as they spoke, effectively moving past this topic. Considering the upcoming days, Yang Chanlian's birthday was just around the corner, and he had specifically invited Brother Luo and the Yi family. However, the Yi family had recently booked a group trip to Australia, and except for Yi Mingnan, who had school, the others could not attend. Chapter 98. The gift. Recently, Luo Hua had been troubled about what to present to Yang Chanlian. As a company commander with considerable wealth, there was little that would pique his interest. After much contemplation, Luo Hua recalled that Yang Chanlian's home was adorned with numerous antiques, leading him to surmise that Yang Chanlian might be a collector. He concluded that nothing could convey more significance than a piece of fine antiquity. However, Luo Hua was not well versed in such matters and decided to consult Yi Mingnan. Having taken archaeology courses at university, Yi Mingnan was likely to have some knowledge in this area. Indeed, she was aware of a prestigious antique shop in the city and promptly took Luo Hua there. The establishment, named Gai Wei's High, was not situated in the bustling city center, but rather on the outskirts, at the foot of the gentle green hills, exuding a unique charm. The proprietor, Mr. Guiyue, was a true connoisseur of archaeology, possessing an encyclopedic knowledge of China's 5,000-year history. Gai Wei's High itself was a rare gem, styled entirely in an ancient architectural manner, consisting of a small courtyard with moon gates, stone walls, and pavilions, evoking a sense of stepping back in time. Luo Hua's focus diverged from that of the average visitor. He was captivated by the arrangement of the landscape and architectural elements. He mused upon the principles of feng shui, where the wind carries energy while water confines it. Ancient wisdom teaches us to gather the winds and allow the waters to remain still. The construction of Gai Wei's High demonstrated that Mr. Guiyue was indeed knowledgeable in this regard. As the two entered the small hall through the moon gate, they were greeted by the fragrant incense wafting through the air. A uniquely designed display shelf showcased a variety of jade and stone antiques. In the center, an antique table was occupied by a venerable elder, his hair white as snow, leisurely sipping tea while observing a game of chess. "Greetings, are you Mr. Guiyue?" Yi Mingnan inquired softly as she stepped forward. "It is I, Mr." Guiyue replied without lifting his gaze, his tone detached. "We have come to seek an antique," Yi Mingnan said, slightly bowing in courtesy. "Feel free to browse." He responded in a similarly indifferent manner, showing no inclination to welcome them. Luo Hua felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Mr. Guiyue's demeanor and furrowed his brow. "Shouldn't you introduce your wares to us?" Mr. Guiyue was no ordinary antique shop owner. He held a renowned position in the archaeological community, often receiving visits from esteemed scholars who sought his counsel, thus bearing an air of superiority. "I see no need for introductions based on your presence alone," he replied leisurely, his indifference palpable. Feeling slightly embarrassed due to Luo Hua's comment, Yi Mingnan pursed her lips and suggested, "Brother Luo Hua, why don't we just select for ourselves?" The shop was modest, containing only 30 or so pieces of antiquities. Yi Mingnan examined this and that, yet struggled to find something particularly appealing. Luo Hua, however, possessed a deeper discernment. Being attuned to the spiritual energy of objects, he could readily distinguish their qualities. The essence of an antique was reflected in its spiritual aura. After thoroughly inspecting the visible antiques, Luo Hua found none radiating a pronounced energy. However, he noticed a lacquered cabinet behind Mr. Guyue, which emanated a rich spiritual essence. Inside was a palm-sized jade vase, naturally formed. Such exquisite jade typically originates near spiritual veins, thus imbued with vitality that could enhance one's health when worn over time. As Yi Mingnan continued to deliberate, pondering whether to choose a vase or a jade carving, Luo Hua smiled gently and said, "Let us take that item from the cabinet." Mr. Guyue, engrossed in the chess match, perked up at his words, pondering how Luo Hua discerned the treasure within the cabinet. Only then did he take a closer look at Luo Hua, noting his upright posture and vibrant complexion, and could not help but nod in approval. "Young friend, how did you deduce that there was an antique in the cabinet?" "It was not a guess. I simply knew," Luo Hua replied with confidence. "Ah, it seems you are no ordinary individual," Mr. Guyue exclaimed, laughing heartily. He understood that the vessels for antiquities, over time, would acquire an ancient charm, a quality that eluded the untrained eye, yet was glaringly evident to those knowledgeable in the field. Mr. Guyue regarded Luo Hua with newfound respect, gladly opening the cabinet to reveal the jade vase for his examination. "Good heavens! Brother Luo Hua, how did you know there would be something inside?" Yi Mingnan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The vase's lines were fluid, untouched by any abrasive tool, and its translucent jade was a rare treasure. "Isn't it beautiful?" Mr. Guyue asked, admiring the vase and finding no flaw in its craftsmanship. "Indeed, it is stunning. Absolutely exquisite," Yi Mingyan exclaimed, her vocabulary failing to encapsulate her admiration. "Of course. This is the most treasured piece in our Guyue's high," Mr. Guyue said proudly, stroking his beard. "Mr. Guyue, we wish to purchase this jade vase. How much does it cost?" Yi Mingnan inquired, her eyes fixed on the vase. "It is priceless. This is the treasure of the shop and not for sale," Mr. Guyue firmly declared. Yi Mingnan, undeterred, flashed a sweet smile and insisted, "Mr. Guyue, we sincerely wish to acquire this vase as a birthday gift for a friend who adores antiques. I want to sell it." "Regardless of your intentions," Mr. Guyue replied resolutely. With a bite of her lip, Yi Mingnan finally revealed her trump card. "Well, this friend happens to be the esteemed Commander Yang Chonglian. Would you still refuse to sell?" Upon hearing Yang Chonglian's name, Mr. Guyue's expression faltered. Despite his irritation, he understood that the commander wielded considerable influence. To offend him could lead to unwelcome repercussions in the future. Yet, selling so easily was equally unthinkable. His gaze shifted to the chessboard before him, and with a subtle smile, he said, "Let us discuss this chess game. The black pieces clearly hold the upper hand, while the white pieces find themselves in dire straits. Can anyone provide me with a strategy to help the white pieces turn the tide? If you can devise a plan to reverse this situation, I shall part with the jade vase." Though the game was not a legendary stalemate, it had posed a challenge for Mr. Guyue for some time. This position was left from a match with a contemporary chess master, who had promised to gift him a splendid jade chessboard should he manage to resolve the predicament. Chapter 99. Takeaway for Guyue, whose passion for antiques was unwavering. This presented a formidable challenge. He directly passed the dilemma to Yi Mingnan and Luo Hua. Yi Mingnan was taken aback by his words. Although she had a slight understanding of the game, it was merely a casual interest. If it came down to a serious match, she could only resign in defeat. The situation on the board appeared intricate, and she could hardly fathom a solution. "Mr. Guyue, this difficulty is too great. Do you think it's possible?" Yi Mingnan implored, gazing at Guyue with eager eyes. "This is my utmost concession. If you can decipher it, do so. If not, please take your leave." Guyue indicated the door, exuding an air of dismissal. However, Luo Hua approached with a confident smile, finding the task of solving such a predicament exceedingly simple. As the founder of the Hunyuan school, he was undoubtedly a person of refinement. Most of the sect's secret techniques were derived from the four arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Having perused these techniques during his years on the mountain, he had attained a level of mastery in them. Although the white piece appeared to be at a dead end, it still held the potential for a turnaround. In Luo Hua's perspective, a single move could utterly transform the dynamics of the game. With an air of nonchalance, he stepped forward, picked up a white piece, and gently placed it on the board. At this moment, Guyue, who had been dismissively mocking him, quipped, "Young friend, are you certain you do not wish to contemplate this further? A hasty move will lead to defeat." Guyue could hardly believe that a young man like Luo Hua could easily unravel the complexities of the board. He prided himself on his proficiency in Go. Yet he had been pondering this arrangement for quite some time without discovering a breakthrough. To him, Luo Hua's action seemed reckless and rash. Yi Mingnan, anxious at the side, tugged at Luo Hua, exclaiming, "Brother Luo Hua, playing chess is not as simple as you think. You can't just place your piece anywhere. There are rules to follow. You didn't even discuss it with me before making your move. Now we have no chance at all." While scolding Luo Hua, she inhaled sharply to observe the board, only to be taken aback the next moment. As if entranced, she leaned in and began to play. Black and white pieces weaving back and forth until the outcome was clear. The white pieces emerged victorious. Guyu had already noticed something amiss with Yi Mignon's expression and was now astonished by the result. He hurriedly asked Luo Hua, "Young friend, how did you manage to break this game? Please enlighten me on your reasoning behind this move. Have you encountered this game before?" "No, that cannot be. We just devised it on the spot. You couldn't have known in advance." At that moment, Guyu looked at Luo Hua with newfound respect. This was a game set by a master of the board. The young man before him had managed to unravel it with just a glance. Impressive. Yi Mingnan, equally astonished, regarded Luo Hua as if she were seeing him anew. She had never realized that he was not only adept at chess, but also a master at it. "Does this mean we have succeeded?" Yi Mingnan beamed at Guyu, eager to showcase their triumph. "Indeed, it counts. This young friend is truly remarkable." "No, this master. I implore you to impart your wisdom to me," Guyu exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, disregarding any semblance of composure. With an air of tranquility, Luo Hua replied, "You were simply overthinking. At times, a direct approach proves more fruitful, unveiling a whole new world." Guyu fell into contemplation, clearly inspired by Luo Hua's words. He recognized that he had indeed been overly cautious, contemplating 10 steps ahead without the courage to take decisive action, which prevented him from solving the game. "You are truly a master. I have learned much from you," Guyu declared, promptly presenting a jade pot to Luo Hua. "Master, I keep my word. This jade pot is yours. Furthermore, you need not pay. Consider it my tuition fee for the lesson just learned." "That may not be appropriate." Luo Hua humbly waved his hand. "It is only right," Guyu insisted, giving no room for refusal. "Then I shall accept it without reservation." Luo Hua bowed slightly to Guyu and turned to pass the jade pot to Yi Mingnan, who carefully accepted it with joy, cradling it in her hands. "What a priceless treasure," she exclaimed, her admiration for Luo Hua soaring to new heights. "Brother Luo Hua is truly amazing. He understands chess and is exceptionally skilled." Guyu, now exceedingly courteous towards Luo Hua, asked, "I have yet to inquire your name, master." "Such a title is undeserved. I am Luo Hua," he replied with a dismissive wave. "Master Luo, I hope you will visit often so we may delve deeper into the intricacies of the game," Guyu expressed, his anticipation evident. Luo Hua, finding amusement in Guyu's earnestness, thought to assist him further. He casually glanced at the recliner that Guyu had not vacated and boldly stated, "Mr. Guyu, you are unable to stand, am I correct?" Yi Mingnan, hearing Luo Hua's bluntness, stiffened, desperately nudging him from behind to indicate that he should refrain from such comments. Guyu, however, was unfazed, chuckling warmly, "With age comes ailment. I have been unable to rise for quite some time. You appear to be in good spirits. Your physical condition should not have deteriorated to such an extent," Luo Hua remarked bluntly. Guyu, finding Luo Hua likable, felt compelled to offer assistance. "Do you wish to stand again?" Guyu was momentarily taken aback, chuckling resignedly. "Of course I wish to. However, it's futile. I have consulted numerous physicians, both traditional and modern, who all inform me that it is beyond remedy. I have ceased to hope. Their inability does not mean I cannot succeed. I can heal your legs, if you are willing," Luo Hua stated confidently. "Master Luo, you possess medical knowledge as well?" Guyu was genuinely astonished. "In truth, medicine is my forte," Luo Hua replied with a smile. "Do you know how your ailment should be treated?" Guyu shook his head in bewilderment. Luo Hua, with a grin, explained, "To eradicate the illness, we must identify its root cause to completely heal your legs." Before Guyu could respond, Luo Hua abruptly kicked the chessboard, shattering it into pieces with remarkable precision, leaving the table unscathed. Guyu was taken aback, his beard bristling as his hands trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Yi Mingnan clutched her head in despair, wishing for a hole in the ground to escape. "Is this medical treatment? It appears more akin to causing chaos. They just gifted us a jade pot, and Luo Hua has now destroyed their chessboard. If they do not expel us, we shall count ourselves fortunate."